saying, sunlight. It's really, people like me and Sean, Bongino, a bunch of others, when we keep talking about it and pointing it out, they get real mad. And they wouldn't get real mad if we weren't over the target. They wouldn't keep attacking me. Guys, do you think it's a coincidence that I've been banned more than anybody on the internet, that I get more hate mail than anybody on the internet, that if you go to any one of my posts, you see smear, slander, and abuse towards me? Any one of them. It's literally like they are like that guy. They were like, that's the guy. Right? And I'm not alone. I'm not like the only one. But they did the same thing to Charlie Kirk. When you're effective, they want to attack you, right? When you're effective, they want to attack you. So, I'm not saying that there isn't hope at all. I'm actually saying quite the opposite. I'm saying that because we are seeing so much pushback on one side, the right, against the extremes of our side, then we actually have a very good chance of turning this around, and their efforts will fail to create this chaos strategy. And thank God we have Donald Trump. And I'm not saying that as like a simp. I'm saying it as a fact. Thank God we have Donald Trump. I don't think you guys realize how things would be if we had a Kamala president. I think it would already be over. I really would be dooming right now if we had a Kamala president. And if we don't win the 2026 midterms, I'll still have some positivity, but I will be very defeated. But if we don't win 2028, game over. I don't think we're getting this back. I really don't. So we'll keep fighting, and we'll try to make it too big to rig as we did in 2024. But the news coming out from the redistricting fight, the gerrymandering fight, all of that, everything's trending positive. All the numbers from this administration are amazing, right? And that's why the doomers are trying so hard to convince you they're not. But anyway, let's get out and vote. You know what? Let's actually real quick remind everybody of what we are doing here with ActiveVote. ActiveVote, just doubt this. I'm not sponsored by them. This is just something that I found that's a huge, really good tool for everybody. But ActiveVote, you can download this as an app on your phone, ActiVote. Download this on your phone, fill out your profile, put in your information, and then you're going to know where your elections are and when they are, right? 25 days, right? Absentee voting. Here's your absentee voting window. The early voting window right here, I think, is closed or something like that. I'm going to probably bank my vote and just go early vote. But I was supposed to go to this event with Ken Paxton last night, Ken Paxton and Brendan Herrera, but I ended up missing it. But I'm voting Ken Paxton in this. I don't. John Cornyn is a rhino. I'm in Texas. I'm back and forth on this, but I think Mays Middleton is probably my choice. But there's a lot of people that are, pushing Chip Roy. I've just seen Chip Roy do a bunch of, squishy stuff that I don't like. That doesn't mean Mays is a better candidate. That just means that this Chip Roy has left a bad taste in my mouth for a few different reasons. Beau French. You get the point, though, right? You can literally pre-fill out your ballot, write it all down, save it or whatever, and then you can just walk into a voting booth and you can do all your research ahead of time, find out everything. Like, if you want to know what the Railroad Commission is, nobody thinks about the Railroad Commission. Nobody thinks about the school districts. Nobody thinks about the smaller elections. These are the ones that matter. Judges especially matter, right? You get activist judges and you got a big problem in this country. But voting is how you fix this. It's a slow and painful process. We can't keep relying on Donald Trump to come in with executive orders and 5D chess decisions, which he's really good at, and fix this problem, because the way that this country's structured is we only have 4 years of that guy, right? And sure, you can say, oh yeah, but then we're going to get Marco Rubio or JD Vance or somebody else. They might not do a good job. You never know. They might not. They might be sitting there biding their time. They could be part of this, machine themselves. You don't know. We know Donald Trump. We have seen what he has done. He is tried and tested. We don't know how it's going to go when Donald Trump's done. So we have to vote and solidify and expand the majority and do all these things right now. You guys think because we won the 2024 election, that's like, oh, yeah, it's over, we stopped him? No. It's a never-ending fight, guys. You got to keep it up. So, but anyway, let's get to the news of the day. Trump 2028. Trump 2028. I think it's funny. It's funny to use as a troll, but it really does gives them ammo against us. So I try not to say it because it's kind of been correctly messaged methodically by the left as these MAGA people are crazy and they really think that Donald Trump's like a king, and just don't do it. Just don't give him the opportunity. Even though I know you're joking, right? The left can't meme, so they're not. All right. This is from the Washington Post, so we're not going to be able to read it, but the House passed the DHS funding bill that would end the shutdown for most of the agency. Yeah, you know what? Again, every time we talk about this, I'm like, that's not a flex. It's not a flex that we are working around the minority and pulling these moves where it's like, okay, we're going to vote really late at night and we're going to try to, work around. Dude, if Leader Thune needs to go, John Thune needs to go. He's feckless, he's useless, he's incompetent, or he's corrupt. I don't know, but I know that he's not doing his job. And I don't know what the reason is, and I don't care what the reason is. What do we talk about on this show? I don't care why. I don't care why this is happening. I only care that it is happening. And John Thune is not getting the Save America Act passed. He's not doing his job. Who cares if he's being paid? Who cares how he's making his decisions? He's not doing his job. Okay, like if somebody on a baseball team or a football team or sports team or something like that wasn't performing, right, and you're watching the game, do you go, I wonder if he's having trouble at home? You say, no, you just got like smoked over and over again. Cut this guy, trade him from the team. We don't care why, because it doesn't matter why, right? Why does not matter. Thune, bye. You've proven that you would need to go. And you need to get loud and talk to your senators and tell them, get him out. Like, you find out who your senator is, right? Like, again, we can keep doing this. Right here. Look, officials. Would you look at that? There's an officials page on Active Vote. Oh, here, Ted Cruz is Senate, John Cornyn Senate. Wonder if you guys can figure out how to find the phone number to their offices, right? Like, come on, dude. Not hard. Call them and be like, oh, no, you're done. First of all, get Cornyn out first. Get Paxton in, and then should be a little easier. All right, what's this? From NPR. Republicans say they will defer to Trump on Iran war despite arrival of deadline. Okay, let's see here. Is it May 1st already? Is it May? Yeah, it is. Oh, look at that. I didn't even know. Many Republicans who have been uneasy with President Trump's war in Iran emphasized there would be a May 1st deadline for Congress to intervene. But the date is now set to pass with no action from GOP lawmakers who continue to defer to the White House. What does that even mean? Under the War Powers Resolution, Congress must declare war or authorize use of force within 60. Oh, I understand now. Okay. No, that makes sense. Yeah, there is a deadline, and they're coming up on the deadline, so they're going to defer. Okay, I understand now. I was reading it wrong. A deadline that falls on Friday or within 90 days if the president asks for an extension. So we are at the, you know what's funny is this headline is showing you that we are only 60 days in to this, quote, war, and it's already pretty much over, right? Have the headlines been, oh, Iran blew up something? No, right? It's a stalemate now, which means that the war is pretty much over because Iran is losing hundreds of millions of dollars a day because of the Strait of Hormuz operation. And now, like, yeah, I mean, we could technically just leave right now. We could. But if we stick around a little bit longer, nobody's going to die. Nobody's going to get blown up, right? They're basically, they are neutered. Iran is neutered. They have nothing, right? And if we stick around a little bit longer, we can get probably full and complete surrender. So, yeah, I mean, is it technically a war? Sure, but is it a forever war? No. It's 60 days. Some people could probably buy a carton of milk and have that milk still be good. Like by this point in the war, you could have bought some milk on the first day of the war, and it might be good. It might be questionable, but it might still be drinkable, depending on how cold your fridge is. Anyway, under the War Powers Resolution, they must declare war or authorize use of force within 60 days or within 90 days if the president asks for extension, but Congress has made no attempt at enforcing that requirement, leaving town for the week on Thursday after the Senate rejected a Democratic attempt to halt the war for the sixth time. 6 times in 60 days, the Democrats have tried to limit Donald Trump's power. I wonder if they did the same thing under Obama when he dropped 2,600 bombs on the Middle East without ever getting congressional approval. Ever. No, it's all politics. That's what it is. Trump has shown no interest in seeking congressional approval at all. It is arguing that the deadlines set by the law don't apply because the war in Iran is effectively ended when the ceasefire began in April. That's a good point. That's a good point. Because if you think about it, right, it's a war, sure, but it's not a technical war, right? That's why we say war in quotes, because we have not declared war. Now, by the way, we never declare war, even when it's a war, okay? So it's not really a war. I mean, I'm talking about the legal definition, right? So like Iraq wasn't a war, Afghanistan wasn't a war, right? I don't think we've declared war since, I think, World War II. I think it's been that long. So these conflicts we call wars, they don't meet the legal and technical definition, but yeah, they are still wars. However, when you have a ceasefire, how does that come into play with the War Powers Resolution? Because with the War Powers Resolution, they must authorize use of force within 60 days. I think that there's no force because of the ceasefire. I don't know. That's a good question, and I'm not saying one way or the other. It's just, it's interesting. Does a ceasefire mean the war is over? No. Right? No, the war is over when somebody surrenders. But how do you even define that? Like, how is any of this defined? It's so gray that this is all kind of redundant, isn't it? Where it's like you'd have to specifically make rules about, like, okay, you can't do this or you can't do that. It's like, okay, like, what do you want? All right, no bombing. Okay, we're on a ceasefire. Okay. It's just all messy, like, you know, and by the way, the Congress gave the president this power. This isn't something that Donald Trump is abusing. Congress gave this power to the president. I believe it was in the 70s. I believe it was, once again, it's been relitigated over and over and over again. And Congress had this power. They had the power. They gave it to the president. If they want it back, they can keep taking these stupid votes. But this isn't Trump's fault that he's following the rules. Anyway, so it looks like this is kind of a non-story, really. Just something that maybe will gin up the left. All right, what is this? Nationwide May Day. There's a freaking May Day. Nationwide May Day protests expected to pick up mantle of no king. Oh, okay. Okay, because, you know, the No Kings was so successful. We just had a king in the White House. They didn't protest at all. We missed out on World Wars 3 through 11. Yeah, somebody in the chat. World War XI, according to Ilhan Omar, correct. May Day demonstrations are expected to draw crowds across the country on Fridays, with organizers calling for a boycott of work, school, and shopping to protest the Trump administration's policies. Okay, I wonder where you got these signs. You know what? Let's look this up. This is a good... Guys, watch what happens when we do this, okay? This is going to be fun. I don't know for sure, but I have a feeling, right? This says what? Refusefascism.org. Okay, let's go. Refuse fascism. Okay. Did I spell that right? I don't even know. Yeah, I did. Okay, let's find out. Let's go down to the bottom. Okay, commitment to nonviolence, subscribe, volunteer, take action. Where is this? Okay. Let's see here. Go to Perplexity. Because you'll see what I'm doing in a minute. If you're listening on audio, I'm looking up. There was a sign at the May Day protest, and the organizers always have to put their website on their signs, right? And we've done this before, where we went and looked up the signs that were in the No Kings protest, but also the BLM protest, also the anti-Iran protest, also the anti-Venezuela protest, also like every other protest, every single one. They're always a yellow sign, yellow and black sign with a website, right? However, if you look at the websites, that they change, but they're all basically part of the same NGO. So who funds refuse? Come on, coffee. Refusefascism.org. Ah. Who funds refusefascism.org? We're putting this into Perplexity. It appears to be funded mainly through small dollar donations. Okay. It also cites donates can be made. We suggest sponsored by the Alliance for Global Justice. Okay. Guess what, guys? We're right. All right. Secondary source says the Alliance for Global Justice has received major grants. Okay. What is the Alliance for Global Justice, and who runs it? This is how you gotta. This is how you do research, guys. All right, it's a US-based nonprofit that describes its mission as supporting organizations. Okay, organization public board. James Jordan as president. Identifies Catherine Holt. Senior officials with James Jordan. Okay. Oh, I can't use that one. Okay. Individual. So the clearest answer is refuse fascism is primarily funded by individual donors with fiscal sponsorship through the Alliance for Global Justice. Okay. Is Soros a donor to the Alliance for Global Justice? Yep. Every fucking time. Every time. Every fucking time.
I don't know why you got to do it in front of the kid with the effing. All you got to do is say earmuffs to him. Earmuffs.
It never fails. It never fails. We did that in real time. That was not planned. Okay? That was not planned at all. We went from here. Okay? The May Day is expected to pick up the mantle of No Kings. All we did was I, with my stupid autistic brain, saw this website. Then we went here. Who funds refusefascism.org? Is Soros a donor? Yes. It's always the same people. Every single time. Guys, understand the psyop. I knew that was going to happen. You know how I knew? I've done this probably 5 or 6 times every time I see one of these stupid yellow and black signs. I go and I type out, who funds this? Okay, is George Soros connected? Yep. Every time. It's not organic. That's all. That's the point. The point is these are not organic. If George Soros and the NGOs that are connected to the global New World Order, right, weren't funding these, they would not exist. Protests, like if wouldn't it be nice if protests were based on people who actually really believed in what they were saying, as opposed to just a bunch of unemployed Karens who are just like, yeah, well, they're going to give me $500 if I go and hold this sign. Like, now you know how the left controls the narrative in America. They throw money at it, right? This is just like with the SPLC funding the white supremacist groups so that they could go and do counter protesting. Because if this wasn't funded, and I honestly think that we should look in, I think we should have the conversation, right? Full screen for this. This is a tricky. I gotta be very careful of how I word this, right? Because I don't want it to sound like I'm saying anti-free speech because I'm not, right? However, is the right to peaceful assembly under the First Amendment that you are protected to do, right? Is it still free speech if it's fake, right? Like, is it free speech for an NGO, a non-governmental organization, to pay people to go and protest? Is that still free speech? Kind of, but we should talk about it, right? Where it's like, I don't know. Like, how do you even fix that problem? You'd be like, no private, like no, we really should get rid of NGOs altogether. I know they're private companies, but they're not. They're completely government connected. They are. They work with the people in power. So I don't know. It's just, like I said, I don't know. This isn't me saying one way or the other. I'm just saying we should try to tackle the problem of paid, organized chaos on our streets without violating the First Amendment. So it's a tricky problem because how do you know? How do you know who's paid and who's not? Well, I just did it. I literally just did it. We just did this. I went, okay, let's look at this thing. And then I went over here. Here you go. And then I went over here. Oh, it's George Soros. It's always George Soros. $250,000 contributions in 2020. Come on, man. This guy's... That's the problem. We have too many NGOs that are just systematically and methodically trying to destroy this country. Hello, Newman. It's such a good screenshot. Our thumbnail. It's such a good thumbnail. All right, what's the next story? Violence erupts. Oh, no, sorry. Day 1 of Medicaid work requirement in Nebraska. People are worried. Okay, I don't know about this story, so this is good. Schmecka. All right. I am not making fun of this name, but it's a funny name. Schmecka. Shmika Simpson? Shmika Simpson of Omaha works as a patient navigator for the American Civil Liberties Union and administrative assistant for Nebraskans for Peace, plus picks up shifts at Duncan's shop. Still, even with 3 jobs, she worries about losing her health coverage as Nebraska started Friday, May 1st, becoming the first state to require certain Medicaid enrollees to work, train, or go to school under a rule mandated by the Republicans' One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Wait a minute. So she works at Duncan. She works for the American Civil Liberties Union, and she's an administrative assistant. So she has 3 jobs. Why would she be worried about losing her Medicaid that requires people to go to work because she's working, right? Simpson has relied on Medicaid since her divorce in 2014. Okay. None of her employers offer health coverage. She said she lost government food assistance after technical problems caused her to miss renewing in time. These are the same people that go to these protests. They pay these people to go to these protests. These people are just like, $500, $500. Nebraska Medicaid officials say they're trying to make it as easy as possible for enrollees to comply so they don't lose their coverage. How does she, so she has free health care, is what she's saying. Even though she works 3 jobs, somehow she's still on free health care, government assistance. And she's afraid of losing that because she's not going to meet the requirements. This whole story is bullshit. Like, this whole story is like, this is a puff piece. This is fake. Like, this is Nebraska Medicaid. All right. Enrollees with one of thousands of health conditions detailed by the state but would be exempt. Okay. How is she not qualifying? Did I miss this? None of her employers offer health coverage. So she has three shitty jobs. None of them offer health insurance. They shouldn't. They shouldn't offer you health insurance. When your job is basically an activist, right? And Dunkin' Donuts, sorry. You part-time at Dunkin' Donuts and full-time activist, no health insurance for you. None. Sorry. It's not how this works. So yeah, no, she should lose her health insurance. Her free health insurance, because it's not free. Other people in Nebraska are paying for this chick to be an activist. She should lose that privilege. You know, I just posted about this recently because Libs of TikTok said something. See if I can find it real quick. It's probably under my notifications because it's getting a lot of views. Let's see here. Because I don't have health insurance. I run my own business and I don't have health insurance. Here you go, right here. So Libs of TikTok wrote this. Last week, I randomly got a $9,000 bill for a hospital visit from last year. I called them up and they said my insurance decided not to cover it. Why? Because Aetna can just decide they're not interested in covering something and then you're left with an inflated bill to pay. So this is from Libs of TikTok, from Chaya. And this is what I wrote. I go, I don't even bother with health insurance, right? I pay out of pocket for my primary care's insurance program. So my primary care physician up the street, they offer like an in-house thing. I think it's like $100 a month or $40 a month, maybe. No, I think it's $40 a month. Either way, whatever. It makes my doctor's visits cheaper. My doctor's visits, I think, are like something around $100 plus the monthly thing. And then the only doctor's visits I really go for are blood work for my, because I have hormone issues with thyroid, and I'm on testosterone replacement therapy, right? So I'm on those 2 things, and that's pretty much the only reason why I need to go to the doctor. So I have to go to the doctor monthly. When I go and I pick up my prescriptions, I use GoodRx, and I have GoodRx Gold, which, by the way, definitely worth it. It's worth the extra, I think it's like $10 a month, and it saves you way more. If you have more than 3 prescriptions, GoodRx Gold, very, very well worth it. So I get my prescriptions from GoodRx. I pay the in-house insurance from my doctor, and then if anything ever happened, like if I got cancer or something, they have to treat you. They don't just say no, right? They have to treat you. And the care is going to be shit whether or not you have shitty insurance or no insurance. Now, if you have really good insurance, you probably have a really good job and it's probably a corporate job, right? But small business owners, if I wanted to get, let me explain this to you as somebody who owns a business. If I wanted to get the level of care that, let's say, like a Blue Cross, like a CEO or somebody that works a really good job that has really good insurance, if I wanted to get that, $2,500 a month for me. Me, one person. I've looked it up. I can get the shit insurance, right? Where it's like, okay, I'm paying just my primary care office for $100 a month. But in order to get that, like they pay everything, it's a scam. It's not worth it. My mom did insurance for 30 years. I know all about this. It's a scam. It's the way that this system is structured. It's a scam because of all of the free health care we give people. If we took away the free health care and made a competitive market in the private sector, everybody's insurance would be cheaper, just like car insurance. It's because so many people like this chick, Shmeka is the reason why I can't have insurance. Because my insurance would be so damn expensive because Shmeka is an activist who gets free health insurance. Does that make sense? So if you want to make insurance cheaper for everybody, if you wanted to have Medicaid for all, that's impossible, right? Because somebody's paying for it. That's why you look in these other countries when they brag about other countries like Canada or Sweden, all these places, their insurance is shit. Or sorry, their healthcare is shit. Their waits, you have like a 7 or 8 week wait for an X-ray. It's the worst health care ever because it's free health care. This is what happens anytime you subsidize anything. Because of Shmeka, if I want to get the same level of coverage from like a CEO, I have to pay $2,500 a month. Not doing that. So what I do is I play the system like this. GoodRx, in-house insurance. And if I ever got hurt, if they ever do anything, F you. I'm not paying the bill. And it can go on your credit, right? But okay, cool. Put it on my credit. Give me a settlement offer. I'll rip it up. I'll wipe my ass with it. I'm 41 for anybody in the chat. Somebody that just asked. All right. And yes, people are like, oh, it can't go on your credit report. It can. It's just sometimes it doesn't. But I don't care if it does or it doesn't. I don't care. I'm not paying it. Because if Shmeka is not paying it, why should I? If Shmeka is complaining that she can't be an activist and have insurance, why should I? There's options for just taking care of yourself and making it cheaper. Don't go to the hospital for every little thing, by the way. It's stupid. So, just so everybody's aware, that's how the insurance system really does work. It actually is, if Medicare for all and government funded insurance is the reason why insurance is expensive. It's not the other way around. They try to convince you it's the other way around. It's not. If you took away all of the Medicare, Medicaid, and just free healthcare that we just give people willy-nilly, if you took all of that away, insurance companies would have to fight each other in the free market, and they would have to lower their costs because there would be so many options. It's supply and demand. It's how every other business works. You look at now insurance is so cheap on cars now is because the free market figured out that they can do online insurance where you get something where it's just like an app and you pay $100 a month instead of what it used to be, which was like $600, $700 a month. Pay $100 a month and you have an app and you drive your car and it tracks you and if you speed and whatever. But there's options because of the free market. If you take away the free market, everything gets more expensive because we're subsidizing everything. Capitalism works, guys. It does. Okay. All right. Almost 8:45. So let's just jump right into Fan Mail Friday because it's the best. It's the best. You got to end the week on a high note, and this is the funnest game on the internet. So right here on the screen, we have the April monthly totals. The left destroyed the right. Okay. So we got April. We had 13-7. All right. So now we're going to make our new map or new bracket, and I'm going to try to make a professional bracket too. But we are in May. So, May. Okay, we got the left, we got the right. We're going to go and play our little game here. So, some of you are already seeing on the screen, we have a message from one of my haters. Let's reset the clock. All right, so we have the scoreboard here, and this is going to track who's winning. You guys are going to play this game, okay? Basically, we read my hate mail. We look at the profile picture of the person who sent me the hate mail, and you guys try to guess whether or not they're on the left or the right. And we do this best of 5 every week. We add up the totals for the week, see who wins the week. Then we add up the totals for the month, we see who wins the month. And then maybe at the end of the year, we'll find out who won the months, and we'll add it all up. But it's just really a fun little game, like I told you earlier, because I have so much hate mail, it's not going anywhere. We could play this game forever. And there's a couple of new ones in here from just this week. They keep coming back. So what I do now is I block them and delete them so that they don't repeat, where it's like the same person week to week. But let's get to it. Okay, so the first message that you're seeing on the screen here says pedophile. I don't know why the media is hidden. I don't know what it was, because this was an old screenshot and I couldn't find it, but this person's calling me a pedophile. Okay. Their profile says trading options and stocks, and their name is UPAT at project_UMang. So let's take a look at UPAT's profile picture, and you guys can guess whether or not this person is on the left or the right. So in the chat, here's when you start playing. You can write LR, WL, WR for woke right, woke left. You can write the word right. You can write the word left. Anything that you write that I can determine whether or not we are guessing if this person is on the left or the right. Go now. All right. So in the chat, left or right, woke left, woke right. What do we got? We got calling me a pedophile, trading options and stocks. Profile picture is a desert scene. Looks like maybe Star Wars. I don't know. Left, we got a left. We got a couple of lefts. We got one right. We got another right. Looks like we're even. Woke left. Got to go tidy righty from Bumba. All right. Left, left. Left. All right. We're seeing a couple of lefts. All right. So the left likes to call people pedophiles, right? But the right does too, you know. It's kind of like it's one of the things that isn't it interesting how we're always seeing that the same behavior is coming from both of these sides. All right, looks like left is taking it, so let's find out. We are dropping the clue for our first contestant of May. Oh, resharing Thomas Massey. That's gonna be a woke righty. Yeah, Thomas Massey, they've deployed the ultimate weapon of mass destruction, but the Epstein files aren't going away, even for the aliens. All right, woke right takes the lead. The chat was bamboozled. Okay, next up, Papa Murphy. This one's going to be pretty easy, guys. Christ is king. Wanted to break your 10-day streak and let you know you're retarded. Do you still think that the Jews don't call us goyim? This one keeps going. You think Epstein is just a minority of Jews or something Trump coded? He's not. And the Jews you shill for think you're goyim. It's goy. When it's singular, goyim would be pluralized. That's what I think that's what they were responding to. I think I was like, you know, when you keep calling me goyim, you're actually saying the wrong word. You're a traitor to your own race. You've been awfully quiet. Burned the Jews recently. Goy. Oh, he did figure it out. After I corrected him, I think he figured it out. Yeah. I think the chat's already, if you guys have been paying attention to the chat, we already know where this is going. This is definitely a woke right. And here we go. Yep. Sharing James Fishback, writing, I love you. to James Fishback. So the woke right takes a commanding 2-0 lead. Let's see who's next on Fan Mail Friday. Okay. Sheeple Farmer. GFY fat mega pussy. This is the PG-13 section of the show, guys. All right, it's Friday. It's late on Friday. I understand that some of you might not think this stuff is funny. Some of you might think it's, crass and rude and whatever, or too, R-rated. But we gotta give the fans something. They love playing. GFY fat mega pussy from Sheeple Farmer. Okay. Don't be a sheep is the profile, and we are seeing a few lefties already in the chat. LMAO. Woke left with no data. Woke left, yes. I believe that everyone can kind of assume this is an easy week for guessing. Woke. Who said right? All right. If it is right, I'm going to be shocked because I forget as well. All right, let's see. Let's see the clue. Gavin Newsom, Louisiana GOP, just declared a state of emergency, cancel an election, not for a storm, but to redraw maps so that he can erase historically black district. They're not even hiding it. MAGA is rigging elections to silence you. Salty goat, cry more loser, sheeple farmer, GFY, fat mega cunt. Yep, definitely woke left. Okay, so good. The left is catching up. Okay, now it is 2-1. Woke left versus woke right. Let's see who the next contestant is. Tactical Assault Tranny. Username at Jews did 9/11. I'm not gonna read the K word on the screen, but you can see it. Dumbass KIKE shill. Yeah. I think we might know whose side this one is on, but let's see what you guys are gonna say. Okay, so Tactical Urban Assault Tranny is the profile picture of Eric Stoltz in Elephant Man with an AI looks like a school shooter. I think making fun of the woke left and how they keep shooting up schools. You guys are all saying woke left. You guys really think this is woke left? Are you guys not getting it? Zach, today is Sean's 35th birthday. Oh, I didn't know that. Happy birthday, Sean. Sean's coming up next, and that's awesome. So make sure everybody, when we hand you over to Sean for the next show Ungoverned, make sure you guys blow up his chat with some happy birthdays. Did not know that. Thank you for letting me know. All right. I think you guys are wrong about this one because a lot of people in the chat are saying that this person's on the left. I'm pretty sure you're wrong, right? So I didn't even need anything in their comments. It's just every single aspect of the media is Jewish. It's what, like, this is a woke righty. There's no doubt in my mind this is a woke righty. So we're going to have to give it to them. They win for the week. We have one more, though. We have one more for Fan Mail Friday. All right. Let's see here. Last but not least, K, username, Turbo Racist 88. Description, KYS. We all know what that means. It means kill yourself. And they are calling me a homo. Right? Homo. Profile picture is a cat with metal teeth and laser eyes. Okay. So what do we guys think? We think this is woke right or woke left? I know what I think. Turbo Racist 88 calling me a homo. All right. We're saying lefty. Lefty, woke left. Woke left, woke right. Okay. L. We're getting a lot of L's. Loony lefty. L. I forgot about homo. L, woke left. Woke right and woke left is woke. Can't be wrong. Yeah. No, you technically can't be wrong because they're all pretty much on the left at this point. Left, 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 left. Okay, we're all saying left. I'm saying right. All right, let's see here. 10 steps to save America. Expel all Jews. End the Federal Reserve. Make usury legal. Deport 100 million immigrants. End birthright citizenship. Repeal the 19th Amendment. Remove women from political power. Triple the arrest of black people. Cancel EBT. Cancel H-1Bs. If you're white and if you're white and you're not extremely far right by now, you're a retard and you're NGM. I don't know what that means. So yeah, definitely on the right here. I have people who are still in the chat saying that the last one, they're still confused why that was a person on the right. Let me explain this to you. Okay, we're going to this one. Okay. Nobody on the left says the Jews did 9/11. They're always on the right. Okay. The Jews did 9/11 is not a lefty like trope. And that's the person's username. Okay. Furthermore, their profile picture is tactical urban assault tranny. Who on the left would ever use the word tranny? They wouldn't. I bet you this one's going to get me banned from YouTube. I don't care. I don't care. But this person is not on the left. This person is definitely on the right because they are making fun of the left and saying the Jews did 9/11. So I hope everyone is in agreement with me now that I got this one right. This is a far righty or a graper or something. All right. So let's add everything up now, and we'll put them on the paper, and then we're gonna hand you over to Sean in a few minutes. We'll take some chats, and we'll get it all documented. Okay. So we have 4 to 1. Okay. So the left gets 1, the right gets 4. And that is week 1. All right. Week 1 for May. Last month, the left took it, but the right has finally started to get a commanding lead on May. So we will see what happens. And then, like I said, at the end of the year, maybe we'll add up everybody and we'll see who won month to month. All right, let's see here. We are learning, Zach. There you go. Misfit beats me at pattern recognition. Yeah, that's the autism. Bankers just happen to be Jew. MSM just happen to be Jew. They're not Jew. Like, well, this is the dumbest thing. Look at this dumbass in the chat, right? Bankers just happen to be Jew. MSM just happen to be Jew. They all Jew. They want you dead. Have you guys ever seen the video? Oh my God. I wonder if I can get it real quick. I bet you I can try to find it real quick. Let's see. How many Jews there are in things? How many Jews there are in things? If I can find this real quick, it's the best way to end the show. Here we go. Okay. We're going to play this real quick. This is going to play us out. This is the funniest bit I've ever seen, right?
Oh, hi there. My name's Herrell, and I'm the guy that researches how many Jews there are in things. You've probably seen some of my work, most notably from when Kanye West shared my Jews in the media spreadsheet, or more recently when the infographic I made, also about Jews in the media, has been going around. You know, some people's hobbies are video games, other people's hobbies are sports, and my hobby is how many Jews there are in things.
This is the same guy in the chat.
Did you know that the NBA has 14 Jewish owners out of 30 teams? That's pretty weird considering they only make up 2% of the population. Just saying. Whenever I find a Jew, I put a Star of David over their photo to indicate that they are Jewish. Think of it like maybe an armband, but a digital one that I put on there to keep track of them. Some people on the internet call me names or say I'm an anti-Semite because I get some things wrong or am purposely misleading, but I'm not an anti-Semite. I just like to know how many Jews there are in things. And sure, there's some mistakes sometimes, but we all make mistakes. Or sometimes I won't have enough Jews to put on the infographic, so I'll embellish a little bit, like the Jews, and I'll do things like put Steve Jobs on there as a Jew, which is obviously not true, or put Bob Iger of Disney on 12 different times with different versions of his name. It doesn't really matter. People believe it because they're fucking idiots. Take Comcast NBC, for example. They have 186,000 employees, and here I counted 100 Jews working there. Concerning. A lot of my former friends and family find it weird how obsessed I am with Jews and how many there are in things. But what I find weird is that 212 Jews have received Nobel Prizes, which makes up 22% of all Nobel Prizes ever given out. Pretty weird considering they only make up 0.2% of the world's population, right? Some people say, what's the big deal that Jews are overrepresented in things? Surely they're underrepresented in other things. So wouldn't it basically make me a communist to want exact representation in all things? But that's not what I want. I just want there to be no Jews in anything. I'm a utopian. Here's another thing I'm working on, the U.S. House of Representatives. There are 25 Jewish members sitting out of 435 possible seats. That makes up 6% of the total, yet again, Jews are only 2% of the U.S. population, and that is very fascinating. Also, I wouldn't want you to think that I'm so one-dimensional that my only hobby is counting how many Jews there are in things. I also like to independently investigate inaccuracies in Holocaust statistics. And every day when I go to bed, I pray that I could be relieved of this burden of having to count how many Jews there are in things. If you catch my drift, Iran.
All right. Sean.
What was that? Mother? Dinner time? Mother's calling me for dinner. She made my favorite tonight, boiled potatoes.
All right, boys and girls.
Oh, hi there.
I went a little bit over because it was worth it. Happy birthday, Sean, if unless they're lying to me in the chat. And here's Ungoverned. We will see you next week.
A partially valid, a half-truth, if you will, is being pushed.
I can't wait to find out all sorts of new
Ungovernables, the Captain's Crew, the LFA family, McGroin Nation. We are coming to you live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/LFA TV. Welcome to Ungoverned. No flannel today. I got to show off my new, as the kids call them, threads. Oh, here she comes. Here she comes now. Now take the headphones off.
Hold the hat.
Hold the hat. There, blow it. Oh, it didn't make the noise. Do it, I'll do it. There it is.
I got one for you too.
All right, go on, we'll do one. There it is. Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Brennan. Good. And this is our buddy Speak sent me this for my birthday. Blood, Sweat, and Teeth. Obviously, Jack Hughes, the game winner, the golden goal. I still watch that from time to time. You could ask Brennan after the Texas Rangers won the 2023 World Series. I sat there for days, for weeks, for months, watching the highlights. And so Speak knows how much I love hockey. We were very excited. Him and I were doing the hockey superstition the night before the game. He was like, I'm watching Miracle now. I said, I'll put ours on in a couple hours. So he sent me this Blood, Sweat, and Teeth, where Jack Hughes is obviously, that was the whole thing. You know what? Would you like to relive the golden goal? Does anybody want to relive the golden goal real quick? Because I feel like now that this shirt is on, we should just maybe relive the golden goal. So, you know what? We'll call a quick audible and we'll say, let's relive the golden goal just so that we don't forget. Blood, Sweat, and Teeth, Jack Hughes. There it is. Blood, Sweat, and Teeth. We love it. I will never get tired. I will never get tired of the golden goal. Thank you, everybody in the chat, for the birthday wishes. As you see there, yes, I have turned 35. I am now officially old enough to run for president, so everybody better be on their best behavior, or I'll do it.
That's so funny.
I will not do it. I will not be doing that. Someone said on Facebook, if you run for president, you have to only speak like Donald Trump. We could make that happen, by the way. We could make that happen, and it's a tremendous day. It's a great day. So thank you very much, everybody, for the birthday wishes. It's going to be a fun show today. Obviously, we'll be doing calls second half of the show. I think maybe we want to start off with a laugh break. It's like usually a laugh break. Folks, I am so happy that old Ron DeSantis is back.
Me too.
Holy smokes.
What a fun guy.
Isn't it nice to have the guy that we all thought was a genius for sending the migrants to Martha's Vineyard, the illegals? Remember DeSantis Airlines? And he sent the illegals to Martha's Vineyard. Isn't it nice to have that guy back, other than the forced, mustard 2024 presidential run Ron DeSantis? I'm happy to have old Ron DeSantis back. So we're going to do a quick word from our friends at OFP Farms and talk to you about their Mother's Day promotion. They've got a great Mother's Day promotion. As you know, their Mother's Day gift boxes are unbelievable. They're probably their top-selling gift box, although the America 250 box is something else. Mother's Day, 9 days away, May 10th, obviously. Get your order in now so that you get your Mother's Day box in time for Mother's Day. OFP Farms Mother's Day gift boxes are more than just a gift. They are an absolute experience. Anybody who's gotten a Mother's Day gift box knows this. This Mother's Day, give mom more than just a gift. Give her a moment to feel pampered and truly treasured. At OFP Farms, every product is handcrafted right there on the farm using fresh goat milk and grass-fed tallow. Rich, nourishing ingredients that her skin will absolutely love. It is more than just skincare. It's a daily reminder that your mom deserves to slow down, care for herself, and feel appreciated. So for a limited time, you get 20% off. 20% off your entire order with the code Sean at checkout at ofpfarms.com. That's ofpfarms.com. And they put together this cute little video for you for the Mother's Day promotion. 20% off. Get it while the getting's good. And make sure you get your boxes before Mother's Day. OFPfarms.com, promo code SHAWN for 20% off. OFPfarms.com, promo code SHAWN. All right, next up, a word from our good friends at Armra Colostrum. I love life hacks. I love the fact that, one of my favorite content creators, commentators in space, Dan Bongino's been doing a lot more life hacks. He had Dr. Rhonda on last week, and she was phenomenal with all the different tips that she gave. Colostrum, not something that she mentioned, but it's something that I will tell you has made a huge difference for me. Gut health. I thought it was a myth. All your health depends on your gut. I was like, yeah, whatever. It's just the gut. Who cares? No, it's the truth. If your gut's healthy, everything else feels good too. I'm always on the lookout for ways to strengthen my immunity. my gut health, improve my fitness and metabolism, and enhance my hair and skin radiance. Folks, that's what colostrum can do. Armor Colostrum, it's the first nutrition we receive in life, contains all the essential nutrients that our bodies need in order to thrive. You can reactivate your hair growth. You can help your skin glow. You can definitely fortify your gut health and ignite your metabolism with this stuff, and it'll help fuel your fitness, performance, and recovery. Check it out at that is TRYARMRA.com/LFATV for up to 30% off your first order. That's tryarmor.com, TRYARMRA.com/LFATV, tryarmor.com/LFATV for up to 30% off of your first order. Armor Colostrum, tryarmor.com/LFATV. Blood, sweat, and teeth, baby. It's going to be a fun day. All right. I said we're going to start with some fun, and we will start with some fun. And the fun that we're having, I think, especially here in the state of Tennessee, you have some more fun that they're having out there in Louisiana, Alabama. Oh, sweet home, right? Alabama might be up there next. Someone said, give me 3 steps, right? Give me 3 steps and redraw those congressional districts. The Supreme Court ruling on the Voting Rights Act. You remember it was in October when that broke again, that they were hearing that case for a second time. And I had said in October, and, we touched on it again as it was refreshed and we were expecting decisions and things, that this would be a huge decision. If it was done in time, it could impact the 2026 midterms in a big way. If not, obviously, it's not done early enough for everybody to get their maps redrawn. But Louisiana is going to redraw theirs. Tennessee is going to redraw theirs. Florida just passed their maps with a +4, 4 more Republican seats. And so that's why when on Wednesday morning, Misfit was in the chat and Brennan said to me, Misfit's saying that the Supreme Court just blocked a Louisiana congressional map. And I went, wait a second, is that the Voting Rights Act? And it was. And we said, we were very excited about that. This is why. A lot of states were scared into compliance of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, a fear of being called racist, having the maps held up in court, all these other things, right? A lot of states were scared into complying with something that they didn't have to comply with. And the Supreme Court got it right with this Section 2, narrowing the scope of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. And now you see Louisiana, they have suspended their primary in May. It's not they canceled it. Nope, they're going to have primaries, but they're going to redraw the maps, and then they're going to have primaries. Tennessee, our congressional primaries aren't until August. Our county primary is Tuesday, May 5th, Cinco de Voto. Get out there and vote. Tuesday, May 5th. Early voting is over, but Tuesday, May 5th, Rutherford County. Any Rutherford County residents, get out and vote. And I so humbly ask that you vote for Kenneth Barrett for sheriff.
Yeah, he gave Sean a really nice
such a nice, great shout out on Facebook from the next sheriff of Rutherford County. Let's be honest, right? The next sheriff of Rutherford County. No disrespect to anybody else in the race, but it is the next sheriff of Rutherford County. The state of Tennessee, Bill Lee, apparently had a phone call with Donald Trump yesterday after Senator Marsha Blackburn was pushing, say, hey, redraw our maps because we have a blue racially gerrymandered district in Memphis. Not anymore. So I think Bill Lee is going to call a special session. We're going to add a Republican seat here. We're going to add a Republican seat in Louisiana. You've got 4 in Florida. Virginia's redistricting situation looks very unsteady. So there's a lot of good things happening on that front. Now, I don't want anybody to sit there and think that I'm telling you that we're going to win the midterms. I want you to act like we are behind, because I do believe that we are behind. This political climate is not good for Republicans to run in right now. A couple reasons, right? There is an affordability crisis. No, it is not Republicans' fault, but they are being blamed, and you have the legacy media piling on. The war in Iran. I know, but Sean, it's got to get done. It's got to get done. It's got to get done. You're right. It has to get wrapped up. It's got to get wrapped up soon. I think the president has about 3 weeks of runway left. If this thing's not wrapped up by Memorial Day and gas prices continue to climb into Memorial Day, it's going to hurt him. I'm not saying it's going to end him. I'm not even saying that, that he shouldn't have started it. Obviously, I don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I'm telling you, objectively, the factors that are at play. This war among many people is not popular. It needs to get wrapped up. Hopefully, it can get wrapped up soon. I'm not telling you I disagree with. I am telling you the real world wants it to end. MAG is in support. We support our guy. That's fine. The real world and a lot of other people want it to end. That is a contributing factor. We can still win despite that factor. We can still win. It would help us and give us a better chance to win if this was wrapped up sooner rather than later. That's all I'm going to say. Don't act like these redistricting things are going to make the total difference and we could just coast. You know what happens when we coast through summers? We get wrecked. No coasting. This is a very important election. The redistricting battle that is underway right now in the southern states is huge. It is crucial. We know Louisiana is going to add a seat. Tennessee is going to add a seat. Alabama now apparently is looking to add a seat or a few seats maybe. We'll see. And that could be what makes the difference. So, kudos to Florida, which has become a conservative beacon for the entire country under the leadership of Governor Ron DeSantis. You don't have to agree with why he ran for president in 2024. You don't have to say it was a good campaign. You don't have to say it was a bad campaign. That is over. The primary is over. Donald Trump is the president. Those two appear to be on good terms again. There's a rumor, obviously we don't know if it's true, but is that Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump are talking about a potential Supreme Court nomination, i.e. Trump may appoint Ron DeSantis as a justice on the Supreme Court, and I think we'd all be happy with that. He is a conservative.
He's been a great governor.
And he is a great leader. Mm-hmm. He gets that legislature to work.
Yeah.
Anything he wants done gets passed. Mm-hmm. He wanted redistricting done. He waited for Virginia to be, to have their referendum. And then he came out and said, okay, do this. And within a week, folks, it was passed the House and the Senate in Florida. That's what happens when you have a strong Republican majority. Wouldn't you like to see that happen in Congress? That's why you can't sit out in the midterms. But Ron DeSantis seems to be having fun again, which I like a lot. You remember last week we played the clip, Ron DeSantis say, if Hakeem Jeffries wants to come down to Florida, we'll put him up in the governor's mansion. We'll take him fishing. It'll be the best thing for Republicans in Florida if they see Hakeem Jeffries. This clip, I didn't see it yesterday. I saw it this morning on Kale and Company on 1210 WPHT. This clip of Ron DeSantis, I didn't think he even had this type of sense of humor. Doing a Hakeem Jeffries impersonation is, did you guys see this? You guys and gals, everybody in the chat, did you see? I want to see how many people have seen this already. I didn't see it until this morning. Have you seen the Hakeem Jeffries impersonation that Ron DeSantis did? Have you guys seen this in the chat?
I didn't see it until...
You didn't see it until I sent it to you, right?
Yeah. Also, by the way, just a little side note, because Dan's not on today, we have a lot of the Bongino...
Oh, we got a lot of Bonginites in here.
Yeah.
Yes, the Bongino Army is here. Welcome to the Bongino Army. Yes, that's right.
You don't get to see the chat too much, but they're all in there.
Dan is not here today. That's right. I forgot about that. He's got some meeting in Washington, D.C., which is pretty cool. Hopefully it goes very well. Dan, we hope it goes very well for you. I have to say that. Okay, Hakeem Jeffries impersonation from Ron DeSantis. This is hilarious. A lot of people haven't seen it yet, so this is good. This is going to be new to a lot of people. Look, a lot of people haven't seen it. All right. Hakeem Jeffries impersonation from Ron DeSantis. Watch, laugh with me. This is hilarious.
Our message to Florida Republicans is F around and find out.
It's like, we gonna do maximum warfare against Republicans. Florida Republicans, you F around, you gonna find out.
That's pretty good. I tagged him in a post on X and said, he absolutely crushed the Hakeem Jeffries impersonation. Let's clap.
That's funny.
Dear Gov, I will come down to Florida.
Oh.
I'll go into the governor's mansion. Uh-huh. He could be Hakeem Jeffries. I could be Donald Trump. And we can have a good time. Because he was really good.
Yeah.
Florida Republicans are going to F. I can't even do it. Let me do it one more time.
Our message to Florida Republicans is F around and find out.
It's like, we gonna do maximum warfare against Republicans. Florida Republicans, you F around, you gonna find out.
I mean, it's really good.
That is good. Is it real?
It's real.
That's so funny.
That's DeSantis doing that. It's pretty good.
It is.
Now, why couldn't he do that? Like, first of all, I was a Trump guy. I didn't support. But it's like, could you imagine if he had that much fun campaigning? He might have won.
He didn't want to be there.
Didn't look like he wanted to be there,
No.
right? All right. So I wanted to play that. That was fun because
Back to the old school, he had his meeting in Brandon, Florida
Yes.
after Let's Go Brandon happened, and they were
Yes.
like, "Is this because?" And he was like, "No,
and he
no,
was
this is just where I wanted to be."
right. He was like, "What? What is Let's Go Brandon?" Yeah, you know exactly why he was there. You know exactly why he was there. It's great. One of my favorite DeSantis moments was, they love the "Don't Say Gay" bill, which was one of my favorite things when I was going to Florida to visit Brennan. It was you can't say gay, so I would get off the plane and just go gay. I'm not arrested yet. You can't say gay in Florida. I love it. So Florida Republicans. You're going to F around. You're going to find out. Speak said I sound like Mayor Gugu. Well, Gugu and Hakeem Jeffries kind of have the same thing, too. They're both dollars, though. Dollars, though. Obama. This is actually Saks Fifth Avenue Obama.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
There you go. He's a cock-a-doodle. By the way, I have the new Candace Owens button.
You never really know, but when they know, you'll know,
There you go. You never really know. There it is. All right. So that was a little bit of fun in there. And the reason I play it is because it's actually relevant to what we're talking about. We're not just playing it to laugh. It is relevant to what we're talking about. This redistricting fight, Republicans are playing to win, at least in some states. Florida, playing to win. Tennessee, playing to win. It's only one seat, but it's a seat away from the Dems. 2 Republicans. Louisiana, playing to win. Alabama, oh, sweet home, playing to win. Give me 3 steps. Give me 3 seats. Give me 3 seats. Give me 3 seats, baby. Give me 3 seats in the House. All right, right? I was cutting a jug. No, I was cutting a rug. She's out. Nancy Pelosi is like, don't cut my jugs. Leave them alone. Shut up. I was cutting a rug down at a place called The Jug with a girl named Linda Lou, right? You don't want to cut the jugs, huh? Nancy.
Trans,
yeah. Don't cut the jugs.
Don't
right.
cut the
there
jugs.
It is.
Cutting the jug.
So speaking of this redistricting fight, Louisiana delaying House primaries after the Supreme Court ruling, probably one of the most impactful Supreme Court rulings in probably the last, 10, 15 years. This is up there with the Roe versus Wade one. Oh, and it didn't, but my thing was weird. I didn't see a lot of people talking about this. This is so important. It's so important. Red states, Republican states have the ability here to take so much power away from the Democrats through redistricting. The same BS, okay, that Democrats in New England did. Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, which isn't actually an island. All those states, on average, 38 to 40% Republican voters, 0 GOP seats. Fine. You want to do it? Now the Supreme Court has gutted or severely narrowed the scope of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. Now the red states get to do it. This is so important. We have got, we talk about the Save America Act and all of these different, this is just as important. If you live in one of these red states, Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana's going to do it, Tennessee's going to do it, Georgia might be able to squeeze a few more seats out of there. Florida's doing it. Texas may be able to squeeze a few more seats out of their state. They're not going to be able to do it before the midterms. Pressure your state legislatures. Redistrict and add seats in the federal government for the Republican Party. Because between that, which Republicans can gain up to 19 seats. But I want you to think, this is not just a plus 19 for Republicans. When you flip a seat, the other side hurts the Democrats because you are taking something away from them and you are adding it to our side of the board. So 19 seats potentially 19 seats, just through redistricting in the wake of the Supreme Court ruling. That's number one. But then I want you to think 4 years down the road. And there's a case being heard by the Supreme Court right now regarding counting illegals in the census. Obviously, common sense people here Common sense. Do we want to count illegals in the census? No. Should illegals be counted in the census? No. Why shouldn't illegals be counted in the census? Well, A, they're not citizens. Well, but they're still technically a member of the population. Yes. But if you're going to use the census as a means of allocating representation in the House of Representatives, if you're going to use the census to do that, then you should not be counting illegal aliens. Why? Because illegal aliens can't vote. They're not supposed to. Some states they do, but they're not supposed to. Therefore, the population number that they represent does not matter because they're not actually a constituent of any of these representatives in the House. So there's a case in front of the Supreme Court now that is going to hopefully come down to a ruling that you cannot count illegals in the census, which means no matter who's the president in 2030, when the next census is, if the Supreme Court says you cannot count illegals, no illegals will be counted. The Democrats in these blue states that are using illegals to pad their population numbers because people are leaving states like Washington, New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Illinois, California, Oregon, places like this, these blue states. People are leaving those states. They don't want to stay there, but they're being replaced essentially from a population standpoint by illegals. If illegals can no longer be counted in the census and the Supreme Court makes that ruling and they're hearing that case, I think now, or they're going to be hearing, they've agreed to hear something. No matter what, as long as that comes down before 2030, we're good. So let's say you flip 19 seats through redistricting in the wake of the Supreme Court ruling on Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, and the blue states lose the population numbers that were artificially added, astroturfed, by illegal alien populations, and they lose the massive outflows of population from states like New York and California and Illinois and Washington State, etc. You're talking about, I'm saying 30, 40 possible years here that Republicans can control the House of Representatives if we play it right. And when I say we, I mean red state leadership on the political front, but I also mean us. Those of you in this chat, whether you're here every day, you're Bongino Army. I saw some people coming over from Graham Allen's show. I love Graham Allen. He's a great guy. Good voice in the space. Folks, we are being thrown a pass with wide open field. All we've got to do is catch it, secure the ball, and run. That's it. It's going to be tough. Brennan and I have been working on a local campaign here. Volunteering. I say working. We're not getting paid. There's none of that. We're volunteering because the race means a lot to us. We were swatted last year. This man's running for sheriff. He's a great guy. Say, hey, that seems like a race that would mean a lot. I love political activism. I'm always looking for reasons to get involved. I'm not just going to join a campaign for the sake of joining it. If it means something to us, we're going to do something, and we're in there. And we're 4 days away from Election Day, Cinco de Voto, on next Tuesday. Find a campaign in your neighborhood. Local, congressional, statewide, federal, whatever it might be. Get involved with it if you want to, if it's worth your time, if you believe it's worth your time, the candidate's worth your time. And if everybody does just a little bit here, just a little bit, I'm telling you, we can have control of the House of Representatives for 30 years in a row. 30 years in a row. That is about 8 presidential cycles. No matter if a Democrat's in the House or in the White House or not, if Republicans control the House of Representatives, we have a say. We can take 19 seats away between now and 2028 because of redistricting. And then come 2030 with the census and the population shifts, not only will Democrats lose seats in the House of Representatives, but when a state loses a seat in the House of Representatives, you know where else they lose? The electoral map. If California loses 2 seats, if New York loses 2 seats, if Illinois loses a seat, and if Washington State loses a seat, and if Oregon loses a seat, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, that's 8, potentially more than that, electoral votes that the Democrats lose on their map. Florida gains a couple of seats. Texas gains a couple of seats. Tennessee gets a seat. Those are now electoral points that we are gaining on the electoral map. Do you know how much more difficult it's going to be for Democrats and members of the left to win a presidential election, especially if they're going to run on a hard left ticket, socialist ticket? We are on the cusp here. We are on the precipice. We're right there of being able not just to stem the tide of the radical left, but being able to make them truly a minority party in this country. But we have to win in 2026. We've got to win in 2026. At the very least, we have to hold the Senate. And I think we will. At the very least. But do you understand how close we are? We're this, folks. This is not,
Trust me, guys. We're close. We're almost there. We're going to solve the mystery. I'm just asking questions.
This is not Candace Owens close. We're actually close. I just gave you the numbers. Between the redistricting in the wake of the Supreme Court Voting Rights Act decision, which can move up to 19 seats away from Democrats and 2 Republicans, that is a 38-seat swing. And the population changes that are going to be recorded in the census in 2030, which is why it is important that illegals are not counted, because the illegals in these sanctuary states are going to be used to offset their population outflows, their population losses and decreases. Between those 2 factors, the redistricting and the 2030 census, Republicans can control the House of Representatives and potentially even the White House for decades. Decades. Now, I know it has been the modus operandi of the Republican Party to F things up. They're like the New York Jets in that regard. Nobody snatches defeat from the jaws of victory as efficiently as the Jets or the Republican Party in the American political system. That changes today. It is time to play to win. You guys, I want it. You want it. Everybody who's listening wants it. We all want the Republican Party to represent us, the conservatarians of the world, the constitutionalists of the world, the populists of the world, the America First of the world, the MAGAs of the world. This is our party. This is our time. This is our opportunity to take this thing by the reins, to make this party what we want to make it. If you're going to doom and gloom, go do it in the corner. You're not helping us win. And we have the ability now, because of the Voting Rights Act decision, because of the upcoming census in 4 years, and because of how much we want this, how much we've dedicated to this movement, we have the opportunity to run the show for decades in a row now. We're right there. We're right there. Many hands make light work. Let's get to work. It starts in 2026. It starts in 2026. There's no better place than here, and there's no better time than now. So let's make it happen. All right, quick break. Let's get to a word from our friends at Cove Pure. COVEPURE.com/Sean, SHAWN. It's Cove Pure. Brennan's been using the hot water function on the Cove Pure recently.
I have for
she loves
tea.
that.
It's great.
It's really good. It's good stuff. Anybody in the chat have a Cove Pure yet? If you do, let us know how you like it. My favorite thing about it is the water still tastes good. It's pure. It's safe. It takes all the garbage out of it. Yeah. And it measures Trump derangement syndrome right on the front. You may have a liberal A friend of ours, I think it was M. Dodge, he got a Cove Pure.
Did he?
And he's like, my fridge and my sink must be liberals. There's a lot of TDS. Yeah. A lot of total dissolved solids, but it's TDS. All right. Folks, you know all about it. You know all about the fluoride in the water. Turn the freaking frogs gay. There's fluoride in your water. We know that. It's not a secret. It's not a conspiracy theory. Fluoride. The government has been medicating your water with it for over 80 years. It's a long time. Not because you asked for it, not because you voted for it, but because they decided you need it. Well, that's not a decision that I want someone else making for me. That is why we filter all of our water in our home with Cove Pure. Over 209 million Americans are on fluoridated water right now, and here's what the science actually shows. In September of 2024, a federal judge ruled that adding fluoride to water poses, and I'm quoting the court directly, quote, an unreasonable risk to neurological health. Not a fringe study, a federal court ordering the EPA to act. Then in January of 2025, a study published by JAMA Pediatrics, one of the most respected medical journals in the world, confirmed a link between fluoride exposure and children's IQ scores. The higher the exposure, the lower the IQ. Now, there's a couple states that are moving on it. Utah and Florida have banned fluoride in the water, but it's going to take years for all that to actually be implemented. Your kids, your family right now, they're drinking that fluoridated water today. That's why you need something that works right now, and that is exactly what Cove Pure is. Its Clearwave reverse osmosis technology is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants, including fluoride, PFAs, lead, pharmaceuticals, and heavy metals. Anything that is not water gets filtered out, and then, because there's like a double filter system here, it adds calcium and magnesium back into the water. It's one of my favorite things about it is, one of the big complaints about reverse osmosis, it's empty water. This is not empty water. You're still getting some of those essential minerals in that water as the Cove Pure adds it back. So don't wait for the government to catch up. Go get yourself a Cove Pure today. Use the link covepure.com/Sean. You get $250 off. That's a lot. Covepure.com/Sean. covepure.com/SHAWN. Fill the Cove Pure tank in the sink. It's a great unit. We love it. It's worked great ever since we've been using it. Been using it for over a month now. I'm going to drink a little of my Cove Pure water.
Now, well, you finish this ad and then I'll tell you.
I love Cove Pure. Covepure.com/SHAWN. Go ahead.
Okay. We flew right past 800. We're over 900 now.
Wow.
So we got to honk Mo.
Oh, we got Mo.
And we need Maga Mo.
There you go. Got Mo here. We're going to go with the little Maga Mo. Here he comes. Big head. We're honking our hedgehogs today. All right. And now, 1,000. We're closing in on Clover territory, who she spends her time in the sink a lot.
Oh,
there
she
you go.
loves the sink.
All right. So here we go. Big ups to everybody who's joining the show this morning. Appreciate y'all being here. 3,500. We love it. One of our biggest crowds in a while. Let's keep moving forward on this one. We showed you the DeSantis Hakeem Jeffries impersonation. And while it's fun to laugh at Hakeem Jeffries, the way he's speaking about the Supreme Court is kind of concerning. I thought if Republicans did this, the Democrats, but they're no kings, right? Oh, Donald Trump doesn't respect the courts. He's acting like a king. Here's Hakeem Jeffries calling the Supreme Court illegitimate.
Today's decision by this illegitimate Supreme Court majority strikes a blow against the Voting Rights Act and is designed to undermine the ability of communities of color all across this country to elect their candidate of choice. But we're not here to step back. We're here to fight back.
Yes.
Now, when this decision came out earlier today, it's an unacceptable decision, but not an unexpected decision. Because this isn't even really the Roberts Court. It's the Trump Court.
Yes.
And what we would expect from the Trump Court is an effort to continue their scheme to suppress the vote and rig the midterm elections and beyond.
All right, there it is. This is the Trump Court. Dallas, though, I'd rather hear this than Hakeem Jeffries, okay? For those of you new to the show, that is not Barack Obama saying cock-a-doodle-doo. That is a hilarious Instagram account, hey_Berg, B-E-R-G, so Candace Owens already hates him. He does Obama, he does a bunch. He does Trump, but his Trump isn't as good. There's only one, right? We could say that, but he does a good job. But he did Obama as a rooster, and he did that. It sounds just like cock-a-doodle-doo. Yeah, if I didn't know that was a white dude doing that, I would think it was Barack Obama. Like maybe he was like, and the rooster says cock-a-doodle-doo, cock-a-doodle, do.
Now we need Ron DeSantis doing it.
that wax on, wax off hand that he's got going on. Wrong. All right. Here is Hakeem Jeffries. By the way, for some reason, Hakeem Jeffries thought it would be a good idea to list our wins yesterday. Did you see this? No. Hakeem Jeffries went down a list of all the good things that are happening for Republicans right now. I swear. You know, they went from Nancy Pelosi. Say what you want about her politics. I don't agree with her politics. But say what you want about her politics. But she is smart. She was cunning, calculated, and they replaced her with this airhead, Hakeem Jeffries. This guy, there's just nothing going on up there. Nothing. The lights are on, no one's home. I don't even know if the lights are on. I think it's just a lights off, empty house. This guy's just stupid. Who told him this was a good idea? By the way, I'm happy he did it. But here's Hakeem Jeffries. Thank you, Hakeem. Put this in every Republican campaign ad, listing our wins. Watch this.
Toward a more perfect union. And now we're at a point where affirmative action is gone, diversity is gone, equity gone, inclusion gone, racial tolerance gone, the Voting Rights Act largely gone. But guess what, extremists? We're still here, and we're not going anywhere.
All right, all those things are gone. DEI is gone. Voting Rights Act, racism is gone. I'd say, thank you. Thank you, Hakeem. Isn't that great? I could listen to him say that again. Oh, the Voting Rights Act gone. Diversity gone. Equity gone. Inclusion gone. All right. Just list our wins. That's fine. List all the good things that are happening to Republicans. Great. We love it. Tennessee, obviously, I mentioned earlier, Donald Trump lauds Tennessee Governor Bill Lee. And it's not, I know some people who don't like Bill Lee too much. Trust me, as somebody coming from New York, we could do worse. We could do better. But we could do worse. Jeff Landry, by the way, Kale and Company played this clip. This guy, I want to see more from this guy, the governor of Louisiana. He had a press conference about this. It was a mass shooting somewhere in Louisiana, and ripped the parents of Louisiana for raising kids who believe it's okay to run into a mall and open fire. And was like, you guys got to do a better job too. I like that. Jeff Landry, Louisiana. I think he's got a bright political future if he wants one. Maybe he doesn't want one. I don't know. It's always the people who don't want to get involved in politics, who should be involved in politics, but don't get involved in politics because politics is a disgusting business. It really is. It scares a lot of the good people away. All right. We're going to go one more with Hakeem Jeffries, and then I want to play a clip of Scott Jennings. I know it was making the rounds yesterday. My dad told me about it yesterday on the phone. He's like, you got to see this clip of Jennings. Jennings is arguing with this guy, Avlon, on CNN. Avlon actually ran for Congress in New York on Long Island in the 1st Congressional District and lost as a Democrat. So I want to play that clip for you, too, because there's some more hypocrisy there. And then we'll get to call 631-527-4545. But here's Hakeem Jeffries saying regarding the Supreme Court, if they take power, what their plan is.
And so the guy's falling apart. The MAGA majorities in Congress are falling apart. The Supreme Court is a disgrace. And Ben, in the new Congress, we're going to have to do something about this Supreme Court. And let me be very clear. Everything is on the table. Everything to deal with this corrupt MAGA majority that is issuing political opinions that are designed to bolster the prospects of the Republican Party, and we will not allow them to succeed.
Everything's on the table. And this guy packing the court, nuking the filibuster. John Thune. Excuse me. John Thune? Hello? Is this thing on? Johnny boy. They're going to nuke the filibuster. I know. He has no interest in actually enacting Trump's agenda. It's really sad. All right, let's take a quick break. Get to word from our friends over at Silent. That is slnt.com/Sean. slnt.com/Sean. You guys like your privacy, right? I think so. I don't think people like getting spied on.
I'm a big fan of privacy.
Privacy's a big deal. You can't, it's being eroded every single day with these things. These phones, they are tracking you everywhere you go. Oh, but I have my location turned off. Still tracking you. Still, it will find a way. Trust me. You know how many times I've turned off my microphone and all that crap from Instagram, and then all of a sudden I go on Instagram and I'm getting ads for something I was just talking about right before, and the phone was just sitting there listening. Your phone's a tracking device. Between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those pesky cyber criminals, they are all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint. And the worst part about it is they're supposed to ask, but they don't. They just go on and take your data. That's why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. You know what no signal means? That means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It's the same technology trusted by special operations teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, it is available to you so you can protect your family, you can protect your freedom, and you can secure your digital footprint. Just drop your phone in a silent Faraday sleeve and boom, it's off the grid. Completely silent, invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbody, Silence patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Just visit slnt.com/Sean. Sierra Lima November Tango.com/Sean, Sierra Hotel Alpha Whiskey November to save 15% and get free shipping on qualifying orders. That is Silent. slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Everybody here who's been with the show for a while, what are we going to do? Say it with me. We're going to say silence! Silence the chaos. Go silent today. slnt.com/Sean. slnt.com/SHAWN. HR Shaw's got it in the chat. Silence! There you go. slnt.com/SHAWN. All right. Let's play this clip from Scott Jennings. I think we might be in Clover territory.
We are, but she hates coming in and then getting put back out. She's used to, just so you guys know, after the show, she comes in here and hangs out. So she's used to coming in and staying. So we'll wait until the end of the show, or else she'll bite Sean's ankles because she doesn't like him yelling on the show.
She didn't like me yelling on
So we'll bring her in at the last minute or two.
She's a biter. She bites all the time. All right. I want to play this Scott Jennings clip. Scott Jennings went back and forth with John Avlon on CNN on that Abby Phillip show. Abby Phillip wasn't there, but this went about as well as it could have gone for Scott Jennings and as badly as it could have gone for the Democrats on that CNN panel. And Scott Jennings brings up a very interesting point, and I'm going to actually expand on Scott Jennings' point in a second. Listen.
My view is that states ought to decide this. B, regarding John's argument, I just fundamentally think that the government shouldn't be in the business of dividing us up by race. It's fundamentally racist to divide us up by race. We have African-American members of the House winning in districts across the country with plurality white populations. We are well beyond the issues that were at play.
The issue there is
Clarence Thomas. We've obviously got some serious deficits. We haven't had an African-American Republican governor since Reconstruction. There's unfortunately imbalance between the two parties.
Republicans tried to elect one in Virginia.
Okay. Well, I'm
just saying. And then you got a white Democrat who gerrymandered the state. It's all crumbling.
We're going to end this here. Everything is crumbling, clearly, at this table. Next, speaking of crumbling, the panel.
All right, there it is. Sorry about the echo. Someone just said there was an echo on the playback. I had the mix minus turned off on my board, so I just fixed it.
Good.
I just fixed it.
Very good.
I see. Does someone say Cat Turd? Is Cat Turd in our chat right now? The great Cat Turd? We love him. By the way, the guy who is responsible for 3 of his swattings just got convicted and sentenced to 4 years in jail in the United States.
Oh, that's amazing.
They extradited him from Romania, and they sentenced. He was running a swatting ring from Romania. Now, I don't know if it's related to our swatting. I don't think it is. But the one who swatted cat turds 3 times. So if he's in the chat, I mean, I know he's celebrating that. But yes, if Cat Turd's here, we appreciate you, my friend. He's a great guy. Does a great job on X all the time. And some of the stuff that he gets trending is great. If Cat Turd is here. If he's not, it's fine. I saw someone saying that. I think Brennan saw someone saying that he might be.
I saw somebody say he was here, but you never know.
But who knows?
We were talking about
well, if you're here, we love you. If you're not here, we still love you. Love you, Cat Turd. All right. Did you hear Jennings? Should I play this one more time without the echo? Let's do one more time.
My view is that states ought to decide this. B, regarding John's argument, I just fundamentally think that the government shouldn't be in the business of dividing us up by race. It's fundamentally racist to divide us up by race. We have African-American members of the House winning in districts across the country with plurality white populations. We are well beyond the issues that were at play.
The issue there is
Clarence Thomas. We've obviously got some serious deficits. We haven't had an African-American Republican governor since Reconstruction. There's unfortunately imbalance between the two parties.
Republicans tried to elect one in Virginia.
Okay. Well,
do you see what he said? Republicans are racist, essentially is what he's saying. Republicans are racist because they haven't had a black governor. And Scott Jennings goes, They just tried to elect Winsome Earl Sears in Virginia. Literally in 2025. And supporters of White, Karen, Abigail Spanberger, they were even, making racist comments toward Winsome Sears. Remember the sign with the water fountain? Talking about segregation? Look, you don't have to like Winsome Sears, but the fact of the matter is, there have been black Republican gubernatorial candidates who have been on ballots in some of these states who have been absolutely slandered and destroyed by the left and the media. Larry Elder tried running for governor in California during the Newsom recall. He was called the blackface of white supremacy for doing that. What about Daniel Cameron, who ran against Andy Beshear in 2023 in Kentucky? He's black. Kentucky didn't treat him too well. What about Mark Robinson? Again, I know, checkered past, weird stuff that people came up with. Mark Robinson, North Carolina, 2024 election cycle. Oh, and even before the whole, scandal with the porn websites, he had an account years ago. Even before that, they were calling him an extremist. Winsome Earl Sears. In Virginia, I just named 4 Republican black gubernatorial candidates. So John Avalon wants to, Republicans haven't elected. You're the reason for that. Because every time a black Republican runs, you call him an Uncle Tom. You start calling Larry Elder the blackface of white supremacy. That's not a joke. Look it up. I'll tell you what, the Democrats are the biggest racists in this entire country. They are the party of Jim Crow. They are the party of slavery. They are the party that fought hard against civil rights. They are the party now who want to cram minorities into little boxes so they could draw lines around them and get power in Congress. They're the ones who are keeping black Republicans from being elected, not because of policy, because every time a black Republican runs for governor of some state, they come up with some wild names for him and racist things they say about him. All right. Let's do calls. We got to do them quick. I know there's going to be a lot of people who want to call in, so we'll do let's say about a minute or so per call. 631-527-4545. Get on the phone with us right after this word from our friends at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA from the great Jeremy Herrell, who is coming up next here on LFA TV. So once this ends, don't go anywhere because Jeremy will be up next. 631-527-4545 right after a word from our friends at Golden Crest Metals.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year, 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year, or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Thank you, Jeremy and Golden Crest, for being a part of the show. 631-527-4545. I just tried to pick up one, but it dropped on me. So keep them coming. 631-527-4545. You know how it is. I got one calling here. I think I know who this is. I recognize the area code, and it is connecting. Hello, is this the legendary conservative Autumn?
Yes, it's me.
Yes,
Happy
it is.
birthday.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Happy birthday to you.
She's singing.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sean. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much. You sing a lot better than the unseasoned boiled chicken breasts on the left. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Love you guys.
All right. Thanks so much. Appreciate you. Thanks so much for the call.
Yes, sir.
All right. Conservative Autumn, she sang.
Funny.
She gave me a little happy birthday. There's a lot better. Much better than a hooya. Yeah, much better than the unseasoned boiled chicken breast. 631-527-4545. We're picking up another one as it's coming in. And again, it's first come, first serve. There's no queue. This is not there's no queue, and there's no caller queue. Who do we have on the line here? Hello.
Well, I want to wish you a happy.
I know who this is.
Donna.
I know this is the great Donna from Long Island, our good friend Donna. What's up, Donna? How are you?
Yes, I just wanted to wish you a blessed birthday. Also, I am obsessed. I had to say this to you with OFP Farms.
Oh, I love them. Thank you.
Unbelievable. I have been ordering nonstop. My son is now addicted to their Bear Buck body cream. I get the wellness box, and I told my son he better have ordered me the Mother's Day box.
And I hope you use promo code Sean for 20% off. Hopefully. I'm glad you're having a good experience. Everyone loves OFP Farms. It's great. It's amazing.
Great. It's great. And then lastly, I see there's a possibility I may be coming to the Freedom 250 event that's in Mount Juliet. That's all I'm
Yes. Very good.
Yeah,
June
so I know-
27th. You got to go.
Yes.
You got to go.
Yeah, I know Natasha Owens is going to be on. I just want to say God bless you. I love you and Brennan. Thank you so much for everything. Today I had a chance to listen live because I'm always working. And happy birthday.
Thank you so much, Donna. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Donna from Long Island. We love her.
Gosh, we love her.
One of the original supporters of Loud Majority. Actually, she was at the first Montauk run, and she sat in traffic for 6 hours to get to the end.
Oh, my gosh.
And it was great. All right, here we go. Another call coming in. Yes, Freedom 250 event, June 27th, Mount Juliet. It's going to be a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's Wilson County, so it's always a good time with the Wilson County crew. All right, we have another call on the line. Who do we have? Hello.
Hank, Dawn.
Hey there, what's going on, Dawn? How are you? Another original supporter of Loud Majority. We're going way back. She told me on Facebook when I was organizing my first, if you build it, they will come. And we built it, and a lot of people came. What's up, Dawn?
Nothing. I wanted to say happy birthday, and I am not singing. I will spare you that.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Have a great birthday. Love you, Bren.
Thank you so much, Dawn. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you very much. Dawn Tank.
We love Dawn Tank.
We love Dawn Tank. She's great. They got all these calls, people
I'm
calling.
going to go grab Clover.
All right, Brennan's going to go get Clover because we've reached the Clover threshold. 631-527-4545 is the number to call. I'm going to pick up another one here as we have another one coming in here. It is, let's see. Come on now. Here we go. We're connected. Who do we have on the line?
This is Jason King. Good morning, buddy.
There he is, Jason King, the man who created. There it is on your screen. It's the Jews. What's up, Jason?
I just wanted to call and say happy birthday. I was driving. Can't stay long. I just got a little message, you guys. Happy birthday to you.
There you go.
Happy birthday to you. All right, man.
Thank you so much.
Love you, man. I'll let somebody else get in there. Just want to say hi. Hi, Brennan. Hi, chat. Middle fingers, everybody.
Thank you, Jason. Appreciate it. Jason King going with a little. There you go. A little birthday song. That's good. Every time someone sings, we hit the. We will do that. And if you don't sing, we hit.
Who do you think you are?
That's it. Tucker Carlson will scold you. 631-527-4545. We have another one coming in here. I think I might know who this is. Connecting here. Let's see. I think I might know who that. Who do we have on the line here?
I think you know who you have on the line.
Who do I have on the line?
It is Jackie.
There she is. I knew I recognized that phone number. Jackie is on the line.
I want to see this.
Jackie's on the line while Clover's on the screen. It's everything. There she is. What's up, Jackie?
I just want to wish you a very happy birthday
Thank you.
and love to you and Brennan.
Thank you so much, Jackie. And so Jackie's on there. She says happy birthday. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You got it.
Thank
Bye.
you. All right. Did you knock down Darth Vader off the top?
I did.
All right. That's right. Where is he? Oh, he's right there. All right. So we have time for one more call. Clover, watch out. I got to put Darth Vader. This is from Wanda. Our husband printed out the 3D. We have him sitting right atop the screen there. Darth Vader sitting there. 631-527-4545. We're going to pick up one more call, and then we're going to toss this thing on to Jeremy Herrell, who will be up with Live from America. This is the last call of the day. Last call of the day. We got to make it quick, but hello, who do we have on the line?
Hi, Sean. This is Hope. I don't get to interact very much because of my job, but I just wanted to say happy birthday to a fellow Oak Islander.
Yes, a fellow Oak Islander. What a way to end the show. Thank you, Hope. Appreciate it. Thank you for the birthday wishes. And, could it be? We will get to the bottom of Oak Island. All right? We will do it.
I hope so. It is getting so dramatic lately.
Yeah, a little bit. But I'm going to watch until the very end. Thank you so much, Hope. Have a great weekend. Have a great day. Thank you.
You too. Bye-bye.
Thank you. And that's the way we'll end it. A little Oak Island. See, I love Oak Island. That's the best show on TV, even though, it's the wood at 40,000 feet under the ground. How could it be? All right. Jeremy Herrell coming up next here on rumble.com/LFATV. Thank you to everybody who showed up today. I know Dan's not on, which is awesome. I know he's doing some stuff in Washington, D.C. I will miss his show, obviously, today as well. I have nothing to listen to when I work out now. But that'll be all right. Thank you so much to everyone who watched and listened in the absence of Dan Bongino. It's great to have you all here. Make sure you hit the subscribe button, the follow button on rumble.com/LFATV. Also, anywhere you get your podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, any of your podcasting apps, please hit the subscribe button. That side of things has been flying up the charts. It's been great. So appreciate that. Thank you all for the birthday wishes. Big shout out to Speak the Truth McGroin in our chat. Blood, sweat, and teeth. Little Jack Hughes action. Look at that. Guy's missing a tooth. There you go. Clover's hitting the camera as you see it shaking. So we're going to be done here. Jeremy Herrell coming up next. We're back on Monday, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, rumble.com/LFATV. If you can't catch the show live, you could always watch it later. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend, and thank you for your attention to this matter.
Locked and loaded right here, rumble.com/LFATV. This is Live from America. And I'm your ever so humbled, God-fearing, and God-loving host of this show, Jeremy Herrell, the Hip Hop Patriot Broadcasting from the Hawkeye state of Iowa. And I want to say happy birthday to Sean Farish. Big respect, big shout out to him and Brendan. They've been here since day one. It's been me, it's been Eli, it's been Sean, it's been Frankie, it's been Kevin, and it was Mike Crispy. Wish he was still here. Producer Eli, it's your favorite day of the week. Let's rock and roll, baby. Let's get it done.
Damn, Skippy, it's my favorite day of the week. What's going on, LFA TV family and Patriots? Hit the rumble button, hit the share button. We got a hell of a crowd in here to start the show off with. Let's keep it, let's get it up there more. Let's go.
Kikalo, J. Deeds, Hopes, Nick is in the building. Shannon, 1776. Want to thank the big crowd that came in here to watch Sean in the absence of Dan Bongino today. Hopefully you guys stay. You're going to love it here, I promise you. We got Joe Bow in the building, Jennifer Webster, G.R. Messick, J.K. Alba. How you doing, sweetie? Stacy here, Barb Naylor, Erica Falconberry, Roxanne is here, C. Ward is here, Twin Spin is here, Dolly Diva is in the house. Scotty, thank you for joining in today, buddy. And last but not least, let's give it to Arrow Pink in the live chat on this Friday, on this May 1st, year of our Lord 2026. Yesterday I reported for you. Well, you know what? Let's just go to the short clip. You guys wanted me to make it a short clip yesterday. I did so. Let's go ahead and play it right now, and then we'll get to President Trump's premonition of what we reported. Here we go. Governor Janet Mills. I know Mills. She's not a good one. Good Mills produce electricity. Windmills. She's not a good Mills. No. She announced her suspension of her campaign for U.S. Senate in Maine, probably because she's connected to an actual Nazi with a Nazi tattoo. Maybe. But do you know why she says her reason? She dropped out of the Senate race because she's citing lack of financial resources. That means that not only are donors not giving her a damn thing, but that also means that the Democrat Party isn't giving her a damn thing. That the DNC isn't pumping money into Janet Mills' case and her campaign. Why? Well, I don't know. Could have something to do with USAID. See, everybody was like, oh, cool, USAID gone. That's great. Yeah. Did you understand the residual effects? The aftermath of USAID? So, the DNC has no more money. Carla said Nazi lover? Yeah. She endorsed the guy running for House of Representatives with the covered up Nazi tattoo on his chest. Well, I'm not a Nazi anymore. Look, I get it. People change. Would you elect Hitler? I'm just saying. People change. Let's say that Hitler was still walking around, Eli, right? Would you elect him if he said, look, I've changed? I'm not that way anymore. Yeah. Pretty sure you are. You know what I mean?
Trust me, I'm on the right path now.
I'm on the right path now. So USAID dead. DNC isn't pumping money into a current governor running for Senate. Ladies and gentlemen, the Democratic Party is literally on its way down the drain. All right, so let's go back in time, shall we? Let's go back last year when President Trump confronted Janet Mills during the governor's luncheon and said, "Is the governor from Maine here? Is the governor from Maine here? Are you not going to do that? Oh, okay. Well, I have a feeling your life in politics after governor is going to be gone. Let's find out."
CAA has complied immediately. By the way, that's good. But I understand Maine. Is Maine here? The governor of Maine? Well, are you not going to comply with it?
I'm complying with state and federal laws.
Well, we are the federal law. Well, you better do it. You better do it because you're not going to get any federal funding at all if you don't. And by the way, your population, even though it's somewhat liberal, although I did very well there, your population doesn't want men playing in women's sports. So you better comply because otherwise you're not getting any federal funding.
See you in court.
Every state, good. I'll see you in court. I look forward to that. That should be a real easy one. And enjoy your life after governor because I don't think you'll be in elected politics. The NCAA.
Is the governor of Maine here? She goes, "You're damn right I am." Oh, good. So are you going to comply? No, we're not. All right, well, if you don't, you're not going to get the federal funding. We'll comply with federal law. We are the federal law. Well, we're not going to do it. We'll see you in court. Well, good, we'll see you in court. Should be an easy one. Oh, and by the way, have fun in your role after governor because I don't think you're going to be in politics any longer. So, you know what we're going to do? Same time, just like we did yesterday. Bye-bye, Janet. I'm telling you, I want you to look at all the people who have tried to go up against Trump whether they had a reason or didn't. Let's look at them. How many people that decided to make Trump their biggest number one enemy are still around? How many people are still sane? How many people fled the country? How many people look like Kathy Griffin? I don't know why people do this. You don't like the man, but when you go against him, he's going to punch you back 10 times harder. You know, everybody is passing around this this graph of Tucker Carlson's network and his views. And they're saying that Tucker Carlson has, 10 times more the views as Fox News, this, that, and the other across social media platforms. I can promise you Tucker is not as big as he was on Fox News, no matter what graph they put out. And I'll tell you why. Views don't matter. Minutes watched and hours watched is what matters. That's how TV does ratings. And this graph that Tucker Carlson is passing around right now shows him having millions and millions of views, but it's showing the hours and minutes watched on the former network that he was on, Fox News. So there's a huge, huge difference. Not only that, you've got bots. Every time somebody logs on and checks something, it's a view. So if the same person watches 10 separate different times, and I'm not talking about the whole show. If somebody's watching and they got to go out and they got to come back in. If somebody shares it and they just click on it. If they go buy it on X, it counts as a view or an impression. So it's not about views that's watched. It's about minutes and hours that eyeballs are stayed glued. Tucker isn't even as big as he was. Look at Marjorie Taylor Greene. Look at Robert De Niro. How's his movies doing? Look at Kathy Griffin. Everybody. How's Alex Jones doing right now, by the way? Pretty sure he just shut his studio down for good today or last night, whenever it was. Now, I'm not gloating on anybody or I'm not dunking on anybody. I'm just telling you. The man seems to know what he's talking about and seems to know what he's doing. And he called that a year ago. Yeah, have fun after you run for governor because I have a feeling your days in politics are numbered and over. And that's exactly where we are today. You don't have to be a Trump ass kisser. You just have to understand when this guy puts his foot forward on something, he's not going to lose. And all of these people that are going up against him think they're going to beat him and take over his movement, like the Fuenteses and things like that. They're all either a trend or they're gone by the wayside. How's Candace doing? Didn't she just get her third lawsuit on her? Pretty soon she's going to be completely broke. Why? Not because she's not a smart woman or she's not a capable person. Because these people are blinded by something that is never going to get them in the winning circle or in the winning column. And that's hatred. They all hate President Trump so much that they've got to do anything they can to try to take him down. And nobody's done it yet. Hey, folks, the official podcast, Live from America with Jeremy Herrell, right here on LFA TV. If you go check that out right now, it's just Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. You can get access to 2 shows every day. Rise Up, which is our morning devotional show, and also Live from America, which you're watching right now. The podcast has been doing great. So share that. Let everybody know that there's an audio version of the show as well if they can't catch us live on video. Also, the official website, lfatv.us. Go there now. Find out about what our mission statement is. Watch current and past shows. Watch short clips from each and every show here on LFA TV. Become a one-time or a monthly donor and shop at our store because every little bit helps. And you can donate there or you can donate during the Rumble Rant section of the show, which people are on right now, and every little bit helps, and this is Fundraiser Friday. So, having said that, let's thank our morning sponsors. First one, Done with Debt, folks. Done with Debt. Someone said Trump is at the Villages today, which is not far from me, and it seems like the lines are getting longer, as always. DoneWithDebt.com helps clear a path to your financial freedom by sitting down with you, going over your bills, finding out what bad debt you have versus good debt, and finding out a way to tackle that bad debt, which is high interest credit card debt, high interest personal loans, or whatever you might have accrued during COVID and then into a stolen election of 2020, where the economy really shit the bed. Okay? Now, you may not like where the economy is now based on gas prices or based on selective grocery prices. But when we're talking about a strong economy, we're talking about a strong stock market. We're talking about strong trade policy. We're talking about consumer confidence. And I understand that gas prices are really high right now. But when they come, I want you to look at your 401k. How's that doing? Right? And I want you to look at where you could be if you weren't. Think about waste, fraud, and abuse. Thinking about spending money we don't have, like the interest on our debt as a country. That's the way we need to look at our independent debt. So if your debt is bad debt, time to get rid of it so you can put that money towards things that you absolutely need that might feel a little high right now, like gas and groceries. Donewithdebt.com or 888-322-1054. That's donewithdebt.com or 888-322-1054. And one more here real quick, and this is something that we do right here in-house. This is not another company. If you guys enjoy gourmet, wonderful, beautiful American roasted coffee, well, then you need to check out Rise Up, and we'll be right back.
In the long history of the world, the struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. Every man has made sacrifices. And every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realized the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight, the strength to overcome, the strength to believe, the strength to win, the strength to rise. Rise Up Coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
Yeah, Rise Up Coffee, ladies and gentlemen, roasted right here in Iowa. American Pecan and Dark Sumatra Gold. I don't know why people think that I said Trump was in Iowa today. Trump's not in Iowa. I was reading somebody's comment in the live chat that said he's right down the road from me in the Villages. Not me. I was reading the comment. Sorry for the confusion. Somebody else said that without Alex Jones, I wouldn't be on the air today, that Alex Jones paved the way. I don't disagree. Alex Jones definitely did pave the way for a lot of people to do what I'm doing right now. However, Alex Jones didn't pave my way. That was Rush Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh paved the way for me. I was never a big InfoWars follower. I respected Alex. Alex was right on a lot of things, but a lot of people lose their way. I'm praying for him. He seems to have lost his way. When you put Myron Grains and Nick Fuentes as your top people on your network, you know you're reaching. You know you're scraping the bottom of the barrel. And unfortunately, that's where he is right now. I do pray for him. I want him to become the Alex Jones that he used to be. But he didn't pave my way, my friend, as much as I respect him. That was Rush Limbaugh. That's who I watched. That's who I listened to. That's who I think about. That's who I miss. And that's who I remember. Rush Limbaugh. But I do pray for people like Alex who helped pave the way so much, which he did. And I'll never take that from him. I just don't know what happened to him. That's all. All right. Top story of the day. Let's go say, Lord, prayer to our Lord in heaven, and then we'll get to it, all right? Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. Yeah, again, I'm not trying to throw shade at Alex. I'm just saying, look at the people who go against Trump. Look at where their lives are right now. That can't be a coincidence. Look at what's going on in their personal lives. Look what's going on in their professional lives. That can't be coincidence. And as a matter of fact, since we were talking about it, I was going to save it to the end of the show as almost like a tribute to what he's accomplished and what he's done, not what he's become. But since we're talking about it, might as well give him the 1 minute now.
And all glory goes to Jesus Christ and our Heavenly Father that leads, guides, and directs us. We commit ourselves to God in this holy fight, and we are committed. And if God stands with us, who can stand against us? And that's how I close out. So I salute you all. What a crew. The hell we've been through has only made us stronger. Let me ask you, would you have any other way? No. Are you not stronger now in this fight? Yeah! I salute this crew and all the viewers and listeners to this fight, and I commit myself to Jesus Christ's hands.
Amen. God bless the InfoWar. Woo!
You are the InfoWar. It lives forever. We're going to play Frank Sinatra Blue Eyes and come back with the great Tom Renz and then Jay Dyer to close this out. God bless you all. That's it. The next phase starts. The real war begins now. And all glory goes to Jesus Christ.
So, an end of an era, right? An end of an era. And I like what Shannon said in here. Hate is failing. One thing that will last forever is truth, honesty, integrity, and love. Oh, yeah, we can get mad at people. We can look at the current situation with the illegal aliens and not be happy about it. Barricade said, saying Jones is closing is not true. It is true on this chapter of InfoWars because the Onion owns them now. That is true. He just said it. That's it. The end of an era. The InfoWars known as Alex Jones is over. Now, he'll still continue on. I believe they're going to rebrand and do something different. But that era is over. Wish him all the best because he did do a lot for the movement. But when you are guided by hatred and false information, speaking of InfoWars, and when you go against President Trump, you lose. Look how many people are piling on top of him. Look how many people pig-piled on top of President Trump over the last year and a half. Look how many of the big content creators, some of the biggest, right? Candace, Tucker, some of the biggest names, MTG, Alex Jones, Nick Fuentes, love him or hate him, bots or no bots, he's got a huge live audience. They all pig-piled on top of him. And they've all lost. Which goes to show you how big he really is, how strong he really is, and how dedicated to this country he still really is, and where the country views President Trump. And those people are in the minority. Utah said InfoWars is not on Rumble this morning. So yes, InfoWars is over. I'm going to go check the live leader standings right now. Let me go see. LFA TV is number 4 right now, right behind Real America's Voice News, behind Bannon's War Room, and behind Steven Crowder. So yeah. Yep. And Badlands Media up there too. You guys keep sharing. I appreciate that. Again, I have no hate in my heart. Just is what it is. Don't go against the grain, baby. Don't bite the hand that fed you. Let's move on to the top story of the day. Let's have our first slurp. Massive victory for election integrity in Michigan as a judge slams the lower court, quashes all felony charges against the township clerk, Stephanie Scott, for refusing to give up 2020 election equipment. For years, the radical left in Michigan, led by Attorney General Dana Nessel, has waged a vicious lawfare campaign against anyone brave enough to question the 2020 election. Let me ask you in the chat, do you still question the 2020 election? I don't question it anymore. I know it was stolen. We have all the facts, the proof, and the evidence, but all you have to do is look at the way people react to it. Look at the way the judges that said, oh, there's no standing, reacted to it. Look at the way the federal prosecutors and the AGs of certain states reacted to it. That should tell you everything you need to know. One of the primary targets was Stephanie Scott, former Adams Township clerk in Hillsdale County. Scott was doing exactly what countless patriotic Americans demanded, examining voter records and election data to ensure that integrity of our elections still existed. The saga began when Adams Township clerk Stephanie Scott, a Republican who ran for office to protect election integrity, became the target of the Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson's after she refused to allow updates to her township's heart voting machine. Scott was rightfully concerned that the update would compromise or worse, erase critical election data from 2020 that both Michigan and federal law required be preserved for how many months, folks? We talked about this the other day. 22 months. Scott should be praised for her courage. She was simply fulfilling her sworn duty to protect the integrity and the chain of custody of the election equipment that was entrusted, by the way, to her care. Same with Tina Peters in Colorado. Now, for this effort, ladies and gentlemen, she was charged with felonies. Felony charges. She could have spent years in prison, lost her gun rights, all of it, which I don't understand how you can lose a right, but that's a topic for another day. In a powerful order granting motion to quash, Hillsdale County Circuit Court Judge Sarah Lisnai delivered a decisive victory for election integrity. Judge Lisnai completely dismissed all felony charges against both Stephanie Scott and her former attorney, Stephanie Lynn Gentila, also known as Stephanie Lambert. The charges: computer authorized access conspiracy to commit computers, authorized access and using a computer to commit a crime, were based on bogus interpretation of MCL 168.509, the statute listing certain voter registration information that is exempt from a FOIA disclosure. Judge Lisnai didn't mince words either. She literally eviscerated the lower court's decision, ruling it was clear error of the law and an outright abuse of discretion. The judge hammered home that the legislature deliberately chose not to impose broad confidentiality requirements in subsection 1, unlike the subsections of the same statute that use explicit language like must not be used or released for any other purposes or, quote, confidential. Because the felony charges hinged on a non-existent confidentiality duty, there was no probable cause for any of the computer-related felonies. All 3 felony counts against both women were quashed. The single remaining misdemeanor charge against Stephanie Scott was remanded back to a district court. This is a complete and total victory on this serious on these charges, I should say, these felonious charges against Stephanie Scott and her attorney, and a big win for election integrity. Folks, Eli, look how many wins we've got this week from the SPLC in the last 10 days, from the SPLC to James Comey to the Supreme Court win about redistricting based on the color of somebody's skin, to election fraud felony charges being dropped finally. I mean, Let's celebrate this week. Let's remember the last week of April 2026 as a week to remember where we're celebrating big, big wins. And I want to keep that alive. I want to, really hammer that home. We don't lose every week, guys. We win a lot. People just don't see the big picture, I guess.
Well, again, it's because we got the mainstream media fighting against us all the time, saying, no, you're not winning, we're actually winning, Democrats, blue wave's coming, blah, blah, blah. But it takes tuning into shows like this, level-headed, logical shows where we come with receipts and we were able to explain it out, that people like our audience get it. They understand.
And let's not forget the big wins in Minnesota with the federal charges being brought on the 3 individuals that attacked Savannah Hernandez, right? Did you mention Comey's new classified documents case in Virginia? No, we haven't. We're waiting on that Southern District of Florida case. That's what we're waiting on. Shannon says, what the F? 20 major school districts have canceled classes? Oh, don't worry. We're going to talk about that today. But in the meantime, here's a message from Donald J. Trump concerning, since we're talking elections, the Save America Act.
Blow up the filibuster. It is a big issue with MAGA. MAGA wants you to get rid of it.
They should
Why
do
don't
it.
they do it?
Why don't they do it?
I don't know.
I have no idea. You know why, I guess? Because they have 3 or 4 that are like hard line. Same ones that are hard line, no to everything. And if you don't have all of them, we have a very small majority. John Thune's a good man. I said to him, John, just go take the vote. Let's expose who the people are. But, if we got rid of the filibuster, we could vote on the Save America Act, voter ID. You act so good. I love this. He's a great guy. Even though I don't love his girlfriend too much, I won't tell you who the girlfriend is. But I like him, and I've always liked him. It's great that he hasn't changed. But Brian, I think here's the problem. It's not even imaginable to me why. And people are angry about it. I'm talking about Republicans who are angry about it.
All right, hold on. I got to stop right here. First of all, ass-kissing Brian Glenn. Shit posting the same stuff that his girlfriend Marjorie Taylor Greene does on social media. But yet when he gets in front of President Trump's face, oh, do-do-do, oh, do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. And here's the thing. If I agree 100% with my girlfriend, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and I'm shit posting and I'm retweeting her shit posting about President Trump, and then I stand in front of President Trump and I ass kiss, first of all, I deserve to be exposed. Second of all, what a beta male he is. That President Trump said, don't like your girlfriend very much, and he just sits there and smiles and laughs. And as soon as I leave this room, we're going to go shit post about you, and I'm going to retweet her shit posts about you. What a coward. What a coward. If I was in his shoes, which I never would be because, I'm a man and I wear men's shoes. If I was in his shoes, though, and President Trump said, I don't like your wife, Sabrina, she blah, 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 I'd be like, who gives a shit whether you like my wife or not? I stand on principle. But he doesn't. He doesn't because he's a cuck. Getting back to the actual news, though, I just had to chime in there real quick.
Should be terminated. If the Democrats ever get a shot, which probably, based on history, sometime they will use it in the first minute of the first hour, and they will execute all of the bad things. 21 justices, they really like 21. I heard 13, but they really want 21 Supreme Court justices. And they really want to have D.C. and Puerto Rico become states. That would mean automatic 4 senators go into the Democrat column. And there's not even a chance that they don't do it and do it immediately. Now, with that knowledge, because you could argue whether it's good or bad, but I don't think it's that much of an argument, frankly. But you could argue, with that knowledge that they're going to do it immediately, why wouldn't you do it as a Republican? Unless you have bad motives almost. But if we did it, we could pass one bill after the other. We could pass laws and acts and things that we never even dreamt of passing.
Codify all the executive orders.
And you know what else? We wouldn't lose for 50 years.
Yep.
If we terminated the filibuster, we would have a 50-year run.
Absolutely.
You'd stop cheating. I mean, look, They're professional cheats, and they're great at it. That's what they're best at, because you can't get elected with their policy. You can't get elected with men and women's sports, with transgender mutilization of our children, with open borders for jails to be dropped into our country, and mental institutions, and drug dealers and murderers. Think of it, 11,888 murders come into our country. Nobody even talks to them about it, right? We got a lot of them out because of, you know why? Because of ICE, which they don't want to fund. They're defunding our police. When they defund ICE and with Border Patrol and Secret Service, they're defunding our police. The same thing as they're doing with an officer on the street corner. So why the Republicans Senate doesn't just sit in there and just do it and take a negative vote and do it again and again like the Democrats do.
All right, here's where I am going to look, I hate when somebody says, Jeremy, you need to, right? But I'm not an elected official. Trump is an elected official. Trump is our guy. He's the head of MAGA. We fought tooth and nail. Some of us sacrificed almost everything to get this guy elected. I think because of that, sacrificing family members, jobs, safety, freedom, and more, I think we have the right to say he should do. So here, President Trump, is my opinion on maybe you should stop sitting in there and talking about how bad the Democrats are, because we all know that. How about you talk about how bad John Thune is and stop saying he's a good guy, because he's not. He has the power to do so much as the Senate Majority Leader. Look what Chuck Schumer did when he had that role. Look what Nancy Pelosi did when she was the head of the House. These people play no games. It's all about business for the Democrats. For the Republicans, it's all about bending over and taking it, and I hate it. And what he needs to do is spend that 3 minutes as he's talking to Brian Glenn and say, John Thune is a weak individual, and no bill is going to be passed through either house, through the House or the Senate, unless this gets done. He's going to sit and do nothing for the next 2.5 years. Mark my words. And one way or another, he's either going to he's either going to kill the filibuster, or we're going to get him out of the majority seat. One of the two is going to happen. I want President Trump to do that. We know how bad the Democrats are. We know they always cheat. We know that's their style. We know that we would win for 50 years if we killed the filibuster. So does John Thune. So when you ask the question, why don't the Republicans do it? It's because they're working with the Democrats to trade off power and give power to one another back and forth so that everybody can win, so that all boats behind closed doors rise and we drown, right? That's what it's for. That's why they do it. And somebody just in the live chat said time is ticking. You're absolutely right. Time is ticking. So I hope President Trump changes his tune on John Thune real quick. We still have time, but not much. I'm going to be honest with you. Now, President Trump did get some good news on the black vote in the country. Still running to President Trump.
Now in the numbers is President Trump and the Republican Party are chipping away at the long-term advantage that Democrats have had with black voters, with African Americans. You can see it right here. Look, Trump's approval among African Americans at this point in term one, he was at 12%. You know, he's been losing ground with a lot of people. He's gaining ground with African Americans. He's up to 16% at this point. And you say, this isn't that big of a shift. But I will tell you, Republicans absolutely love this shift that's going on because Democrats have had such a long-term advantage. The fact that he's actually gaining ground versus where he was in term number one, this has major implications for elections down the line because Democrats, especially in a lot of these tight races, you talk about places like Georgia, right down in the South, you see this type of movement for Trump actually gaining ground. This could have major ramifications and help put Republicans over the top in a number of southern places in the midterm elections.
But do you see this as part of a bigger trend?
I see this as absolutely part of a bigger trend.
Sure
Donald
is.
Trump's Republican Party is absolutely gaining ground, not just him gaining in terms of his approval rating, but look at the party ID margin, Kate, because this to me was absolutely stunning. Look at this party ID margin among African Americans. At this point in Trump term number one, Democrats had a 63-point advantage. That is absolutely fallen. Look at where it is now. A double-digit shift away. Democrats, of course, still have the advantage, but it's a 12-point shift to the Republican Party. And I look back through Gallup's records. They sent me their records. And this, in fact, lead that Democrats have is actually smaller than any lead from 2006 to 2021. So Democrats are leading. But again, we're talking about chipping away. Republicans are chipping away at this long-term advantage that Democrats have had among African Americans. We see it in terms of Trump's approval rating, and we even see it to a wider degree among the party ID margin, where all of a sudden there are a number of African Americans who are walking away from the Democratic Party and a number of them who are walking into the Republican tent.
That is very interesting, looking at that past Gallup information.
Yeah.
What does this mean for the race for control in Congress?
Okay, so you see this right here. You see this 51-point advantage that Democrats have, significantly less than you see that 63-point advantage. And what we will note was back in 2024, right, Donald Trump put in a historically strong performance among African Americans. Democrats performed the worst in a generation. Have they gained any of that coalition back from where they fell down to in 2024? But take a look here. Okay. Choice for election among African Americans. Kamala Harris was leading amongst that group in the pre-election polling by 63 points. Are Democrats gaining back any of that ground? Nope. It's a 62-point advantage now. Republicans are holding on to the gains that they made among African Americans in 2024. Republicans are gaining among African Americans. They are chipping away at that long-term advantage. The Donald Trump-led Republican Party is making gains among African Americans that we simply put have not seen the Republican Party make in a generation.
Fascinating. Good to see you here. Thanks
Nice
so
to
much
see
for
you,
putting
Kate.
it together.
I wonder, do we call Elon Musk an African American? And if not, why? I would argue that Elon Musk is an actual African American, and that people of dark skin, black people or brown people in this country are just American. Now, if you must break it down based on color of skin, I'd like to know how much melanin do I have to or not have to be in which group? Because there's dark, there's light, there's caramel, there's albino, there's Caucasian. But let's just, for the sake of argument here, can we just say black and brown if you have to? Instead of saying African American? To me, Eli, that's like saying colored people. You know what I mean? It's like you're trying to be respectful, but by trying to be respectful shows your racism.
If our leaders were really gave two craps about us, a long time ago they would have dropped the whole color crap.
Yeah.
I'm so sick and tired of the color crap. I'll say it again. The only time you should ever point out somebody's color is if you're an officer and you're trying to point out a criminal. The guy had dark skin. We need to know that. Aside from that, we're all the same friggin' race.
Yeah, one thing I've taught my kids is, because my kids used to, they would hear people explain if they were trying to talk about a kid at school. You know what I mean? Most people would say, the black kid in my class. I tried to teach my kids to identify somebody, unless you're trying to identify them for a specific reason, such as a crime where you have to know every small detail. Can you just say, the kid wearing the blue shirt? If you're pointing him out, instead of saying the black kid over there, can you say that kid on the jungle gym in the blue shirt? But regardless, I thought MAGA was dead. If you listen to the Jew-hating, Muslim-loving, woke Reich, I thought MAGA was dead. How is it gaining black voters if it's dead? Weird, right? Weird, Reich. Anyway, looks like MAGA's alive and well and doing just fine. Now, yesterday we found out, in the last couple days we found out about the Supreme Court ruling that is going to absolutely change the way districting is done, especially in these southern states where it was imposed the most. Well, you can add Tennessee, ladies and gentlemen. Tennessee is now going to jump onto that as well. State after state, you got Alabama, Tennessee, Louisiana, Georgia, Florida, Mississippi. Everybody's redistricting. And it looks to me like the Democrats are the ones that are melting down over it. But
just issued a ruling on a potentially groundbreaking redistricting case that could impact, for many years to come, the power of minority voters in this country. It focuses on the constitutionality of Louisiana's congressional map and how it was redrawn. The justices determined if Louisiana lawmakers properly balance constitutional and Voting Rights Act protections. I want to get straight to CBS News chief legal correspondent Jan Crawford, who has been reading through the opinion. Jan?
Well, Major, we just got this ruling within the last couple minutes. The justices in a 6-3 vote, a decision written by Justice Samuel Alito for the other 5 conservatives, are striking down a second majority black district in Louisiana, ruling that state officials focused on race, and that amounted to an unconstitutional racial gerrymander. Now, this decision is a major one under the Voting Rights Act. It will go well beyond Louisiana. It's going to make it, based on what we're seeing so far, it will make it harder for state officials to draw up these so-called majority-minority districts, which have been used for decades and have increased black representation and minority representation in Congress. And it also, I think, will call into question about a dozen or so existing majority-minority districts, mostly in the South. Now, those districts, as you know, Major, have been a way for Democrats to pick up seats in some of those states, those red states in the South. So this ruling is a win, I think we can say, for Republicans. But legally, this is a Supreme Court that going back 20 years or more has been saying in case after case, a consistent line of cases, that the Constitution is colorblind. And that's why we've seen the Supreme Court do things like throw out affirmative action in college admissions. This line of cases very consistent with the court's ruling today. What about the midterms? I think this ruling coming today, 6 months after it was argued back in October, may come too late to have an impact on these upcoming midterm elections. I think the focus will be going forward, limiting states from considering race when they're trying to consciously and intentionally draw up districts to increase minority representation.
That's not true. That's not true. Louisiana governor just called a state of emergency to redraw maps for the midterm elections. So that's not true. That's not true at all. Virginia's maps were Eli. Virginia's vote on two Tuesdays ago, the pronouns for that Tuesday was were, because they're not getting their seats either. Thank you, Supreme Court in Virginia.
No one can do what you do.
Yep. So that was a straight out bold-faced lie right there. Because Virginia was going to put them in, is going to enact them immediately for the midterm elections. Florida will put them into action immediately for the midterm elections. So don't give me that BS. This isn't going to be for the midterms. What? What? And by the way, before I continue on this with this video, can I just ask you all a question? I'm going to pull up the Rumble chat. Okay? Get ready to pull up this Rumble chat. I want you guys to answer these questions, and I want you to answer them honestly, okay? Do you think that if 2 kids were competing for the same trophy, and the black kid who was facing the white kid lost by 1 point, do you think you should give him the trophy because he's black and deny the trophy to the white kid because he's white? Yes or no? And I will ask the same question in reverse. Do you think if a black kid and a white kid, or an Asian kid and a white kid, for crying out loud, whoever, whatever, if they were playing for the same trophy and the black kid won, do you think that the black kid should get the trophy taken from him because he's not white? And do you think because the white kid supposedly has white privilege that he should get the trophy? Let me ask another way. Ready? Here's another one. Do you think that you should allow a person who is not white to pass a driver's test if they miss one more question than they're supposed to? If there's a black guy taking a driver's test, or an Asian or a Hispanic taking a driver's test, if they miss one more than they should, do you think that you should cut them some slack and give them the driver's license? Or do you think you should say, no, there's a line in the sand, you crossed that line, you got it wrong, you got one more than you were supposed to wrong, now you're going to have to take the test over again? All of it is racist. So you shouldn't district based on somebody's color of skin. Now, I know why they say they do it. They say they do it so that that group of people are not marginalized and they can have representation. Excuse me. Eli, can you do me a favor? Can you find out what percentage of Byron Donalds' district is white? Just curious here. And we can choose any person of any color anywhere, okay? But right now, just for the sake of it, because I like Byron Donalds, I know the woke Reich hates him, I want to know what percentage of Byron Donalds' district is white. Eli, do you have those numbers for us here?
Says approximately 75% to 80% of the population in Florida's 19th congressional district is white, non-Hispanic, based on recent demographic data.
Well, look at that, folks. Look at that. It looks like Byron Donalds, who is a black man, represents himself, the people who voted for him, other people who are black. 80% white? So that whole idea of black people are marginalized and they need representation to represent their people? What people? Looks like 80% of the people that voted for Byron Donalds are not his people. See, facts are pesky when they get in the way of people's opinions. UI manager says, I vote on character, not color. Yeah, so do I. So, sounds to me like gerrymandering based on color and districting based on the color of somebody's skin should have always been illegal and against the Constitution. Let's continue.
That means, Major, that you might not have as many of those kind of ink-blocked states or states that have districts that zigzag like a Z, where they go from, like this one did, from Shreveport all the way down 250 miles to Baton Rouge, scooping up black voters along the way to, again, pick up voters to get enough black voters there to have that majority. So I think, that will restrict some of those those districts for sure. Looking at this decision, it's 37 pages long. There is a dissent by liberal Justice Elena Kagan that appears to be longer than the majority, and it looks like a barn burner. She is saying that today's ruling is gutting the Voting Rights Act and will call into peril some of the accomplishments that we've seen over that historic 1965 law that really dismantled Jim Crow and systemic barriers to voting for black people in the South. Of course,
Eli, can you do me a favor? Can you find out the 1965 Supreme Court? What was the makeup of that Supreme Court? How many Democrats, how many Republicans were on that 1965 Supreme Court? Because I want to find out here. Because I don't know what the Supreme Court was made up in 1965. I just don't know. But it sounds like to me it was a bunch of, it was either Republicans who were pressured and called racist if they didn't, or it was Democrats who were like, finally, we can be racist right out in the open, since the Democrat Party is the party of the KKK and the party of racism. What was the makeup of that 1965 Supreme Court, bud?
1965, the Supreme Court was composed of justices appointed by both parties, with the majority having been appointed by Democratic presidents. While justices do not hold formal party membership once on the bench, the court at the time included appointees from both Democratic, such as those by Truman, Kennedy, and Johnson, and Republican, such as those by Eisenhower. Sorry, it's not giving me a exact number,
okay.
But it says the majority was Democratic.
Yeah, the majority is Democratic. And I love that, how they say, while justices aren't supposed to have any party or don't have any party affiliation once they become, once they sit on the bench, that's BS. You always have a party affiliation. I don't think it should be that way. You should just go and do your job based on what the Constitution says, but that's not the way the Supreme Court is. That's not the way the Supreme Court ever is. So it was Democrats who enacted the racial laws. It was Democrats who said, we'll have these black people voting for us for centuries. Who said that? Who said, I'll have these N-words voting for us for a century? Anybody remember history? Let me know in the live chat who said that. Meanwhile, Mark Elias is also melting down to this liberal talk show about the whole thing, talking how it's racist to get rid of racist laws.
Look, I think that we need to understand this as both a redistricting story, but also as a democracy story. The redistricting story is very clear, which is that the state of Louisiana is trying to cancel these elections so that they can gerrymander and disenfranchise black voters. But the larger democracy story, Chris, and I think you got it exactly right, is the governor has declared a state of emergency to cancel, to suspend an ongoing election. Yeah. That he does not like the direction in which it's going. Now, I wonder, Chris, when we get to next November, when we get to the general election, whether or not we will have, for example, a president of the United States who will think he can do this. And if we do not sort of put a stake in the ground now and say that you do not get to declare an emergency and suspend voting and sort of restart things because you don't like how things are going. If we don't do that now, it's not going to make it easier for us to do it in November. Yeah. Look, I think that we need to understand.
Oh, what's the matter? What's the matter, Mark Elias? You finally getting a taste of your own medicine, bud? What's the matter? You finally getting... Is the shoe finally on the other foot? I remember when you were laughing and smiling that Donald Trump was trying to overturn the election. And here you are right now talking about it. We don't do this now. Somebody said, who is this dick? It's Mark Elias. He is the DNC's and was Hillary Clinton's lawyer. So, Representative Wesley Hunt. He's another one. Doesn't he represent a majority white district? Let's listen to what Representative Wesley Hunt had to say about this. Sure, he has a lot to say since he's also in one of those situations.
Members in the new term.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you make of that?
Nothing. I don't understand how that's relevant.
Is there a problem with recruitment? Or
I don't think it's a problem with anything. I'm not here because I'm black. I am here because I'm qualified representative for Congressional District 38, and the American people choose who they want to choose. Yeah. And the one thing I don't want to get into is this game of race bait all day, every day. If there's 4, if there's 10, if there's none, what we are talking about is who is the best person that is best qualified to fill a seat regardless of the way that they look. And I tell people this all the time till I'm blue in the face. I represent a white majority district that President Trump would have won by over 20 points, and I won by 25 points the last time I ran. I'm being judged not by the color of my skin, but by the content of my character. I don't care how many black people are here. I want the most qualified people that are here.
Talk how there won't be any black Republican members in the new term.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you make of that?
Nothing.
I love it. Nothing. What do you make of that? Nothing. Nothing. I don't care about how many black people are here, he said, and I'm black. I care about is are there qualified people here, and that's why we get rid of DEI. And affirmative action has always been racist. You want to know what racist is? Affirmative action was racist. You get this because you're black, right? How many people here have seen The Office? Great show, right? Probably wouldn't get away with that show today. Maybe you would, I don't know. The Office was a good show for its time, till everything became political and all these Hollywood actors started running their mouths about who they like and who they don't like. Then I didn't really like them anymore. But for the time, The Office was a great show. There's a character on there named Daryl, played by Craig Eli. What's that guy's last name? You know him, Craig something?
Robinson, I think.
Craig Robinson, I think you're right. So Craig Robinson plays Daryl. He's the head of the warehouse. That was right, Eli? Craig Robinson?
Yep.
Okay.
And also head of the warehouse.
Yeah, so he was head of the warehouse, right? He ends up they end up giving him this this program for minorities in the workplace. And so he got to learn a new language. He got, all these amenities. He got paid for to get to take these programs that would boost his career up. And what did he say, Eli? What did he say the reason why he got all that?
Oh, that it didn't help because he was black.
That's exactly how he said it. And he goes, oh, and it helps that I was black. Oh, really? Is that an accomplishment? Did you come out? When you were in your mother's womb, did you mix paint together and decide this is the shade I want to be? And then apply that to your body? Apply that to your skin? It's always been racist. Affirmative action has always been racist towards anybody. And by the way, what color is black, Eli? What if I am just a little bit light-skinned, right? What if my mom was white and my dad was half black? Am I black? Do I qualify for affirmative action? Do I qualify as a DEI candidate? What if my dad was white and my mom was a quarter black? And I tanned up real nice. Am I good? You see what I'm saying? Where does it end? Where do you draw the line? Who's black, who's not? Aren't we all mutts? I mean, when it comes down to it.
That last example you gave, you'd fallen under the color of something like a White Russian.
I never liked those, by the way, White Russians. Wasn't a big fan. You drank them for a while, didn't you? Because you liked the Big Lebowski, who's a huge liberal douchebag?
Well, it was before I knew that he was a huge liberal douchebag and might very well be a diddler. I think I heard something about that too. But yeah, I did love the movie and cosplayed as him for a while and drank the White Russians. I mean, I still like the drink. Yeah.
Sass64 says, I'm a cracker. Now, don't you dare do that to yourself. Don't you dare diminish yourself like that using a derogatory term like, I'm a cracker. No. No, you're a saltine American. Get it right.
Bastard, beat me to it.
You're a saltine American. Don't ever diminish yourself by calling yourself just a cracker. You're a saltine, damn it. Not even a Ritz. You're a saltine. Now you can listen to Princeton professor Eddie Glaude cry over this. I can't believe this is happening. All these years, it takes me right back to 1960. It takes me back to being on the street with Bernie Sanders, fighting for our rights.
I'm trying to keep myself calm here, Nicole.
Why?
Because I'm really upset.
That's okay.
You get tired of people playing fast and loose with your dead.
Hold on. Look at her. She goes, that's okay. You just let it out. You just let it out. All that oppression that's caused you and your family over the years. As you're a professor at Princeton making well into six figures. Who has the right to vote in any state you want? Who's got tenure, a 401k, and a pension, by the way. All things I don't have. Where's that white privilege when you really need it? She goes, it's okay. It's okay. Let it out. Let it out, my fellow brother, my fellow black brother.
And it was triggered by Obama. You know how many dead people are in the bottom of rivers in Mississippi because they tried to vote?
Whoa.
How many dead folk?
Whoa.
Right? Folk who have wounds because of this. And here we are in this moment in the country's history, and we have to deal with this again? You see what I mean? So you think about the glorious revolution, our glorious revolution that produced the Constitution, the courts restrained it, limited. Dred Scott doesn't extend to us. You think about the Civil War, left 600,000 plus dead. Get the Reconstruction Amendments. We finally look like we're going to try to become a democracy. What do we get? The courts. Slaughterhouse cases. Reduces it. Rolls it back. And now here we are. We've only been a democracy since 1965.
Time out. Hey, retard, I thought you were a professor at Princeton. We've been a democracy? Eli, I feel like Jim Carrey on Dumb and Dumber when he sees the picture of the moon landing and he says, we landed on the moon? No way! Hey, everyone! We landed on the moon! Eli, we're a democracy since 1965? Is that true? Can you look that up? Where have I been?
No way. That's great. We've been in democracy since 1965.
I thought this guy was a professor at Princeton. When did we become a democracy? 1965, boy, I got some leering to do.
Barely then.
Look at her. Mm-hmm.
15 years later, Reagan is elected, Mobile decision happens.
Yeah.
Right? Roberts begins his career right there. And so here we are. It's exhausting. And so, yes, we have to get together. Yes, we have to mobilize. Yes, we have to organize. But these people play fast and loose with our dead. They play fast and loose with our sacrifices. They think they own freedom.
Whoa, hold up. What sacrifices, sir? What sacrifices? You have a pension? You have a retirement? I'm sure you have health insurance, some of the greatest. You make well into the 6 figures a year. You have all the freedoms that anybody in America has. You're clearly on a TV network crying about it, so you have the freedom of speech. Again, what has been taken from you? Nothing. And you got the host there going, "Oh, I know, just let it out. You let it out, you black man. You let out all that black aggression. Tell me I'm white. Tell me I'll tell the other whites. I'll run it up the white chain. We'll get it fixed for you, my black brother. How dare they? I know. So stupid. It's theater, Eli. It's all fake."
Dude, these are the times. I freaking freaky deaky wish that time machines existed, because I'd go back in time. I know this is going to sound odd, but I'd grab an individual from the plantation in the fields, and I'd bring him to this time, and I'd say, "I want you to go talk to this guy." And, they'd start having a conversation, and that a-hole would, look at the actual slave and be like, "Yeah, we're still fighting for rights today." And the guy would look at him in his nice suit and his glasses and shoes and clothing in general and be like, "The hell are you talking about?
Yeah.
Looks like you made it. What's your problem?"
Dude, you know what it reminds me of? Did you ever see that skit that somebody put together of Captain America waking up nowadays? And he's like, but he was from the 1930s and 40s, right? And he says to the black guy who's a general there, he's like, "You, boy, go get me a coffee." And they're like, "How dare you?" And he's like, What? And they're like, "He grew up in the 30s and 40s. He just doesn't know." And he says there's an Asian doctor there, and he says to the other doctor, he goes, "Doc, come here. I believe we have a spy among us." And he goes, "What do you mean?" He goes, "The Jap over there, I believe we got a spy among us." And he's like, "Hey, you can't say that. We got a black president." And he stands up and he goes, "What?" And he smacks the woman and he says, "How dare you say that?" And they're like, if you brought back a black person from that time, Eli, from the 1800s, they would look at this guy and go, "You are a professor at a university? You drive a Mercedes and you make like hundreds of thousands of dollars a year? You got health insurance and you've got a retirement?" They might lynch him for that.
I'm pretty sure that does skit too. Captain America slaps the woman on the butt and goes, "Go get me a cigarette, toots."
Yeah, he says, "Go get me a Lucky Strike, toots." Find that skit. I want to watch it. It's been a long time since I saw that. And by the way, Eli, I want you to pick 10 names today. We're going to do 10 giveaways. Okay? We're going to do 10 giveaways today. And so pick 10 names, because we hit 4,000 twice today. And I think that should be appreciated. Let's listen to the oppressed guy some more.
They can give it to us and take it away whenever they want. And they think we're just supposed to sit here and take this, right? So first of all, I'm just going to express my rage.
Look at her.
At this decision. And then the second thing we need to do, of course, is to get about the hard work of trying to salvage this democracy, as we've done since the moment we've been on these shores.
Where does the first
Look at her.
part of it end and the second part begin?
Tell me, the white. I'm the white friendly.
The first part of it ends when we admit, honestly, that racism still occupies the throne of this country. There's nothing about our current days that should lead us to believe that we are in a post-racial world. There's nothing about our days. And then once we admit that, admit of our sins, then perhaps we open up a future for us to be otherwise.
Yeah.
But the noble lie isn't noble at all.
No.
Racism still occupies the throne of this country.
Ooh.
And that's clear to me.
Hold on a minute.
I'm trying to keep myself
Hold on.
calm.
I thought we didn't have any kings. That's weird. He said the throne of this country, Eli, but he would tell you we have no kings.
Yeah, they can't seem to make up their mind. I just don't get it. It's whenever it fits whatever agenda's being pushed at any given moment.
It's all, you know what it is to me? It's so childish. And anytime I hear somebody bring race into something, I'm like, here we go. And I'll say it out loud too. I'll be like, oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, yes, tell me how you're oppressed. Got an iPhone in your pocket. You come and go as you please. You got a job. You drive a car. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I live paycheck to paycheck. I grew up picking cans up off the street. I've been poor my whole life, and I know exactly where the soup kitchen and the homeless shelter is. Tell me again how I have white privilege and you're oppressed, Mr. Professor. Ridiculous. I want to go thank our sponsor, and then we're going to come back, and we're going to, you know the guy that Janet Mills endorsed who had the Nazi symbol? The Nazi tattoo? Yeah, I think he's going to tell us what they're going to do once they take the Senate. But either way, before we do that, if you want to live long enough to see how this all plays out, Fatty 15 is the way to go. If you want to live long enough to see how your grandkids are going to live in this future of America, then you might want to live as long as you can. And Fatty 15 does that because Fatty 15 contains C15. And if you look up what C15 does, it prolongs your life because it changes the way your cells age. It slows them down, which prolongs how long you have on this precious, beautiful earth. Now, for those that want to go back to heaven soon, I would merely argue that Fatty 15 gives you more benefits than just living longer. Okay? And God will call you home when he wants. It gives you complete clarity of brain fog. No, like, you feeling like, oh, I did this, I got to do this, I got to do that. Oh, but I got to do this, and you're so stressed out where it calms you down. Okay? It prolongs your life. It gives you energy, not bad energy like caffeine, but good energy to want to be productive. That's what Fatty 15 does. And you can get a 3-month supply right now for just over $100 by going to fatty15.com and using promo code LFA. And guess what? It's Mother's Day coming up too, right? My father, so I'm taking Neutronics testosterone, and my father has low T. And I've been giving him Fatty 15 and the Neutronics testosterone. You know what he just texted me yesterday? Order me more of both of those, please. I feel a lot better since taking them. So, fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Get yours today and get your discount. Fatty15.com. Okay, thank you to our donors, thank you to our sponsors, and thank you for the people who shop with our sponsors. All right, what do the Democrats plan on doing if they control the Senate and if they control both houses of government? Well, look no further.
We're the majority. We need to use the power we get to shut this White House down. We do that, I think one of the best ways is through committee hearings and investigations. I want the Trump administration not to function because everyone in the White House is being hauled under subpoena in front of a Senate committee day after day after.
Hold on. So you want the White House not to function in a geopolitical world like we see today? You want the White House not to function? You Nazi tattoo racist piece of trash? You want the White House not to work? You want it not to succeed because you want to bring them into court day after day after day after day? This is the Democrat plan. Hey, if you're an independent out there, if you want Congress to become absolutely worse, if you want Congress to become even more of do-nothing losers, then vote Democrat. Listen to this idiot.
Because everyone in the White House is being hauled under subpoena in front of a Senate committee day after day after day. Not just because, one, we have so many crimes to investigate. At this point, we could probably be doing this for the next 30 years. But two, because it's a lever of power. Using subpoena power, bringing people in for investigations, that keeps them busy. We're the majority. We need to use the power we get to shut this White House down.
You would know all about having authoritative power, wouldn't you, with that Nazi tattoo that the Democrats overlooked. Eli, they say Trump is Hitler, Trump is a pedo, Trump is a totalitarian who thinks he's a king. Then they get a guy in their party running for Senate who they endorse and back and say he said he was sorry, who is an actual Nazi, who actually wants totalitarianism, who just said that he wants to use power to shut down the White House, the governing executive body of our government, and the Democrats endorsed that. Wow. It's kind of like when they were clapping for King Charles when they said no kings. Now, I told you there's a big reason why God wanted me to start the children's show, Patriot Pals. Here's one of those biggest reasons right here. Found out that the teacher unions combined have spent over $1 billion on political causes since 2015. And guess to whom? Guess which party that the teacher unions have supported with that over $1 billion since 2015. Anybody want to take a guess? I'm sending something here. I'm emailing something while you guys are guessing. I'm assuming I'm going to look up and I'm going to see Democratic Party written all over the screen. Let's see here. Teachers unions are a joke. Oh my gosh, the anti-American party. Dems, of course. Oh wow. Dems, Democrats, Dems. Who are you texting? People here at LFA, producers and stuff like that. The Libtard Party. Kelly says, I have no idea which party. Dems, Democrats, the Socialist Party, Democrats. That's exactly right, folks. That's exactly right. $669 million in federal political spending and $336 million in state and local spending and funding. And we have people here crying about AIPAC. 10 Coins said your show should be at 400,000, not just 4,000. Trust me, 10 Coins, you're preaching to the choir. And you know what's funny, Eli? I don't know who shares, but I can see how many shares we have. We've never had over 500 shares ever. But it's all right. That's all right. The people that are here are quality over quantity. What's up, Eli?
Just want to let everybody know real quick notification from your producer, Eli. I've got all the names, so you got to stick around to the end of the show if you want to win that free stuff. I picked a lot of people who kind of specifically asked, people who've never won anything before, and when you do win, you email me at lfaproducer@gmail.com. Your name, your address, your screen name, size of a shirt, just in case that's what it is. All the information you can possibly give us. And back to you, Jeremy.
And he forgot to say, and only the winners, please email lfaproducer@gmail.com. Okay. Mike says, high gas prices equals good MAGA. Funny. Nobody cares. All that complaining, nobody cares about. Literally, people are just fatigued over it. Nobody cares about that. Just like when you say Epstein, Trump, pedophile, everybody realizes it's retarded. Nobody cares. I mean, you're literally pissing into the wind when you do that stuff. High gas prices equals MAGA. Okay, cool. Anyway, find out where those gas prices are being, who's in charge of those gas prices and why they are the way they are right now. And I can tell you this, it has nothing to do with Iran. Now, they're pretending it has everything to do with Iran, but there's no shortage in gas. People are buying it from the United States of America in droves, folks. There is no shortage in gas. So I'm going to give you a sneak peek preview. Patriot Pals got a big upgrade this week. And there's a certain person joining Patriot Pals this week. I'm going to give you a sneak peek preview into why we started Patriot Pals, to fight against what these teacher unions are enforcing and paying these teachers to teach. As we have kids walking out of class today, left and right, to protest Donald Trump. It's an anti-Trump get out of class day for kids around the country today. Wait till you see this big upgrade. You guys ready? I'm going to give you about 30, 45 seconds of tomorrow's episode. Here we go. Hey kids, happy Saturday and welcome to another episode of Patriot Pals right here on LFA TV. Today we're going to learn about our founding fathers and how they got the idea to make the United States of America. But we got a surprise for you today. We got my sidekick here with me, producer Eli Ellis, who's going to help us here today learn about this topic. How you doing today, Eli?
Doing great, buddy. And hey, kids, it's great to be here with you guys today, and I can't wait to learn about our founding fathers.
So let's get started. Imagine building the biggest and the coolest treehouse ever made. You would need strong wood, you'd need smart plans, and you'd need a lot of teamwork, right? In order to get it done. Well, that's kind of how America was built. But instead of just wood, the builders used really important ideas, and they got those ideas from the Bible. Now, a long, long time ago, brave men called the Founding Fathers helped create our country. Right, Eli?
That's right. These guys weren't just serious grown-ups in funny wigs. They were like the ultimate superhero team. And guess what? Most of them were men of God who believed in Jesus Christ.
That's right. All right, folks, that is your sneak peek preview. Now, Eli is going to be throughout the cartoon as different things. That's why you saw him as the Abraham Lincoln statue and things like that. So these are really good, by the way. And there's a big surprise at the end of the episode that not only your kid's not going to want to miss, but you guys aren't going to want to miss. And Eli, what a big upgrade in the graphics, in the look, in bringing you into the show now finally. I mean, you know, you go back and you watch our shows that you have that you love, and you go back and you watch those pilot episodes, and they're always different, right? They need to get a few episodes in to really gain traction. I think we're gaining some traction here on this one.
Yep, that's Thomas Pimentel for you. He's a master. He's a magician. Whatever he does with his video work, he's absolutely awesome. TNT Productions, LTD, he's absolutely amazing. Don't think about it. Hire him today. He's a good guy.
That's right. Mike Klondike's still in there. Mike Dyke. We'll call him Mike Dyke. How about that? Because that sounds like what he is. If you don't like high gas prices, you aren't a patriot. Nope, that's not what we said either. Oh, unfortunately, people like you set this country back. Nobody likes high gas prices. And everybody understands who's making those high gas prices. And it isn't a war with Iran. But I wonder, Mike Dyke, are you going to come back in when it's under $2 a gallon here again? And are you going to say that you're sorry for your name and for your comments? Anyway, tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, I would like you to have all the kids that you know. Moms. Oh, look at that. Eli, Vita Rose just almost donated as much as it cost to produce each show. Right there, she just took care of it. Wow, thank you, Vita. That is amazing. It only costs $50 more than that to even make and produce the episode. And you just took care of it. You just made so many kids so happy that we could continue doing that, right? It's so cool. And tomorrow at 10 o'clock, I want all your grandkids, your kids, anybody from age 5 to 12 that would like that, let them in, watch it. And hey, even the adults love it too. But again, going to be a huge, huge surprise at the end. So like the 80s, get your bowl of cereal and sit down and watch Saturday morning cartoons. 10 a.m. Eastern Time, right?
That's right, Jeremy. You sound like you're still in Patriot Pals mode. Hey, Vita, thanks for donating that money.
Well, hey, man, it's good that the kids get something, an alternative. I think it's good. All right, moving on. President Trump joking about running for a third term. Or is he? He's referencing how he's 6 points up in the state of Iowa. where he's going to come during the Iowa State Fair for a 250th birthday celebration. And we can't wait here in the Hawkeye State of Iowa.
I'm up good in Iowa. We're up good everywhere. Unfortunately, I'm not running. It's up to you. we're up everywhere, but I'm not running, Peter, unless you say I can.
See that? Sir, you know you're up 6 points in Iowa? Well, we're up everywhere. We're up everywhere, but unfortunately, I'm not running, Peter, unless you say I can. And then I'd love to. Boy, wouldn't that be nice? Think about this. Imagine if they argued the interpretation of that amendment. If we live in a constitutional republic and the people's will is to elect him again, how do you argue against that? Now, I'm not saying that's going to be the case. I'm just saying, how do you argue against that? By the way, President Trump made an appearance in last week's Patriot Pals. I don't know if you guys got to see that, but he did make an appearance in last week's Patriot Pals. So that was pretty cool. And by the way, we do have a YouTube page, and we do have some people over there on YouTube watching right now. We have about 25 people over there. I will be uploading all of these cartoons to our YouTube page as well. And that YouTube page is Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. So we'll be uploading them there. But you got to watch it. To watch it live, you need to be in the Rumble chat tomorrow, okay? And Vita Rose pretty much already took care of how much it cost to produce the episode. So thank you so very much. So President Trump says he would run for a third term if they told him he could. I hope he does, to be honest with you. We live in a weird and trying time, and you know what? Sometimes you need to do some unconventional things in order to move the country along. And that's why it's a shame that he's averaging one assassination attempt every year. And that brings me to this. The DOJ has released the high-resolution footage of Cole Allen shooting a security service officer during his attempted assassination of President Trump at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. We do have some video footage of that. We're going to show it to you now. I'm going to show it to you in a couple different angles, okay? So the first is I'm going to show you in a widescreen TV-style angle, and then we're going to show you in a portrait angle that looks to be a little bit closer up. And there's going to be some pretty shocking things that you see here that are going to make you mad based on the Secret Service's, non-attention to detail. But let's play this now. All right. This is from the FBI field office's release. The DOJ released it. What you're seeing here, and we'll do play-by-play of it here. Let me pause this. Let's increase the size of this. I don't want a border on the round. There we go. There we go. See this individual right back here? That's him. That's him right there. This is him walking down the hallway of the hotel. Let's play it. At this point, I believe they said he had some knives, a handgun, and something else under his shirt, which you can kind of see on his right side there as he walks. There's so much that's going to be that's broke down about this. Here's him using his key card to go into the hotel gym. Okay? And yes, Shannon, the dog knew. That's what we're going to get to here shortly. So this is him walking into the hotel gym. And I just want you to watch his body language. This is prior to the shooting. This is prior to him getting his weapons, his long rifle that I believe he hid in the bathroom, or maybe even carried to the bathroom. I think he carried it. But this is all prior to that moment. He's clearly doing something here, getting ready, casing, seeing if he's going to be able to do it now. He's talking to somebody at the desk there. Bad Moon says he even acts suspicious. Okay, playback speed increased to 300%. I think this is just in the essence of time. I'm going to let it play out for as long as we need to, because I think we should be able to, maybe you catch something that somebody else hasn't caught. But this is him. What's he doing? Why is he in the gym, pacing, looking nervous, with his clothes on and with his nice shoes on? Like, what's he doing? Right? How do you not go, this is weird? Especially when there's a president there, Secret Service there, the cabinet there, and nobody's like, oh, this guy's weird, right? Back to the hallway. This is all the footage, by the way. This is all the Freedom of Information Act requesting from multiple organizations getting this footage. So you're going to see a lot of different footage that may or may not be relevant. I think it's relevant because it shows he's clearly, I don't know if casing is the right word, but getting ready. Approximately 3 minutes have passed. Here he comes again. Looks like to be a hotel worker, janitor, maybe a hospice, a hotel room cleaner. I don't know who that guy is. So now what's he doing now? Going back to the gym again? I think I believe he's so nervous at this point that he's just trying to check his, cross his T's, dot his I's, make sure that everything is ready. Here is after 8 o'clock. XX Machine said the woman cop shot him and missed. Absolutely. Here he goes again. This time now he's got a trench coat on. Huh. And you saw this guy a few minutes ago. Now you see him again. Somebody in that gym had to have seen him again. Now he's got a trench coat on. And you got the freaking president of the United States there. Now here we go. This is the part. So this is where, how many, can we stop here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 police officers, 8 law enforcement officers are, and that's just what we see. There could be more in that lobby right there. More end up coming out of these doors and from the hallway. But here we go. Look how many officers, look how many law enforcement officials are there. Watch back here. You'll see him come in. There he is, right there. Walking into the room. I don't know if that might be a bathroom. But watch this. You see a dog back there. You see an officer with a dog back there. Enlarge this. Right back here. Let me take this back a little bit. You see that? There's an officer with a dog. The dog is in the room with the suspect, who has guns, knives, and who knows what else. The officer's obviously talking to him. The dog goes back in again. The officer just walks away. Okay. Here's where he runs out. You didn't see. And then he shoots the officer, and now everybody springs to action. Okay. Stop. Stop. The dog obviously knew something was wrong, right? The officer had an opportunity. We're going to take this back and we're going to play it again. The officer obviously had an opportunity to do something. How did the officer who was sitting there talking to him, while the dog was in there sniffing, how did he not see the rifle? That's my point there. This is my problem with this. The dog clearly hit on something. Here we go again. Watch back here. The dog clearly hits on something. He walks in. He's clearly got the rifle under his jacket. He's holding his jacket, for crying out loud, next to the Secret Service. The dog goes in. The dog's alerted. Dog goes back in. He's talking to him. And then as soon as that guy turns, he must pull it out and start running. Because here he comes. Shoots this officer right there. Boom. And then all of a sudden they draw guns, draw weapons. You'll see these doors open over here. Right over there, more law enforcement come in right there. They're all scrambling. Playback speed decreased by 35%. Okay, here we go. Let's watch this again. Let's enlarge this. Okay. This is a complete breakdown of the Secret Service. Soon as he turns his head, here he comes, running, fires, shooting that guy in the bulletproof vest. That officer shoots, misses apparently. Other officers draw guns, they shoot, everybody misses. These officers, 2 women officers ran, one fell to the ground. Eli, this looks to me like an absolute failure of the Secret Service. And everybody there should be fired. Everybody. A, because you didn't see anything suspicious. That didn't look weird to you. None of that looked weird. Guy walking around in a freaking trench coat, holding it like this, shut. Dog alerts on something. Officers talking to him. Nobody can. It took a lot of these people forever to get their guns out. 2 officers hit the deck. 2 officers ran. Fire them all. Fire them all. JC221 goes, give it up. This was a staged performance. I'm glad you know so much. It couldn't be a failure. It couldn't be a failure in Secret Service. Does everything have to be a staged performance and a false flag? Do failures not exist anymore? Does incompetency not exist anymore? It couldn't be that. Who cares what it was at this point? I'm sure they'll get to the bottom of it, and I'm sure people will be fired and held accountable. But the fact of the matter is, he was this close from killing the President of the United States because the Secret Service either staged and was all acting or fell apart. Either way, you fire them all. Don't you? What a pain in the ass this is becoming. Eli, any thoughts on any of that you saw?
The whole thing is so weird. I don't like anything of what I saw. Him going into that back room, the dog sniffed him. Like Sean said, I think they're more trained to sniff explosives, because that's like a material, but I don't know. The fact that this guy ran through, and when everybody did get all their guns out, I expected to see a bunch of flashes, meaning, why aren't you putting this guy? He just fired at an officer, and all you guys did was turn around and aim your guns at him, but you didn't pull the trigger. What the hell were you doing? Why wasn't he put down like that? Really weird.
Yeah, I'm sure, like Thomas Matthew Crooks and Butler, I'm sure there's inside jobs going on. But I can't believe that everybody in that scene was acting. I'm not saying it wasn't an inside job. I'm not saying that it wasn't, that somebody didn't allow him to get where he got. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that, look at this picture right here. Look at these. Look at this. Look at this. This guy hit the deck. These 2 ran. Again, if you want to say to me, I believe it was an inside job, I'm right there with you. I believe a lot of these are inside jobs. I believe this is CIA, deep state trying to kill President Trump, allowing things to happen. I agree 100%, but I can't imagine that all these people are in on it and it's staged. We just have incompetency, DEI hires, and cowards. Do I believe it could be possibly planned and there might be some higher ups involved? Absolutely, I think that's the case. Or else it wouldn't keep happening. Mr. Shy official says they're local police, not as a Secret Service. Oh, 100%. I know. I could see their uniforms. I don't care. We have to have a standard here for security. And if police officers, local police officers, are going to be assisting Secret Service, then can we get some competent ones? Can we get some ones that were maybe former military, maybe? And I'm just going to say it, Eli. Because of the breakdown at all of these places, where have we seen some of the biggest incompetence? In the female officers. You don't have females on the front lines in war. Why do you have them in the front lines of protecting the President of the United States? Are there women out there that are sharpshooters that can hit a flea at 100 yards? Absolutely. Can those same women grab a guy and body slam him? Can they choke slam him? Can they choke him out? Can they hold him down and stop him from resisting? Do they have the reflexes of a highly trained law enforcement official who might have been in military? I know there's going to be people in this chat that go, damn you, Jeremy, you do this every time. Facts are facts, folks. Facts are facts. And if I'm wrong, then why don't they allow women on the front lines? This has got to stop. We are not all created physically equal. We are all created equal in our rights and our freedoms, but we are not all created equal. How long are we going to allow this to go on? My wife is an excellent shot. She might be a better shot than I am. But if I had to choose between her protecting me out in the streets at an event with my truck or something, or an actual male bodyguard, guess who I'm hiring? Not my wife. And I would think that most women in this chat would agree with me. We are not all created equal. And we better damn start acting like it, or we are going to become a third world country before you know it. Do you know some of the most safe and successful countries that are out there understand that? Understand that there's a difference between men and women and the roles that they should have in this society? Facts speak for themselves. And every single time there's a Trump assassination, we see a group of female officers either hitting the deck, running, or can't get their gun out. So far. And it's also the reason why we're losing our society and our culture. Because women, from the very beginning of birth today, are taught, don't be a family woman, don't be a mom, don't be a nurturer. Go out and get yourself a career and work just as hard, work 10 times harder and make more money than your husband. Have you guys ever, and not every husband is like this, but have you women who are the head of your house, the CEO of the household, right, which is the woman. Man might be head of his family, but that house is run by the woman. Let's face it, folks. How many women out there who have adopted that role, and that's their home, and what they say goes inside that home, because we all know that's the way it is, right? How many women would let their men take over for a week? Okay, you take care of the house, honey. You take care of all the kids, all their needs, all the appointments, all the obligations, all the duties. You cook, you clean, you do it all. I'll go to work, you stay home, and you do this for a week. You know what that house looks like? You know what those kids act like? And I'm not saying every case, but for the most cases, guys. Okay, I don't need the person coming here, actually, I'm a man and I stayed home and I did great. You know damn well what I'm talking about. So don't be one of those actuallys. We have different roles. And we need to start acting like it in this country. And stop being so butthurt about somebody saying, well, that's not a job for you. Real men of Jesus need to start rising up. Moving on. James Comey. I see the real women in here going, hell no. No, never. I love reading some of your comments, by the way. Later it says, I just found Jeremy's past Patriot pals. Awesome. C3 says, repeal the 19 Amendment. Women are soft. That's not, by the way, that's not to say women are soft is not an insult. But at the same time, when it comes to pain, I'm soft. My wife can take so much more pain than I can. I'm going to tell you that right now. My wife can take so much more pain than I can. First court appearance for James Comey in North Carolina, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, Eli?
Just want to let y'all know, I've had kidney stones, so I know what it's like to have a baby. So I'm right there with you, ladies.
Hey, ladies, do you guys think that having a kidney stone is equal to having a baby? Because I know men say that. Actually, my doctor said having the kidney stone is equal to a woman having a baby. Let's ask the women, shall we? Hey, women, in this chat, do you think a man having to pass a kidney stone is equal to having a baby? I'm curious, because I've never had either. So let's hear from the women in the chat, shall we? Hell no. Hell no. No way. Sorry, Eli. No, you don't. No, nope. That's full of crap. Not even close. Sorry, Eli. R.I.P. to you. You lose that battle. Look, your hole, Eli, is about that big. The kidney stone is roughly the same size. A woman's hole is about that big, and something this big comes out of it. Little different. Plus, they rip, tear, get stitches, bleed. They're put out for days, weeks. Little different.
All right, okay. I don't hope he gets a kidney stone, but I hope he gets a kidney stone.
I don't hope Eli gets pregnant, but I hope he gets pregnant.
Well, according to my Democratic leaders, I can whenever I want.
Hey, what is a woman? We don't know here anymore, I guess. The world is completely... Mellowcat says, nice try. Renee says, I can't stop laughing. Mr. Shy says, man giving birth. It'd be terrified of what if I was... I'm going to tell you what. After I've seen 2 women give birth to my children, I wouldn't wish that on anyone ever. I almost passed out twice. Puked once. I couldn't deal with it. Just watching it, let alone doing it.
Looks like I'm crossing off a couple winners here. Losers.
Yeah, if you want a shirt, you are now crossed off. Erica says, I've never had a kidney stone. Well, Eli's never had a baby, so aren't we both content? Moving on. James Comey. James Comey will appear in federal court in Greenville, North Kakalaki on May 11th on criminal charges related to his Trump assassination Instagram post. Eli, what day is May 11th? Because that's going to be a day to come to make sure you are tuned in. What's the day of May 11th?
Your favorite frickin' day of the week,
Monday. Ooh. I get to see James Comey go to federal court on Monday. My favorite day of the week. I love it. Monday, May 11th, ladies and gentlemen. And the Justice Department is taking all the proceeds from his book as well. They're going to bleed the guy dry. He's going... Look, I think he's going to jail. Who knows? It's hard to say. Hard telling, not knowing. That's what they used to say. But he's definitely going to go broke. 100%. Now, check this out. Here's a good headline for you. When it comes to Todd Blanche, Pam Bondi, Todd Blanche pushed prosecutors to pursue James Comey and the Trump Instagram assassination threat case after Pam Bondi was put on ice and reportedly was stonewalling it. So here's the question. Well, let's ask the question afterwards. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has pushed prosecutors to pursue the Comey Trump Instagram post after Pam Bondi was put on ice. It was reported last year that Comey was under investigation for the 86, whatever. Bondi reportedly put the case on the back burner, but Blanche revived it and urged prosecutors to get their ass in gear and to pursue charges. And earlier this week, we get an indictment. Count 1, knowingly and willfully making a threat to take the life of or inflict bodily harm against the President of the United States, 10 years maximum. Count 2, knowingly and willfully did transmit in interstate a foreign commerce communication that contained a threat to kill the president. His book, count number 2, 10 years. Both together, if ran consecutively, would be 20 years in prison. Concurrent would be 10 if he got the maximum. U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of North Carolina, Ellis Boyle, delivered remarks on the 2-count indictment returned to by the grand jury on Tuesday. I never played Ellis Boyle when I played Todd Blanche and Kash Patel, so I'm going to go ahead and play him now.
Today, a grand jury in the Eastern District of North Carolina returned a true bill indicting Mr. James Comey with committing 2 felonies. Count 1, he knowingly and willfully made a threat to kill and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States in violation of 18 U.S.C. 871A. Count 2, he knowingly and willfully transmitted in interstate and foreign commerce a communication that contained a threat to kill President Trump in violation of 18 U.S.C. 875C. Mr. Comey will be given every form of due process all citizens are entitled to receive, to include a trial by a jury of his peers. In the Eastern District of North Carolina, it doesn't matter who you are. We take all threat cases seriously and prosecute anyone who violates federal law, regardless of title or status.
And it turns out that Pam Bondi was stonewalling it and not allowing it to go forward. So let's talk about this for a second. Do you think maybe it was because Pam Bondi knew she was in over her head and she was scared to disappoint the president and the people that voted for him again because she botched the first one and brought it in a place where she knew was going to be unfriendly to her, and B, in the way she did it, and she thought that she was in over her head and she was going to screw up? Or do you think she was B, stonewalling it because she's a George Bush appointee, she's the establishment, and she was trying to protect these people in power? Because we wasted a year on her, by the way. A whole year. We got nothing. As far as draining the swamp, we did get something in the way of FBI most wanted people being convicted, children being found and brought home. And I'll never say that she didn't do a good job when it comes to that. But when we're talking about the establishment and the rhinos and the Democrats and the Uniparty and the corrupt swamp, I'm inclined to believe it was B, right? Because she could have easily come out and said, President Trump, it's because of you. You're so awesome and you're amazing. And I just want to firmly press my lips to the back end of your ass. And it's all because of you and your leadership. She could have kept going on Fox News. I think, and blaming judges, by the way, I think she was compromised. I do. After a year of nothing, I believe she was compromised. And now we're finding out that Todd Blanche had to come in as acting director and say, all right, time to get this going again. Get this off the back burner. Let's get this moving. Let's indict this guy. It should have been done already. What are we waiting for? And then in days it happened. Look at, the proof is in the pudding. Look at Kash Patel. Look at everything Kash Patel has done since Pam Bondi's been gone. sounds like she was stonewalling a lot. And you know what Todd Blanche is doing right now? Tryouts. Todd Blanche wants that job. He wants to be the official Attorney General of the United States. Boy, that brings a good pension, doesn't it? Shannon says, I don't think we've seen the end of indictments against James Comey. Oh, you haven't? Oh, you haven't? He's definitely getting at least one more. More than likely. And when I say one, I mean one jurisdiction, one court, one case brought. It could be multiple indictments in that case. But I'm going to say at least one more case, more than likely two. Multiple indictments are still coming on James Comey. Absolutely. Now, I think it was W. Wilson in the chat that said, this is all for bargaining chips. You might be right. Flip one guy, get another. Flip that guy, get another. You might be right. You might be right. But I can guarantee you that James Comey is going to get more indictments. And Todd Blanche is trying out right now. He wants the job. He wants the official job. Now, here, what's to say that he gets the job and doesn't keep it going? That's what I'm afraid of, because I'm not a big Todd Blanche guy, you know? Wild Rose, you just said it. What happens if after he gets the job, everything slows down? Well, that's going to have to be something that Donald Trump makes that decision on, right? Donald Trump's going to have to make that decision. But you know what I'm glad I don't have to hear anymore, Eli? I'm glad that I don't have to play clips of some blonde bimbo on Fox News going, no one is above the law. If you act out, or if we find out in this Justice Department under Donald Trump, under President Donald J. Trump, that you in any way violated the law, we will find you. We will prosecute you, and we will hold you liable to the full extent of the law. Under this president, under this DOJ, nobody is above the law. Boy, I'm so glad I don't have to hear that crap anymore.
Yeah. Would have been really nice had her bite been as big as her bark, but we all saw the tragic end to that.
Yeah. You know what? You know who I never, very rarely do I see her on this, and she doesn't even look like she's having a good time. Right? Oh, yeah, Slam said, but Jeremy, the Dow hit 50,000, so that cancels out all the nothing she did. Exactly, right? Exactly. You know who you never see on Fox, and if you do, she doesn't look like she's having a good time? Tulsi Gabbard. She just does her job and doesn't sit there and go, who's by far hotter than Pam Bondi anyway. She looks better on camera. Just saying.
I just thought of a pretty good Naked Gun style saying for that. Like an Indian at a fun park, she didn't look like she was having a very good time.
Like a Pakistani at Universal Studios, she looked sad. Please get out of my way. Get out of my wife's way. We're having a great time. Look at us. Look at my son. He's so happy. Look at my daughter. They're so happy. I'm almost racist, Eli. Not going to lie.
Like a midget at a urinal, you better stay on your toes.
I used to say, Eli, in 2012, I used to say, it's going down like a midget in Obama's economy.
That works.
Stretch said, Jeremy, Misfit Patriot is 41 years old. Are you kidding me? Seriously? Dang. Looking good. Black don't crack. Oh, wait, he's white. I don't know. Oh, I know what it is. He's not married and doesn't have children. Moving on. Stacey Abrams. Remember her? Stacey Abrams. Who misses Stacey Abrams? Raise your hand if you go to bed at night going, man, you know who I really miss? Pam Bondi and Stacey Abrams. You go to bed at night and you dream of this on the side of your... Stacey Abrams. Does anybody dream of that at night when they go to bed? I know I don't. Somebody said 50 cent in drag. More like 5 cent in drag. That's all she's worth these days. She's big mad over the SPLC stuff, you know. You know that? Stacey Abrams? She's defending the now disgraced Southern Poverty Law Center because, you know, they do good things. I can't believe that they have done this. You mean what? Defund the KKK?
Southern Poverty Law Center, or SPLC, is a legal organ that was founded in the South because while most people ignore this, the South has been under soft authoritarian rule since basically its beginning. And often what you see play out on the national stage got incubated in the South. And so we know in the South, we have always needed, for example, litigation as one of the tools to fight back against authoritarianism, whether that was Jim Crow, the KKK, the anti-Semitic behaviors that were manifest in the deep.
Hold up. Wait. Did you just say the KKK? You mean the Ku Klux Klan? You mean, hold on, is that the same Ku Klux Klan that your party created and were a part of, lynching people that look like you, and the same KKK that you guys funded to start fake outcry over racism in the South through the SPLC? You mean those? You mean that KKK? Or is it a different KKK? Not sure.
One of the tools to fight back against authoritarianism, whether that was Jim Crow, the KKK, the anti-Semitic behaviors that were manifest in the Deep South, the anti-Asian, anti-Latino. If there's anti-community, it probably had some genesis in the South. And the SPLC has spent its decades fighting back. It recognizes what hate groups are and says we're not.
Hey, Pig, can you read the room? Oink, oink. Do you know what's going on? Have you read the headlines? Ooh, soo-wee! Are you... Eli, how can you come out and talk about how great the SPLC is when it has just been reported that they've been funding the KKK and Nick Fuentes and people like that to cause disturbances and destruction and distractions and fuel racism in this country? Like, where have you been? You really, how embarrassing.
Well, I mean, that's what they do, embarrass themselves. It's their best thing that they do.
Well, you know what it is, though? They think that the people that are watching them, they know that the people that are watching that believe it. They know that they're hoping that the people that are watching that don't really believe that the SPLC was funding KKK, which I found out that they were. Do you think this turd will fit down the toilet, or do you think we're going to need the plunger? I might have to go get the plunger for this one. Hold on.
Not going to let you get away with it. We're going to tell people about you. It invests in communities and says, we're not just going to say this is what's wrong. We're going to help invest in what makes it right. And what they've always been is a clarion call and a conscience. The person who's probably most well known is Brian Stevenson, who is this extraordinary lawyer. And what the SPLC has always done is fight for the underdog and fight against authoritarianism, especially when it is driven by hatred and meanness. And that is why they are under attack by this administration and by this regime, because the SPLC is the worst possible opponent for authoritarianism.
And the Trump Justice Department is trying to criminally charge the SPLC.
They know that civil rights are the cornerstone proof that this country works. I've done a lot of work, Steve, on the issue of DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Diversity means all people, equity means fair access to opportunity, and inclusion means respect for belonging. Well, if you're going to have a democracy in the United States, it's got to be pluralistic. It's got to include everybody. If you're going to have a democracy in the United States, it's got to create space for everybody.
Here's the thing, dummy. We have a constitutional republic. We don't have a democracy. So we don't got to do any of that. We're almost ready.
And civil rights, that's how we defend everybody. That's how all of us get the level playing field that America says it wants to offer. The issue with this regime is that you cannot have their authoritarian intent and still have the defense of communities of color, of the marginalized, of anybody who wants to participate fully in a diverse and democratic society.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we all knew this was coming. I don't know if we're going to be able to get this one down. Can you all help me here? This is going to be a big one. Y'all got to help me here. Here we go. Come on. Go. Come on, go. Oh, man, she didn't go. Maybe we give her one more here. Let's give her. There she goes. There she goes. She went down, folks, after all that trying. We got her out of there. Eli, that was the biggest turd I've ever flushed. I had to do like 4 flushes on that, and I was plunging. And trust me, man, I went to school for plumbing and heating. I know how to plunge a turd. That one took for everything I had. That was a big one.
Thought you were going to have to call them the Mario Brothers on that one. It's me, Mario.
I can't get I can't get this turd down. Oh, don't worry, I'll be right there. Bum 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 bum. We got her though. We got her. Whew. Man, let me tell you, I could have called a plumber, but Eli, I don't know, man. I don't know if I can do the rest of the show. I'm pretty wore out after that. That was a big old turd.
Should go get some rest. You worked hard.
A.A. Brown Browski says, snake that bitch. Chop it up, send her down. Oh, man. You got some turd, says Shannon. We got her, though. We did it. Well, speaking of the KKK, Eli, I'm on the record saying, does the KKK even exist anymore? Right? Then we find out that the SPLC's been funding the KKK. And I thought, I didn't even know that they existed anymore. Right? And then all of a sudden, Eli, we get video footage of hooded people in KKK uniforms walking right down the street in Rhode Island. Now, this reminds me of the Patriot Front group or the fake Nazis that were wearing red and black. Remember them? Or the Charlottesville Nazis. I have not seen a KKK hood or cloak or robe or whatever it is that they wear unless it was on TV since I was a kid. But apparently they're walking around now today, right? Some video footage here. This is what they want us to believe, by the way. It's real, folks. I wonder if that's Stacy. Somebody said, yeah, that's legit. Exactly. Exactly, dude. Like, this is just grassroots happening. And I would bet you if you pulled that person over, Eli, like Scooby-Doo, and pulled the mask up and say, hey, I know who you are. I bet it's a Democrat. I'll bet you it's a registered Democrat. Look. We got another picture here, another video here. Look at this one. Eli, Jesse Smollett. This is MAGA country, boy. You better get on out of here.
I figured it was either him, maybe Byron Donalds. I don't know. Just he'd want to show. See, racism is still alive. You're the one in the suit. It doesn't matter.
Well, you don't mean Byron Donalds. You mean Hakeem Jeffries?
what's his name there from Chicago? He's just as retarded and would do the same type of thing.
No, that's Brandon Johnson, Eli. You're mixing black people up. Wow. This is MAGA country. Eli, my co-host just mixed up black people, folks. Eli, is it because they all look alike? Go ahead, say it.
Look, I'll say what I say all the time. I'm not as into the political. You knew what I was trying to say. You knew who I meant. So
No, I didn't. You said Byron Donalds, and I was like, who the hell are you talking about? Byron Donalds isn't like that.
Look, bro, I don't need this aggravation. I know lots of black people. I got so many black friends. I got Will. I got... I'll get back to you.
No, you got Dell. Dell's a friend too, isn't he?
Haven't seen him in years, but yeah, Dell.
And Shiv, what about Shiv? He's black. He's a friend of yours, ain't he?
As long as he was found innocent, sure.
Sean Maga said, damn, first Eli went gay, now he went full racist. You never go full racist, Eli. Never go full racist, man. My people been down for 400 years. 400 years we've had to deal with this. You never go full racist, man.
What do you mean, you people? What do you mean, you people?
I'm so glad Byron Donalds doesn't watch the show, because I'd be getting a text from him right now being like, bro, what is happening on LFA TV? Your producer is so racist. And I'd be like, dude, he doesn't know politics. He's not racist.
I was just watching your show, and I was thinking of doing an interview with you, but could put the fork in that.
Could put the fork in that watermelon, I'll tell you that.
Not my fault. Anyway, back to you. Do the news.
I'm trying to do the news. Anyway, you guys wanted to see that skit with Captain America? Here it is.
Where am I? Get the general. It's the year 2013, and you're below New York City in a top-secret military bunker. How do you feel?
Honestly, Doc, I feel like shit. You, boy, can you get me a cup of Joe? I'm literally freezing my nuts off.
What did he just say to me?
Coffee. Can you read? Have a pen? I'll write it down for you. It's fine.
Whoa! Come on. Times have changed. Show some respect, Captain. Come on.
Doc. I think we got a spy amongst us.
A spy? What?
The Jap kid.
I'm not a spy. He's Korean.
What the f does that mean? They're all the same?
What happened? He's so racist.
Well, he lived through the 1930s and 40s. I mean, it would stand to reason that it was completely acceptable back then for a white New Yorker to be absurdly racist.
Hey, Jensa, can I get a Lucky Strike, preferably unfiltered? None of that sissy shit.
You can't smoke in here. It's against the law.
Christ, the Nazis won, didn't they? What is this, the 7th, 8th one?
No, actually, it's quite the opposite. In fact, we now even have a black president and...
Don't you ever take that tone with me again, you dumb broad. It's not a funny joke.
I'm a lesbian. Don't f*** with me.
Is a lesbian.
Captain!
What?
It's not a joke. We do have a black president. We just reelected him.
I don't even know what this A stands for anymore.
Problem means asshole.
She goes, we do have a black president. We just elected him. Psh, don't ever take that tone with me again, you dumb broad.
Oh, this racism is killing me inside.
He says, hey, you boy, go get me a coffee. Oh. You know, you think about it. He was from that time. You know, like, you can't expect him to come out and be all PC, you know?
That's true. That's very true. That would have been a more accurate depiction, but no, Marvel had to make it all safe for kids.
Although I will say this. Remember in that first Avengers when he's going after, like, Thor and Iron Man? And he says, Black Widow says, I'd sit this one out, Cap. These guys are practically gods. And he's like, only one god, ma'am. Pretty sure he doesn't look like that. That was based.
Yep. I'm halfway surprised that they even let that line slip, but that was right at that start line, the race line, where they started saying, screw it, we're going to go woke.
Yeah, sure was. Somebody said, that's my grandpa. So, mine too. But anyway, I guess the Ku Klux Klan is out in full force now. So be careful. Don't walk the streets, okay? Especially if you're black. All right? Because Ku Klux Klan is out in full force. Ashley said, Jeremy, I want to see the thumbnail Eli's working on. It looks awesome. Well, did you see the thumbnail that he made for this show? Let me first show you the thumbnail that he made for this show. And then we'll show you the thumbnail that he's working on for the next show. All right? How about that? First show. So funny, dude. We're going to get to this. Actually, it's perfect timing because we're going to get to this topic right now. And that is Hakeem Jeffries. Here's what Eli made for the thumbnail today, dude. Look at midget Hakeem Jeffries and me and Trump. That is an epic thumbnail right there. Not gonna lie. What do you got coming up, Eli? What are you working on?
Let me slide that over. See, we got there's Wills. Dems reject blind equality. Obviously, he's all excited down here. We got Hakeem trying to take the blindfold off of Lady Justice, and Raphael Warlock, whatever his name is.
Warlock.
Dirt in the scales. It's probably about the same. And then Kevin's covering the story of how Lara Trump apparently saved 1,200 beagles. So kind of made it look like a little kids movie.
Did she save him from Shran Thinadar, that Pakistani Democrat? You know who I'm talking about there? The guy that looks like he's got a living beaver on his head? Is that who she saved them from?
I'm not entirely sure, but yes, that's exactly who she's talking about. Shri Thanadar. Be nice to Shri Thanadar. He's the Indian James Brown.
Well, actually, we have, speaking of that, Eli, I'm so glad that we're on the same page today because we're always bringing up news stories that I have saved for later. But speaking of Shranadar, can't remember his actual name. You guys know Alex Stein, right? The guy who's always saying that AOC is a big booty Latina, a BBL. He actually caught up with Shranadar.
Killing all those beagles. I know, but why do you kill all those dogs like that? That animal testing, don't you think that's terrible? In your home country, do they eat dogs? Is that why? Is that why you like to do those testing on those animals? Those innocent animals? Remember you left all those innocent animals? You don't remember that? He had a bunch of beagles they were doing animal testing on. Real loser.
I assume, Eli, that that's what you're making that thumbnail about.
Yep, sounds about right. Thank God those dogs were saved.
Can you say his name for me one more time?
This is not very hard. It's very easy to pronounce. Shri, S-H-R-I, Shri Thanadar, Thanadar, Thanadar.
You need subtitles when you talk like that, dude. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, let's get to, did you guys all see Governor DeSantis? Do you see him clowning on Hakeem Jeffries? Well, first of all, I want to take you through Hakeem Jeffries. This is why we made the thumbnail today the way it is. And so let's just get to here is Dollar Store Obama or Team U Obama, right? When redistricting was a great idea versus 1 week later when it was the worst idea of all time.
Everyone to vote yes to stop the MAGA power grab. And the voters of Virginia have an opportunity to ensure that there's a fair national congressional map.
Our message to Florida Republicans is F around and
by this illegitimate Supreme Court majority strikes a blow against the Voting Rights Act and is designed to undermine the ability of communities of color all across this country to elect their candidate of choice. The Supreme Court is a disgrace, and Ben, in the new Congress, we're going to have to do something about this Supreme Court, and let me be very clear. Everything is on the table, and we're urging everyone to vote yes to stop the MAGA power grab. And the voters of Virginia have an opportunity to ensure that there's a fair national congressional map.
A fair national congressional map that went from 6-5 to 10-1? Yeah, that makes perfect sense. It's weird how a week prior, we need to vote yes to redistrict. And then a week later, I can't believe these MAGA Republicans and this illegitimate court would do this. And it looks like Ron DeSantis decided he was going to cosplay as Hakeem Jeffries, without the blackface, of course.
We gonna do maximum warfare against Republicans. Florida Republicans, you F around, you gonna find out all this stuff. And you know what I said was, listen. And
no,
like,
play it again.
If you do the redistricting,
play it again, Ron DeSantis.
We gonna do maximum warfare against Republicans. Florida Republicans, you F around, you gonna find out all this stuff. And you know what I said was, listen. And he's like, oh, if you do the redistricting, we're going to take out all your members. We're going to do all this stuff. And what I said was, go ahead. Make my day. You don't think we're going to... You want to come down here and spend money in Florida? Roll the dice and take your chances. But don't think that you can come down here, issue threats to us, and somehow you're going to make us flinch. That is not happening, and in fact, it did not happen, because as soon as he came out and started doing that last week, Florida legislature turned around and they passed a new map. We gonna do maximum warfare.
Hey, Ron DeSantis. Eli, did you hear what he said after that about Hakeem Jeffries? He said, if you come down here to Florida... You heard he said he'd take him fishing and all that stuff, right? But he said he'd take him out to his favorite fast food joint. He said, I'll take you out to Wendy's. And Hakeem Jeffries said, Wendy's? And Ron DeSantis said, yeah, Wendy's nuts drag across your face, biatch. We gonna get 5 more seats down here in Florida. How you like that? How you like them apples? Would you like to go listen to some Imagine Dragons? Imagine dragging these nuts across your face, biatch.
That first part, that was just, we gonna do maximum warfare.
He goes, you F around, you gonna find out. We gonna do maximum warfare on you. Oh, Ron DeSantis getting them MAGA balls, Eli. It looks like he's gearing himself up for the takeover or something.
Damn Skippy.
Love it. We got to give Ron DeSantis something here. Let's give him the Smarty Award of the day, right? He deserves that. That was awesome. Ron DeSantis, you get the Smarty Award of the day because you are not mentally retarded. Woo! Hey, Eli, you want to do the winners now? Let's go ahead and do the winners now. That way we don't run out of time. That way, people that have to go back to work and they might have won, they can get it now, right?
Sounds good to me. Let me see. Now, just a reminder, give me all the information you possibly can. Address, real name, screen name, so we know exactly who to match up and whatnot. Shirt size, just in case that's what they send you. And only the winners, because I swear I'll block you. Anyway, first winner is Ken Rees' mom. Kenreasmom. Ken Rees' mom. Congratulations. Somebody who said they never win anything, I'm pretty sure this was. Audrey Jane. Congratulations. Audrey Jane. Let me see. Next we got Michael Gennady, I think is how you maybe pronounce that. It's Michael and then Gnonti. Congratulations. Aussie 18, I want to throw out a big congratulations. We're going to send you 10,000 brown M&Ms to fill up brandy glass. I'm just kidding. Aussie 18, congratulations. IHAAS, IHAS, I think that might be the name. Congratulations. Lucy Mom 4, LUCYMOM 4, congratulations. Freight X Train, congratulations. Freight X Train. And then we got, this one was kind of just a bunch of letters, but Crinchwill, something like that. CRINCLWLL, congratulations. Two more. We got Tina McCandless, congratulations. And Echo Bella, I saw you. Congratulations to all the winners.
Now, like Eli said, you might get a shirt, you might get a hat. It's really up to Sabrina's discretion based on what's in the overstock list. So whatever you get, if you don't like it, don't send it back. Just pass it on to somebody else. It's free. I literally, Eli, we've given away free stuff before and people have messaged back, I didn't want this. Okay, well, it was free. Free 99. So, and for the winners out there, woo! Congratulations to all the winners. And all you got to do is, like Eli said, make sure you reach out to him, lfaproducer@gmail.com. Give him all your information. Hopefully we don't have to have any back and forth. That way we don't miss out. It's not delayed. And come next week, Monday or so, Sabrina will come in and get those all right to you. Now, Eli, I got to ask you a question. What do you hear more? By the way, somebody said this is the most American show ever, and they love it. How cool is that? Outside of this is the most godly show ever, that's the best compliment that you could get, right?
Damn, Skippy. Thank you so much for the compliment.
Oh, by the way, today is Hannah's last show, isn't it? Hannah Faulkner. She's been here a good year. And so you guys, make sure you tune into Hannah's show today, even if it's just for a few minutes, and show her some love. Shower her with compliments about how great you think she is. If you do. If you don't, then don't pretend. But I think Hannah Faulkner is a wonderful individual. I think she's been a blessing to LFA TV. She's been a blessing to so many kids, including my own, who have watched and shared her stuff. And today's Hannah's last show here. So, show her some love today. Jump into her show today at 4 p.m. and just tell her thank you. Thank you for being here for the last year. We love her. She's great. We wish her all the best in the world. And she's more than welcome back here anytime she wants, okay? Just let her know how you feel, all right? Now, I got to ask you a question, Eli, because, hey, I still got a job to do and the news doesn't stop. Who talks about the other more? Does Hakeem Jeffries talk about Trump more, or does Trump talk about Hakeem Jeffries more? Which, by your observation, what would you say?
I'm not actually entirely sure I've ever heard the name Hakeem Jeffries come out of Trump's mouth because it's just not worth it.
There you go. So, Hakeem Jeffries has been saying lately that every time I turn around, Donald Trump talking about me. Every time I turn around, Donald Trump, he talking about me. And, of course, he had to do this when he had his baseball cap on, so he looked a little bit more, relevant, I guess.
Once again chosen to attack me on social media in another rant. This guy stays out of pocket. But he somehow did manage to tell a little bit of truth when he said that
truth?
Democrats would continue to try to do everything we can to stop him.
Eli, can you do me a favor? Can you look up the proper spelling of truth? I know it's a long word, but I just want to know what the proper spelling of truth is. Can you just tell me what that might be?
I mean, good news on this one. I don't need to look it up. Truth.
It's not true, dude. It's not true. That's not truth. Because Hakeem Jeffries just said it was truth. TROOF. And he's a congressman, dude. He is the leader of the Democratic Party. He said that the way to say it is truth with an F. So I don't know, dude, if you're right or not.
You know, Jeremy, if you're gonna go on and just pick on the way the man talks, instead of listening to his message, then we're just gonna get nowhere in this country. And Donald Trump is a bad person.
Dude, first of all, don't get all... Okay, I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking questions about what's fake and what's truth, bro. All right? Don't stay out of pocket when you're talking to me.
You see, this is what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. These MAGA Republicans, they can't handle what we have to give as the truth. So they has to make jokes about us and, say they accent questions and, pick on me for having a lisp and Donald Trump is a bad person,
Yeah, he didn't do nothing, number one. And number two, he's not to be truffled with. So there's that.
That would be correct. We're going to keep our foot on the gas pedal.
Oh, I thought you were going to say neck.
Particularly when it relates to pushing back against his efforts to fund his violent and extreme mass deportation machine. And we have zero interest when it comes to supporting his budget of up to $200 billion to fund his reckless and costly war of choice in the Middle East. Get lost. Donald Trump has once...
What is this, an after-school episode of Saved by the Bell that Eli used to watch? Get lost, creep.
Stupid. Dumb. Idiotic.
Creep. Get lost. Okay? Stop. Don't talk to me. Lame-o, loser, wannabe. Get lost. Creep. Take a long walk off a short pier.
I want them to cut to wherever Trump is right now and somebody comes up and whispers in his ear, he said what? He said get lost? And that's it, everyone. Pack it up. Back the truck up. We're all done here. We're leaving the White House forever.
Yeah. He told us to get lost, and nobody knows Lost like me. I produced the show, Lost, actually. It was my idea. It actually was chronicling my life, Lost. Hey, Hakeem.
I'm a loser.
Get lost.
I'm a loser. And I'm not what I appear to be.
Eli, stop it. Don't. Get lost, creep.
Go away. No.
What a retard. Let's listen to him here. He's doing it again. He's doing it again. Donald Trump would stop talking about me. He stays out of pocket. He keeps my name in his mouth. I wonder if he says mouth, too, like with an F. Let's.
Social media. What's your response?
Something is really wrong with you, bro. You got nothing better to do but obsess about me all day, every day? I mean, the country is falling apart. You are destroying the economy in real time. We need an intervention because you clearly are not focused on the things that matter, like ending your reckless and costly war of choice that has increased gas prices, sending them skyrocketing out of control. And yet you've got time to constantly have me on your mind. What's wrong with you, man? You doing all right? And yes, I criticize the Supreme Court.
You doing all right? You
brutally.
Can't even say truth.
And if I said it,
I meant it.
I meant it.
Oh, there it is.
Donald Trump just...
If I said it, I meant it. What's wrong with you, man? What's wrong with you? Eli, somebody in the chat, I don't know who it was, called him Hakeem Jeffries.
That takes the cake.
Yes.
That's it. That's the winner forever. That's all we ever call him ever again.
That's his new name. Hakeem Jeffries. How come I never thought of that?
It's a pleasure to meet you. What's your name? Hakeem Jeffries. What the hell did you just say?
What's wrong with you, man? Don't you know the truth when you hear it?
We're fighting for everyone's right around this country. You know, like that guy who died, who couldn't breathe. We're going to make sure he can breath.
Dude, I'm telling you what, this is not news. Okay, this is not a news show. Whoever can. Chad GPT was right, Eli. This is not a traditional news outlet at all. Not at all. Oh, man. Whew. Got me crying on that one. Hakeem Jeffries. Anyway, he's telling you he's going to, once they get power back, this is what I can't stand about John Thune. It's like, you literally hear this, right, John Thune? What they're going to do if they take power back. He's telling you.
In the new Congress, we're going to have to do something about this Supreme Court. And let me be very clear. Everything is on the table. Everything to deal with this corrupt MAGA majority that is issuing political opinions that are designed to bolster the prospects of the Republican Party. And we will not allow them to succeed.
Heard my dogs there in the background. They agree. Leader Jeffries, thanks as always. Appreciate you.
Thanks much.
You know what I would do, Eli? I would give anything to have Hakeem Jeffries come on this show. I would literally give anything. You know what I would do, Eli? I've had a motorcycle for, long time, right? 10 years plus. I love my motorcycle so much. Me and my motorcycle are one. Now that I have longer hair up top, the wind blows through my hair, and I love it so much. But I would give my motorcycle to have 1 half hour where he doesn't run with Hakeem Jeffries on the show. I'd give my motorcycle away for that.
Yeah, sounds about right. Give me a Riker.
That's what I would do. Congressman Jamie Raskin, another loser, has been ordered to repay the federal government $304,000 that he took from the illegal student loan debt relief program for his daughter's tuition at Stanford. Okay, why doesn't he go to jail? That's what I'm curious over. Why doesn't he go to jail over this? Why isn't he? How did he do this? How did he get access to $304,000 for his daughter's tuition? Quote, Mr. Raskin knew the program would be shot down, wrote the 14th District Judge Joseph Barron. So he pushed his application through using his position. Raskin's defense was that the program was perfectly legal when he took the money. Quote, that defense is summarily rejected. The judge also noted that the Raskins are worth more than $14 million and shouldn't have qualified in the first place. Quote, there's grounds for a criminal case here if ever this court saw one. So then what are we doing? I better hear that he's getting criminal charges by the DOJ. Like, what the hell? Judge Joseph A. Barron ordered him to pay back the $4,000? $304,000. Well, if I go rob a bank, do you think that the law is going to say, hey, you better pay that money back? Or do you think they're going to say, hey, you're going to pay that money back and you're going to go do some jail time? Pretty sure it's the latter. Pretty sure I'm going to go to jail. Now, what somebody was talking about, since we're talking about education, I want you to see this picture. I know it's grainy. Somehow, Eli, I think that sometimes people still have 1998 Motorola flip phones. Or this was a screenshot from a video. But what this actually is is Chicago schools to bus students to anti-Trump May Day protests using tax dollars. Today, teacher unions in Chicago, again, which is why we have Patriot Pals. Teach them young, folks. Don't deny the children in your life, nieces, nephews, grandkids, whatever, the opportunity to watch Patriot Pals. Teachers unions in Chicago have decided to once again hold May Day. Like May Day, May Day, I'm going down, May Day. Protests which will obviously be aimed at Trump and all things Republican. As part of these protests, Chicago schools are going to allow students to attend. And if they choose to go, they can be shuttled to the protest using tax dollars to pay for buses. Aside from the fact that a significant number of students in Chicago can't read at a grade at grade level, how is this even legal? Remember when we did that story about the Chicago students and where their proficiency levels were? They were like 5th grade at 12th grade. Using tax dollars to transport students to a political protest, how is that legal? Where's the outrage? From PBS, who's still around, Chicago labor unions, community groups, students, and other advocates are expected to participate in the events around the city on Friday in a recognition of May Day. Hey, guess what's going to happen because of these stupid kids protesting? Nothing. Nothing. Nothing will happen. They won't make a damn difference. They won't make a dent. Nobody cares. The world's going to go on. They're going to go back to school on Monday. They're going to put out a bunch of stuff on their social media like they did something, and the world doesn't change. Actually, the world does change. I'm sorry. It gets dumber, where they just ask questions because they have no answers for the rest of their damn lives because they're retarded people.
Hundreds of kids will be allowed to take a field trip to a May Day rally in Union Park during that school day. Last year's May Day rally in Union Park brought together thousands of people speaking out in opposition to the policies of the Trump administration. According to the agreement between Chicago Public Schools and the Chicago Teachers Union, CPS will provide buses for field trips of students and educators to attend the 1 p.m. May Day rally in Union Park this year.
So stupid. So stupid. So damn stupid. These people are so stupid. I don't even know what to say about that. I live about 2.5 hours from Chicago. And every time we have to go to Chicago, I hate it. I hate it. It's the scum of scum today. Chicago. Shit-Cago. Can't stand going there. Anyway, we do have some good news concerning Minnesota. Dr. Oz just withheld another $91 million from the state of Minnesota.
Happening in Minnesota.
Over their fraud.
Because at its core, this is about protecting patients and respecting taxpayers. We've notified Governor Walz and state leaders that CMS is deferring an additional $91 million in federal Medicaid funding. That's not a step we take lightly, but it's a necessary one. Here's the issue. Minnesota state-run programs have raised serious red flags, from the so-called Leering Center scandal to a recent Department of Justice raid tied to child care billing concerns. And don't forget how fraud tourists from other states took advantage of Minnesota's weak enforcement to allegedly use AI to fabricate records and steal another $3.5 million. These aren't isolated problems. They suggest deeper vulnerabilities in how funds may be managed. At CMS, our responsibility is clear. The federal government covers more than half of Medicaid costs, which means we have both the authority and the duty to make sure these dollars are used properly. When something doesn't look right, we investigate. It's our job. Earlier this year, our audit of fourth quarter fiscal year 2025 billing led us to defer over $250 million. These findings were concerning enough that we expanded our review. And that's what led to this latest $91 million deferral. Now, based on what we've seen so far, roughly $14 million may have gone towards illegal immigrants who weren't supposed to be getting this coverage. That's exactly the kind of issue we're working to correct. Now, this isn't about punishment. It's about partnership and accountability. we're offering Minnesota the support they need to fix these problems. But at the same time, we cannot and will not pay claims that don't meet federal standards. So we're asking for additional documentation to verify these charges. Until these concerns are fully addressed, CMS will continue to use every tool available to safeguard Medicaid. This program exists to safeguard, to protect our most vulnerable citizens. And we have an obligation to protect it, both for them and for every taxpayer who helps fund this beautiful program.
I wonder how much money in federal funds Minnesota has lost since Nick Shirley paid them a visit. Because it's a lot. It's multi millions of dollars. It might even be up into the billion. The people of Minnesota that actually rely on and need that federal funding aren't going to get it because the other people of Minnesota, the Somalians, ruined it for them. And yet they're still living there. Still living there. Speaking of them, Texas congressman just introduced a bill to ban cousin marriages, noting it's permitted under Sharia law and incompatible with cultural values. Representative Republican Keith Self has introduced legislation in Texas that would effectively ban cousin marriages nationwide by denying federal benefits to any union between first cousins or closer relatives, which he noted is permitted under Sharia law. The bill poses a direct challenge to the practice that remains legal in 18 states and the District of Columbia. Think about that, man. In 18 states and the District of Columbia, it's okay to marry your first cousin or closer relatives. I didn't know that. I didn't know that you could legally, in 18 states, marry relatives. But you can, and in Washington, D.C. Somebody in the chat said, I can't believe you even have to do this. I'm right there with you, man. I'm right there with you. Before we close out the last 15 minutes, I got some good videos here to show you. I do want to talk about and say thank you to Golden Crest Metals. Har said, Jeremy, who will be taking Hannah's hour after today? Well, as of right now, Flyover Conservative will be there. And also, if Flyover Conservative doesn't quite do the full hour, like say they do 53 minutes, we'll probably play a couple episodes of Patriot Pals or something like that, or run a couple commercials or something like that, because sometimes they don't do a full hour. They'll do like 50 minutes or 52 minutes or something like that. And so Flyover Conservative will be in that spot for now until we can figure something out a little bit more permanent. But that's okay, because Flyover Conservative is a great show. And some people don't get to watch it because of what time it's on anyway. So it'll be really good. Tomorrow, the Crest Report, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where we're going to be going over the current state of gold, silver. Gold right now is at $46.40, and silver is at $76.38. Both up, that's nice. And tomorrow we're going to tell you exactly where we think it's going and why in the near future. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. Silver, silver, silver. I know I'm supposed to be talking about gold and silver, but let me tell you, folks, silver, silver, silver. If you want my honest opinion, it's going to be the best investment of the future. To do it right now, it'll be the best investment of the future. Silver, silver, silver. I can't say it enough. I'm a big advocate of silver. I'd be a big advocate of gold, too, if it didn't cost so much to get in. But if you've got it like that, get them both. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. That's GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. And also, big, huge shout out to Rumble Wallet. We're talking about diversifying your portfolio, right? Well, diversify that portfolio with Rumble Wallet, ladies and gentlemen. Wallet.rumble.com. That is wallet.rumble.com. Or go to your Play Store right now and download it on Apple or Android, okay? Go to your Play Store, look up Rumble Wallet, and download it. Whether you have digital currency now, whether you think you have it in the future, whatever, it's a good thing to have. That is Rumble Wallet at wallet.rumble.com. Click that QR code on your screen. Empower your voice, empower your transactions, enable free transactions from person to person without any kind of middleman, nobody taking a fee. If you've got digital currency, Bitcoin, Tether, gold, crypto, any of that, wallet.rumble.com should be the place where you consolidate it all. Get there today, ladies and gentlemen, because guess what? Who has control over your money right now? Not you, not me. Big banks and the federal government, but not with digital. So, wallet.rumble.com or click the QR code on your screen today. A big shout out to Rumble for disruptive technology. Utah said, Jeremy, I didn't get a birthday song, but I will forgive you till next year. Well, hey, how about this? Me. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Vish. Happy birthday to you and many more. God bless you, man. God bless you. All right. Where are we at here? Kids being stupid, not being in school, blah, blah, blah. Yep. This crazy story. Did you guys see the dead Republican? This is a crazy story. Oklahoma 54-year-old state Senate candidate Barry Christian, a Republican, found dead after reporting missing. Now, Kid Rock endorsed Christian when he launched his bid for the Oklahoma senator last year. Authority found his truck in the Sandy Sanders Wildlife Management area. Another Republican dead, ladies and gentlemen. His body found. I wonder how. Look at this. That body was dumped, folks. You don't just go out in the middle of the desert and die. Crazy. Somebody in that chat said they're killing our Republican representatives. A few days ago, one in a small plane crash, and now this brings to mind all the scientists. Somebody said, axe the Democrats. They know. Oh, I believe it. Oh, I believe it. Absolutely. Eli, it's like World War XI out there. You know what I mean? Speaking of that, Eli, if Ilhan Omar, right? If Ilhan Omar was around during the movie Rocky II, and she went into the movie theater, as shown on your screen right here, would she know what to do? Would she know what to do if she was going to see Rocky II and she was going into the movie theater and she saw this poster up? Would she go home because she hadn't seen Rocky 2 through 10? So she didn't want to see Rocky 11. I'm just curious here.
Probably be a time traveler at that point, because aren't there about 11 Rocky movies now? But no, yeah, she'd probably go home.
Yeah, she'd probably walk up to the the ticket booth and say, "Excuse me." No, you got to remember, this is like what, 1982, 83. Rocky 2 came out, something like that. 1982, I think it was. She'd walk up, "Excuse me," and the 1982 kid would be like, "Ugh, the hell are you? What'd you say? Speak English." "Excuse me? I'm here to see Rocky 2. Yeah, it's right over there. No, that's Rocky 11. I'm here to see Rocky 2. Yeah, it's right over there. And most likely in 1982, they would have said, "Get out of here, towelhead." Eli.
Actually, I know how much you love that word. Rocky II came out in 1979.
Are you serious?
Yep.
So what was Rocky 1, 1977? Was it 2 years? Had to have been 77. I thought Rocky 2 was in the 80s, but
Well, the first one was December 3rd, 1976.
Dang. So my dad was a liar then. My dad told me that I was conceived either before or after going to see Rocky 1 in the theaters with my mom. That's a lie, Dad. You might have done too much drugs over your life. Because I was born in 1979. So there ain't no way that and by the way, August of 1979. So I would have had to be conceived, Dad, in December of 78. That was in the movies in 77. You are it. I got a bone to pick with my dad today, Eli.
It was probably actually after the Rambo movie too, or some different one.
Probably was. Probably was a Frank Stallone movie and not even a Sylvester Stallone movie.
Let's just hope he wasn't acting in the movie with him, huh?
Yeah, right. Kelly says you better axe your dad again. Hey, Donald Trump's economy. Let's see what economists are saying about his economy before we go today.
Claims hitting the wires at 189,000. 189,000. Wow, that is truly incredible. We're looking at levels truly that we probably haven't seen since the late 60s. This is very, very incredible. And continuing claims, 1,785,000. That would be the least going back to August of the summer of 24, actually April of 24. Initial jobless claims hitting the wires.
Oh, look at that. It looks like, other than obviously gas prices, which I know the world is concerned about because we pay out of pocket and, it's hard. But other than gas prices I would still say protein is still a little high. But other than that, the economy is strong. The economy is real strong. And you know what? Donald Trump signed the executive order the other day about unleashing energy. Well, here's another executive order expanding retirement savings. Look at that. I guess he really is looking out for the people of the country.
We'll do some that aren't associated with this, and then we'll talk about this with the press. You'll ask some questions of the Congress people, okay? Because they were really responsible for this. All right?
Yes.
Who would like to hold it? Good. Popular guy. Okay, let's go.
This is a presidential permit authorizing the Bridger pipeline, sir. This is a transborder pipeline similar to the old Keystone XL pipeline. It'll significantly expand our ability to move oil around North America, oil and gas around North America. It's a huge deal in terms of long-term energy dominance and energy security.
Slightly different than the last administration.
Very different.
They wouldn't sign a pipeline deal, and we have pipelines going up. And by the way, they're way underground. They're not a problem. Nobody even knows they're there. It's so crazy, but they wouldn't approve anything having to do with the pipeline, and they're great. As opposed to trucking it or training it, it was.
So 2 major executive orders there: expanding retirement savings, and also the pipeline. Eli, somebody in the chat said Rocky IV had the best soundtrack to work out to ever. Yeah, Hearts on Fire, right? Or what about the one where he was in the car, Eli, and he's after Creed dies, and he's just like, you know what I mean, driving down the road in his Lamborghini or his Ferrari, whatever it was. Oh, that was an awesome song too.
Oh, with the street lights reflecting on his face and the mirror with the oh, there's no easy way out. There's no shortcut home.
Give it in, can't be wrong. He's going, oh, my favorite movies, by the way. Rocky movies are my favorite movie. Eli, you know the coldest line in Rocky? In the ring, Tommy Gunn only fights in the ring. What did he say, Eli?
My ring's outside.
Oh, don't do it, Rocky. Oh, Rocky's so awesome. Yeah, I love Rocky IV. That's my favorite movie. Might be my favorite movie of all time, Rocky IV.
You can't win, Rock. You want to hear it? I'm afraid.
You know, I got to watch that Tulsa King. I heard that's really good. I haven't started watching that yet, but I got to watch that.
Yeah, and it's like 3 seasons deep now, too. I haven't been able to get it checked out yet.
I see some clips the other day about it. It looked pretty great. But anyway, more on the economy.
At the start of next year, every American will be able to go to TrumpIRA.gov and open a new low-cost IRA account. You'll then be able to access the same type of retirement accounts that federal employees enjoy through the thrift savings plans, which are incredible. As part of the Federal Savers Match Program, low-income Americans will be eligible to receive up to $1,000 per year in matching funds deposited directly into their accounts. It's
wow.
a good thing. For millions of Americans who lack employer-sponsored plans, this will be really revolutionary because they'll be covered. Nobody thought that was possible. For example, if a 25-year-old who is eligible for a Savers Match Program invest just $165 a month under the matching federal contributions, they will have an estimated $465,000 in their account by the time they're 65 years old. In other words, they'll be rich. And there's something awfully nice about that.
Did you hear that?
This is only the first step. I was talking to Kevin Hassett a little while ago.
Wow. That's huge, folks. Trump's IRA plan, a self-independent IRA plan from President Donald J. Trump. The same kind of matching that the congressional officials get, you're going to get now, too. That's awesome. I figured we'd
but bitch.
And another one. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, there are right ways and there are wrong ways. But there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, keep your head up high, because you are a child of God and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. We had a great week of winning. Let's carry that into the weekend. Let's carry that into the next week. And it starts with staying tuned right here on LFA TV for Will Johnson. Keep your family, your friends, and your pets close. Keep a smile on your face, and whatever you do, never stop spreading the gospel. God bless, guys. See you later. Peace.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Will Johnson, and this is the Culture Wars. It is Friday!
In 1963, thousands of children began a week-long series of protests against segregation in Birmingham. The campaign became known as the Children's Crusade. When the children took to the streets, the local head of the police, Bull Connor, used high-pressure fire hoses and dogs to attack the children, many of whom were arrested. Images of the police violence was broadcast around the world. One photograph captured the moment when a white police officer allowed a large German Shepherd dog to attack a young black boy. The Children's Crusade began at the 16th Street Baptist Church. 4 months after the protests began, the Ku Klux Klan bombed the church, killing 4 little girls: Addie Mae Collins, Carol Robertson, Cynthia Wesley, and Denise McNair.
And how many of us remember that it was young children, 11, 12, 13, 14 years old, some as young as 9 or 10, who faced police dogs and faced high-power water hoses and went to jail for our sake. And so there is deep symbolism in the fact that these 4 young girls' lives were consumed by that bombing. It was children who were urging us to imagine a future that would be a future of equality and justice.
All done by racist white Democrats. 100%. 100%. You know, they talk about the history, but they never, ever want to release the key detail. They never want to tell everybody that it was racist white Democrats. They push all this information and try to get people to believe that it's just white people in general, all white people, except for racist white Democrats, when it was the racist white Democrats that did it all. What's going on, everybody? We're still talking about SCOTUS, and it's such a wonderful thing. Now, the reason why I want to talk about this, because I'm looking at it and I'm paying attention to what a lot of people are saying. And black people, for the longest, have been saying that we want equal rights. We want to be equal to white people. Have you heard them say this? I've heard it say it. I've heard black people say this my entire life. I want to be equal like white people. We want to be treated the same way. Well, SCOTUS just made it possible for black people to be treated the same way white people are. And guess who's mad about it? The racist black Democrats, along with the racist white Democrats. The racist white Democrats are upset about it because they're no longer able to control black Democrats, black people. And the black Democrats are upset about it because they feel like they're losing something that they've been given all of this time. Specialty. Specialty. I want to be treated like Will Johnson. I don't want to be treated like a color. I don't want to be treated like a complexion. That has nothing to do with anything. But they want people to believe otherwise. All of this time, they've been kicking and screaming. We want to have equal rights. We want to be treated the same. And SCOTUS makes that possible, and they're complaining about it. Straight up complaining. And who does it make look bad? It makes black people look bad. I can't stand it to no end. I really can't. But I'm happy what SCOTUS has done. Because as long as these black Democrats are all upset, then it's good for all of us. And of course, they want us to believe that President Trump is racist, that President Trump hates black people. Look, put it this way. Every time I put something on social media, every time, without fail, especially on Threads. Have y'all ever been on Threads? I know Amanda, I see her on Threads every now and then. But every time I post something, they go, black people specifically, and the white liberals do it too. They go, they don't respect you. They don't want to have anything to do with you. I dare you to walk somewhere without the MAGA hat. I've done it plenty of times. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Now, if I go someplace without the MAGA hat and I start talking to white liberals and black liberals about how I love my country and support President Trump, they react just like I have the MAGA hat on, violently, every single time. But guess what? Black people are no longer buying the BS from the left. It's growing. It's a growing trend for black people to walk away from the Democrat Party. And I love seeing it. And I want to share some of that with you. Here's on the Communist News Network. And I'm telling you right now, the Communist News Network, they didn't want to have to do this. They're not happy about this. Look at them talk about black people supporting President Trump. Something is changing. And I would like to believe that I contribute to it just a little bit. But something is truly changing.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing right now in the numbers is President Trump and the Republican Party are chipping away at the long-term advantage that Democrats have had with black voters, with African Americans. You can see it right here. Look, Trump's approval among African Americans at this point in term one, he was at 12%. You know, he's been losing ground with a lot of people. He's gaining ground with African Americans. He's up to 16% at this point. And you say, this isn't that big of a shift. But I will tell you, Republicans absolutely love this shift that's going on because Democrats have had such a long-term advantage. The fact that he's actually gaining ground versus where he was in term number one, this has major implications for elections down the line because Democrats, especially in a lot of these tight races, you talk about places like Georgia, right down in the South, you see this type of movement for Trump actually gaining ground. This could have major ramifications and help put Republicans over the top in a number of southern places in the midterm elections.
But do you see this as part of a bigger trend?
I see this as absolutely part of a bigger trend. Donald Trump's Republican Party is absolutely gaining ground, not just him gaining in terms of his approval rating, but look at the party ID margin, Kate, because this to me was absolutely stunning. Look at this party ID margin among African Americans. At this point in Trump term number one, Democrats had a 63-point advantage. That is absolutely fallen. Look at where it is now. A double-digit shift away. Democrats, of course, still have the advantage, but it's a 12-point shift to the Republican Party. And I look back through Gallup's records. They sent me their records. And this, in fact, lead that Democrats have is actually smaller than any lead from 2006 to 2021. So Democrats are leading. But again, we're talking about chipping away. Republicans are chipping away at this long-term advantage that Democrats have had among African Americans. We see it in terms of Trump's approval rating, and we even see it to a wider degree among the party ID margin, where all of a sudden there are a number of African Americans who are walking away from the Democratic Party and a number of them who are walking into the Republican tent.
That is very interesting, looking at that past Gallup information.
Yeah.
What does this mean for the race for control in Congress?
Okay, so you see this right here. You see this 51-point advantage that Democrats have, significantly less than you see that 63-point advantage. And what we will note was back in 2024, right, Donald Trump put in a historically strong performance among African Americans. Democrats performed the worst in a generation. Have they gained any of that coalition back from where they fell down to in 2024? But take a look here. Okay. Choice for election among African Americans. Kamala Harris was leading amongst that group in the pre-election polling by 63 points. Are Democrats gaining back any of that ground? It's a 62-point advantage now. Republicans are holding on to the gains that they made among African Americans in 2024. Republicans are gaining among African Americans. They are chipping away at that long-term advantage. The Donald Trump-led Republican Party is making gains among African Americans that we simply put have not seen the Republican Party make in a generation.
Come on now.
Good to see her. Thanks so much for putting it together.
Come on. Who likes it? Can I get a show of hands? Who likes that? Can I get a show of hands? Who likes that? Anyone disagree with this? The Communist News Network reporting that they're losing black people. This comes on the heels of SCOTUS making it to where black votes are the same as white votes. So now when you go vote, it's just a vote. It's just a vote by an American citizen. It's not a vote by black people, Hispanic people, Asian people, white people. It should just be American votes, right? But they don't want that. But they're losing. I mean, so they've been pushing. When SCOTUS did this, they've been pushing that black people are about to lose their rights. Black people are about to lose the right to vote. Black people are about to lose their citizenship. And this is the most ignorant statement that they could make because they're doing it because they want black people to get into their emotions. And we know what black people do when they get into their emotions, right? Do y'all know? Do y'all know? They act out. They start acting violent. Oh my goodness, because they're tribal, right? Look no further than Chicago, and Illinois. Look no further than St. Louis, D.C., even Oakland, Compton, where black people migrate. They act tribal, and when one thing happens, and then it just explodes. And they know this, and this is the reason why they're saying, "Oh my goodness, the racist white Republicans are taking anything away from you." You need proof of it? You need proof of it? Let me show you this. Look at this typical racist, white, feminist, female, liberal, wanting everyone to believe that what the Supreme Court has done is going to hurt black and brown people. How so? How so? I still get the vote. Are you telling me that I'm going to receive a letter in the mail due to the Supreme Court justice change? You, being a black male, are no longer to participate in the American elections, even though you're an American citizen. No one's going to send no letter saying that. But listen to the white feminist liberal.
The Supreme Court today did something that they have been dying to do for decades, and it's devastating, particularly if you are a black or brown American. They gutted the Voting Rights Act. 6-3, straight down ideological lines. Before I explain what it means, I need you to hear one thing clearly. The Voting Rights Act ended Jim Crow at the ballot box. It protected the premise of fair and equal elections. That is what the conservative majority on this Supreme Court just came for. This is a truly dark day in our democracy. Now, conservatives, of course, will dress this up in legal language. They'll call it equal protection or say they're being colorblind. Don't get pulled into the semantics debate.
Really? Really? So when you go vote, it's not about based on color. And that's the reason why I asked our great producer, Eli, to create this thumbnail for me, this awesome looking thumbnail. And you can see Hakeem Joffrey's trying to take the blinders off of Lady Justice. And that is Warnock, trying to tip the scales. That's what they want to do. They want to tip the scales and they want to take the blindfold off of her. No. You need to see this racism. You need to see this racism. Democrats reject blind equality. Right? Because they don't want you to say that we're all equal. They don't want that. These black people want to be elevated. These black people want special privileges. They do.
Crap. Here's what's actually happening. The GOP and the conservative majority on this court are attacking black political power as a front to seize illegitimate control over all of us. When black voters have power, we all get better healthcare, better schools, more accountability.
How is that the case? When black people have power, let me play that again. Did y'all hear that? This is the typical feminist white liberal.
Illegitimate control over all of us. When black voters have power, we all get better healthcare, better schools, more accountability.
Really? When black voters have more power, we get better healthcare? What does black voters have to do with healthcare? Please explain it to me. See, this is how they just mouth off words. They just mouth off saying stuff. Black voters, the more black voters have power, the more we have health care. This is idiotic.
When conservatives silence that, they are setting up a system where they can overrule all of us. The numbers are brutal. Analysts are saying that up to 19 congressional seats could be seized by 2028. This would decimate the Congressional Black Caucus. Nearly half of majority black state legislative districts in the South could vanish. So this is not just a policy dispute, it is a power grab, and it is going to affect way more than just black and brown voters. Although, obviously, they are the ones hurt the most.
All right. So black and brown voters, you're going to be hurt the most. So what do you got to do? You got to go out and riot. You got to go up and tear up stuff. You got to go out and be violent because they're taking your rights away. You got to hit the streets again. And for those of you that saw the video that I created in the beginning of this and put music to it, I showed video footage of what white Democrats were doing to black people when they were fighting for the right to vote, fighting for civil rights. And now that we have it, it's not going to go away. We don't need to have this thing to create districts specifically for black people. As I mentioned yesterday, me being a black man, I don't need another black person to represent me. I need an American citizen, aka President Trump. And did you know that President Trump is white? Did you know that? He's an American. We need representation from Americans. I do not need a black person to come in and say, well, I'm black and I'm here to represent the black community. Are you kidding me? How many white people do you see saying that? No, it's a legit question. I really want to know the answer to that. How many white people do you say, well, I'm white and I'm here to represent the white community? It don't even sound right, does it? But they say this with black people. Really? These black people that they get to say that they're representing the black community don't even have the black community. They don't have the black community. They're not their best interests at heart. They don't. These black people that they get to come out here to say, well, we're here representing the black community. They have representation for special interests and for the Democrat Party to control black people. There's no representation. And again, I only need representation from somebody that is an American. Here's a great example of that. Listen to this young man talking about the very same thing.
There's been a lot of talk how there won't be any black Republican members in the new term.
Yeah.
What do you make of that?
Nothing. I don't understand how that's relevant.
Is there a problem with like recruitment? Or
I don't think it's a problem with anything. I'm not here because I'm black. I am here because I'm qualified representative for Congressional District 38, and the American people choose who they want to choose. Yeah. And the one thing I don't want to get into is this game of race bait all day, every day. If there's 4, if there's 10, if there's none, what we are talking about is who is the best person that is best qualified to fill a seat, regardless of the way that they look. And I tell people this all the time till I'm blue in the face. I represent a white majority district that President Trump would have won by over 20 points, and I won by 25 points the last time I ran. I'm being judged not by the color of my skin, but by the content of my character. I don't care how many black people are here. I want the most qualified people that are here.
And
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. See, liberals, they say, well, we need to put some black people in there, even though they're not qualified for the job, but we just need to do it because we need diversity. We want the qualified person to work the job. We want someone who can work the job. It's the same thing that Charlie Kirk was talking about when he was getting on an airplane. If you get on an airplane, because most black people don't apply for the jobs of being a pilot of an airplane. Very few do, but not like the left is trying to push it. They're just saying, well, you're just black, we'll just put you in the cockpit. No, it doesn't work that way. We need people that are qualified. And look, if black people want to be up on Capitol Hill, then apply yourself. The same way white people do. Oh my goodness, Will Johnson, the concept, what's wrong with you? How dare you? Let me say that again. If you are black and you want to be up on Capitol Hill, then you should apply yourself the same way the other person does, regardless of their complexion. Apply yourself. Hello? That's what it takes. White people are not getting handed anything. Give me an example of somebody white getting handed something. Black people, they are, though. Come on now. Prove me wrong. White people have to work harder today. Black people get stuff handed to them. I'm just being honest with you. I don't like either one of them. I think we all should have to work equally. And if you don't want it, then you don't get it. If you work, then you deserve it. No DEI here. I'm so sick of it. The Democrats want to keep this nonsense alive as much as possible. The Democrat Party is no different than the SPLC. No different. Because the SPLC push racism so they can get the funding to have everybody believe that America is inherently racist and the violent white supremacists are coming after everybody. The Democrats want everybody to believe that the Republicans are racist, so you have to vote for us in order for us to stop the racism in the country, when the Democrats are the one pushing the racism. I don't understand how people don't recognize it. I don't understand how people don't see it. I don't understand how people have to be explained what the Democrat Party is all about, and then they still don't see it. They still don't understand it because they've been blind. They have the blinders on, and they don't care about the truth. And just like you heard the reporter asking Wesley Hunt about, well, is it going to be a lack of black people on Capitol Hill now in Congress? You know, I've thought about running. I mean, here lately, I've been really thinking about it. Why? If I so choose to, what's to stop me? The only thing that would stop me is Will Johnson. White people are not going to stop me. I guarantee that there's a lot of white people and black people and Hispanic people and Asian people that will probably support me in that effort. Because they know I'm not a typical politician and I'm going to go up on Capitol Hill if I were to go. And I'm going to let them know. I would love to be on the floor and refer to these Democrats as Democrats and get them all worked up. We're asking that Will Johnson stop referring to us as Democrats. We're asking for him to be censored and because he's calling us Democrats. And my response would be, give us an example of something evil that you don't support. Then I'll stop doing it. I've asked that question for many years now. Give me just one example. But they can't do it. They cannot do it. But now they're saying that this is going to prevent black people from becoming politicians going up on Capitol Hill. How so? Again, when you have somebody black running for office, if you're not a Democrat, oh my goodness, they don't allow you to run. They don't want you to run. They'll shut you down. I can only imagine the level of attacks that I would receive. And that would be comical to me because, you know, I shared pictures with y'all how they attacked me. They would probably dig up some of the biggest dirt on me that I didn't even know about myself. Because they'll probably lie about it. Oh, Will Johnson did this. He did that. Really? Really? Well, listen to this as they're trying to say that black people are going to be excluded from running for political office. And Scott Jennings drops the bomb on them. Oh, it's beautiful.
My view is that states ought to decide this. A. B, regarding John's argument, I just fundamentally think that the government shouldn't be in the business of dividing us up by race. It's fundamentally racist to divide us up by race. We have African-American members of the House winning in districts across the country with plurality white populations. We are well beyond the issues that were at play.
The issue there is
yes,
Clarence
we've
Thomas.
obviously got some serious deficits. We haven't had an African-American Republican governor since Reconstruction. I mean, you know, there's unfortunately imbalance between the two parties.
Republicans tried to elect one in Virginia.
Okay. Well,
and then you got a white Democrat who gerrymandered the state.
Oh, snap!
Everything is crumbling, clearly, at this table.
Yeah, everything is crumbling. Oh, snap! It's like they completely forgot. You had a black woman running for governorship in Virginia, and then the Democrats said, nope, no to the black woman. No. We got to bring in a white feminist liberal to do some gerrymandering. You can't make it up, people. And see, they try to say the Republicans doing gerrymandering is racist, but then they bring a white feminist liberal in and do the very same thing that they say that they're against. But it's okay then. It's okay then. They all like, oh, yeah, you're right. We all did reject. The Democrats rejected a black woman running for governor. None of them were getting behind her. None of them. Because she wasn't hateful. She wasn't despicable. And because she wasn't any of these things, the Democrats lost their minds and they elected a white, racist, radical, lunatic, feminist, liberal for Virginia. 100%. 100%. Scott Jennings dropped that bomb on them and they just lost their minds. Lost their minds. So, oh, look at that. Will Johnson, you got my vote for president 2032. Now, you know what? I don't think that I would want to be president because I don't know. They might be successful in taking me out, right? They might be successful. But then again, you know, I wouldn't do it, just to be honest with you. But I have thought about maybe possibly, you know, running for the House or maybe running for the Senate. I've thought about it. Maybe if the local Republican Party, you know, say, hey, yeah, Will Johnson would do it. Maybe. I thought about it. Actually, I thought about this past time, there was some other political positions that were like, you know, they sent it out. And I saw it the following day that they were asking people to, you know, register for these other positions. I don't know, maybe something in the future. I don't know. But as of right now, the battle is on the front lines, talking to you and combating these evil people on the streets of America, trying to wake people up, trying to get people to understand what the situation is. Black people can truly say today, after this report, after this ruling by the Supreme Court, that we are truly equal. It took how many years to make this happen? So when you're talking to somebody, a radical lunatic black person, we get to say this now. And I was thinking about this right before I came on, because I get this all the time. Name one thing that President Trump has done or the Republicans have done for black people. I get to say, not that I didn't have other things to say before, but I get to say that the Supreme Court just ruled saying that black people are as equal as white people. Now tell me, do you have a problem with that? I mean, isn't that what we've been screaming for all these years? To be treated the same way? Isn't that what Martin Luther King was marching about? To be treated the same way? And now that that is the case today, why are you upset about it? Because they want handouts. They love it when they don't have to work for anything. They love it when they don't have to try to achieve anything. And they love the idea of the government possibly just coming in and giving government housing, giving the projects to them, giving the EBT cards, welfare checks. They love the fact of government daddy taking care of them and instead of them having to do for themselves. They like that idea. It's like children. When we were all children and we had our parents, be it, you know, we stayed with our grandparents or uncles or, you know, our adult sponsors, whatever it may be. As children, we look to them to take care of us. What's happening is that the leftist lunatic liberals get older and they still want somebody to take care of us. And specifically white feminist liberals, they have this complex that they have to be the ones, the arbiters of right, and they're the ones to tell you what you can and can't do, and they're the ones that can tell you how to live. But then you also have these evil racist ones like Whoopi Goldberg, Whoopi, complaining about white people as she's sitting on a panel with other white people making millions of dollars saying that white people trying to kill black people, when we all know that more black people kill black people than anything else.
Another problem, you know, we make laws to fix problems. We put the Voting Rights Act together because there was an issue, because they were keeping people from voting. They were literally shooting people they were running them down with dogs to keep them from voting. Okay, let's start with that. So when they say that problem is gone, it's not gone. No. Because you're still doing it. You're still doing it. And what I don't understand is what is everybody so afraid of? Because I always thought, I was raised to believe that you and I don't have to agree. That's all right.
Really? So when did you stop? They don't want you to disagree with them.
But now suddenly, your argument doesn't hold water, so you're cheating. See, that we're a two-party system.
Yeah, we're a two-party system.
We're not just Democrats. We're not just Republicans.
We're not just Democrats. We're not just Republicans. We're a two-party system. Can y'all do the math on that one for me? Obviously, I'm missing it. I must have missed that part in school. We are not a two-party system. No, wait a minute. She says we're not a two-party system. We're Republicans and Democrats, but we're not a two-party system. Republicans, Democrats. I mean, I'm counting two. Now we have the Socialist Communist Party of America, and we have independents, and et cetera, but primarily we are a two-party system. But she's saying that we're not, unless I'm missing it.
We're a two-party system. So Ruth Bader Ginsburg said throwing out the preclearance when it worked and is continuing to work to stop discriminatory changes is like throwing away your umbrella in a rainstorm because you're not getting wet.
Yeah.
The other thing I want to say is voting in local elections matters more now than ever before. Think nationally, work locally. Think nationally, work locally. One more time.
Think nationally, work locally. You hear this? They want people to believe, again, that the problem is white people and black people are not going to be able to vote. So where are these white people she's talking about shooting? Is this must be a plug for SPLC? I mean, it must be. I mean, what else would it be? It must be a plug for SPLC because it's not happening. I mean, they go out there and push it. Maybe, they're going to come out and tell everyone, oh, yes, it's happening, without any evidence or any proof of it. Just tell everybody it's happening. But you know what? I want you to listen to Warlock as he complains about SCOTUS. But then I'm going to show you something that he didn't complain about. And he calls himself a pastor. Right when we come back.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you're going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
They don't like inclusion. And the foolhardiness of them deciding, first of all, no one elected this court to decide what kind of remedies we need in this moment. It's really not up to the Supreme Court to say, well, we have reached a threshold where this issue around race and inclusion is no longer necessary. That is not the job of the court. And I'm struck, quite frankly, by the very easy and nonchalant way in which this extreme activist court knocks down precedent after precedent. The bar for doing that ought to be high, but we're seeing it with this court. Whether it comes, whether we're talking about voting rights or whether we're talking about a woman's bodily autonomy.
Dude is pure evil. 100% pure evil. He's talking about abortion. And he calls himself a pastor, a believer in Christ, and he's talking about killing the most innocent of us all, as if it's a good thing. Dude has a special place in hell unless he repents. I mean, straight up serious. I mean, seriously. Now, I'm not wishing him to go to hell. It's ultimately up between him and God, which way he wants to go. But seriously, this dude is advocating for transgender. He's advocating for homosexuality. He's advocating for everything under the sun that is considered evil. Everything the Bible tells us is evil. This dude is for it. Now, he's complaining about SCOTUS making this ruling that his black vote is no longer a black vote. It's just a vote by an American. That's what he's complaining about. But you know what he didn't complain about? He didn't complain about this. Y'all remember back in 2015 what happened? Do you remember? Let me share it with you.
I believe the decision is marriage equality for all.
Heaven is here.
The Supreme Court ruled in favor of recognizing gay marriage. My parents, who have been together for 24 years, got married in 2008 and now get to have the benefits of a married couple.
Look at this.
So we were married in 2012. I had a baby 2014. With her, though, Krista was the birth mother, so therefore there's only one parent on her birth certificate. So we are actually, our paperwork is already filed with our attorney, so we were just waiting for this moment. We can go home, get the rest of the paperwork turned in, and get another, my name on there, so now I'll be a legally recognized parent to be.
She deserves her whole family, you know.
History's been made today, and I anticipate that this ruling will stand.
You see this? This was when Obama was in office. The Supreme Court said that same-sex can get married. Nowhere in the Constitution does it talk about same-sex. Nowhere does it say that. Where was Warlock when this was happening? What did he say about it? Nothing. None of these Democrats talking about this abomination, the Supreme Court overstepping, going completely against God. Every last one of the Democrats celebrated it to the point to where the Obamas lit up the White House in the sodomite colors in celebration of saying that they were supporting this complete sinful act. I'll never forget it. This was like the nail in the coffin for me when I was still, like a Democrat. And I'm like, what is it? What's going on? I'm like, this is just wild. And I'm thinking he's doing this. And the sky, God sees it all. And he's just doing it. Like this was, to me, when I saw this the first time, this was the Obamas, Michael Obama, and Obama shaking their fists at God saying, we get to do this because we are in the White House. We have the authority, not you, God. They lit up the White House in the sodomite colors. It was the most repulsive thing ever. And they wanted to act like it's beautiful. But they didn't say nothing at all when they did this perversion. But when the Supreme Court makes it to where Black people votes are the same as white people's votes, it's just American votes, then they have a major problem with it. Then it's a major problem. It's a major problem only then. Other than that, they don't care. Did y'all forget about it? And the reason why I want to show that to you, because SCOTUS, they ruled in favor. So they're talking about SCOTUS want to do what they just did for decades. I mean, some of these people that were there during that time did this. This was just 2015. It was just 2015 when they did it. So now the Democrats are calling for the Supreme Court to be changed. They're actually saying what the Supreme Court has done is even criminal. Did you know that? They're saying what the Supreme Court has done is criminal. And the Supreme Court, members of the Supreme Court should even be jailed because they didn't get what they want. This is what they're saying. Here is one of the biggest nutcases in the Democrat Party. In this nutcase, you could go ahead and say he speaks for all of them.
Yeah, we're going to take the Senate back, so get the fuck over it.
Apologize for the enhanced language. I do apologize. I meant to take it out.
And you better demand that they investigate this corruption.
Listen.
They get the clawbacks. You better, the Senate Judiciary Committee has to investigate corruption in the Supreme Court. Now, they don't follow. Remember when they leaked Dobbs and they were going to have this internal investigation and they never talked to the justices and their wives? Way to go, John Roberts. What a fucking clown. What a partisan hack clown. Yeah, you really looked hard, didn't you? And I think that they need to make money, argument about appropriation. Should we appropriate taxpayers' dollars to a branch of government that is totally corrupt and operates under, if you're an appellate court judge or you're a district court judge, you got ethics codes and regulations here to Timbuktu. But if you're the Supreme Court, you can do whatever you want. And we don't want to live in a country like that. And we're going to start unliving in a country like that come January of 2027. And then we're going to really start living in a country different than that come January 2029.
Listen.
So let me put it in all of the corruption is going to be investigated. We're going to try to get the money back. The Supreme Court is going to be investigated as to why they don't have any rules. Do we need to stick with 9 on the Supreme Court, or is this organization so irredeemably corrupt that the only thing that could happen that would bring any sense of ethics or justice to it would be to add an additional 4 members? I'm serious.
So it wasn't corrupt when they pushed that abomination through. It wasn't corrupt then. It's only corrupt when they do the right thing. This is a sick, twisted world presenting itself again. What was once considered good is now considered bad. The same thing. He's upset because they did the right thing. It's like these white racist Democrats don't want black votes to be the same. Just be American votes. And I hope I'm drilling that in. They don't want it to just be American votes. It's like, oh my goodness, you know what it is? They're losing power. I mentioned it yesterday. They're acting like they lost their property, access to their property. White Republicans took their slaves away once again. Once again. And I hate to say this, but I think the next thing that's going to follow is going to be some serious violence. I don't want that to be the case. I hope we can come back and say next week or next month, next year, say, Will Johnson, you were wrong. The Democrats were not violent. They understood and they went ahead and started doing the right thing. Anybody saying that? Anybody saying that? Now look, Wow. They're not going to. We know they're not going to. And as of right now, they're all trying to blame President Trump. They're blaming the Republicans for making this change because they feel and they know they're about to lose control and power over a group of people that they've had for how many years? The Democrats, again, there was never a switch in the parties. There's never been a switch. The Democrats just realized how they can manipulate and control black people. And here comes another white Republican taking away their property, taking away their control over black people. Another one. And after all of these years, this was the last straw. This was the last thing that they had on black people. Now, of course, there's going to be some black people that are too dumb, don't want to leave the plantation. Here's an opportunity for them all to just go ahead and leave the plantation now. But just like if you ever read Booker T. Washington, and I read that book, and it was just mind blowing to me because when they found out that they were free, the slaves on these Democrat plantations, you know what some of them did? They went back to their huts. They didn't leave the plantation. You know why? Because they didn't know anything else outside of the plantation. So there's going to be a lot of black people like that today. Now that their votes will be just counted as an American vote, they still won't leave that virtual Democrat plantation because they don't know of anything outside of the Democrat plantation. They don't know that anything exists outside of that. So they're going to stay right where they are. They're going to stay right where they are. Listen to Ratskin. Ratskin is another evil one. And he's complaining about this because he knows very well that they've been controlling these black people and they're about to lose it.
Can you envision a future Supreme Court dominated by appointees by a Democratic president reversing this kind of ruling?
Because we're going to lose all of our control of the black people and the districts. We need to reverse this.
Well, perhaps, but the damage is going to be done for a long time. And obviously, we're going to have to try to transform the way the Supreme Court has been gerrymandered itself and stacked and packed with MAGA appointees.
Oh, so anyone who actually follows the Constitution is now MAGA. That's what he's saying, essentially. Let's just be real about it. Anyone who follows the Constitution is now MAGA. Well, thank you for that, Jamie Ratskin. Thank you so much for that. But it doesn't stop. I got another one on him.
So in most parts of the country, there are lots of African-American people getting elected to Congress.
Oh, really? Really? That's good, right? Except for, okay.
But in the South, it's not like that, where white voting patterns show less than 10% of the people are voting for African-American candidates. And so this is really a targeted hit by the Roberts Court on those majority African-American districts in the southern states like Florida, like Louisiana, like Arkansas, South Carolina, Georgia.
Say it with me. Say it with me. Virginia. Say it with me. Come on, Ratskin. Say it with me. Virginia. If you are black and you're running for political office and you're coming in there and you're screaming about reparations, you should not get elected into office. I'm telling you right now. Jasmine Crackpot, I don't know how she got elected in the first place in the state of Texas, of all places. I don't know how you get any of these idiotic Democrats to get elected anywhere, regardless of their complexion. Why can't they just come out and say, you know what? We had a good run at it, but it's all over. Now everybody will just be treated equally when it comes to their votes. When you go to the poll, there should be no exit poll. There should be no polls on finding out, trying to figure out how many black people voted and how many black people voted for which candidate. It should just be, again, and I'm drilling it in, how many Americans voted and who did they vote for? That's it. Can we get to that point? That means that we're all the same. That means our votes actually truly are all the same. Right? You see this comment just caught my eye there. Let me see where it at. MAGA is not a cult. MAGA is not a cult. That's a true statement. That is a true statement. MAGA is not a cult. It simply means make America great again. Do we have a troll on there? You have to come, because most of the time you have to explain that because there's a troll on here that doesn't understand that. They're probably looking at my hat. Oh my goodness, black guy in a MAGA hat. Trigger, 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 trigger. Right? Do we have a troll on here? Because I got some food for the troll. Guess what? I love America. I support President Donald J. Trump. And first and foremost, over all things, I believe in Jesus Christ. I bet you that demonic spirit in you right now is getting all worked up, isn't it? Isn't it? How do you like that, troll? So do this, troll. When you go back and you talk to Satan, you tell Satan that I'm not going to stop. You tell Satan that we are coming. You tell Satan that his days are numbered. You tell Satan that Jesus is on the throne and he has already won the battle. Make sure you relay that message to Satan when you go talk to him. Troll. How's that? How's that? I bet she doesn't like that either. Making me go report. I don't know, I don't know why, but I'm really happy that this happened. Let me play something. Is this here? Let me show you somebody who is absolutely dangerous. This dude is a white guy with a Nazi tattoo on his chest, and the radical leftist lunatic liberals all say that they're against white people that's ever supported Nazism this much. Can you see it? Can you see it? This much. If you supported Nazism this much, the Democrats said that they're against you. Just this much. Just this much. But this dude has a Nazi tattoo on his chest, and he gets a pass.
We're the majority. We need to use the power we get to shut this White House down.
Oh, really? Really? So he's letting the game plan out there that they want to gain power to shut the White House down.
We do that, I think one of the best ways is through committee hearings and investigations.
Oh, really?
I want the Trump administration not to function because everyone in the White House is being hauled under subpoena in front of a Senate committee day after day after day.
Listen, this is he's actually talking about the shadow government trying to prevent President Trump's administration from doing anything. He just doesn't say shadow government.
Not just because, one, we have so many crimes to investigate. At this point, we could probably be doing this for the next 30 years. But two, because it's a lever of power. Using subpoena power, bringing people in for investigations, that keeps them busy.
Really? You see this? He's actually talking about the playbook that they did when President Trump was in office the first time. If we impeach President Trump, we'll keep him busy with the impeachment. He won't be able to do anything. And they had it. The whole distraction was the impeachment. Impeachment 1, impeachment 2, COVID. They did all of these things to distract President Trump from doing what he needs to do. I am ticked off with Thune. I am ticked off with Thune. Thune should have been doing this job a long time ago, getting rid of the filibuster so they can pass bills to actually save America. To actually save America. He should have been doing it to actually save America. Because the Democrats are telling us right now that they're going to. The Democrats are telling us right now that they're going to come after Trump. And then, as I mentioned to you, they're coming after us because we put Trump there. Someone said they like my sweater. If you like my sweater, it's actually on my website, my personal website, uniteamericafirst.com. uniteamericafirst.com. If you want to get one, if you want to pick up one, My buddy Ben Burkharm, he picked up one and he wears his. I don't know, can y'all see it? Here, let me do this. We'll do that. Can y'all see it? Does it look good? Does it look good? Trump is your president. Again. I made the first one I made, it just said President Trump is your president. And I'll never forget it. I went where they were trying to impeach President Trump. I was there with my buddy Ben Bergquam, and he had on a shirt, I had on a shirt, and it said Trump and your president. And we were in the hearing, one of the hearings. And Jerry Nadler, because both Ben and I were just standing there. We weren't being loud. We weren't saying anything. They haven't even started the hearing committee yet. But Jerry Nadler was sitting up on the thing, and he looked at us, and he tried to have the Capitol Police remove us. And they said, I'm sorry, sir, we can't remove them. They're not yelling. They're just standing there. People are still coming in and going out. The hearing hadn't even started. Jerry Nadler tried to silence our free speech. Jerry Nadler, I'll never forget it. Never forget it. All right, everybody, that is it for me. Thank you so much for tuning in. Have a wonderful, blessed weekend. Stay safe out there. Don't let the liberals get to you. Today's May Day. I forgot. Today's May Day. I almost went without mentioning it. Today is May Day. All the radical leftist communists right now across the country celebrating May Day because they're against capitalism. Against capitalism. They're actually allowing kids, school kids, to get out of school so they can go protest against capitalism. And, you know, most of the kids just say, hey, this is a free time out of school. I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it. But shame on them for using kids. Shame on them for putting kids in that position. Shame on them. But like I said, it's Friday, everybody. Stay blessed. Stay safe out there. Remember, Jesus is on the throne. Jesus is king. God bless you. See you next week in the Culture Wars.
What's going on, everybody? Friday, May 1st. It's gonna be May. Sorry. I'm not proud of myself. You know, we should start the show over. We should definitely start the show over now that I did that. 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you all so much for tuning into Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. Scott Jennings finally snaps. After years of being forced to go on a CNN panel with some of the dumbest people in America, he finally snapped. I don't know how he did it. I don't know how he lasted as long as he did. But I guess being placed on a panel with a TikTok star, a hooker, and a guy who hasn't been relevant in 30 years finally got to the good old boy from Kentucky. We'll get to all of that. Also, Laura Trump saves like 15,000 dogs. I'm sorry, 1,500 dogs, and there's a complete media blackout because, of course, it was a Trump who did that. As Alex Stein confronts one of the members of Congress who seems to be dead set on torturing animals. I'm not a big animal guy, but you know, don't do that. Don't do that stuff. Also, a gigantic fraud scheme in the SNAP benefits program. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? It turns out the best way actually, the most efficient way to purchase a Ferrari in America is to be on SNAP benefits. To be on the SNAP benefits program. What a notion. Also, a wild story in Queens where a guy apparently set himself on fire inside of his own house and then burned down half the neighborhood. Don't set yourself on fire. You know, just don't do that. Don't do that. Before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit that, why is that all the way over there? Hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling here. Before we get really going, I want to thank everybody in upstate New York last night. Yesterday, I was speaking at the Saratoga Republican Party. Great event they put on. I got to see all of my friends in the upstate, except for Newsday reporter Yancey Roy. I actually don't know what his name is because he's completely irrelevant. He's the D.C. bureau chief for Newsday. He wrote another hit piece about me, which I find to be quite funny, if I'm being totally honest with you. You know, nothing says succeeding in life like being 55 and making $52,000 a year covering Albany. It's kind of it's kind of like being the fastest kid at fat camp. So Yancey, which isn't a name, Yancey Roy, you win today's. How you doing? How's everybody doing today? Happy Friday, everybody. Happy May. I guess it's officially springtime. Giddy up, let's go. All the good stuff. What's happening? Every AC Night, Andrea, TPH, Nance, what's going on? How are you? Sophie, what's happening? Jimmy the Pimp. That's a new name in the chat. I don't think I've seen that name before. Welcome, Jimmy the Pimp. I hear that's not easy. Somebody told me that back in the 90s. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Guys, once again, hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place as we rock, as we roll. So let's dive in right ahead because a wild story about beagles. That's right. That's right. It turns out there was a farm. There was a farm in Wisconsin called Ridgeland Farms that was doing beagle testing for like years and years and years and years. Well, a major announcement is coming out about this farm, and President Trump's family is playing a key role. This from Fox 6 in Milwaukee. Well, it turns out the Big Dog Ranch Rescue of Palm Beach, Florida, and the Center for the Humane Economic and Animal Wellness Action will hold a news conference, held the news conference yesterday in Madison, announcing a major development regarding the fate of the beagles that are now being housed at Ridgeland Farms. The announcement did not give exact details, but it turns out one of the board members of the Big Dog Ranch Rescue is Laura Trump, who paid who offered to pay two different organizations over $1 million to release an estimated 2,000 beagles that were still being held at a commercial breeding farm in town of Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. That's a weird name for a town. In a statement, Richland Farm said it has agreed to sell a substantial number of its dogs to different rescues. So it turns out this place was doing animal testing, and, nothing really gets Americans going like a photograph like this one. Yeah, And the irony, of course, as I've been told, apparently people use beagles. Apparently people use beagles because they're like the most forgiving dogs or something. I'm not really sure what that is. I'm not really sure if that's a thing, but somebody told me that. So they were doing animal testing on all of these different beagles. And Laura Trump came in and bought all of them. Or her organization bought all of them. If it's an animal rescue in Palm Beach, I'm sure it's just about as well funded as Black Lives Matter. Let's be honest here. Those people have a shitload of money and nowhere to put it. So, of course, you didn't hear about this on almost any news channel. Why? Because it's the Trump family doing something objectively great. Luckily, there was someone on Capitol Hill who decided to call out a member of Congress for his apparent obsession with torturing animals. Now, it's not going to come as a shock to you which member of Congress this is, because he is the only male member of Congress who tattoos his eyebrows, which ought to be a straight sign that you're a serial killer. If you're a man and you tattoo your eyebrows, you're a serial killer. Maybe it's not a one-for-one thing, but I'd say it's pretty close.
When are you going to stop killing all those beagles? I know, but why do you kill all those dogs like that? That animal testing, don't you think that's terrible? In your home country, do they eat dogs? Is that why? Is that why you like to do those testing on those animals? Those innocent animals? Remember you left all those innocent animals? You don't remember that? He had a bunch of beagles they were doing animal testing on. Real loser.
Shout out to the pimp on a blimp, Alex Stein, right there. I can't say the guy's name. You know who he is. Toupee, tattooed eyebrows, Michigan, go figure. Shouldn't come as a shock to anybody. But of course, in any other context, if somebody rescued almost 2,000 beagles, or 2,000 of anything, from animal testing, this would be national news, and it would get plenty of press coverage, and David Muir would talk about it on ABC Nightly News, but he won't. He won't, because it was the Trump family, because it turns out that when Republicans do something, we ignore it, or when Republicans do something good, we ignore it. And then when Democrats do something objectively bad, we say that people can change. Now, if you need any more proof of this, there's someone in the state of Maine named Graham Plattner. Graham Plattner. He is the Democrat running for Senate in Maine. He's got a very real chance of winning. Susan Collins can barely get through a sentence. She also sucks. And it's Maine, so they flip-flop on their votes almost every time. Well, Graham Plattner, he's sort of like John Fetterman with a little bit more Nazi to him. And I don't mean that in like the context of, oh, he's a Nazi. Everybody I don't like is a Nazi. I mean, he's quite literally got a Nazi tattoo on his chest. And it's not like kind of a Nazi tattoo. It's not like how like independent skateboards used to use that weird cross and the Nazis also used that cross. It's a Nazi tattoo on his chest. Now, Donald Trump sneezes and everyone yells Nazi. But when a guy with an actual Nazi tattoo shows up on the scene, Democrats can find a way around it. They can figure out a way to look the other way. And shockingly enough, Abby Phillip on CNN actually questioned a table full of Democrats and Scott Jennings. We're gonna show a lot of Scott Jennings today on the show because he finally lost his mind, which I don't blame him for. But Abby Phillip actually posed a question of whether or not it is okay for Democrats to, back a guy with a Nazi tattoo.
Now, if this were a Republican candidate who had had a Nazi tattoo, covered it up when he was running for something, and had said all the things that he had said about black people, about women, about rape, etc., do you really think there's a world in which Democrats would be like, let's just let bygones be bygones? That's the past. Today's the present.
I think we're entering a new era, and we'll see what the base wants. We'll see who wins when the actual election happens. But for the past decade, Democrats have been unified by our opposition to Donald Trump. And now Graham Plattner has a forward-looking message. So if Donald Trump or if another Republican had a Nazi tattoo, I don't know, Donald Trump has dinner with Nazis. It's not that far from, it's happening. But there's also plausible deniability regarding Graham Plattner's tattoo. We don't know if he knew. We don't know what he knew.
But it's not just the tattoo. It's not just the tattoo.
Listen,
that sounds so pragmatic.
If Republicans want to clutch
so
their...
ruthlessly you want to win,
well, listen,
so you're willing to overlook his Nazi tattoo.
If Republicans want to clutch...
Now, look, I don't like Geraldo Rivera at all. I think he's a dick. But that is the new left. That is the young Gen Z left. We don't care if a guy has a legitimate Nazi tattoo on his chest as long as he stands opposed to Donald Trump. It's almost hard to believe why the supporters of that kid Adam, who's like a TikTok star or something, it's almost hard to believe that his supporters continue to try to kill us. Not hard to believe. But, of course, that wasn't the only moment there. Scott Jennings continued with this about the Democratic Nazi from Maine.
The debate about his past and about his tattoos and this, legitimate points you made, they would never cut Republicans the same kind of slack if somebody showed... By the way, it's not resembling a Nazi tattoo.
It's a Nazi tattoo.
It's a Nazi tattoo, which he then blamed on the military for giving him. So it's been kind of... it's a terrible thing, but they're going to choose to overlook it. I would just say on the Maine race in general, last time Collins was on the ballot, she never led in a single poll, and then she got reelected. Maine's an interesting electorate. I think it's going to be one of the most fascinating and expensive races in the cycle. But to see the Democrats, who've spent a lot of time calling Donald Trump a Nazi for the last several years, embrace the guy with the Nazi tattoo, who's a pretty, has said a lot of anti-Semitic things, is quite a turnaround.
Look, there's a difference. Two things can be true at once. You can have done or said bad things, but you can also change your views, and you can also prove that through your actions.
So if you apologize, is that enough?
No, I think you have to prove it through your actions.
Oh, right. So it's okay to used to be a Nazi, but now you can change. So Donald Trump does anything, Nazi, they yell Nazi everywhere. But guy with Nazi tattoo, hey, sometimes people can change. Sometimes people can change. That girl, it's almost like, let's say you used to be a hooker. Like that girl. And then you ran for Congress as an aggressive progressive. Then we forget and we put you on CNN so that you can go on CNN. I don't know. Kate Abugwale, so she got a funny last name. I don't know what the hell it is. But she lost her primary because she's batshit crazy and also like a genuinely bad person. She's a little dumb. She's also dumb. So just after that segment, they decided to talk about InfoWars and Alex Jones and the selling of InfoWars to a company called The Onion. Now, look, to be fair, I like The Onion. I think they're really funny. I like to laugh. And they come up with like satirical, political stuff and funny headlines. It's like the Babylon Bee for dumb people. But The Onion is very funny. I like it. Well, it turns out Kat whatever the hell her name is, former hooker, allegedly. Got to make sure you throw that in there, allegedly. She had some strong feelings about what would happen if and when it should happen. The sale of InfoWars to The Onion to both remove Alex Jones from the public conversation, make restitution to the Sandy Hook families, but she leaves out one little part. One little nugget about why exactly she feels so strongly about this. See if, just wait for it.
It's not just about Kimmel. Last night, we saw in Texas courts that the case for Alex Jones and the Sandy Hook families, which has been going on for more than 8 years, these families have been tortured by this man for over a decade. He somehow found a legal loophole made just for him. Even lawyers don't totally understand what's happening here. And if you're watching this and you're in Texas, you should call your representative and ask what the hell is happening with that deal.
You're right. You should call your representative to make sure that the forced sale of Alex Jones's company goes to the Onion. That way,
goes to speech all across the spectrum, except for the people that align with the most extreme parts of the right.
Do you have a vested interest in that case?
Sorry?
Do you have a vested interest in the
Yeah,
outcome?
my partner
do you have a vested interest in that case?
owns the Onion, but also, do you not want the Sandy Hook families to get their fair share?
I do. I
because
think
right now, this is the only
I just
deal.
was saying, like, there are other externalities there when it comes to that. So I like disclosure.
Oh, that's right. She went on there. Because, you see, here's the thing about this new generation of young progressives. They've never heard the word no in their life. They never got the shit beaten out of them by one of their parents for stepping out of line. So Kat Abababale, whatever the hell her name is, she thinks that she can just go on CNN and talk about the importance of forcing Alex Jones, a guy who spent 20 years building up his own company, to sell said company in order to make restitution to the Sandy Hook victims. And then some Gen Xer sitting next to her goes, doesn't your boyfriend own the Onion? Oh, right. So you have a financial interest in feeling a particular way about this particular case. And then when asked about it, do you have a vested interest in this? What? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. So it shouldn't come as a shock to anybody that Scott Jennings finally snapped. Finally. Which I don't know how he hasn't done it before. I mean, look, Scott Jennings is a seasoned political operative. Many people considered him a very serious choice to run for Senate to replace Mitch McConnell. He's worked in multiple presidential administrations, multiple presidential campaigns, and he's literally on a panel with a hooker, a TikTok star, and a guy who used to host a show back in the 90s about midgets who banged their neighbor's mailman, Geraldo Rivera. I mean, it was like PG-13 Jerry Springer. Why wouldn't Scott Jennings finally snap? Why wouldn't he snap after years and years and years of having to sit back on panels with dumb people and race baiters and just have to take their nonsense all day long?
My view is that states ought to decide this. B, regarding John's argument, I just fundamentally...
And just to be clear, this smug woman who's had way too much work done to the top half of her face and not enough done to the bottom half, that's Neera Tanden. That's the woman who operated Joe Biden's auto pen. Let's see how this goes.
My view is that states ought to decide this. B, regarding John's argument, I just fundamentally think that the government shouldn't be in the business of dividing us up by race. It's fundamentally racist to divide us up by race. We have African-American members of the House winning in districts across the country with plurality white populations. We are well beyond the issues that were at play.
The issue there is
yes,
Clarence Thomas.
We've obviously got some serious deficits. We haven't had an African-American Republican governor since Reconstruction. I mean, you know, there's unfortunately imbalance between the two parties.
Republicans tried to elect one in Virginia.
Okay. Well,
I'm just saying. And then you got a white Democrat who gerrymandered the state. It's all crumbling.
We're going to end this here. Everything is crumbling, clearly, at this table. Next, speaking of crumbling, the panel is going to give...
Yes, that's right. It's crumbling. It's crumbling because Scott Jennings took John Avlon, who is most famous for having a relatively famous wife. That's right. That idiot John Avlon, and I've met him before. He ran for Congress out here on Long Island, and Nick LaLota kicked the shit out of him. John Avlon is most famous for marrying someone named Margaret Hoover. Now, the name Margaret Hoover may not ring a bell. She's another reporter. She works for PBS. Of course, she's most famous because her grandfather was Herbert Hoover, the president. You know, nothing says moving up in the world like that. Hey, Johnny boy. And, you know, John's got me blocked on Twitter because he's a bitch. So, you know, what are you going to do? Actually, it was really funny. I'll tell you a fun story that I don't tell a lot of people. This is in... This would have been in 2024. I was at the Kings Park Street Fair. For my Long Islanders, you'll know what that means. I was at the Kings Park Street Fair, and John Avlon came walking through. And this is really funny, actually. He came walking through with Margaret Hoover, and I got, like, my booth set up and all my Trump stuff, and, you know, we got flags, and we got T-shirts and everything. And I went walking up to them, and I was like, oh, you know, trying to be cordial, you know. Oh, best of luck to you running for Congress, you know. And he sees the Trump booth, and he's very, very confused. So him and Margaret Hoover keep walking. And I look down the street, and John Avlon is speaking to the Smithtown Democratic Party, who is constituted with a gaggle of the ugliest people on planet Earth. They're watching the show right now. He goes down and he talks to them. And I can see them kind of muttering back and forth. And then all of a sudden, John Avlon and his wife, Margaret Hoover, who... she's actually not a bad reporter. She made AOC look really dumb. They come walking back to my booth. And he says to me, he goes, why would Kevin Smith, the founder of one of the biggest political, activism groups on Long Island, why would he be wishing me the best of luck? And I said, because if you win, you get me next, and I'm a way bigger asshole than Nick is. The look on their face, the utter shock. Seriously, my boy John, I wish I don't know, John's at work right now. He was standing there next to me. He almost died. That was a lot of fun. That's a fun story. That's a really funny story. I like that. Whatever. Back to Scott Jennings. After years and years and years and years and years of Scott Jennings sitting on these panels with hookers and TikTok stars and former talk show hosts in the 90s and race baiters and race hustlers and Neera Tanden and terrorist sympathizers. After all that, he finally snapped when this kid, what's his name, Adam Mockerly, whatever his name is, kept putting his hands in Scott's face. Now look, I've met Scott Jennings. He is a very nice guy. He's a very nice guy. Like, he's what you think about when you think about, like, Southern gentlemen, like, very quiet, like, very, very, demure, not, I'll put it this way. He's pretty much the opposite of me. Well, he finally had enough.
I mean, honestly, they have been at war with us for 47
We all
years.
know that Scott Jennings is more than happy to defend a war with a country that starts with the letters IRA that we are currently failing, that is going to put us trillions and trillions of dollars more in debt. I was only a few years old while you were in the administration defending prior endless wars. Now this war is failing.
8 weeks is endless to you?
Okay, you said it was going to be 4 to 6 weeks.
You have the attention span of a gnat? Is that
Homie,
what you
I
have?
debated you on TV 4 to 6 weeks ago, and you said we were weeks away from it. Now you're making condescending remarks because you can't defend the fact that this war is not going your way. Wait, one more time.
Not
Can you
going your way.
one political
Get your
concession.
fucking hand out of my
Name
face
one political
first.
concession.
Hey, whoa, guys,
Honestly, I'm
excuse
not
me.
going to have this guy's hand in my face.
Everybody, hang tight.
Honestly.
Okay. No, everybody, calm down. Okay. We're having a debate. You can respond to the points that he's making.
Can you name a political concession that we've got?
Now let's go. I want to show you all something, right? Let's go back a little bit. That's the face of a kid who never got the shit beat out of him in middle school. Just a smug little Gen A, Gen Z, whatever, Alpha, Gen Alpha, these like 25-year-olds who like think they're hot shit because they've never like encountered a real man before. You don't put your hands in somebody's face over and over and over and over again and expect them not to eventually snap. I don't know. Maybe I would suggest he hangs out outside of the Young Republican Gala. Sees what happens to him. I hate these young kids today. These like virtue signaling TikTokers. They're like the worst part of America. I wish we could go back to like the 80s and 90s when like if you didn't like somebody you could just square up with them and then whoever won was the person who was correct. Those were just better times. You're calling for violence. No, I'm not. I think that some people would know how to act right if once in a while they got smacked in the mouth. Like, turns out that's sort of the way our species has been operating since, I don't know, we began to walk upright. And then, like, somewhere around, like, the mid-2000s, a bunch of fat kids got mad that they got bullied in school. And then we had a no bullying. And then it led to some sniveling weasel like that. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But I don't blame Scott Jennings for finally snapping. I mean, years and years and years and years of having to put up with utter idiots. See, this is what TV will do. They will take the former hooker, Kate Abababale, whatever the hell her name is, and they'll put them on the same panel with Scott Jennings, a guy who's been in professional politics for 25 years. And it will look like they are equals, but they are not. You have like some 25-year-old nobody heard of until 18 months ago, until she ran for Congress and lost. And apparently that warrants her the ability to be on the most trusted name in news. You're watching CNN. I mean, hell, they got Darth Vader to do the damn intro for the commercial, so they must be serious. I don't blame him for finally saying he should have smacked. If Scott Jennings would have smacked that kid in the face, he could have ran for president and won. You're calling for violence. No. There's a difference between getting a smack and violence, okay? And if you need to know the difference, I'll be glad to show you. Guys, we'll be back in 1 second with some major fraud updates. Before we get to that, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody. If you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not going to lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmra.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmra.com/LFATV. Order now.
Guys, head on over to tryarmra.com. and use promo code LFATV. That's tryarmra.com and use promo code LFATV. Hold on, I got to do something real quick. There we go. I had to respond to some idiot online. What are you going to do? I want to make sure before we get to the Snap fraud scam, I have to make sure I work this one in. So I want to make sure there's enough time for it. Did anyone see what... Did anybody see what President Trump did today? So, all over the country today, there are May Day protests or May Day rallies going on. May Day, of course, is when the Soviets celebrated the end of the revolution and the rise of communism. So naturally, it's happening in every major American city. So much so that the Chicago School District is actually going to bus children over to these rallies because, you know, schools shouldn't be political. Schools shouldn't be political at all. So the Chicago School District has decided to pay for school buses to bring kids over to the May Day rally, despite the fact that that money could have been used on, like, you know, teaching some of them to read. Because, you know, none of them can do that. Here was local news reporting.
Potentially hundreds of kids will be allowed to take a field trip to a May Day rally in Union Park during that school day. Last year's May Day rally in Union Park brought together thousands of people speaking out in opposition to the policies of the Trump administration. According to the agreement between Chicago Public Schools and the Chicago Teachers Union, CPS will provide buses for field trips of students and educators to attend the 1 p.m. May Day rally in Union Park this year.
A field trip! A field trip to a rally celebrating the birth of communism. I mean, why spend that money on, like, books and better teachers? Why do that? Why do that at all? Well, you know what? Sometimes you got to have yourself a wee bit of fun. You got to have yourself a wee bit of fun. And President Trump certainly did that today. When he departed from the White House on Marine One and decided to do a flyover in the helicopter over the May Day rally in front of the White House.
Citizenship is under attack.
I mean, I don't know how you don't love the guy. I can't wrap my brain around how people cannot find this man to be hilarious. Maybe you don't like a policy, you don't like, you're a traditional neocon and you don't like tariffs, or you're like me and you're anti-war, but there's no human being on earth who can tell me he's not hilarious. You know damn well he got into that helicopter. You know damn well he got into that helicopter and just went, why don't we fly over the protesters? Just screw up their day. Hover for a little bit. They look like they could use some air. You know damn well he said it. You know damn well he did. I just wanted to make sure I got that in before we got to the end of the show. When we get to the end of the show today, we're going to have a little highlight reel that was put together about a good friend of mine. So that's going to be fun. But I do want to talk about this SNAP benefit fraud scam that has been going on all over America. Now, look, I worked at a supermarket for a couple of years in my 20s. And I can't tell you how many people would come into the to the supermarket that I worked at, and they would have like their EBT cards, and they'd be buying steaks and lobster and crab legs, and you know they weren't buying milk and bread and eggs. You know, and when I say steak, they weren't buying like chuck rolls. They were buying like ribeyes and like filet mignon with their SNAP benefits. Now, I don't think many Americans, I don't think anybody watching this show, would say that if you're like hard up on hard times and, you know, you got kids, I don't think any person here would object to helping people out when they're actually down. I don't think anybody would actually object to that. I think they would object to stuff like this.
Governor in America is saying fraud and abuse in the SNAP program, the food stamp program, will end. And please be our partner in this. 29 states responded. All but 2 were, of course, red states, Republican governors, and they said, yes, we are in. And within that data dump, billions of pieces of data that we're now sharing with the states, we found 500,000 people getting more than one benefit illegally. We found 244,000 dead people. Laura, this is just the red states. In that time, we have now arrested, it's just the red states. We have now arrested 895 different people in the last year for illegally using the food stamp system. And now, of course, we're talking about what is happening with that money. So we're making a lot of progress. Of course, the blue states are suing us to say that they don't have to share that data. But the corruption is absolutely astounding. The vice president has now leaned in with his fraud task force. We are now on supercharged, not that we weren't before, but now we're really on warp speed to do everything we can in the next 2.5 years to get this under control and to change it for good.
Okay, well, you know all the fraud's going to be
And it turns out that, and as I said, No one is suggesting that like poor single mothers who need a handout, who need a little help shouldn't get it. However, what I am saying is that if you are on SNAP benefits, you shouldn't, I don't know, own a Ferrari.
Sharing. Previously, no data was shared. We had no idea where the taxpayer dollars were spent. Just one red state, the recent dump of data, we found SNAP recipients had more than 2,000 Tesla owners, 200 Alfa Romeo owners, more than 144 that were receiving food stamps were driving Porsches. Again, this is the data dumps we're getting because before we had no accountability on any of these programs. We now are requiring accountability. The blue states are suing us. They don't want to share the data. And can you imagine, this was a red state where there is actually some taxpayer accountability. Imagine what's happening in the blue states if that's happening in the red states.
And she didn't even name it. She just named the big ones. First off, I don't even know where to buy an Alfa Romero. I don't think I've ever seen an Alfa Romero dealership. Not really the point, but she only named the big ones, the Teslas. 3 people in these red states who were on SNAP benefits were driving Ferraris. 4 were driving Lamborghinis. Really? Look, once again, for the dipshits, no one is saying if you are poor and your children are starving that we, in the wealthiest nation on planet Earth, can't help you out. No one is saying that. What I am saying is that if you can afford, I don't know, an oil change on a Lamborghini, you can probably buy your own milk. Maybe, and I'm just silly white boy here, maybe the reason why you're able to afford a Ferrari is because I'm paying for your food. And let's be honest here. I mean, if we're spitting facts here, I think. If you are robbing SNAP and buying a Maserati, which 2 people did, it's probably not the only welfare program you're ripping off. I mean, let's just be honest here. And it's wild because we aren't even talking about, expensive normal cars, like a Mercedes or an Audi or a Jaguar. You got to make sure you pronounce it correctly. Those are regular people fancy cars. We're talking about cars that rappers own. Like ones you buy right after you get drafted into the NFL. Could you imagine the level of how little you care about the society that you are a part of to drive your Lamborghini to the grocery store and then use an EBT card to buy food? There used to be some sort of a moral fact. In the words of George Costanza, we live in a society where you just don't do things like that. But some people do. And Democrats will probably run some bullshit TV commercial. Donald Trump has kicked 10 million people off of SNAP benefits. They won't mention that it's the Alfa Romero drivers. That's what they'll do because they're frauds. TPH. I can't imagine the blue states if those are the numbers from just the red states. Wild. Absolutely wild. But of course, that's not the most wild story of the day. Not even remotely close. So, as some of you will remember, last week, a cop was shot and killed in Chicago. Brandon Johnson, with his snow cone haircut, stood there very defiantly and said, we will get justice for this police officer. Now, nobody believed that because, Brandon Johnson sucks. Seriously, like cancer has a higher approval rating than Brandon Johnson. Well, it turns out that guy who was accused of shooting that police officer is a 7-time convicted felon. A 7-time convicted felon. And when he was arraigned today, he was let out of jail.
The smug attitude, the smiling, the smirking, the laughing, the I love yous from the family, even after hearing the despicable acts that this piece of did, it's appalling, it's disgusting. It's the reason the death penalty should still be in Illinois.
A 7-time convicted felon out on pretrial release, accused of killing a Chicago police officer. Chicago police.
Pretrial release? This would be his 8th felony. And he's accused of killing a cop. And they're letting him out. Bananas. You ain't never seeing this guy again. He's gonna flee town so quickly. Why wouldn't he? If I was accused of murder, I mean this, genuinely. I'm sure this will get used in court against me at some... Well, actually, no, I think... Let's start that all over again. In the event... If I'm ever facing a murder charge... and they let me out... I am gone. Are you kidding me? I'm driving to Mexico... and I'm hopping on a little banana boat... and I'm going to Cuba. Why would you stay here? What are you, dumb? Maybe he can go down and live with Asada Shakur. Oh, wait, she's dead. Thank God. Another cop killer who got out after the Weather Underground released her from prison on a jailbreak, and then 2 of the leaders of the Weather Underground got jobs teaching at the University of Chicago. I actually ran into them at the DNC last year. Bill Ayers and Bernadine Dorn, still roaming around free. No big deal. Just another day in the city of Chicago, of Chirac, the city where you can get jumped at 2 o'clock in the morning by 2 avid Trump supporters while getting a Subway sandwich in a blizzard. Chicago. We've been focusing on Chicago a lot this week. I just realized that. Whatever. Guys, in 1 second, we'll be back with a few more stories. I got to show you this fire in Queens. Absolutely wild. Before that, Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 6-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code LOUD for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code LOUD. Oh, yeah. Diving right on in. Giddy up. Let's go. So, in other news, in today's episode of Who Did an Illegal Immigrant Kill Today, turns out ICE arrested an illegal alien truck driver, Rajinder Kumar, in Oregon for a crash that killed a newlywed couple just 16 days after they got married. Very nice. Very nice. It's a good thing we let this guy into the country. Federal immigration officials arrested Rajinder Kumar, an illegal immigrant semi-truck driver accused of killing an Oregon couple just 16 days after officials released him from jail a month early. That's right. That's right. According to the Department of Homeland Security, Kumar allegedly jackknifed his semi-truck and trailer on November 24th, 2025, blocking both lanes of US 20 in Oregon. A Subaru Outback then struck the truck, killing both passengers, newlyweds who had gotten married 16 days before. Suicidal empathy. When you are so empathetic to the downtrodden that it ends up killing you. Turns out that maybe we shouldn't let people drive 60-ton missiles going 70 miles an hour down the freeway who can't read the damn street signs. I don't know. I mean, look, I've had some crazy ideas in my life, and is that up there with them? Like some wild shit coming up. The illegal alien, of course, was issued a CDL by Gavin Newsom. He then went on to recklessly drive a truck on America's highways and kill 2 honeymooners. Instead of cooperating with ICE and law enforcement, Oregon's sanctuary policy released him from jail back into American communities. DHS said Kumar came into the United States illegally through Arizona on November 28, 2022, and was released into the country under the Biden administration. The agency said he received work authorization from the Biden administration and a commercial driver's license in California. Well, if he received work authorization from the Biden administration and a commercial driver's license from California, I suggest that the Trump administration provide him with a bullet. Bang, bang. Yeah, I said it. Write it down, take a picture, print it in Newsday, stick it up your... You come to America illegally, you kill American citizens, quick trial. Quick trial. Maybe a little harsh, but whatever. Somehow I'll get through the day. Guys, before we keep rocking and rolling here, do me a favor. Head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. That is the best way to support this show and everything we've got going on over here. Also, real quick, tomorrow, I'll put the post out on Facebook. I will be at the Seaford Street Fair on Sunday. I will be at the Lindenhurst Street Fair. I've got 300 voter registration cards over there, and I plan on filling every single one of them out this spring. So if you're looking to get involved, if you're looking to come hang out, I'll be at the Seaford Street Fair tomorrow and the Lindenhurst Street Fair on Sunday. It is street fair season, so I quite literally will not have a day off until the end of June. But hey, what are you going to do? That's how we roll. Giddy up. Let's go. So if you'd like to help, head on over to loudmajorityusa.com and use promo code SPLC to get free shipping on everything on the website. We're giving away free shipping to celebrate the fact that the Southern Poverty Law Center continues to fund the American Nazi Party and the Ku Klux Klan, yet 55-year-old losers who work for Newsday continue to associate me with that hideous organization. So, Yancey Roy over at Newsday, fastest kid at Fat Camp, how you doing? You can go to hell. You know who else can go to hell? Spirit Airlines. Spirit Airlines, yes. Yes. Because if you want to see the lowest bidder of society, take a Spirit Airline flight at a JFK to Miami Beach, and you will see things that you cannot unsee. You will see people so confident that they could take over a damn country. People so confident with absolutely no reason to be whatsoever. The sorts of people who have to buy 2 seats on an airplane despite wearing a very, 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 very small bikini cover usually jump on those Spirit Airlines flights. Well, they're not going to be doing it anymore after Donald Trump refused to bail out Spirit Airlines. So Spirit Airlines will be no more. It will probably be purchased by some other airlines. And while, yes, that means you will not be able to take a very cheap flight with half-naked people to Miami Beach, I would rather pay an extra $100 to go on Delta and sit like a human being instead of seeing big asses twerking all over the damn plane. That's right. Spirit Airlines is reportedly planning to shut down. Oh no, what are we going to do without that giant yellow dildo floating through the sky after it failed to receive funds from the federal government to remain in operation? People familiar with the matter told the Wall Street Journal that the budget airline wasn't able to get enough support between bondholders and the government to get enough funding to remain operational. The airline has been seeking $500 million from the government, and Trump says, well, look at I love it. Spirit Airlines is going out of business, and Trump just goes, you know what? You know what we'll do? We'll just buy it.
We're looking at helping them. We have 18,000 people that live in this country that are great people and great employees, and we're thinking about doing it, helping them out, and meaning bailing them out or buying it. I think we just buy it. We'd be getting it virtually debt-free. They have some good aircraft, they have good assets, and when the price of oil goes down, we'll sell it for a profit. I'd love to be able to save those jobs. I'd love to be able to save an airline. I like having a lot of airlines, so it's competitive. So we are looking at Spirit. It's in bankruptcy. It's in bankruptcy court, and we're looking if we could get it for the right price. I'd do it to save the jobs, and we have somebody that wants to run it, do a good job, smart person. And if they run it properly, and if prices come down, all of a sudden it's a valuable asset. And they have some very good slots too, which are pretty valuable.
Mr. President, you can't do that. Air America. Giant yellow penises floating through the sky. I don't think you can buy that, Mr. President. I really don't. I don't think the government can buy a failing company and sell it for parts. What are you, Mitt Romney? Whatever. I'm sure he'll figure out a way to do it. Whatever. Guys, we got a couple minutes left in the show today. He's going to buy Spirit Airlines. Didn't he already own an airline? Didn't he buy Eastern? Yeah, he bought Eastern Airlines, didn't he? Back in the 80s? 90s? Yeah, I think so. Trump Air. Let's do it. So, guys, a couple minutes left. We're going to have some fun because, like 95% of this show, it turns out, is promoting Lee Zeldin, our next Attorney General, hopefully. And, maybe the next vice presidential candidate. I don't know. I'm just saying. He had quite the week on the Hill. So we're all going to laugh together as we watch Lee Zeldin make stupid people look stupid.
We're about to do this because you're going to regret it. My source is coming from career staffers. Yours is coming from some mysterious people in the community. Following the law, Section 202 of the Clean Air Act, where does it say anything about fighting global climate change? Loper Bright, Supreme Court case, you familiar with it?
No, I maybe others are. I'm not, but because
you know what the major policies doctrine is?
Let me just
You're a member of Congress. You should know.
To reclaim my time.
Please ask your next 15-part question. I'm not going to take morality lessons from people who join, all white country clubs.
The estimates that I've seen are as much as 1,500 additional pounds of mercury in the air.
Rip it up. Have your dog pee on it. It's just not accurate.
Other stuff, crazy stuff today.
You care about science? Now you're threatening to defund it? It is not a coincidence that the 10 states that have the cheapest rates across the country voted for President Trump, and 9 of the 10 with the highest rates voted for Kamala Harris. Do you think I made up these cases?
Yeah, I think you have made up a whole
I made
lot of
I made
BS.
up Loper Bright. I made up West Virginia versus EPA. I made up Michigan versus EPA.
Other stuff, crazy stuff today.
Halt for the second.
I'm talking.
Right now.
It's my time, sir. It's not your time.
I mean, are you going to do anything at some point?
The 2024 mercury and air toxic standards. What is your understanding of when that went into effect?
My point.
When did the 2024 mercury and air toxic standards go into effect?
My point.
When did the 2024 standards go into effect?
To lead more.
Did they go into effect yet?
Look, the point here is the amount.
Are you aware that the 2024 mercury and air toxic standards didn't even go into effect yet? What you should do for your constituents is actually read statute. That shows how out of touch you are, that you believe that Americans are not happy to get more back in their tax return. Yeah, we come with facts. We have answers.
You don't talk to folks. There's no, like...
I visited all 50 states in my first 9 months. Holding up a cup saying glyphosate.
You know,
Don't drink it. Don't inject it.
maybe you should try doing that. Okay, excuse me. Okay, I'm going to move on to a second question, Mr. Chairman.
What?
Hey, Daniel, good job, bro. Good job, bro. Guys, it's 4 p.m. I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. I'll catch you guys back live on Monday. Once again, I'll be at the Seaford Street Fair tomorrow and the Londoners Street Fair on Sunday. I'll catch you guys back then. Who the hell now that Hannah's gone, who follows my show? I don't even know. Let's see. Who's coming up? Somebody's coming up. Stay tuned, everybody. Until then, stay loud.
Welcome back to LFA TV Live with Hannah Faulkner. I hope you all are having an incredible Friday afternoon so far. Of course, I am live from Tennessee, good old Rocky Top, Tennessee. I spent most of my morning out door knocking for a local school board candidate with my brother. Local action makes a national impact. This is what it's going to take to win elections. It's what it's going to take to hopefully save this country and restore it to what it once was, which is a Christian nation founded upon biblical ideas, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. As always, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Make sure you are following us here on Rumble. Make sure you're following our X page, LFA TV US. My X page is Hannah F1776. And then, of course, my Instagram is Hannah Faulkner1776. I've been sharing with you all over the past 2 weeks at this point that today was going to be my last day. Today is my last day here on LFA TV, at least for this season of my life. And if Mr. Jeremy Herrell would have me back, I'm sure I would join. That was in the Lord's plans. I don't know why. It looks like the video is a little bit blurry. I don't know what's going on there, but very grateful for all of you. And I'm so blessed and just humbled to have been able to spend the last year and a half here on LFA TV and talk about all of these crazy headlines. I would always wake up every single day over the last year and a half and we'd look at the headlines. You know, I'd scroll on X. And frankly, I would just wake up thinking, how else can we articulate the issues of today other than this is a spiritual battle between good versus evil? And we can talk about these issues, we can cover the headlines, we can cover the news stories, but we need solutions. We need to understand what is it actually going to take to save Western civilization, to save America, to save this great republic and this constitutional republic that we have the privilege of living in. And I believe that it starts in the home. I believe it starts in the family. And right after I joined LFA TV, so in December of 2024, that's when I joined LFA. In January of 2025, I released my first ever book, Last Chance to Save Our Republic. A lot has happened in the last year and a half. I started working for more organizations. Obviously, I wrote the book, did a lot of podcasts. I did my a few Fox News interviews. I had never been on Fox News. So a lot has happened in the time of me being here on LFA TV, but now the Lord is calling me to a different season of my life, to focus more on my family and maybe, Lord willing, get married and have a family of my own, if that is in the Lord's plans for my life in the next few years. But trusting the Lord above all else. But at the end of the day, again, we can talk about these issues. We can talk about the headlines, but we have to have solutions. We have to provide solutions to the problems that we're facing. And number one, I don't think that we're going to turn this ship around without a revival. Without a revival in our own hearts, in our own families, in our own communities, a turning away from sin, a turning away from this evil, and a turning back to God, the creator over heaven and earth, and recognizing that we cannot have a moral country, we cannot have a moral civilization, a moral nation without upholding the creator of morality. And as I've said in the past, I don't think that it's any coincidence. We've reached a point in our country, in our society, where we are fighting these unprecedented issues of child mutilation, of genital mutilation, of murder of babies in their mother's womb, of radical ideologies being indoctrinated to children from such a young age, and young men and young women that are turning away from the foundations that their family gave them as they're going off to college and being pumped with all of these anti-God, anti-nature, anti-science ideas, and frankly, anti-American ideas. I don't think that this is any coincidence. When at its foundation, at its core, our federal government and every institution in our society is promoting ideas that push this idea of evolution, ultimately, that you come from nothing, you're going to nothing. Well, what is that signaling to this next generation? That you are nothing. You have no purpose in your life. You're just a clump of cells. You're meaningless. If you die today, you're going to die like a dog, and who knows what's going to happen after that. We just evolved from apes. That is what they've told this generation. That's what they've told the younger generations for decades at this point. And I believe that we're starting to see a revival. I believe that we're starting to see a spark. I think a lot of this is due to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. When Charlie Kirk was assassinated on September 10th, 2025, thousands, hundreds upon hundreds of thousands, I would even say millions of people across the world, specifically young people, rose up and realized that if we do not fight for freedom, if we do not fight for America, and more importantly for biblical values, we're going to lose this country, and the future generations are going to have to pay the price. And I don't know about you, but I want to be able to have children. I want to be able to have a family and be able to tell my kids that their father and I fought for this country, that their father and I, we didn't give up. We didn't give up when it may have seemed easy to just pander to the left, to pander to the globalist ideas. No, we kept fighting because we recognized that their future was worth it, that they're worth it, that the kingdom of heaven is what's most important, because this life we live is like a vapor. And I do believe that we are all going to come face to face with the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, and he's going to ask us, what did you do when it was your turn to take a stand? So number one, we need a revival in this country. We need a revival of godly, strong men waking up, of godly, strong men leading their families, taking their families to church, showing up to school board meetings, knocking doors for school board meetings, running for office. We need strong men running for office. And frankly, I know this is going to offend a lot of people. I don't think we need more women in office. I do not think we need more women in office, because we need less. We need more Christian men running for office to save this country and ultimately save Western civilization. And we need to encourage motherhood. We need to encourage fatherhood. We need to encourage marriage from a young age. I mean, our country, our civilization is going to commit suicide from within. We're going to die. We're going to collapse from within because we're not having enough children. It's unsustainable. I mean, all you hear from the left is how that they want to sustain the environment. It's like, no, we are going to commit suicide because we're not having enough children. We're not producing enough children that are going to give back to society, give back to civilization, and ultimately create a more thriving and lasting nation. So we have to provide solutions to these problems that we're seeing. And there's so much we could get into. And I encourage you guys to purchase my book. We only have like 50 minutes left in today's show, and this is my last show on LFA TV. But if you would like to keep up with what I'm doing. If you would like to keep watching my my shows, I encourage you all to go follow my Rumble page, The Hannah Faulkner Show. I'll be posting interviews here and there when I'm able to do them. It's just going to be at a smaller scale than I've been doing now with doing a live show Monday through Friday. But before we get into, I guess, my final thoughts and moving on and all of that, I actually do want to cover this because it's May 1st, which is wild. I cannot believe it's May 1st. Today is considered, of course, May Day Strong, which is an anti-capitalist, anti-American holiday. And the Lion actually reported on this morning. Democrats, teachers unions, socialists joined forces to shut down schools for this communist holiday. Teachers unions forced school closures in the United States cities Friday, which is today, as part of the national May Day Strong protest, leaving families scrambling for childcare while students lost instructional time. The protest complements stage events of roughly 600 groups representing billions of dollars, organizing some 3,000 protests nationwide for the communist labor holiday. The protesters include hardline communist organizations and groups affiliated with Democrats, such as Indivisible, MoveOn.org, the American Federation of Teachers, and at least 13 state and local chapters of the Democrat National Committee. At least reported by Fox. Madison Metropolitan School District canceled all classes after Madison Teachers Incorporation collected signatures from 70% of the staff pledging to participate in pro-illegal immigration protests tied to the broader May Day organizing push. And I talk about this often, but in 1963, a woman named Patricia Nordman was actually warning Congress about the current communist goals in America. And one of the communist goals was to abolish this committee on un-American activities. And this is considered an un-American activity because anything that's promoting communism, anything that's promoting Marxist ideas is at its core un-American. It's antithetical to American principles. Again, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's antithetical to what our founding fathers had intended this nation to be. And shortly after, actually, Patricia Nordman was warning Congress about the current communist goals in America. And again, one of those goals was to abolish the Un-American Activities Committee. That committee has been abolished. That committee is no more. And so we do not have committees. We do not have lawmakers that are actively keeping watch to make sure that these communist ideas are not being promoted. And now we have actually legislators. Not only did we abolish a committee designated to highlight, to expose, and to hold accountable anyone who's promoting un-American ideas, but now we have politicians. I would say that the large majority of our politicians, the large majority of Congress consist of communists, consist of un-American individuals. But even further, it says that they collected 70% of staff signatures pledging to participate in pro-illegal immigration policies. One of the statements from the union said, our students are experiencing heightened anxiety, leading to absences and trouble concentrating at school. They are afraid that ICE agents will come get them. The only reason that ICE would come get them is if they are here illegally. But Representative Tom Tiffany, a Wisconsin Republican running for governor, took issue with this decision, noting that fewer than half of the district students are proficient in reading. Yet the district is shutting down for a day with just a week's notice because the teachers union is taking a day off in solidarity with immigrants instead of focusing on teaching kids how to read. If you needed another reason to homeschool your children and take them out of these state-sponsored indoctrination camps, this in and of itself should be your reason. And a part of saving America is Christians being willing to take a stand for their children and remove them from these state-sponsored indoctrination camps. Chicago Public Schools remained open for May Day, but the district negotiated an unusual arrangement with the Chicago Teachers Union. The district agreed to provide bagged lunches and transportation downtown for pro-labor protests for up to 100 schools while also reviewing 45 May Day field trip requests. The district leaned on a reserve pool of nearly 10,000 substitute teachers to cover expected absences, but declined to specify how many staff requested the day off. We need you here because we're taking on the billionaires who are underfunding our schools, shortchanging our communities, and imperiling our democracy, which we're not a democracy. We're a constitutional republic because once a democracy gets to a certain size, you become peasants to the globalist elites and their agenda for you. And I believe it was John Adams, or maybe it was James Madison, that said, democracies never last. And they don't last. So we're not a democracy, and our schools do not need more funding. They need more solid teachers. They need more Christians running them. In North Carolina, district leaders faced a similar issue as thousands of teachers submitted leave requests to attend a Raleigh rally demanding more state education funding. The paper said statewide, 20 districts were closed because of teacher absences. Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools, the state's largest district, voted to cancel school after more than 800 staff members said that they would not attend. The sprawling coalition of labor unions, immigrant advocacy groups, Democrat Party committees, and self-described communist organizations, including the Maoist Communist Union. Guys, this is the Maoist Communist Union that we literally have leading a group of students to protest against not just the federal government, but against the American people, is fulfilling a promise made during the No Kings protest to stop work, learning, and shopping to celebrate the annual communist holiday. On May 4, this is what they said on the protest website. It says on May 1st, workers, students, and families rally, march, and take action across the country to demand a nation that puts workers over billionaires, with many refusing business as usual. Anyways, there's a lot to this, and I want to play this video because Fox News kind of outlines this a little bit more in how the teachers' unions are corrupting our youth, are corrupting the next generation, and we have to abolish it altogether. This is what Fox News had to say. Take a listen.
Putting their progressive message front and center on this Friday, and they say they want to see higher taxes on the rich. Tax the rich. ICE abolished and wars opposed. Those are some of the rallying cries behind today's protest that our critics are now saying are flat out un-American. So these May Day walkouts and staffing issues are disrupting schools, our kids' educations, especially in blue states and cities like Madison, Wisconsin, like Chicago. Out in North Carolina, more than 20 districts are affected by these protests. One Wisconsin mom says this is more than just a day off.
I'm in shock. Although maybe I shouldn't be considering the history of the Madison Metropolitan School District, but they are turning schools into political staging grounds, and this is where they have crossed the line. They are not just indoctrinating the kids in the classroom, they are encouraging actively for students to leave the classroom and go march in the streets with teachers, with administrators.
The Chicago Teachers Union already pushing for a full day off for students. Here is the message that I put out there, quote, "We are not living through ordinary times. His agents are tear gassing our neighborhoods, are talking about Donald Trump. Our students have something to say, and we as educators have a responsibility to speak up and support them in finding their voice, their vision, their agency, and their place in the community." They're talking about your kids. Our senior correspondent, Mike Tobin, is in Chicago waiting for these protests to kick off. Hi, Mike.
And this is where it's going to start, Aisha. You can see some people are showing up already with pop-up tents and some of their pickets that they're going to carry through these demonstrations, ultimately marching into Chicago's loop. It's a big day for the American left, advocating everything from the Democratic Party to socialism. You got some 600 groups, including communists, with a $2 billion budget that are funding some 3,000 protests. Now, here in Chicago, the very powerful Chicago Teachers Union had advocated for the day off of school so the students could attend these rallies. The superintendents of schools shut that down, but struck a compromise to provide school buses at the end of the day so the students could attend these rallies.
This is just a move of the political left, and the unions are really a political party. They're a left-wing political party in Chicago and other major cities.
It's absolutely absurd, and it really speaks to the distraction that the teachers union is bringing into classrooms. This really amounts to a state-sponsored protest at the end of the day.
Now, acknowledging that 1 out of 5 CPS 8th graders can read at grade level, and 4th graders, you've got 1 out of 4 that are up to speed across all of the curriculum. The students were in school today, but the curriculum was changed. According to Channel 5, the curriculum includes social justice and transgender rights classes all the way down to kindergarten level. Now, here at Union Park, where it's supposed to get started, we don't really have any crowds started yet, but wait till school gets out and the buses start rolling. Aisha?
Okay, Mike Tobin live for us in Chicago. Mike, thank you very much. Here at Fox News, we've been doing some deep researching, and it reveals that the size and scope of the organizing power behind today's May Day protests, about 600 groups with a combined annual revenue, $2 billion involved in all of this. And that includes the Democratic Socialists of America. They're pumping money into it, along with the People's Forum, the Party for Socialism and Liberation, Answer Coalition, and Code Pink. We've all seen those protesters on Capitol Hill. Now, some of those have ties to communist China. The economic cost of their calls for no school, no work, no shopping could total somewhere between $2 billion.
So this in and of itself, I'm curious what many of you guys are saying in the chat, and I don't know if other hosts today were able to get to cover this, because it's just insanity that we're still having this conversation that these teachers unions absolutely need to be abolished, and our tax dollars are going to fund these public schools across the country, literally encouraging the next generation to support communism, to support communist ideas. And again, this is why we need strong Christian leaders. This is why we need strong Christian men running for office. And that is why I'm so proud to support. Listen, I'm a Tennessean, and I am so proud to support, to cast my vote. This is the first year that I'll ever be voting. I just turned 18 last June. And so this is the first election that I'll be voting in. Well, on Tuesday, I'll be voting in our Republican primaries for school board, sheriff, and mayor. But for the gubernatorial aspect of it, this is so important that we elect strong Christian governors, senators, representatives. We have 3 options for governor here in Tennessee: John Rose, Marsha Blackburn, and Monty Fritz. And I'm sorry, but I'm not even sorry, actually. I'm sick and tired of this rhino, just establishment blood. I want a solid Christian. I want someone who's going to defend life from conception to natural death, no exceptions. I want someone who's going to shut down pornography, shut down the porn industry, shut down all immigration until we get our own country on track. I want someone who's going to get rid of all these vouchers that's going to Muslim students in Tennessee. Because many of our representatives in Tennessee voted for this school voucher program, and it's now literally funding Muslim schools and Muslim students to be indoctrinated with Sharia law. So we have so many problems. I mean, you look at equal protection, HB 570. We couldn't even get the bill to be heard because we have too many cowardice Republicans, right? Rhino in name only. These are so-called Christians. That's the problem. The problem isn't just Democrats. The problem is Republicans. The problem is the church. The problem is Christians refusing to stand up for biblical principles. And this is Monty Fritz. He actually just went on a good friend's podcast, Joshua Hames. He's a fearless leader, social media content creator. He just had him on a show, and I want to show you guys a couple of the videos that they put together, because this guy is an absolutely incredible candidate. I don't know if he's going to win. I'm going to vote for him. If you're in Tennessee, I encourage you to vote for him as well. But this is what he has to say.
I'm going to tell you guys why you need to be paying attention to this episode, because it's very, very important. But give a quick introduction to my people.
Yes, sir, Josh. Thank you. It's good to be with you this afternoon. I am Monty Fritz. I'm the husband of Denise Fritz for about 42 years. I am a redeemed child of God. I am called to run for the office of governor. And that wigs some people out when I say that, but I'm okay with saying it. I know that it's true. We have 2 sons, 4 grandkids. One we hadn't met yet. We'll meet him in July. I spent a career mostly in nuclear weapons manufacturing, some in nuclear fuels fabrication for the nuclear Navy. Spent a little time as a soldier, a couple times. I re-enlisted in 2003 as an old guy. Led 270-ish combat patrols in Iraq. I was an NCOIC for a PSD and convoy security team. And I spent a little time in the federal government managing uranium, plutonium, and tritium supply chains, recycle and recovery. I've been a state representative for 4 years. I term limited myself and was ready to get out of this, and we were both my wife and I were happy to not be around politicians anymore. And I started getting this nudge, this call, and God put a heavy burden on me. I've done some really complex things in life for a country boy from East Tennessee, but I've never felt a weight, a burden heavier than what I feel from the state.
It's like the progressives want to drive our country off a cliff at 90, and our modern Republicans, our conservatives, just want to go the speed limit. We want to get out of the car. You said we want to be a wall. We want to put a stop to this. We want a true like paleo-conservative Christian option.
Well, in Matthew 16:18, Jesus said to Peter, upon this, your name is Peter, upon this rock I'll build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. And I use this oftentimes. I think God called me and you to be Hell's Gate Chargers.
That's right.
I think he called Charlie Kirk to be a Hell's Gate Charger in these reprobate campuses where Marxism and atheism become the tempo. And I think he did that overall pretty well.
Yes.
And
I think he did it so well they killed him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think God's calling you perhaps into this to charge the gates of hell. I think he's calling me, and the calling, just because I'm running for governor, is no greater than your calling.
That's right.
It is no greater than the calling of the mother who has said, I'm going to homeschool my children so that they're not perverted. It's no greater than the calling on a teacher who has said, I don't care what the administration says, I'm going to talk to my children about Jesus.
That's right.
We answer to a higher authority. We have been weak males for so long that we've decided to allow people to tell us how to do things. I was in Jackson, Tennessee the other night, and I got a chance to hear Riley Gaines talk. Tremendous speaker. And she was applauding President Trump for an executive order to stop men or males from dressing and undressing next to females. You know, the whole story of Riley Gaines. And as we left there, my heart was saddened that we have become so weak that we think we must rely on a politician. What should have been the news is the grandpa, perhaps me, I have one granddaughter, grabbing by the throat that perverted individual and dragging them from there.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And,
without question.
And I say that, and people are like, well, that's too militant. I can assure you, there was a time 30, 40 years ago, that was not militant. That was
common sense.
It was common sense.
Every man in her life would have gone after that guy. But now we're appealing to the president. That's where we're at. You're absolutely right. And so that's, example number one, exhibit A on why you need to be paying attention to these races, because what we have with Amani Fritz, what we have with a Fishback, I don't know Fishback personally. I just know the policies that he's offering forward. I'm getting to know my potential governor to be. And the reason you need to be paying attention is because if we can demonstrate that these policies, these positions, this rhetoric that you're using, even just now, is tenable to your everyday average conservative, which I believe it is. I believe that the left went so far, so fast that the backlash is coming and it's already here.
So this is, again, Monty Fritz. He's a gubernatorial candidate here in the great state of Tennessee, Rocky Top, Tennessee. I will be casting my ballot for him. He's anti-sodomy. He actually believes that we should criminalize sodomy. I mean, this is incredible. We need people who are willing to have the guts and the spine to say that sodomy should be criminalized, that gay surrogacy should be criminalized. Children deserve the right to both a mother and a father. IVF needs to be banned. Abortion needs to be made illegal and criminalized. If you commit a murder, if you commit a homicide, I don't care who you are, the abortion industry, the woman, you were coerced. The parties need to be brought to a jury and you need to be brought to justice, because in no moral and no good society and no Christian society are its people tolerating the murder, the bloodshed of innocent babies in their mother's womb. A large part of the reason why I decided to take a step back is to really focus on researching and learning more and growing the knowledge of what my parents have shared with me and the things that I've learned over the past couple of years. But we have a lot of influencers. If there's anything that we should really note, if there's anything that we should really kind of be aware of, is the amount of influencers on social media, on these platforms, because a lot of these social media influencers, I've been to a lot of these influencer gatherings, and these people are not who they say they are online. They'll say that they're one thing online. You meet them in person, they're living just reckless lives, living lives of immorality, sleeping around, getting drunk, buying into hookup culture, and then simultaneously while online, they're promoting this trad wife lifestyle and traditional values, which I don't inherently disagree with. But we cannot post Christ is King, but then we don't live like Christ is King. Now, are we going to make mistakes? Absolutely. We are all guilty. We've all fallen short of the glory of God, and we are in need of forgiveness and repentance and our Savior, of course. But living in known sin continuously and then posting online is a big deal. This is a big problem. And that's why, Scripture tells us very clearly that not many are called to be teachers. That's what we are doing when we are influencers, when we have shows and podcasts. We are actively teaching the masses. We're actively educating the masses. And I do believe as Christians, we're going to be held to a higher standard as those that are, influencers or teachers or podcasters, because we are teaching people essentially. And so that's why we have to be very careful with these influencers online, and also be very, very careful, discerning, and use a lot of wisdom and discretion with who you are allowing your children to listen to online. There was one instance of this actually this week. You had this Catholic influencer who detransitioned. And I've seen this man over the course of my time on social media and in the political sphere. I've seen him pop up on my feed here and there. This is a Catholic influencer who detransitioned and said that he was going back, of course. So he was a man who tried to be a woman and then detransitioned. And so he blew up in conservative spaces for giving his life to the Lord, converting to Catholicism, turning away from this sexual sin. And now he has come out saying that he is going to live his life as a woman. So he's a trans man, is what he calls himself. This is dangerous. Let me just read this to you guys. Catholic influencer who detransitioned says he's going back to living as a woman. Post Millennial reported on this, saying a social media influencer who transitioned and then detransitioned has now announced that he is once again transitioning, excuse me, and dressing up as a woman. Niza Powers, a biological man, has spent years living as a transgender woman named Nicole, and then detransitioned in 2025. After that, he began posting about becoming a Christian in a video posted on Wednesday. He was wearing women's clothing, spoke about the decision to transition once again. And people online are saying, I felt played, like I feel like I've been lied to. And frankly, as I've seen this person online, I was a little bit skeptical. Number one, still dressing and talking very effeminately. Long hair. Like, you couldn't really distinguish if this was a man or a woman based on the things that this man was like giving off, essentially the vibe that he was giving off. This is the video that he made, coming out as a trans woman in church and online. Hasn't been met with grace, but I couldn't self-loathe any longer. This is the video.
I don't know if my priest agrees with how I represent myself in the world now. I couldn't hate myself any longer. The self-loathing I've had for the last 8 months has been excruciating. And I know you're thinking that's just your sin talking, but it's not. This is me talking, and I have a hard time understanding how what I look like and what I wear is a sin in the eyes of God. I don't think it is. I think that me following the greatest commandment to love the Lord with all of your heart is more important. I think that God looks at the heart while people look at the outward. I believe in the Holy Scriptures. I believe in the Lord Jesus. My heart is better to serve him without hating myself. My heart is better as a partner to Charlotte without hating my existence, enforcing an identity on myself. And my heart is better to serve my community this way. I couldn't hate myself any longer.
So this is, again, the Niza Powers man, and this is why it's so dangerous, because you don't know who you're following, you don't know, so you have to take a lot of this with a grain of salt. But I think it's interesting because he says that I think that the greatest command is to love the Lord with all your heart and soul and mind. And I think that God looks at the heart while people look at the outward. And it's like, yes, we are called to love the Lord our God with all our heart, soul, and mind. And what does the Bible say about sexual immorality? He says to flee from sexual immorality, to not even mess around with it, do not even think about someone with a lustful intent, to flee from it, to run as fast as you can, because it not only harms our own soul, our own flesh, but it harms someone else in the process. And so I think it's very dangerous, and it's very sad to see. It's heartbreaking. And there's been a lot on the internet because originally, let me see if I can, this guy, now this is a Catholic actually, who's talking about this. And I, again, like, hold this with a grain of salt.
All with Catholic,
but this guy said, when I tried to warn Niza about the danger in relying on his feelings over scripture and about the dangers of Roman Catholicism, I was attacked by many hundreds of Catholics online. Not a single Roman Catholic that I'm aware of thought it to be appropriate to warn Niza about his reliance on his feelings and to offer legitimate discipleship. The situation with Nisa and Catholicism exposes a major problem with the Catholic cult. Now, this guy says that Catholicism is a cult, which is another conversation for another day. But I do think that this guy is onto something when it comes to pointing out the hypocrisy and the problem with not holding this guy accountable, specifically within the Catholic Church. Take a listen.
Content online, you've probably seen both of these individuals. Well, a few months back, I was able to talk to Nisa, and the conversation had a lot to do with Catholicism. But after that video that I did with Nisa, various Catholics had a problem with me critiquing their religion. And one of those Catholics here was Anna, and she decided to go on a rant for 5 minutes about all the lies and things that I said that were not true.
Absolutely dangerous that this guy has a platform to preach this absolute nonsense, but this has just it has to stop. He needs to be held accountable for the straight up lies that he spread. But I'm not talking about like minor misrepresentations, and I'm not talking about his personal spin on scripture. I'm talking about the factual, flat out lies.
So in response to her video, I decided to be joined by a couple of my other friends, and we're going to go through every single claim that she made piece by piece, and we're going to show you why she's lying about what I said, why she's misrepresenting what I said, and then we're going to talk about why what Catholics teach on these certain subjects just doesn't line up with the Bible or history. So if you want to check out that full video refuting all the lies and slanders that Anna and others have been saying about me and my ministry, then comment video below and I'll send you the link to watch it. As Christians, we need to be in the Word. We need to be studying it in context so we are not deceived. And the best way to do that is to know the Bible in chronological order. And that's why I created a book-by-book, high-level overview summary through the entire Bible in the historical order the biblical events actually took place, with extra historical backgrounds, insights from a Jewish perspective like typology and prophecy, and so much more. It's not a course and it's not something you pay for. It's just a 1-hour summary where you and me go through the entire Bible. So if you want that, comment summary below and I'll send you the details.
So, I don't know this guy very well. I've never seen him other than this video. But either way, it's just very important that we are very careful with the influencers and the, I guess, I don't even know what you'd call them, these content creators that we're consuming information from, because it's so easy to get wrapped up and to hear something that sounds good, that just appeals to our feelings or our emotions, and then sooner or later we find out this person is not who they said that they were. So seeking wise counsel, surrounding yourself with solid mentors, especially as a young person, is very important. And if you're a parent, being very discerning and wise about the people you're allowing your kids to listen to, because this phone is being used as like a mentorship. They're literally discipling your kids, obviously not in the way of the Lord, in the way of the world. And so you as a parent have to choose, who do I want my kids to be discipled by? Who do I want my kids listening to? And that's something that each of you are going to have to decide for yourself. But we're gonna go on commercial break real quick. We only have 24 more minutes left here on LFA TV. The final 24 minutes. Again, I'm so grateful for all of you. My time here on LFA TV. I have a couple more things that I want to share before we end today's show. We're gonna go on commercial break, and we will be right back after the break.
Hey guys, we're back with another amazing deal from Everyday Dose Coffee. Remember, Everyday Dose Coffee. This is the size of the box. Now, you guys have heard me talk about this for quite some time. This is known as Coffee Plus Benefits, meaning that you're getting coffee with no crash, coffee with no jitters, 100% Arabica coffee, L-theanine, chaga, lion's mane, and collagen protein. And now, they have a birthday bundle out, 55% off. 55% off, and you get free 5 coffee to go sticks or 5 coffee to go packs. Check it out. You get that. You get the coffee. You get entered in to win $500. You get a rechargeable frother free. You get a gunmetal dose spoon absolutely free, and you get the recipe booklet too, ladies and gentlemen. And all you have to do is go to everydaydose.com/LFATV. No promo code needed. That's everydaydose.com/LFATV. 55% off. Go there now. Hey everybody, how you doing? Well, it's that time of year again, isn't it? My favorite time of year, fall. Oh, I love the leaves. I love the autumn smell. I love the pumpkins. I love it all right before the snow flies. But what I don't love that comes with the cold weather and the fall weather is the flu, are the sniffles, the cold, all those common cold sniffles that you get every year. And if you have kids in the house, little kids going to and fro school, and they're coming back and they're touching everything and they're bringing the bacteria and all those viruses home from school, you don't want anything to do with that. You want to be proactive rather than reactive. That's why we're going to talk about propolis today. You know what propolis is? Well, ladies and gentlemen, propolis is what works as a barrier to keep the beehive absolutely safe. And what am I talking about? Well, Beekeepers Naturals. Now, my wife really turned me on to this. This is an endorsement of my wife and then myself as well. Beekeepers Naturals, folks, that is exactly what this is. This is a proactive rather than a reactive, all natural, all clean alternative to big food and big pharma. You've got your Beekeepers vitamin C packs, which are perfect for on the go, right? You've got your Beekeepers Propolis nasal spray. A few shots up the nose, clears out your nostrils, cleans any congestion that you have, and it's all natural, and it's going to work as a proactive barrier to any of that unwanted bacteria getting in. How about the Beekeepers All Natural Propolis Immune Throat Spray? 3 or 4 pumps of that a day, and anything that you're breathing in is going to be either repelled or killed right away. That's the amazing thing about propolis, and that is the amazing thing about Beekeepers Naturals. And I got a 20% discount for you. What's better than that? 20% discount. Look, you can even get the throat soothing pops and the kids prebiotic fiber pops along with the throat spray, along with the nasal spray, along with the vitamin C packs. Folks, they've got it all, and it's an all-natural, clean, beautiful option for you to have in order to, get away from the big food, get away from the big pharma, and go more natural, especially with a 20% discount. How can you not go to Beekeepers Naturals today /LFA and get your 20% discount? Clean out your medicine cabinet today with beekeepers.com/LFA. And now back to the show.
Alrighty, everybody, make sure to go check out all of our sponsors here at LFA TV. As always, when you shop and support with our sponsors, you are actively supporting us as the host. And even though I am leaving LFA TV, at least for the season of my life, this is my last day today, I highly encourage you all to continue supporting, tuning in, watching LFA TV. We have some incredible hosts here. Of course, Jeremy Herrell has done an incredible job stewarding this blessing and this opportunity that the Lord has placed in his lap, and giving all glory to him, and ultimately trying to restore some sanity to a world that has totally lost its mind and rejected common sense. Today I really wanted to kind of just wrap up my time here at LFA TV with like action steps. Again, revival. We need a revival. So taking your families to church, being a willing vessel, a vessel for God's word, and showing up to school board meetings, to local events, and being willing to speak the truth, being a godly father, a godly mother, and just a child that honors and respects your parents if you're not married, and surrendering your life to the Lord. And that's what's going to create true change. But also, I think something that the conservative movement can do better at is truly seeing children as a blessing. Because while we claim to be pro-life, it seems to be that even a lot of people within the, conservative movement, we kind of miss the idea of really celebrating and honoring motherhood and fatherhood. And I saw this video. We've had Katie Faust on the show. She's the founder and CEO of Them Before Us, that does a lot of work to ultimately lead to the overturn of Obergefell versus Hodges, which has been the greatest stain, I believe, on American history, where we not only redefined marriage, but we redefined parenthood, and has led to gay surrogacy, gay adoption, IVF, 2 men and now 3 men maybe getting a child. It's disgusting. It's sickening. But she made a post. I thought this was so beautiful, because this is what we need to see more of in the conservative movement, is the honoring and the respect, as well as the celebration of moms and dads, men and women getting pregnant to have children. Take a look. This is beautiful.
Get it. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Yes! Get me! you kidding me? Baby. That's it? Bubba.
You're lying. Pregnant. Yes! Come on! Oh, yes! Shut up. Are you serious? Just.
This, I believe, is what our culture needs more of. This is literally a 3-minute video that Katie Faust, she said, "We love celebrating new babies. A mom and dad excited about their new life is so beautiful. More baby, pro-baby propaganda." Again, this is what we need more of. This is what, and you guys probably saw that video that went viral all over the internet where this young girl who is a total feminist had like been just indoctrinated and just infiltrated with all this feminist propaganda that children are a burden, that children are going to ruin your life. And one of her friends, I guess, had a baby, or someone that she knew had a baby, and so they gave her the baby to hold, and she was holding the baby, and she just starts weeping. She starts weeping and says that she wants 5 of them. And it's like, because it's her innate nature. Like, you need to be around children as a woman. You need to be around, blessings and babies and older children, because of course your desire is to have children. And so when you are constantly being inundated with all this feminist propaganda that children are a burden and that children are going to ruin your life, well, then you're going to over time believe this. But then once you're surrounded around children, like, it's like the greatest stress reliever to be around children. I know that sounds like crazy, but seriously, if you have problems in your life, surround yourself with children. Surround yourself with these babies that have faith like nobody knows. They just are just precious. You need to be around them. Anyways. We're going to go on, we're not on commercial break, but if you want to restore the family unit, if you want to restore culture, we're going to have to start having events that equip the next generation of young men to fight for their families, to fight for traditional values and biblical principles, and young women to fall into their biblical femininity as a woman. The Last Stand, I've been talking about this for the last month, actually, like every single day on the show for the last month, we've been talking about The Last Stand, which Seth Gruber is hosting this event in Inglewood, Colorado. I'm so excited to be speaking at it. Listen, this might be my last day on LFA TV, but I'm not going away. I'll be on social media. I'll be on Instagram here and there, on X, Hannah F1776. I'll still have my show, The Hannah Faulkner Show, on Rumble, and do interviews here and there and speak whenever the Lord has me speak. But I will be speaking on a panel, a Gen Z panel, this June 5th and 6th at the Last Stand conference being hosted by Seth Gruber, Abby Johnson, who is a former director of Planned Parenthood. She'll be there sharing her incredible testimony, and the work she's doing and continues to do in the pro-life movement is so needed because unfortunately, I would say like 70% of pro-lifers, they're not actually pro-life because if you don't believe that it should be treated as murder, well, then you don't actually believe it's murder. It's actually a crime. But anyways, this is The Last Stand. It's coming up. After this, I want to show you guys their commercial because they just released. So this is the commercial for the event itself. But not only is their event, so we're having the event, The Last Stand, but then they're also coming out with their documentary, their second documentary, The Last Stand. And Seth is also coming out with his book, The Last Stand. So it's like a 3-in-1. You're not going to want to miss it. This is the trailer episode for the event itself, and then I'll show you guys the trailer for the movie. Here we go.
There was a time when America was more than a place. It was an idea, a vision, a standard. Strong men led their families. Mothers nurtured the next generation. Children played under open skies, and faith was not just welcomed, it was woven into our way of life. We weren't a perfect nation, but we were proud. Proud of our flag, proud of our families, proud of the values that built the greatest nation the world has ever known. We built homes that stood for generations. The family was sacred, life was sacred, and we trained our children to cherish both. But something changed. Now our children are more connected to screens than to their parents. Truth has become hate speech, evil is called good, and what was once unthinkable is now funded, protected, and celebrated. But throughout history, when evil crept in, it was the church that rose up. When tyrants ruled, when children were slaughtered, it was the people of God who stood in the gap, not with empty words, but with unwavering courage. This moment now is no different. This is our time. It's our turn. It's our last stand. In the face of evil, you and I stand.
The Last Stand, Inglewood, Colorado, again, this June 5th and 6th. I hope to see so many of you guys there. I know someone the other day, I believe it was earlier this week, said that you're going to drive down from Utah. Someone said, Seth is awesome. I'm a part of the White Rose Resistance here in Cali. Seth comes and speaks at those events in our church with Pastor Hibbs. Wait, that is amazing. I love that. What do you do with the White Rose Resistance in California? Because I think that there's a chapter. Isn't there like a cell in California near Jack Hibbs' church? I know that they do a lot with Jack Hibbs. Jack Hibbs is a fantastic pastor, minister, and leader. So I'm really grateful for what he's doing. In tears after 15 years of heartache trying to get pregnant. Miscarriages left with only alternative was IVF. God bless me and my husband with 2 miracles. I thank the Lord every day, 23 years later. So I'm curious, did you have the 2 babies through IVF? Because I know you said in tears after 15 years of heartache. Or did you have the 2 babies naturally? I don't know. Maybe I missed what you were saying there. Anyways, but grateful for you all. I told you guys before. So this is, again, like a 3-part thing that they're doing in Colorado. So not only is Seth Gruber, who, as one of the chat members said, is an incredible speaker. He truly is like a gift to this generation. You have Charlie Kirk. I'm a big fan of Charlie. Charlie was truly a pivotal, a monumental leader for this generation. There is nobody else like Charlie Kirk. I believe that the Lord anointed Charlie Kirk in so many ways that you can't see. I mean, who else is like Charlie Kirk for this generation? And I will say Charlie was great on many issues, but when it comes to the spiritual side of things, he was great, and I believe he was on the right track, and the Lord was really pruning and refining his heart on many spiritual issues. But Seth Gruber, he hits the nail on the head. He's so intellectual, so articulate about the times that we are living in, and how this is just, again, nothing is new under the sun. This is just a repeat of history, a repeat of sin, a repeat of historical sin in human beings that needs to be repented of and completely fled. We need to flee from sin. This is their new trailer. Again, they're having the event, they're having the book, and then they're having the documentary come out in June 5th and 6th at the Last Stand conference. He says, official trailer of The Last Stand is here. They just released it yesterday. Christ or chaos? How can Christians reclaim the West? After generations of rejection of its Christian roots, the West became a spiritual ruin. The Last Stand film reminds the church of the faithful Christians who have gone before us. And I looked through his book, actually, at one of the events he was speaking of. And this is so important. We have to look back through church history. Who are the heroes throughout church history? Who are the heroes throughout our church fathers? We need to recognize them. We need to talk about them more. We need to respect them. We need to adhere to a lot of the principles that they talked about, because we wouldn't be here without them. He says, the Last Stand reminds the church of the faithful Christians who have gone before us and how we can restore an abundance of righteousness for our civilization. Releasing June 6, 2026, again at the Last Stand Festival and touring in churches across America after the event. This film exposes the rise and decline of the West and how we can reclaim it as a Christian nation, what our founding fathers intended this nation to be. There is hope and power when we unite together. A resistance is rising. This is Seth Gruber's new documentary that's coming out this June 6th at the Last Stand conference. Take a look.
For centuries, the church shaped the West. Then came the Enlightenment, and with it, a wave of destruction. But they didn't just reject God. They set fire to anything that reminded them of Him.
We're facing a real crisis. I don't want my grandchildren to have to be the pioneers of a new civilization.
When Scripture says that there's nothing new under the sun, we're getting insights into the fact that things are spiritually consistent.
The bloodiest century in history was not an accident, it was a choice. And today in the 21st century, we are making similar choices that could lead to something equally deadly. The question is, will we be faithful and will we stand now?
We can look back at the Christians and the scholars and the philosophers who fought for goodness and righteousness centuries ago, millennia ago, and we can see, okay, how did they answer the questions that we are grappling with?
We're telling the stories that American Christians have forgotten about the heroes of the faith and the church fathers who stood against a culture of death.
Ideology shapes culture. This ideological culture is what we all move in. You're not even aware of it most of the time.
No matter how many times we lose for what we're standing for that is right, we keep standing to the death because it is right. The truth is worthy of our own blood.
We are at a moment in our time where we still have an opportunity to turn things around.
This is our battlefield. This is our last stand.
Powerful. Our Last Stand coming June 6, 2026. You're not going to want to miss out on this conference. I promise you. And if you aren't able to make it for some reason, you are able to host a screening. I'm gonna see if I can put the link. Sign up here to host. So if you have a church, which I hope you're a part of a church, but get your church to host a screening of this. I cannot wait to watch this. His first project, he actually put out a project called, what was it called? Someone said, I don't think that's going to happen, guys, but 1916 Project, he did an incredible job with that film, and I can only imagine how much better this one's going to be if it tops that one, and I'm sure it will. But The Last Stand, June 5th and 6th. I hope to see so many of you guys there. We only have a few minutes left here on LFA TV before I say my final goodbye when it comes to doing a live show Monday through Friday. But again, as always, I am here. If you want to reach out to me, if you have questions, feel free to reach out to me on social media platforms. I would love to talk to you, send us a postcard once in a while, old dog. Yes, I will always be there. And I told Mr. Jeremy, anytime you need me to host, anytime you need help, I'll be there, ready and willing to host if I'm able to do so. Logan said, I'm here. Yes. Let me give a shout out to you guys. We've got WW Wilson in the chat. We've got Quiet One. Okay, so may the Lord Jesus Christ continue to bless you. Thank you so much. Amen. Logan, come back to LFA TV. Yes, in the Lord's timing, USN Vet. I will miss all of you as well. Lulu Red. Who else is in the, you'll have to come on with Sean and Brennan next time we meet. Yes, I would love to come have lunch with you guys whenever you're in town. So please let us know, and I'm sure Brennan will text me whenever you guys are meeting up for lunch. But B Hops is in the chat. I don't know, did I see Bad Moon? I'm so grateful that I've been able to meet Bad Moon a couple times at some of these events, but I don't see him in the chat. Keith Day, JT Tyler, T-Man1202 is T2RM. I get a kick out of all of your usernames. I will never forget the uniqueness of all of your usernames. It's like no other on here on Rumble. But anyways, you guys are awesome. C Michaels is in the chat. Thank you all so much for your support and tuning in Monday through Friday, and of course supporting the other things that I do when it comes to interviews and always being willing, even if we disagreed. The thing I love about LFA TV is sometimes we disagreed. Sometimes we would have a little, fun debate in the chat on IVF or surrogacy, but I'm grateful for all of you and your heart's open to whatever the Lord has for you, because that's what it comes down to. We are all a part of the body of Christ, and if we are believers in Jesus Christ, we're all a part of the body. We're not all called to do the same thing. That would be boring. No, because our God is not a God of confusion. He's a God of order, and he has different plans and purposes for each and every one of us. And it is our job to say yes to the call and the will of God in our life. But I hope you guys have an incredible rest of your day. Have an incredible weekend. I'll always be here. You can reach out to me. God bless all of you guys. If you want to keep up with what I'm doing, if you haven't gotten a copy of my book, highly encourage you to get it. Last Chance to Save Our Republic. Any online bookstore, you can get it. Maybe one day, if the Lord wills, I'll write another one. Maybe it'll be more on feminism. Anyways, you guys are awesome. Thank you all so much. Stay tuned for the next host. They're up next. I'll see you guys sometime soon at an LFA TV reunion. I'll try to make it out. But either way, God bless you guys. Never give up. Never give in. And God bless the United States of America.
What's going on, everybody? Happy Friday. Welcome to the Paul Herrell program. We got a great show for you. I got a lot to talk about. We've got two guests that are going to come on the program. We're going to check in with Anita Thibault. We're going to talk about mercury in dentistry and how, we have a golden opportunity here in the United States to actually do something about this toxicity that's poisoning all of us. So it's a really good Maha segment. So we're going to talk to her about that. Also, we check back in with Dr. Andrew Paquette and his Twitter account exploding, by the way. I was very interested to see this because he is actually getting some really good traction about all the voter fraud he's uncovered, specifically some old data that he's been posting out of the state of New York showing that 1.5 million cloned voter registrations exist in that state. You assume that a blue state like New York is, they don't need to cheat. That's a phony assumption, I think, but we think, well, they're already blue, they're already leftists, they're already liberals, so, there's no point in cheating up there. No, you would be wrong. You would be wrong, so we're going to talk about that. Very interesting stuff that's happening online. But first, Animal Farm. Yes, we're going to talk about Animal Farm and the new movie by Angel Studios. Angel Studios facing backlash for making a movie that is not based on the source material. Kind of an epidemic right now in Hollywood, whether you're looking at, Lord of the Rings or really any number of intellectual properties. They just can't seem to keep their political opinions out of it. They are totally abandoning their art in many cases. They can't help it, and it's because it's the religion to them, and they can't not put their religious dogma out there to try to indoctrinate everybody. So they take, George Orwell's Animal Farm, which is about the dangers of Marxism, and Angel Studios allows Andy Serkis, admittedly, to make it about capitalism instead of Marxist communism. And they're facing backlash from it, and conservative influencers are taking cash to promote the film anyway. That's another angle to this that I find very fascinating. You know, it's one of these things that happened. You want to take advertiser dollars. I'm sure many of these conservatives, quite frankly, they think, well, hey, this is Angel Studios. You know, they're putting out movies like The Sound of Freedom and other things, and so we can say that you know, it's a safe thing to back. But Tim Pool didn't. Tim Pool called us out weeks ago. We reported it. He said, I'm not taking their ad dollars because I saw the movie, and it is not. It's not actually Animal Farm. And so you've got all these kids that are going to go see this movie that opens today, and they're going to get a version of a story was not the point of the life that Orwell lived, quite frankly. So we're going to talk about that. And what else we got? Oh yeah, looks like Alabama and South Carolina and Louisiana and Tennessee. And maybe we can cross our fingers for Georgia if we can get Rhino Brian Kemp to actually do what the people want. Actually, look out for your voters. Looks like they're gonna call special sessions and they're gonna redistrict. We're gonna talk about that as well. Don't go anywhere. The Paul Herrell program starts right now.
The Paul Herrell program.
All right, folks. So, as always, broadcasting from the state of Arkansas here on LFA TV, also the Paul Herrell Program YouTube channel, Facebook, X. Do all the things, like, share, subscribe. We really do appreciate it. Where was it going to go? You have to forgive me. I am, this has been a long week, and I am just admittedly a little scatterbrained this afternoon. You guys have me for the next 2 hours until we hand it off. Angel Studios inverted. I found this from Truth-Based Media. Truth-Based Media. This headline: Angel Studios inverted Animal Farm, and top conservatives took cash to help promote the abomination. Here it is right here. So, there you see it. Animal Farm, abomination, and the conservatives promoting it. This is written by Alethea Dukas. She says, today Angel Studios released an animated adaptation of George Orwell's Animal Farm in theaters across the country. Conservative parents have a better option that costs nothing more than a library card and an afternoon of their time. Read the book. Read the book to your children instead. The novel runs roughly 30,000 words and takes the average reader about 2 hours to finish. With a child asking questions along the way, you have a 3-hour education in the nature of power, the seductions of utopian rhetoric, and the bitter arithmetic of revolution. The film offers something else entirely. The film offers a lie wearing Orwell's name. Now, I've spent 3 or 4 segments on this story over the last couple of weeks, and it's one of these things that it is like one of my biggest pet peeves. It's something that really fires me up because there was a time when you could just take the source material and make it into a movie. You could see this, one of the reasons Marvel Comics had such a successful run for 10 years and then it just went off the rails is because they started maybe they did do some race swapping, but I know they did some gender swapping. They started doing gender swapping. They started putting all of this woke messaging into the comics that wasn't originally there, and the people hated it, which is why Marvel Comics, by the way, is now, putting out this, later this year, this new Avengers film that is basically, according to many reports, is going to just ignore all of this other woke garbage and honestly ignore a lot of these plot cliffhangers and loose ends, a lot of these threads they haven't tied off yet. They're just going to ignore it because the last, 5 years have just been, totally ridiculous. And full of this woke nonsense. They made Captain America black. Now, there's the race swapping. Yeah, Captain African America. They made him black. Anyway, it's just been a total disaster. Audiences haven't liked it. Likewise with Lord of the Rings, which if you go back and you look in the, beginning of the 21st century, Lord of the Rings, the zenith, I believe, of filmmaking, where they didn't stay entirely to the books, but they didn't change the core message. And in the documentaries, you have these directors saying, hey, 100%, man, like you have these directors just over and over again saying, what was the author's message? What was J.R.R. Tolkien's vision, message? What was his world? We're going to try to bring that to life on the screen. It was very important to them. They really wanted to do it. You look at Lord of the Rings today and Amazon and Jeff Bezos and what he did with Lord of the Rings and Rings of Power. Well, they made black dwarves. They said that we needed to see black dwarves, a dwarf of color. It's very important that we have dwarves of color in Lord of the Rings. You had a black elf. You had a black elf that looked like Don Lemon. Don Lemon before he's about to disrupt a worship service at a church. You had then you had a girl boss. I mean, they literally took Galadriel, who is supposed to be like the most beautiful woman in the world, and you know, the embodiment of femininity in that Tolkien universe, and they made her a dual sword wielding girl boss who was just absolutely, you know, unwatchable. It was so cringe. And they just completely bastardized any of the source material, and they gave orcs families. Like, so the focus of evil in the Lord of the Rings are the orcs, which we could just unequivocally say, hey, these are evil. They don't need to exist. They don't need to exist in our land. They really don't need to exist, period. And we're going to go to war with these people. Well, they gave them families. That's right. They literally gave orcs. They made them a marginalized community, and they gave them a wife and children. Like, we got the answer to how orcs are created. Well, they're created just like we are. They're not, you know, they're not spawns of Satan. They're not evil. No. They're just misunderstood, and they have a right to have land too. That's what Jeff Bezos and Amazon did to Lord of the Rings. It's totally unwatchable, and the fans hate it. Matter of fact, most people, if they do like it, they just love to hate watch it. And so now, and there's a lot more in between, but along comes Animal Farm. Along comes George Orwell's Animal Farm. And I said earlier, it just makes me so mad that these people cannot just do your jobs. This is not a hard concept. This is a proven art. You take something that's popular, that's already been written down. You basically have all of your lines already written by somebody a lot smarter than you. And Andy Serkis, who, by the way, played Gollum in Lord of the Rings, the original, the zenith of filmmaking, he comes along and is like, well, I'm a Democrat socialist, and you know what? That might have been fine for Orwell's day, warning about the dangers of communism and Marxism, but you know what? We're going to have to warn again. We're going to have to change it, and we're going to have to make this about capitalism. And Angel Studios says okay, or they, you know, started something down the train tracks that they just couldn't stop and pull back. I know this isn't the first time Angel Studios has trusted mainstream artists like Andy Serkis, but you know, you shouldn't trust these people. You shouldn't. And I don't blame audiences at all for seeing this as a total betrayal of the trust, that Angel Studios has earned with some people. But they couldn't do it. It's because it's a religion at this point. Everybody knew that most, if not all, of the people that worked on, keep going back to Lord of the Rings, but let's talk, everybody knew that most of the people that worked on Lord of the Rings were big liberals, progressives, or even socialists. But you know what? They were able to be like, well, we're coming together to tell this like timeless story that's so popular with so many people from different backgrounds, from different political backgrounds, and we're just going to tell it the way it's written. They can't do that anymore. They are incapable. They are enslaved to their own politics. So back to this story about how bad is it that this is just a film offers a lie that wears George Orwell's name. It says the deception begins with the premise. Orwell's 1945 novel was a surgical attack on Soviet collectivism, written by a man who had previously watched Stalinist factions in Spain hunt and disappear his fellow soldiers. The book ends in calculated horror, the pigs walking on two legs, indistinguishable from the humans they replaced, the animals beneath them no freer than they were under Mr. Jones. There is no rescue. There is no triumphant reformer. Director Andy Serkis, in his own words, at the International Animation Film Festival, the Annecy, decided audiences needed something different. Quote, "We wanted some hope," he explained. So the new film grants the animals a successful second uprising against Napoleon, a brighter future, and a freshly minted villain, a billionaire businesswoman named Frida Pilkington, voiced by Glenn Close, who reportedly drives something resembling a Tesla Cybertruck. This is why Tim Pool calls this character Elon Musk's mom. They're trying to use this as an attack against Elon Musk. You remember they couldn't stand when Elon Musk gave President Trump $100 million or more than that and had access to the White House for only 5 months, to my chagrin. They can't stand that. That's where the whole no kings thing came from. They tried to, license the term oligarchy, which is something I'd been using on this show in terms of the Intel oligarchy for forever. And then all of a sudden they're like, no oligarchy, and yet it's like not a question of what kind of oligarchy you have. It's not a question of whether you have one or not. It's what kind you have. That's just the way the world works. She goes on, Orwell did not write a story about capitalist greed corrupting an honest revolution. He wrote a story about the revolution itself being the corruption. The pigs were always going to become the farmers. That was the thesis, replacing it with a tale about how collectivism would have worked just fine if not for an outside capitalist meddler. Is not adaptation, it is inversion. They're selling you the opposite of what Orwell wrote. The substance of the book matters here because the entire scandal of the film depends on understanding what is being replaced. Animals on Manor Farm overthrow the drunken, neglectful Mr. Jones. The pigs, the cleverest of the lot, assume leadership. 7 commandments of animalism are painted on the barn. Equality is declared, and then the slow, grinding work of betrayal begins. Each commandment is rewritten, each promise is hollowed out. Boxer, the loyal workhorse, is sold to the knacker once his usefulness expires. The pigs move into the farmhouse, sleep in beds, drink whiskey, and eventually walk upright. The book closes with the animals staring through a window at pigs and humans playing cards together, unable to tell which is which. That ending is not a creative misstep Serkis was correcting. It is the entire moral argument. Orwell's claim was that the seizure of power, regardless of who does the seizing, contains the seeds of its own corruption. There is no purified vanguard. There is no incorruptible leader who will deliver the equality the slogans promise. The structure itself is the trap. To remove that ending is to remove Orwell. In a Washington Examiner op-ed defending his film, Serkis wrote that his characters enthusiastically embrace capitalism and rebel only against corruption. Read that sentence again. Orwell's animals were not rebelling against capitalism. They were rebelling against a man. The pigs that took power afterwards were not capitalists. They were communists who became indistinguishable from the men they replaced. Stalin's Soviet Union shaking hands with the very Western powers it had once denounced. Serkis has not added a new theme to Orwell. He has surgically removed Orwell's actual theme and stitched in its opposite. One viewer summarized the film's apparent message on X with brutal economy. Quote, "It's 2025 and Animal Farm is a movie about communism working and being ruined by capitalism." The reaction was not paranoid, it was descriptive. When the new villain is a businesswoman in a Cybertruck, when Napoleon, voiced by Seth Rogen, is played for slapstick and flatulence jokes, when the slaughterhouse van that hauls Boxer to his death is rendered as a visual pun where the S is hidden so the sign reads Laughter House instead of Slaughterhouse. These are not choices of artists honoring a difficult text. These are the choices of an industry that cannot conceive of a villain who is not a corporation or of a corporation that does not have a capitalist address. Parents have an option that the film cannot match at any budget. Buy a copy of the book and or download it for free. Read it to your kids. It says children old enough to handle Animal Farm are old enough to handle a sad ending. In fact, they need them. The reason Serkis felt the need to insert hope is the same reason a generation of parents has been told to shield children from any narrative without redemption. But Orwell's bleakness was a kindness. He was telling a shadow of what could be. It's a shadow. Orwell, think about that. That's interesting. Orwell's bleakness was actually kindness. Just makes me think about, I mean, because it's a story, right? It's just a story. It's just a warning. It's actually kindness. It may leave you feeling sad, but it's kindness to try to prevent you from experiencing the real thing. It's kind of like when a Christian tells somebody else about sin. Hey, man, I don't know if you're living quite right, or hey, did you know that the Lord is displeased with the way you're living? And people say, well, that's unloving. And it's like, actually, no, it's just a shadow of judgment. It's not telling them, it's not telling the lost person that needs help. It's not hurting them in any way, really. It's a shadow of a judgment to come. And it's harmless compared to the judgment of God that happens at the end that will actually hurt you. That's just interesting to me. It just kind of struck me. But Orwell's bleakness was a kindness. He was telling readers, including young ones, that the world contains real evils that cannot be solved by the right slogan or the right leader. The lesson matters more, not less, in an age of utopian political rhetoric. The book gives you a vocabulary for recognizing manipulation that no animated feature with a cheerful third act ever could. And now we get to the influencer problem. So this is a third angle of this that I find fascinating. And we're just a small little podcast here, just trying to making our way downtown. So there's not any giant influencer. There's not any giant influencer contracts or deals for me to even have to say no to at this point. So just keep that in mind. Some of parts of me sympathize with this position, especially if there were existing deals with Angel Studios to promote their content for multiple months or multiple movies. They probably thought this was going to be in line with George Orwell's actual work and not bastardized. Then, she writes, then there is the matter of the conservative commentators who took Angel Studios' money to promote the film. The disclosures are not the issue. Posts tagged Animal Farm Partner are doing what the Federal Trade Commission requires. Disclosure is the floor of ethics and paid promotion, not the ceiling. The real question is what an endorsement is supposed to mean coming from someone who built an audience on conservative principles and Christian conviction. Now, the first one that came out was Riley Gaines. This happened on Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday. It wasn't yesterday. It was probably Tuesday, Wednesday is when I saw it. And, of course, Tim Pool. I mentioned Tim Pool earlier because he was offered Animal Farm ad bucks. And he said, no, I saw the film and I can't advertise this. And then he even called it out. Now, the fact that Tim Pool did what he did and called out Animal Farm and Angel Studios and saying, I'm not doing this because you guys have inverted the film, was probably much to the chagrin of influencers out there who were planning on taking the cash and pushing this and having a very non-confrontational weekend. But now they kind of have one. So Riley Gaines, who I think has done incredible work and done great things exposing the trans issue and galvanizing the country against the madness. She took some money, apparently, from Angel Studios and said that they thought that the adaptation of George Orwell's novel was good. She says, incredibly well done. They do a perfect job of reminding viewers that Marxism always has and always will fail. The problem is what we're hearing, what's being reported is that the film isn't about Marxism at all, like at all. And I'll prove that to you here, or we could use some context clues to figure that here in a minute. She goes on, sponsorship is a legitimate business arrangement. Plenty of honest commentators, this writer included, run sponsorships and promote products they actually believe in. The line is simple. A sponsorship is an endorsement. An endorsement is a statement of belief. When a commentator who has spent years warning audiences about cultural manipulation by Hollywood accepts payments to recommend a film that inverts an anti-collectivist classic into an anti-capitalist messaging for children, the disclosure tag, she writes, does not redeem the act. It documents it. The audience is not paying attention to a commentator because they want to know what that commentator has been paid to say. So this, the first one, and I saw this myself, was Joe Redden, otherwise known as the older millennial. Now, he posts, and I can't play it. We're on, we are on digital cable in some markets, and so I haven't edited. And so, if you've ever followed the older millennial, sometimes the older millennial has, good takes. I know Rob Spencer, my co-host, is the one that first told me about the older millennial. So just like with anybody, sometimes he says things and I think, oh, that's interesting. Other times, that's good. Other times I disagree, whatever. But he also has a potty mouth, as I'll say. I'll just say he has, he uses a lot of 4-letter words that we can't say on cable. So I'll just summarize it. But basically, he endorses the movie. And he specifically says that this movie, just like Riley Gaines said in her post, in his video, he specifically mentions Marxism, and that this movie calls out the dangers of Marxism. Not surprising, but Angel Studios has put out another banger of a movie. Paid partnership, so he's disclosing, hey, look, I took money to do this, but he's taking criticism for this. They are paying attention because they assume a baseline of trustworthy judgment behind the words, that trust is not a renewable resource. Then we have Emily Saves America. Quote, all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. Animal Farm in theaters May 1st. And then she mentions Tim Pool. To his credit, publicly refused Angel Studios advertising buy. His public statement was direct. The film is shockingly offensive, pro-communist, anti-capitalist, with pro-leftist terrorism elements. Whether one agrees with every word, the principle is correct. There are checks one writes that should not be cashed, regardless of the dollar amount printed in the corner. I would say not calling this out is how you take something that could be good, like in Angel Studios, and not calling them out when they make their first misstep, or maybe this is their second or third. I don't know. They shouldn't be allowed to do this and get away with it. I mean, they shouldn't be allowed to do this. This is them whiffing at a softball. This is a softball pitch. You should be able to hit something like this out of the park. It's Animal Farm. It's George Orwell. It's a classic, and you whiff. And I think, it was intentional. I think it was, hey, we're going to call it. This is where you just like, okay, can you trust this company at all? How do you whiff such an easy pitch? It makes people think it's intentional and that you were intentionally wanting to to indoctrinate kids into communism instead of out of communism. Certainly, if you're going to partner with left-wing actors and directors, they don't exist. There's not a world where they exist in where they're going to criticize communism today because they think it's the solution to all our problems. You name any problem that we have in this country, communism is always the answer for these people. So anyway, read the book. And back on the older millennial, this is what I'm going to say. So this is the older millennials post that you saw there in that article. He says, not surprising, Angel Studios has put together another banger of a movie. He's taking a lot of heat on this. No, bro, you are usually the one calling this out right. You still have time to delete this. Now everyone is going to start. The MAGA takes money to promote blah, blah, blah. It's a trap. Paid reviews are fake reviews. It says, this other guy, Damage Control. Joe, have you actually watched it or listened to the director? They Orwelled Orwell, bro. If I were you, I'd take this down. They made capitalism the antagonist instead of communism and totalitarianism. Here's the director. Listen for yourself. Andy Serkis said this much. So the older millennial put out a follow-up post defending himself and also re-endorsing the movie. And he said, watching the right lose their minds because someone dared to also criticize the BS crony capitalism we deal with today as well. So now, and again, I can't play this video for you either because it's riddled with cuss words. But he basically says, he changes his tune completely. And he says, instead of saying, like he did in his first video, that this was a critique of Marxism, he now says, no, this is a critique of crony capitalism, and that's a good thing. And you know what? Our current system, and he even talks about, it's really clever what he does, and I can appreciate it. he talks about how the Federal Reserve has robbed us of our republic, robbed us of our actual capitalism. And I've talked about this program for a very long time, that we don't actually have capitalism in America right now. We haven't for a very, very long time, or an actual free market. It is all controlled by elites and oligarchs and everything else. And he says, so now he's defending himself, saying, yeah, but the movie's doing a good thing because it's calling out our current system, man, and our current economy. And our current economy is not capitalist, it's crony capitalist and everything else. And that's a very clever way to try to spin what you've done, because there is a half-truth in it, but it kind of misses the whole point of, but that's not what the book, and this is the hill that I will stand on. It's not what the book says. And you could call me a recovering artist when it comes to stuff like this, as somebody who, has a degree related to performance. I know what the art is, and I know what you do with source material, and you stick to the source material. It is part of the collaborative effort of acting and in entertainment and everything. And this idea that you're going to take this work that is obviously popular, and that's the problem. That's the elephant in the room, is that they're calling something Animal Farm when it's not Animal Farm. It's not what was written. And so the whole project is just covered in this cloud of deception. The whole thing is suspect. The entire thing. Some of the comments, given that the director Serkis is a democratic socialist, it makes sense that he admits that this goes after capitalism and not Stalinist Russia. Mike Flynn, this is not the General Mike Flynn, says, you literally said in your first video that this is about the dangers of Marxism. Now all of a sudden you're admitting it's not. It would have been better had you just ignored the comments and taken your money. Also, Orwell was not a capitalist. He described himself as a democratic socialist. He liked Lenin and hated Stalin. This is just a terrible look all around for you, dude. I don't know, man. That's just a comment, but this thing really just bothers me. I'm just sick of it. And, you hate it that it's affecting conservatives in this way, because the whole point of so much of our, our culture jamming and us trying to find a way around the left's woke sex religion that just seems to infiltrate everything. This is kind of a key pillar of that. Is essentially, propaganda. Propagandists are going to do propaganda when you let them. And a lot of people had faith in Angel Studios to be different. And a lot of people are still waiting on, we do have to wait as the anti-woke pendulum swings back, or or whatever, the pendulum, it's back to the left. Now it's come back to the right because we rejected so much of the trans sanity. But now you've got to wait out. Like, if you are somebody that still has any sort of curiosity about what the culture, what movies may be coming out or anything, you're going to have to wait another 5 years, because they thought this woke stuff was going to stick around for the next 10 years. And so everything that was in the hopper when they thought Kamala was going to get elected and was going to issue in some sort of, Christians in boxcars utopia for them, all that's got to be scrapped. And that's assuming that they even have a profit motivation left at all, because in some of these cases, they're so committed to the propaganda, and the intel oligarchy are involved in what they're creating, they don't even have to make money in some of these cases, because they just exist to demoralize the country, demoralize us emotionally, but then, to Jeff Younger's point, who's been on this program, to literally remove morals from society, to demoralize us to where anything goes. And that's a perfect segue, or perfect kind of bow on all of this, is that, maybe just don't take the money on this one. I get it. I also sympathize. It's not just older millennial. You got Tucker Carlson, who took some money here too. It looks like he just posted this one tweet, said, made it clear, paid partnerships, and said that you can see Angel Studios May 1st. Tickets are available. And then, put out the he put out a bunch of different ads. I guess this other one's American Financing, Stop by, saying he was listing sponsors. But my point is like, Angel Studios they got deals with all these people. But Tim Pool, to his credit, was like, hey, I'm not advertising this because it's not George Orwell. It is George Orwell under another name. So kudos to him for that one. Anyway, let me know what you think. Sound off in the comments. We're going to take a break. Going to reset here. Don't go anywhere. This is the Paul Herrell Program. We really appreciate you watching. Happy Friday to everybody out there listening and watching. And we're going to be back here in just a minute with Anita Thibault.
The other things that we're seeing, more and more use for is even vascular issues. So one of the mechanisms that red light, near-infrared light, or red VIVE works is stimulation of the mitochondria and stimulation of nitric oxide production. So when nitric oxide is released in cells, it vasodilates cells. It reduces inflammation. It moves blood. It brings blood flow to areas. So folks that have issues with ulcers or burns or wounds, it can help stimulate increased blood supply, and you need blood to heal. So that can open up different avenues for peripheral artery disease, for neuropathic pain syndromes. And so that's one of the other areas for nerve injury or nerve pain that we can leverage this type of medicine.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red VIVE.
This is our family dog, Bubba. He is a Shorty Jack Russell, and he brings a lot of love and laughter into our home. We just want to thank Pet Club for making healthy food and treats for our animals. Bubba has been on Pet Club food for a little over a year now. He really likes the Sequoia dry food, and then I put a scoop of the Sequoia wet dog food in there with some hot water and stir it up, and he absolutely loves it. And he likes the mush puppies, but his ultimate favorite is the antlers. Those keep him busy for a really long time, and he really likes them. It makes us feel really good that the food and treats that we give him have healthy ingredients in them, because we want him to be around for a really long time. Our previous dog was a lab, and his name was Titus, and we fed him in bulk, and we would just get his food from the big box grocery stores. And unfortunately, that food wasn't very healthy for him, and he ended up getting cancer and passing away. So we didn't want to make that mistake with Bubba, so we were really fortunate to find Pet Club and find some really healthy food for him to eat. So we would just like to thank Pet Club, and we just really appreciate the healthy food that they make, so we can keep this guy around as long as we can.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Childhood amalgam trial, which was a prospective randomized study, which is the top level study you can do in science. It means taking a whole group of children, dividing them randomly. Some of them you get amalgams, some of them you get composites. Furthermore, they said we're going to test on series of parameters: urinary mercury, porphyrins, kidney damage, neurological damage. They decided all that before they ever tested a single child. This is what we're going to do. They collected all the data prospectively, and what it reveals is damage in every single domain studied. Every single outcome that they were looking at, that they said, this might be of concern, so we want to study it to see if it's related to amalgam. All of them are being linked to amalgam exposure. What happens to these children in the course of the study? And what we found, looking at first urinary mercury, then urinary porphyrins, then eventually kidney dysfunction markers, is that mercury exposure from dental amalgams in a dose-dependent fashion, meaning the amount of mercury being released from the amalgams, significantly negatively impact each of those measurements. So it turns out that amalgams, based on the number, the size, how many you have, all of those things, is related to how much urinary mercury you have. It's related to how much porphyrins you have for the mercury-associated porphyrins. And perhaps worse, it's associated with kidney dysfunction. It actually seems to be causing ongoing kidney damage at the level of the proximal tubules. when one studies kidney dysfunction, chronic damage to the proximal tubules is associated with chronic kidney disease, which is the #1 kind of kidney disease in the United States. In considering the childhood amalgam trial findings that I've been discussing, they're telling a very compelling story. A story of damage to the kidney, of mercury building up in the body, of causing kidney damage, brain damage. This is a story that makes sense, very direct, very simple to understand. If I had somebody from the American Dental Association sitting next to me and trying to tell their story, what would they say now? Well, amalgams are safe. They always say that. Well, how do you explain that in light of these findings? Well, we have to suspend the laws of chemistry and physics and physiology to say, yeah, it's just happenstance, coincidence that we found damage to the kidney. It's really safe. Well, it contributed to mercury body burden. That's coincidence. They're actually safe. Well, we can find it in the urine. It's just happenstance, coincidence. It must be safe. There is no story. The story that we're telling is one that's based on over 100 years of science about mercury. We know that mercury is released from amalgams. We know mercury is toxic to almost every organ system in the body. This is what was plausible before the study. Now it's overwhelmingly plausible. They have no story to tell other than we think it's safe because we think it's safe.
For more information, patients and dental professionals can access resources about biological dentistry, as well as a directory of IAOMT biological dentists who are SMART certified at IAOMT.org.
All right, so welcome back to the show. That was a video that was posted over at a Substack, IAOMT, Biological Dentistry and Systematic Health Substack. Matter of fact, I'll show it to you here. And it's a follow-up on a story that we did, I guess, a month or so ago at this point, several weeks ago, it feels like. The news moves pretty fast. The headline, Government Study Exposed Abused Children to Mercury. We covered this. The Casa-Pia study is what it was called. It happened years ago. The U.S. government-funded clinical trial placed mercury-containing dental fillings into vulnerable children, many of them institutionalized orphans, while serious allegations of sexual abuse were unfolding within the very system that housed them. We talked about this because it was very strange that these kids, I mean, obviously evil and wicked, but it was just super weird that these orphans are being sexually abused. The abuse comes to light, and the government researchers don't end their study on mercury. Instead, they continue it. As if, it's just incredible to me. It's crazy to me, and honestly, I'm not going to give these people the benefit of the doubt. It seems like the sexual abuse. I'm going to say this. Anita Thibault may not, but I'm to the point now where I think the sexual abuse wasn't the flaw. I think it was the feature. That's where I'm at, because I don't trust any of these Frankenstein scientists that are out there, trying to manufacture stuff, experimenting, doing studies. I don't buy it. I don't buy any of it. And so I thought it'd be a good idea to check in with Anita Thibault. Obviously, for those who've been watching the show for a while, you're familiar with her. She is an expert on the dangers of dental amalgams, of mercury in your mouth. She's spoken before the United Nations and UN panels on this topic. Obviously, she is very, very well versed in this. Anita, welcome back to the show. We really appreciate it.
Well, Paul, thank you for having me again, because the story of the Casa-Pia Children's Amalgam Trial, it needs to be told, because we're talking about more than half of the U.S. population that has mercury in their heads today, including little kids. It is a known neurotoxin. It's probably one of the most studied toxins and chemicals since the beginning of alchemy, and yet it has not been banned in the United States, while other countries like the European Union have already banned it. The problem with the Casa-Pia study is that in 2002, when they found out that these kids were being molested, and the whistleblower happened to be one of the kids that was in the mercury study as well. And I call it the mercury study because that's essentially what it was. They put mercury in the heads of, let's say, 250 kids, and 250 of the other kids, of a total of 500 plus kids, did not receive mercury fillings. They called them other filling materials. And they knew at the beginning that mercury was a very toxic compound, and they knew that they were going to try to prove, using this study, calling it a prospective study, that mercury was safe for kids. That was the whole premise of the study. And that's what they sold the study on until there was a Freedom of Information Act request after their first paper was published. And the Geyers, you saw David Geyer, and thank you for posting that, because the explanation and the visuals that came along with that audio are very explicit, and people can easily understand what the problems are with mercury and how it attacks all of the major organs. So the original study they published in 2006 saying mercury doesn't cause any of these problems. Well, the original researchers, they failed to include all of the information. In other words, they created a document, a study that showed that mercury was safe, because that was the outcome that they were looking for. And in 2009, when the FDA was being sued, they changed their regulatory guidelines. They used the Casapia study as the benchmark to say, okay, mercury's safe for kids, so it must be safe across the board. But it was all based on fraud. And now it's provable all these years later. And the reason why I've been trying to expose this story for, it's now 25 years. It's unbelievable to me. But because of the people that are now in this administration, I think we have a chance. Now, mind you, these kids that were exposed in the first place between 8 and 12 years old, they're now in their like 30s and maybe early 40s. And God only knows what the health is for these victims, because they are victims. And it's our responsibility to get this all unraveled, go back to these same individuals and have them medically checked, have their teeth restored properly, taking out the mercury and whatever else they may deem necessary to help them as much as possible to restore whatever health their situation is.
It's incredible. And also, that's why, I'd left that part out that you just covered, which was, not only were these kids sexually abused and there was a cover-up of it until all these years later, in the whistleblower, but the study was a fraudulent study. If you look into the data they found, it actually, they had to cut corners in order to get this study, because this is what they set out to do. They set out to go ahead and prove that mercury was totally safe from the beginning. They had, this is not science, Anita. And that's why they don't stop the study when there's something there's a giant red flag that, hey, some of our subjects are also being sexually abused. And by the way, it was reportedly a ring. It was an organized sex trafficking ring that was going on here, where you also, get sex trafficked and then funneled into some study for for government scientists to experiment on you. I mean, it's the stuff out of, it's the stuff out of movies. It's the horror stories out of movies that you see. It's absolutely disgusting. Real quick, I want you to remind me about Europe. Can you just do a quick comparison? What does Europe think of mercury in your mouth versus what does American dentistry think of mercury in your mouth?
Well, this will go into this paper that I sent you that was recently published. The European Union of 27 countries banned the use of dental mercury in 2025 across the board. So 27 countries in Europe no longer use it. But in the Nordic Council of Ministries, several countries much earlier than that, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, they had banned mercury, let's say, maybe 15 to 20 years ago. So they were always ahead of the curve on this. There's now many countries that have populations over 100 million that are developing countries, like the Philippines, for example, that have a huge population. They banned it, and other countries as well. So to say that the United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, I call them the usual suspects, and the UK, are not taking any position on this and are staying quiet, should tell everybody a lot.
Oh, 100%. So do we have plans to get rid of mercury here? Haven't they said that they may do it in the next 15 years or something?
Oh, yeah, this was the conclusion of the last Conference of the Parties, they call it COP6, Conference of the Party 6 of the Minamata Convention on Mercury Treaty, last November, where they said there was a consensus to now, across the board for the remaining countries that are still using it, to end it by the year 2034.
Okay.
And this is unconscionable. What has happened in the interim, though, is the Indian Health Services in the United States, which is federal, published an announcement several months ago, and I believe I've sent that to you. In 2027, this group of people will no longer be exposed to mercury from dental fillings. So this is a problem because it's a small portion of the population, and thank God, because usually Native peoples are the last to have anything, any justification for anything that would help their health and well-being. But now, in this circumstance, they're first, which is astounding to me.
Yeah, I see it right here.
Also,
in Indian Health Service to end use of mercury-containing dental amalgam by 2027. The Indian Health Service announced today it will end the use of mercury-containing dental amalgam in its facilities by 2027. Dental amalgams have been widely used in restorative dentistry due to its material properties, strength, durability, and affordability, particularly for multi-surface restorations of molars, premolars. However, growing environmental and health concerns regarding mercury exposure, along with global efforts to reduce the use of mercury-containing materials, have prompted the agency to assess safer alternatives. It's not safe yet. So we've got the Federal Health Program for American Indians and Alaskan Natives. They're going to do it next year, and yet the rest of us are it's still going to be a legal practice here in the States.
Which is why I'm fighting this like as much as one person can. I have the support of the International Academy of Oral Medicine and Toxicology and the International Academy of Biological Dentistry and Medicine. Now they're getting on board on the Casapia story because it really is a story that has facilitated the continued use of mercury in dentistry in the United States and beyond. Because unfortunately, most countries use the FDA as their benchmark of whether they're going to do something or not do something. And everybody comes back, well, what does the FDA say? Well, what does the FDA say? Well, as you know, too, Paul, you had me on your show when I filed my citizens petition, and that was in last, I guess it was July. And they responded. And now the FDA, when someone files a citizens petition, they have to respond within a period of time. I believe it's 180 days. Well, they, of course, answered like a week or so before their 180 days was up. And they basically said, we are still looking at it. So they respond, and then they say, we responded, we did what the law says we have to do, but we're going to still look at it. Now, this is outrageous, because they have been looking at this, and I'm not the first citizens petition. There's been multiple citizens petitions filed over, 25 years plus. And I participated in other people's citizens or other organizations' citizens petitions. And I decided to file my own because I wanted to create a paper trail that I would have control over to prove that this is all, it's just a cover-up, and it's unbelievably horrible that they're still using mercury today, that this study on these kids who were victimized on multitude of different angles, and they've never been helped. So, my goal is to clear the board on this, help these now young adults, or actually they're not even young anymore, and expose everything, because so many people in the United States have mercury, as I mentioned earlier, in their teeth today, from children to, seniors. And that could be the reason why they have developed chronic health problems. And that's all a fact. I mean, nobody can debate the problems that mercury causes. They cannot, because there is science going back over 100 years of how dangerous it is.
I completely agree with you, and you're exactly right. On the screen now, we have this study, and again, you sent this to me, this paper dental amalgam exposure and the risks and progression of multiple sclerosis. It's International Journal of Epidemiology, and it says concerns about the neurotoxic potential of dental amalgam and multiple sclerosis, MS, persists, but its impacts on disease risk and progression remain unclear. The results of the study: amalgam exposure was associated with increased MS risk in a dose-dependent manner. A significant interaction with smoking was observed. In the longitudinal cohort, those with at least 6 fillings had increased risk of CDW and progression to EDSS3. Associations were stronger among current smokers, those diagnosed after age 40 years, and individuals on low-efficacy therapies. The EDSS trajectories also showed faster progression in the high-exposure group. Conclusion: dental amalgam exposure may be associated with both increased risk of multiple sclerosis and faster disability progression. Findings support a potential synergistic effect with smoking and raise the hypothesis that mercury may contribute to MS-related neurodegeneration. Again, this is a study that is confirming. By the way, I mean, I know they have to do these studies, and I get it, and I'm not a scientist, but we've known, like you have already said, that mercury, Anita, is toxic. The fact that you're putting it in your mouth permanently and it's seeping into your bloodstream or leaking or whatever, we know it's not rocket science, okay? I know they got to have these studies to get these regulatory agencies to act, but shocker, a toxic metal in your body is going to have terrible consequences for your health long term. And by the way, there's also a big pharma angle to this too, because you're going to run. Okay, now you've got all these symptoms. We're not going to take the mercury out of your head, but we're going to put you on the big pharma hamster wheel, and now you're taking these pills for the rest of your life to try to manage the symptoms. So, I mean, mercury in your mouth helps big pharma. It gives them lifelong slaves. I mean, customers. And that's really what I see going on here. So tell us about this particular study with multiple sclerosis.
Well, Dr. Hal Huggins, the late Dr. Hal Huggins, who, was just absolutely brilliant. And he came out with a book, and I think I sent you an image of it, on MS and the relationship between that and mercury. I think he published it in 2002. So this is something that was known, and every time Hal would talk about disease-related toxicity and the link of mercury causing these diseases, or being the foundation that were diagnosed as these diseases, everybody always said, no. But Hal was onto so many things, and he was just so far advanced in his research that he figured it out. He was 50 years ahead of his time. And now, okay, so that book was published in 2002. So we're, 25, 26 years later, and now the papers are coming out saying, yeah, this is right. It's just unbelievable. But MS is just one of many diseases. Alzheimer's disease is linked directly to mercury exposure. And when you think of the age...
I didn't read this beforehand. I'm sorry to interrupt, Anita.
Okay.
This is in the Amazon summary of the book. If you are frustrated and discouraged from hearing that there is nothing but pharmaceutical drugs you can take, or you are exhausted from trying strange and costly treatments, take heart. This book quotes scientific journals and is based not only on scientific studies in biochemistry, but also on the experiences that Dr. Huggins has had with MS patients over the last 33 years. So, again, you said this is the early 2000s that this book comes out, and here we are 26 years, 25 years later, and we're still putting the stuff in our heads. It's still giving people multiple sclerosis. I mean, when is the madness going to stop? I want you to finish your thought, but my follow-up question is going to be, you said earlier in the interview, you do have confidence and optimism that this administration under Bobby Kennedy is going to really move the needle here. I want you to tell us why you think that is.
Well, he moved it on to the Indian Health Services. That was due to him. I saw an interview with him, previous to this actually coming out. Maybe it was in March of last year. And he was on the reservation and he was talking about improving the health and so on and so forth. Bobby clearly knows about mercury. He has so much knowledge about mercury and vaccines, and he knows about dental mercury. But for some reason, the vaccines came first and not dentistry. And I don't know the logic behind it. It doesn't really matter, because I do know this. If we don't get this done now, shame on all of us. If we're going to wait till 2034 and follow the UN mandate, shame on us, because the United States could have been the first country on the planet to ban mercury in dentistry. And here we are tailing in the last place behind developing countries that have zero to no financial resources to be able to do this. And they're doing it. They've done it. So like you said, we get sick. And I've been saying this forever. The dentist makes you sick. You're on the medical treadmill till you're in the box. But it's actually provable. Mercury, to me, is the number one thing, because you're sitting out with that in your head 24/7 for decades upon decades. And now with populations aging and the link between neurological problems, it's there. Nobody's going to be able to deny it, because there's so much science. It's global science. It's not one paper here, one random paper there. There's thousands of papers on this topic now that link it back to mercury exposure. And there's a genetic predisposition to also having a greater susceptibility if you have mercury in your head. And when you talk about the number of fillings, your propensity for disease goes up, obviously, with the number of fillings that you have. And if you're that higher risk with the genetic predisposition, you're going to have health problems. That's like a given. And nobody's going to be able to deny that. So I'm praying, and I'm trying every which avenue that I can to shine the light on the Casapia story, because right now, that is, the child molestation and the Jeffrey Epstein and all of these other things, all of these, scandals of abuse, they're in the news now. So I'm trying to piggyback on that to get this story out.
I think that's a great idea. Anything that can get people's interest and spread the word and get people educated. A lot of times when you uncover scandals like this, what you're actually uncovering is little patterns or little factories that can, I guess in my conspiratorial mind, I'm thinking, okay, they get the funding to do this government study years ago, and the sex traffickers are involved, or maybe they're one and the same. And how many times has this been repeated to where these scientists, they get the funding for, this study or whatever, and the human traffickers, come alongside them and like, okay, we're running this op again, That's where my mind goes on this. I feel like, the scientific method, your results are supposed to be repeatable. I think they probably are taking that, way too far when it comes to the opportunity of this level of evil and corruption that presents itself with each study, especially when we're talking about the United States dollars going to, countries that are in the third world, or countries that are away from our jurisdiction. It just creates this opportunity for really disgusting, terrible crimes against humanity and children. So, while I have you, Anita, I'd like for you to talk about this. We text back and forth, and you text me this, which is I'm very interested in this, because I don't take Netflix's advice when they come out with movies that say don't look up. Okay, what are you trying to keep from me? So I do look up. I really started looking up during COVID, when I spent a lot of time at my house, but I decided to just spend most of it outside, and I started looking up, and I started noticing the things that were being sprayed, and how, a clear day would become overcast after, planes were spraying stuff in the sky. It just wouldn't go away. So there's this tweet that is by the Geophyte, and it says first of its kind federal lawsuit. First of its kind federal geoengineering lawsuit is filed by the Geophyte. A whistleblower alleges destruction and manipulation of weather data records to justify geoengineering activity. A first of its kind federal lawsuit sets forth allegations by an atmospheric scientist that historical weather data was manipulated and destroyed in order to justify weather modification and geoengineering activities. The case is Maybe versus the United States, involves an amended complaint filed by a legal coalition known as the Geophyte. The complaint challenges the reliability and integrity of long-standing weather data sets used over multiple decades, including during the Obama and Biden administrations, to model climate trends, support federal rulemaking, and justify large-scale environmental initiatives, including geoengineering and weather modification. It also adds claims against the University of Colorado Boulder, alleging retaliation and violations of federal whistleblower protections. I think one of the things, if I may for a second, talk about one of the positives that's come out of the EPA is under Lee Zeldin would be they have 2 pages now on the EPA.gov website. One of them is a geoengineering page, and the other one is a contrails/chemtrails page. Okay, now they don't come right out and say it, but and even RFK said on Dr. Phil that he thinks a lot of this stuff is being run through DARPA. He came out and said that. But they don't come right out and say it, Anita. But if you know how to read the documents and read between the lines, it's not perfect. I wish it was more forthcoming. But they talk about what a contrail is. They talk about what a chemtrail is. But, hey, there's really no evidence of chemtrails. But then if you go to the geoengineering page, it lists the different ways you could geoengineer. And one of them is aerosol injections from airplanes in the sky. And so if you go read both of those documents back to back, you're like, well, here's the EPA admitting that this is going on. Or at least it's one step away from them admitting, no, this is actually happening. Anyway, I'll get your report or your response on this lawsuit.
Well, it's a long time coming. As you mentioned, DARPA and, HARP, and I can't remember the acronym, what it stands for. It's HAARP. It came out of Alaska. And that was kind of the beginning of what was known to the public. But apparently, this geoengineering and weather modification has been going on since, I believe it was the 1940s. So this is nothing new. It's like mercury's been used for 170 years, and therefore it's safe. Well, we've been geoengineering the world, with various systems of pollution to modify weather as a military function. And, they say whoever controls the weather controls the world. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm here in sunny Florida where we have not had rain in I don't know how long. And when you see certain states, they get blasted with, 100 tornadoes, and then the next day it's snowing, and then the next day you got hail the size of golf balls. I mean, when you're my age, and I'm not going to say how old, but I remember the days when, as a kid, you go outside, you look at the sky, and there's puffy white clouds. That doesn't exist. It's a rarity now. In the state of Florida, they banned weather modification, geoengineering, whatever you want to call it, chemtrails, and yet they're up there all the time. They fly at night, they fly during the day. I mean, when you look at the sun, it's not the sun where they used to say when you were a kid, don't look at the sun because of the rays. There's a film over it, and it's obvious to anybody who sees it. Younger people, they're not going to be able to identify this because a lot of these kids now, they've never seen a clear sky. So this lawsuit is opening the door to expose more of what lies and horrible things we've been exposed to. During COVID, you had mentioned that you were going outside a lot. Well, there was a time, and it was January, where there was a huge fog bank that came into Florida, just outrageous. And I had already been here, several years. There's never been fog where I am, never. And people actually took water samples of the condensation, and they had them run through various analytical tests for metals or whatever they would find in there. And they found a lot of heavy metals, like arsenic, barium, strontium, you name it, and aluminum. Now, here's the kick, and I'm going to bring it back to mercury because it's all linked. If you have mercury in your teeth, any other metal that you're exposed to kind of compounds the toxicity. In other words, it's not a 1 + 1 = 2. It's like a 1 + 1 = 1,000. So everybody during this time of this massive fog bank that came into Florida, those of us who were paying attention, I didn't even go outside. I'm like, no, this really is strange. And then I started to see people, talking about it. And not just random people, they were doctors and scientists, for God's sake. So, we are being bombarded and sprayed like bugs. And at least now, this one, and it's a wonderful thing, has gotten traction. It went viral on the first day that it was published. It went up on X, and by the end of the day, I think it had like 50,000 views that I was able to see, and then it went up to 80,000, and I don't know how many now, but this lawsuit is taking, it's getting a lot of notification and traction because there's a lot of people that have been following this. This is just one of many things. But again, if you have mercury in your head and you're going outside and you're being bombarded with aluminum and all these other heavy metals, and you expect to be healthy, then you're Superman or Superwoman. So it's bad, but at least now it's coming out.
Yeah, it is coming out. As a matter of fact, let me say a couple of things. The first thing I'll say is that HAARP is the acronym, stands for High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program. Okay, DARPA. You can go look that up. HAARP. The second thing I'll say is the other day, to your point about how rare things are. So I'm 41. My wife's about my age as well. We were driving down the interstate in my hometown, and we came across a hill and we looked, and then here's this beautiful skyline, and there are these white puffy clouds. And we looked at my daughter and we said, look, this is what the sky used to look like when we were kids. It looked like this all the time. People remember. If you're old enough, you remember laying on the grass and looking up and figuring out the different shapes. Hey, that looks like a dinosaur. Hey, that looks like that. It still happens, but like you said, it is extremely rare that it happens because the clouds are just different. And I see it every morning when you go to work. Almost every morning, you can see them grid the sky. And where I am, so this is a case of, hey, are you going to believe your own eyes? Or are you going to have to hear it on Fox News before you actually believe it? But where I'm at, there's kind of highways. So like, you should see planes going north to St. Louis, or really you should see planes coming, from the southeast going towards St. Louis, or you should see, planes, going from Little Rock. So, there's certain kind of highways, but you know what you don't have in rural Arkansas? You don't have crop dusting, at 30,000 feet. You're not supposed to have that, but you do. You do have that. You have these right angles. People are not hallucinating this. Okay, this is not normal. All right, and and then to your point about the fog that rolled in. This is something that immediately gets called a conspiracy theory, and they're like, no, come on, what are you talking about? Have you ever considered that maybe this technology's got a lot more sophisticated? I want you to look at this story, Anita, because I always have this in the back of my mind, because when I was in talk radio back in 2012, this article from Fox News is October of 2012, headline, Army's secret chemical testing in St. Louis neighborhoods during Cold War raises new concerns. These are court documents. This is a well-known fact that in the 60s, or it may have been the 50s, no, in the 50s, in the mid-1950s, they played it off as, we're just doing Cold War drills in case we need to confuse the satellites of the Soviets We're going to they gassed the slums of St. Louis. The United States Army gassed the slums of St. Louis in an experiment, and they gave hundreds of people cancer. Entire buildings, entire families over time came down with aggressive cancers and died. And there's very few survivors left because of it. This was in the 50s. Go ahead.
I said, can we say Tuskegee Airmen?
Yes, can we say, Tuskegee Airmen. This, just to be, but I just want everyone to marinate on this. This was our own government doing this to its own people. So the idea that a fog, rolls in 2020 or 2021 or wherever, because that, it happens, seems like almost every year there's some sort of weird thing that happens, or people test the snow that falls, and the idea that this is just insane, the government would never do this to us, you're lying to yourselves. Right. I mean, they look at us very much like, well, hey, like we've got the whole country that could participate in our clinical trial. I mean, they're not going to give their consent, but who cares about their consent? And or it's just a deliberate way to poison people, make them sick, a culling of the herd, which is what many people think the vaccine was all about, or an IQ test, one or the other. So to your point, yeah, I mean, we need to demand answers. People are using their own eyes, and you don't have to hear about it on CNN for it to be true. But if you know where to look, you can actually find mainstream sources that are telling you the truth years later, telling you the truth about what the government is doing to its own people.
Yep, it's so true. But also it's so sad because a lot of people, it seems like such an insurmountable mountain and thing that we have to fight in order to achieve the right way, the benefit for humanity. And people often ask me how many years I've been doing this for decades, and until it's done, it's not done. And that's my motivation to get up in the morning. People came before me and they fought this till the very end, and the reason why I'm fighting now is because I think really with Bobby Kennedy at the helm of HHS, that is our only hope. If it doesn't happen now, then, I don't know what to tell you, but legally speaking, because of this Indian Health Service move to ban it in 2027, you just cannot have a small segment of the population or any part of the population have preferential treatments versus the rest of the population. You can't. So, I don't know how that legally plays, but, Bobby's a smart guy. He's a brilliant attorney. He certainly knows about mercury. And I'm hoping to get, this resolved sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I mean, right now he's set it up. He's certainly set it up for some sort of equal protection lawsuit. I mean, I'm not an attorney either, but you could say right now somebody could, file a lawsuit and say, hey, Native Americans get protected from mercury, but we don't. That's unfair. I'm suing you. So
right.
That may be what ends up happening here. So, Anita, I'm going to give you the last word. Thank you so much for coming on the show. This was great. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you again, Paul, for having me. I have to do a shout out to Noel Fritz for his article that really opened up the story again on the Casafia from National Files. We have to keep fighting. We have to keep sharing. We have to keep exposing. Oh, that is the one thing that I want to say. So the International Academy of Oral Medicine and Toxicology tried to post this Substack on Facebook, and it was declined. Just press was presented to go out as a press release, the same story about the Casapia, and it was declined. So call it what you will, but in my mind, it's suppression of a very important story. And they're saying, well, it doesn't meet our guidelines. Well, what are your guidelines? Whatever happened to freedom of speech? So this is very concerning to me because when you have a huge following on Facebook for a large part of the population that follows IOMT, they won't see this because Facebook said no.
Yeah, they say no to trying to advertise, trying to get the word out. Yeah, anything like this. Again, it's not a question of whether or not to have blasphemy laws, Anita. It's which blasphemy laws do you have on the books. And right now, the people in the white coats have the credibility, and they are our modern day clergy. And if you go against them, if you go against what their dogma is, people like Facebook are very uncomfortable, and they say, no, we're not going to let you tell people mercury is poisonous. And they also don't want people to rally and actually, it's really the reaction to the truth that they're really afraid of as well. But yeah, that's no surprise that Facebook said, hey, no, we don't want to take your Substack article and promote it. That's no surprise there, because the truth is, the truth is what will, bring down this entire deck of cards, or house of cards, I guess. Anita Thibodeau, we really appreciate it. Be safe, and we'll do it again soon.
Thank you so much for having me again, Paul.
Absolutely.
You as well. Have a wonderful weekend.
All right. Yes, ma'am. Folks, we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back here in just a moment.
Behind every precious life, there was a choice. Behind every family moment, behind every special memory, there was a choice. A life of joy. A life that is beautifully and wonderfully made. At 7 Weeks Coffee, we are funding the pro-life movement, one cup at a time. Will you let your coffee serve a greater purpose?
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, folks, welcome back. So it's been a while since we checked in with Dr. Andrew Paquette, who is got a fantastic Substack over at the zarkfiles.substack.com. For those of you who don't know, Dr. Paquette has uncovered election fraud, machine voting fraud. He was integral to exposing that we can't trust the results of what happened in the Texas primary between John Cornyn and Ken Paxton months ago at this point. He uncovered a lot of fraud in Bexar County, Texas. But he's recently, well, it's actually not recent. We're going to have him explain it. He's done so much work for a long time going into the voter rolls, looking at algorithms. Specifically, he's focused on the state of New York. Wouldn't you believe it? Wouldn't you know it? That it looks like New York has a lot of election issues, voter registration issues, particularly with signatures. And how you have these clones that all have signatures that are exactly the same. Now, some of this information has been recently posted to X, but I know he's reported it in the past. And first of all, I just want to welcome Dr. Andrew Paquette is back with us. Dr. Paquette, thank you so much for coming on.
Hey, it's a pleasure. Always nice to talk to you, Paul.
Yes, sir. So this was one of the tweets. I saw it this morning. I texted you and I said, you got to come on the show today to talk about this. And I'd love we're going to need all the context that you can give us here. But you have this post, and you've got these images of signatures. And it's the same T break, the same T bump, same G break, statistically impossible for real signatures, even from the same person signing twice. What am I seeing right here on the screen?
Okay, so first off, you're looking at a heavily redacted real signature. Okay, so in fact, you know what? Let me back up. I want to explain where this came from. Do you mind?
Thank you.
Okay, so
go for
it. So what it is that in New York, I actually didn't anticipate that I would find any fraud in New York, believe it or not. I mean, we're famous as the home of the mob, or one of two homes of the mob, the other being Chicago. And yet I thought I wouldn't find anything. But the reason was because New York is famous for being a blue state. So I figured, why would they rig anything in a state that is reliably blue? It's a huge risk, and they don't really stand to gain very much by doing that. But anyway, I decided I'd look anyway because the data I had available was New York. So I looked at their voter rolls and very quickly started finding what I call clones. Peter Ticken calls them modified duplicates. But what this is let's say it was with my ID, right? So I go in and register and I get an ID number. I'm legitimate. I'm a real human being. I'm qualified. I'm an American citizen. I'm over 18. I live where I say I live, et cetera, which is in New York. But then somehow they get another record that has my name, my address, my birth date, everything else on it, but it's got a different ID number. Now, the thing is, I don't control that. Okay, somebody else can actually monkey around with that account, and they can use it to generate a genuine ballot, not a fake ballot. It's a fake registration, but it's a real ballot. So now we've got Andrew Paquette number 1 and Andrew Paquette number 2. Now there's a bunch of different ways this can work downstream. I'm not going to get into that right now. The main issue is, it turns out there were about 1.5 million records like this that existed independent of an original ID. Now, in most cases, it's only one extra, so it's me plus one. But in the more egregious cases, they go up to 1 plus 25. Okay, so that's all the way at the high end. And I was thinking, there's a law in New York that states in order to get registered to vote in New York, you have to sign a form. And the form is an affidavit. It actually has the legal weight of an affidavit. That's why you have to sign it by hand, right? And what it does is it attests to your qualifications as a voter, that you are a U.S. citizen, that you are over 18 years of age, that you do live at a specific address, this is your correct name, etc. So I was thinking, how on earth does anyone get a document like this with a wet signature on it for an ID that doesn't exist? Okay, so Andrew Paquette number 2, where is the form with another signature on it? And does it look like my handwriting or not? That's what I was thinking, right? And then when it came to people who had 10, 11, 12, 15, 25 registrations, and in some of those, we had those canvassed, and we know they don't even exist at all. So how do you get a signature for one of those? Did anyone sign a form, or did they just inject these records straight into the database without going to the trouble, right? So, and I'm having these thoughts while I'm in the shower. This is where I have all my best ideas.
Shower thoughts. I get it. We all have them.
Yeah. Yeah, I should take a shower again to solve another algorithm.
You just put one on your desk. We just need waterproof computer chips.
Yeah, that would really wreak havoc with my interviews. Anyway, so my viewer count would probably go up. In any event, or down, I suppose.
It would go up with all the wrong people, Andrew. All the wrong people.
Yeah, exactly. So getting back to the subject at hand, right? So I was wondering, how do they actually explain these registrations? Because if they don't have a signature on a form, they violate a law. And if they do have a signature on the form, it has to be fake, which violates the law. There's no way around it. The funny thing about this, I get this actually fairly often. People say, well, what does it matter? It's an extra registration. It's a database artifact. It's, they come up with all these like silly excuses that really don't match the data. And I'm thinking, well, you can use this to make genuine ballots. And secondly, there are multiple laws being violated, but one of them here, and they can't get out of it. If the thing exists at all in the database, there either is or there isn't a form behind it. If there isn't, it violates the law. And if there is, it violates the law because it has to be a forgery, okay? So I wanted to obtain copies of these signature forms, right? So I asked a lady who specialized in doing what in New York is called a FOIL request, Freedom of Information Law, which is the same thing as Freedom of Information Act. But we call them FOILs. And I asked her if she could arrange to put together a bunch of FOIL requests to get the data on these fake registrations. And I said, I'll give you the ID numbers and you just ask for the signature files for these people. Or actually what I wanted was the registration forms or the application, right? And she said, first off, you've got 1.5 million numbers here. There's no way any county is going to agree to this. You have to bring the number down. So we agreed that we'd go with 50 numbers as a starting point because she said that's small enough that the counties would probably agree to that. So we sent those out, and most of the counties said no, they wouldn't hand over the documents at all. But a few of them did. Now, all of the worst counties, like New York City, every single county in New York City said, forget it, we're not giving you anything. So that's the place where we find all the people with 25 records, and none of them are real, right? But we did get a documents from some counties. So Schenectady is one, Herkimer County is one. This particular image you have up there, that's from, you know what, actually, I'd rather not identify the county it's from, because if I do that
they're cooperating. They're cooperating with somebody who's trying to get the truth to the people. You don't want to.
Well,
you don't want to burn your source.
It also interferes with the redaction process. So anyway, so this document came from that appeal to 62 counties. Okay, and what you're looking at are extracts of 3 different forms attached to 3 different ID numbers for the same man. So he's got the same name, same date of birth, same address. This particular one, I don't remember if they're all registered on the same day, but I think they were. The thing is that one of the conditions I made just to cull the number of records I was asking for is I went for registrations that were all within the same 10-day period. So these 3, they're either on the same day or within 10 days of each other. Okay, so what you've got is you've got 3 distinct accounts in the voter roll registration database. And by the way, they only purged these as duplicates after I identified them. So the whole list of records that I gave them, when they sent them back, at the time I sent the request out, they were all active. Every single one of the records was active. So all 3 of those were active. And then when they sent them back to me about a month later, all the extras were purged, and the purge date was the same on every one of them, 2 days before they sent these back, right? So it was obvious they didn't know these were duplicates until I had alerted them to it. And that happened in several other counties as well. But the point is that one of the explanations I get is that this happens with simultaneous receipt of registration forms. So for instance, if you just are let out of jail and your voting rights are restored, the judge can send an order to the Board of Elections saying to restore my voting rights, or your voting rights. We're going to use the example for this one. And then on your way to the Board of Elections, you stop by the DMV to register your new car, and you tick the box to register to vote. And then on the way to the Board of Elections, you stop off at a university where they've got a voter registration drive, and you fill out one of those forms. And then you get to the BOE and you fill out another one. So now you've got 4 independent avenues to register, okay? So the explanation I get for these is quite often that you've got these 4 avenues of registration that all arrive at the BOE simultaneously and at 4 separate desks.
And BOE is Board of Elections, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, so each of these 4 desks isn't communicating with the other, so they all process them independently, and you wind up with 4 registrations. Now, first off, there's a number of reasons why that can't be true. But first off, it's also legally improper if that is true, okay, or which we know it isn't, but let's just pretend for the sake of argument that it was. And the reason is because the law requires that as part of the registration process, the county takes your name and birth date and runs it through the state database to see if it's already in there. And if it is, they're not allowed to give you another ID number, okay? Now, if it is in there, they make a couple further checks. They'll check your driver's license number or the last 4 digits of your social security number or your address. But the point is they have to check to see if you're already in the database. And if you are, they have to refuse the application. And this is not only in state law, it's in federal law, okay? So if the 4 simultaneous applications idea is true, then they're obviously not running it through the state database, which means they're violating the law. So it's illegal right there. But then we get to these signatures, and this is where it gets really interesting. Because, and actually, could you throw up that post again, if it's possible?
Yes, sir, here it is.
Okay, so I've got another one that's a slightly different example, but these are obviously the exact same signature, okay? So these are based on
let me see if I can't find it. Is this
it's the one that's got the kind of loopy thing in the middle, not that one. I mean, these are that's the one. Okay. So if you look at the items I've highlighted, the dot group and the dust specks, okay, those dust specks are like scan artifacts. This is like bits of dust on the scanner bed when it's photographed, okay? So these are all the same digital file. And by the way, the difference between this and the other one, which is also the same digital file, is that the other one additionally applied a scale factor to it. and I had to reverse the scale so you could see that they were the same. And by reversing the scale, it blew away the pixels that represented the dust specks. So that's the only reason you don't see those. But in any case, they're obviously the same digital signature. So what I think is going on is that they've got a tool built into their computers that is automatically duplicating these records, and it's copying the signature file so that it meets that criteria. There's no way they've got 3 separate pieces of paper that have the same signature on them that is identical all the way down to the dust specks on the scanner bit. And the other thing is, this destroys completely the previous explanation, because there's no way somebody can, at a college campus during a voter registration drive and at the DMV and at the BOE, separately sign their name exactly the same way like this. That's not possible.
And not to mention,
now,
if anybody does that, I mean, one person maybe registers 4 different places, but is this really a common occurrence where you're going to have, hundreds of people all registering 4 different places? That makes no sense. Most people, when they register, they don't register again.
And by the way, one thing I want to say, if I could do this, if I could literally make my signature exactly the same every single time like this so that you could examine it microscopically and it's the same, I'd have a TV show right now. I'd be on ABC. I'd be like the most amazing guy who ever lived, because I could sign my name exactly the same way every single time. This simply is not a possible occurrence. So anyway, so that's the significance of this. And this is kind of combined with another finding I have, just so you understand what I'm talking about. I'm going to explain it to you. So I said that I think that this is software that's running resident on the computer that they're registering voters with, right? And that it's copying the data. Now, the reason I believe this is twofold. Number one, it's totally consistent with the data. And 2, and this is unfortunately only a single sample, but it's a very important one. I spoke with a voter who contacted me about her registration. She had lived in Manhattan, which is New York County, and then moved out of the country for a couple of years, and then moved back to a different county. And she suspected that her previous registration was still active, and she wanted me to check on it for her, okay? And I found out indeed it was. So she recounted to me how she registered, and the way it worked was, she went into that new county, and she was talking to the gal behind the desk, and she said, "Look, we already have your name in the database. We already it's got the same date of birth, so you're already in there. So I can't re-register you. So what I'll do is I'll just update the existing registration with your address." And that's the legal way to do it. That's exactly how it's supposed to happen. And so they went ahead and completed the process. And as far as she was concerned, as far as the clerk was concerned, when she pushed the enter key, that's exactly what happened. They followed the law. That should not have created a new ID number, but it did. So my opinion, just based on that, and then when I look at all the rest of the data I'm looking at, is that their software sitting on these computers that the people using the computers don't even know is there. And my guess is it is looking for, say, every 11th or 12th or 13th record, something like that, and it clones it. And I don't mean every record created. I mean, like, for instance, in that case, she was making a change to an existing record, and I see that a lot of these are associated with such changes. So I think they've got something in there that is copying records that have popped up in the context of a change request, and it's selecting some of them and just duplicating them and copying the signatures over and then giving them new ID numbers. And that's what's resulting in all of these excess registrations, 1.5 million in number in New York. However, one thing about that number that's important to understand is that that's only what was in there at the time I was looking at them. My knowledge of the spiral algorithm allows me to find another 500,000 of this type of record that were deleted. So at one time or another, I would say there is a minimum of 2 million records like this. And by the way, when I say 2 million, that's approximately, because the number deleted isn't actually 500,000; it's 499,000 and change. I forget what the change is. And the same thing goes for the 1.5 million number. That one is also 1,499,000 and change. But it's not much different.
I mean, just like everything that you report on, Dr. Paquette, it's incredibly complicated. But that's the systems that are robbing us of our republic, that are rigging our elections, have got to be incredibly complicated in order to get away with it. right? It's all buried. It's all secretive. Your latest post over on your Substack, Zark Files, Z-A-R-K, truth bombs dropping on X. You write, as some of you have noticed, I've been posting some high-quality content on X lately. My X account is Zark Files. This started exactly 8 days ago. The reason is that I decided to get to the bottom of why people posting about my research can get millions of views. But when I did the same thing, I'd get dozens or single digits. Now, why do you think that is, Andrew? Why do you think now all of a sudden, these X posts, I mean, they got my attention, but I follow you. I see your content, but some of your followers aren't seeing it. Why do you think they're now seeing it and we're seeing your X account explode with this election integrity content?
Well, it turns out that when I used to post in the, prior to 8 days ago, I like to include links, and this is, maybe it's just because of my research work, my PhD thesis, it kind of pounded into my head that anytime you say something, you have to back it up. And when I was writing for Law Enforcement Today, it was the same story.
That's really funny. It's like, not on X, man. You can say whatever you want, and you don't ever have to back it up.
Well, at least not with a link. So anyway, so at Law Enforcement Today, it was, or even when I wrote for Red Voice Media, they were like, look, you have to have a link for any substantive statement that you're making or claim so that we know you got it from somewhere. And I'm sure you're familiar with that as well. So I got in the habit of doing that. So when I was on X, earlier, what I would do is if I made a claim about my research, I would link to one of my research papers, or I'd link to a Zark Files article, because those tend to be more current than my research papers. And it turns out it was absolutely throttling my reach, not only because there were links, but specifically because there were links to a Substack. Because apparently X hates Substack. They consider it a competitor of some kind. So they really, really hurt your reach if you link and if you go there. So about 8 days ago, I decided, okay, fine, I'm not going to use links anymore. And would you believe it? The view counts are just absolutely exploding. Yesterday, I wrote. Accidentally, I wrote 5 posts. It was supposed to be one post that was a thread, so that it would have a bunch of replies, but I accidentally posted them all independently. And I wind up with 3 genuinely viral posts, all posted within 5 minutes of each other. So the worst performing of them got around 250,000 views, and it's still counting. It hasn't even been, it has been 24 hours now. It's just slightly over a day at this point. And then the next best performing one was around 475,000. And then the one you showed is the best performing one, which was around 525,000 the last time I looked. So that's all genuinely viral. And that's on an account that only had 2,000 followers maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. At this point, I think I've got 7,000 followers. Yeah, so you're at 527 now. So that's starting to slow down. And that was going up at the rate of about 1.3 thousand a minute for a little while. So this is giving me an idea what the natural audience size is for this kind of information.
Got to get it out, and I'm so glad this is happening. You do whatever you can. I mean, X is a great platform to share information. You just got to hit it right, I don't post. I don't think I don't actively post enough, but I mean, I don't have but a few thousand followers, and I get hardly any traction at all. Although some, I've talked to people with 30,000 followers, and they rage quit X because one of my posts gets more traction than even their post does, and they've got 30,000 followers. So it is kind of tricky sometimes. But I'm just happy to celebrate the fact that this information is getting out, because we've got to get it to as many people as we can if we want to secure our elections. I got your card game. I should have brought it from the house. You've got a new card game out. I want to make sure we plug that, because this is another effort to teach what's going on. Let's actually listen to this video.
Hello, I am Dr. Zark. Elections consist of the following 3 elements: voters, candidates, and ballots. Voters are too numerous to govern effectively. This is why they need dedicated representatives. Candidates are nominated to give voters a choice of who will represent their interests. Secret ballots allow voters to express their choices without fear of retribution. Now, after years of scientific study, Dr. Zark has discovered that it is possible to conduct elections without voters or candidates. That's right, ballots only. Dr. Zark's selection game shows how this can work. Instead of voting for candidates, you play to destroy your opponent's votes while multiplying your own. It's almost like real life. Give it a try and learn. Dr. Zark's selection game, the way it might already be.
So I obviously I love the marketing. I know you were doing a kind of was it a GoFundMe effort or a Kickstarter? Where are we at on this game?
Well, it's funded, but I'm not at break even yet. Let me go check it right now. So I'm at 33.32 with 47 backers. 33.87. It just went up. I don't know how many packs of cards each one is getting, but I know one person reported to me she's getting 14. So they're getting multiples. The thing about this is at 2,500 it pays for that order of cards, but it doesn't pay for the prototypes I've made, one of which you have. So to cover both costs, I need to get up to about 5,000. So I'm still short of being fully, hitting break even, I guess is a better way to say it. And then it's profitable after that. I mean, the main reason I made this is because I do want to teach people about election fraud. And I wanted to do it in a fun way that you could share with your family, regardless of your party. So it's completely nonpartisan. There are no references to specific parties at all. The whole idea is that the last 10% of the votes are really what sways the election one way or the other. And those votes, interestingly enough, are the ones that are heavily contested in elections. So what happens is it's less about what the voters want or what the candidates can get out of their voters. It's more about the lawyers who are able to block the counting of certain ballots or people who actually inject fake ones or fraudulently obtained ballots into the system. So when you're playing the game, you're basically dealing with a combination of fraudulent and real ballots. And you're going to find yourself thinking, okay, to win this game, I have to destroy my opponent's legitimate votes. And meanwhile, I have to multiply my votes, even if it means committing fraud to do it. So I want people to get a feeling of that mindset, which is what that game is all about. And really what I'm hoping is this does basically the same thing my X account is doing, because the higher the number of decks I order, the less they cost per deck, and I can really scale it up so that this gets to a lot of people. And you know this because you already did your game. So for me right now, I'm only looking at, I think this is around 100 odd decks I'm making. But to me, for this to really do its job, it has to go way above that. And just like the expos are doing, because I think this concept needs to spread around. But, you know, there are all these different environments within which we have opportunities to talk about these things, right? And one of the hardest things to accomplish is to discuss election fraud with people who are predisposed to think that it doesn't happen, primarily because they believe the media push talking points that election fraud is rare, and when it happens, it's minor and it doesn't really affect anything. So I think that the way I've designed the game, it's something that can be appealing to those people. So you can actually play it with someone in your family who disagrees with you on these things, and they can still enjoy the game, and they're going to feel in their mind what it's like to cheat. And it's going to, therefore, it's going to, how shall I say this? It's going to build in a recognition factor for when they see other stories related to these kinds of things. And of course, every single thing in the game is based on something real that I've seen in my research. Now, some of them are a little harder to figure out than others, but it's all based on reality. And what that means is that recognition factor will actually click in. If someone's played this and they've made any effort to like do well, they're going to be thinking exactly the same way the fraudsters are. So when they run across stories that touch on those issues, they're going to recognize them, and they're going to be,
Yeah.
I think, a little bit less likely to dismiss them. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, sir. It absolutely does. It makes sense, and I totally support your work, and I'm so glad. I hope people get the card game when it's available. We'll have you back on when it's available for people to get, and I just want to thank you for.
It's available now.
Oh, it's available now. All right. Well, where do we
You can go on Kickstarter right now. Well, okay. When you say available to get, what I mean is you can go on Kickstarter, because if you wait until the Kickstarter thing's over, it's not available then. You see what I'm saying?
I got you. Yeah, that makes sense.
And I'm sorry to have interrupted you. I really feel
No,
bad
it's
about
fine right here. So yeah, we'll throw this up on the screen for everybody to see. We'll go full screen so they get the whole picture. So yeah, you go to Kickstarter right now. Just Google Zark, Dr. Zark election game, Kickstarter, and there you have. You can go right now, and you can. So people can, if they contribute to this, then they're going to get a game.
Yeah, it'll look like this. This is the deck of cards. It's got instructions in it.
Hey, show it again. Show it again. We just missed it. Go ahead. Show us the deck again.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So
Can
just
you
the
zoom
deck
in
of
on that,
cards.
or- Yeah, but hang on. Can we? Boy, that's all blurry, so you can't see it. And then it's got 72 cards. By the way, we hit the first goal. It was going to be 60 cards, but I made another 12 because we funded. But this is the deck. Comes in a pack, and it's got all of its instructions. The cards themselves are pretty funny, in my opinion. Now, one thing I did is it's a mixture of AI art, my art, and my data charts. So the extra cards I made for the game are all research cards. So they use some of the infographics that I make for my peer-reviewed journal articles and so on. So although players have this kind of funny way of how shall I say this, learning how to appreciate what election fraud looks like, I also have real data in there as well. So and those things I list what they are and what they're for. So they get talking points built into it as well.
Perfect. Well, I appreciate it. Dr. Andrew Paquette, Zark Files, look it up. Thank you for your work, sir, and can't wait to talk again soon.
Okay, no problem.
All right, yes, sir.
Talk
Folks,
to you later.
We're going to take a break back here in just a moment.
My name is John, and this is my beautiful wife, Lori, and this is our Star Wars Ewok. His name is Scout, and we have Scout for about 11 years now, and we started noticing about 3 years ago he started slowing down. He was unable to jump on the bed. He was kind of a little bit grumpier, and when my daughters, Macy and Mariah, would take him on walks, he would walk for about 30 yards, and then he'd lay down, and they'd carry him the rest of the way. So I heard about Pet Club 24/7 and about the products from a gentleman that I really trust and share a friendship with. And he mentioned to me that they have products that are going to help him with his arthritis, help him build his immune system. And I said, okay, no problem. Let's try them out. And I kid you guys not, within about 2 to 3 days, we started noticing a little difference. And then we took Scout on a walk probably about a week after we started using the products, the mush puppies, and he would walk the entire way. He would walk at least a mile, and it's just been completely amazing. He's a new dog. He's 11 years old, which is around 80 years in dog years, and he's just happy. He's more energetic. He's not the grumpy old man he used to be, and we're just so thankful. And it was perfect timing because we lost our boxer Yankee about a year and a half ago, and it was really hard on us. So I'm so thankful for Pet Club 24/7 for the products that they offer. Imagine if you could have your best friend around one more day or one more week or even one more year. I'm so blessed and thankful that we were able to find this company and find these products for Scout. So thank you guys. Give it a shot. We appreciate you. God bless everyone.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, welcome back to the show. Hey, thank you guys so much for sticking with us. I want to thank Nina Tibau. I want to thank Dr. Andrew Paquette for coming on the show and just spending a Friday with us. We're kind of winding things down here. I see Deb Pollen 2020 writes in the LFA chat. Paul, have a blessed weekend. I hope you have a blessed weekend, Deb, and everybody else out there. Obviously, we're going to be back here Monday. I do want to go over a few of the big. This has been a really good week. In terms of the news, in my opinion, whether we're looking at the indictment of James Comey, the indictment of a Anthony Fauci lieutenant. Now we have Tulsi Gabbard saying they're investigating Anthony Fauci for perjury. And then we get the Supreme Court decision that says, hey, you can no longer gerrymander congressional districts by race. And now the floodgates are open. People have been wondering why President Trump doesn't seem as concerned about the midterms as the rest of us are. And we now have a potential answer. Let me just share with you a few details that have gone on when it comes to southern red states. They've had enough. They're tired of playing with both hands behind their back, while New England gets to have an unlimited speed limit. But we've got this governor on our speed limit where we can't go above a certain miles per hour because of a court-imposed, apportionment rule on gerrymander districts. Eric Daugherty, it's official, red southern states are gunning to redistrict. Florida got it done this week. Now Louisiana, Tennessee, Alabama, and South Carolina are all signaling they are going to redistrict their states ahead of the midterms. A couple of things. You had Mark Alias trying to stop the governor of Louisiana from redistricting his state, but it says that a court just slapped down the cheating leftist election lawyer Mark Alias' attempt to force Louisiana to hold their 2026 congressional districts under the old map or under the current map. So Florida, right now, we've got 4 new seats thanks to Florida. Alabama is going to give us 2 more seats, giving us 6. Tennessee will eliminate Memphis. That's 1. Louisiana could give us 2. I erroneously said that Louisiana has 1 Democrat district. No, they actually have 2. And then South Carolina would give us 1 seat. That would be 10 seats total, and that doesn't even... We're not counting Mississippi, and we're not counting Georgia. A 3-judge district court panel issued an order affirming that Louisiana may not conduct congressional elections under its now unconstitutional map because of the Supreme Court ruling. And then we have, let's see, let me keep going here. So there was some debate about South Carolina. What's South Carolina going to do? And we had the lieutenant governor of South Carolina. Let's see, Conservatives America First. I believe she's South Carolina. Yeah, now's the time to stand with Donald Trump and protect the future of America. You have the governor of South Carolina, Henry McMaster. The U.S. Supreme Court upheld South Carolina's current congressional map in 2024. In light of the court's most recent decision on the Voting Rights Act, it would be appropriate for the General Assembly to ensure that South Carolina's congressional map still complies with all requirements. So they're talking about redistricting. Also, I threw a lot of shade at Kay Ivey, or a little bit of shade at Kay Ivey in Alabama. Looks like she's got the message, got the memo. She's coming through. It's official. Alabama Governor Kay Ivey has called a special session on Monday to redraw Alabama's congressional map. That really should give the GOP 2 additional seats in all probability. South Carolina appears to move forward towards redistricting as well. And so, again, Florida 4, Louisiana 2, Alabama 2, Tennessee 1. Again, Mississippi needs to do something as well because I think they could take advantage of this in a big way. So it's been a crazy week when it comes to that. It's been a very, very it's been very fluid, but it has been extremely interesting. I just think generally a good thing. But then you're going to have the Democrats. The Democrats are going to strike back, and again, this is fine. Governor Mikey Sherrill announced his plan to redistrict New Jersey in order to offset new right-wing gerrymanders in the South. Democrats could net 2 seats. This is fine, though. You should expect this. This is fine. Let's be honest with one another. Let's quit pretending. And I think we're going to be better off in the long run, because even if the Democrats gerrymander even more than they've already gerrymandered, I mean, look at that map, for goodness sake. even if the Democrats gerrymander, more than they've ever, more than they are now, the South and the flyover country still makes it near impossible for the Democrats to control the House of Representatives. So that is something to think about there for sure. In other news, as we wind things down and get to the weekend, this story has been nuts to me. Maybe we'll cover it. This is a story I got to cover with Rob and Eric, although Rob is out all next week on vacation. But anyway, we're going to have a great week here on the show. That's Mike Pence talking about Fauci. Senator Mike Lee, kill the kill switch. It's a follow-up on the story about the AI technology they're trying to put in your cars, submitting your biometric data to criminal databases. There's a really funny sketch that we didn't end up getting to this week. Anyway, it's just been a crazy week. We're out of time. We're going to hand it off to Secret America. I want to give a shout out to our sponsors, Red Vive Health. Call 844-RED-VIVE. Mention my name, Paul. Save 35% off these life-healing red light panels. New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, 7 Weeks Coffee, Sherrod Chiropractic. Don't forget about Pet Club 24/7. We'll have more about that next week. God bless. This is the time where you need to go to church this weekend. If you don't go to church, please find a church that preaches the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ. For those of you that do go to church, and by the way, his mighty ability to save sinners and senators, if you do go to church, have a blessed Lord's Day, and we will see you back here on Monday. God bless.
The Paul Herrell Program.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I am Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling. And by now, I'm sure you guys are tired of the Nick Fuentes thing. But I got one last quick video I want to show you because it is hilarious, man. I got to show it just because it's hilarious. If it wasn't hilarious, I wouldn't show it because I think we're all tired of this shit by now. But it's so damn funny. You guys have got to see this. Okay. So I'm sure you've seen everything that Nick Fuentes did to that poor woman, but you haven't seen the half of it. There is much more that he has done to that poor woman that you don't even know about. Okay. So I'm going to show you.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. It's terrible. It's terrible. All right. So I'm going to show you exactly what he has done. It's so sad what he did to that poor woman. Let me remove this. I want everybody to be able to see this stuff. All right. Here we go.
Hi.
Wait a minute.
Oh.
I don't hear anything.
He gave
Can you
her a
hear
body
it?
shot. I heard it, yeah.
Oh, that's odd. I can't hear anything. Oh, great.
heard
It's
it.
doing that bullshit again. All right.
Hi.
Body, head, combination. Oh, spin kick.
Finish her.
Oh, there it is, the ladder.
Yeah, see, he's beating her with the bat. That's
My
terrible.
God, this is
That is horrible. Look what he's doing to her.
I see it. And you know what though? She's
Look,
pretty
he goes
tough.
and gets the car and he runs her
Runs
over.
her
Look at
over.
that.
I mean, I can't believe she got up after that.
Target marked.
Well,
Drop
look what
the
else
hammer.
he's got.
Over.
He's got drones.
Oh my God!
Look at this.
Wow.
I can't believe. Oh,
Man, he shot
look
her.
at that.
Jesus. All right. You know what? Okay, that's it. That's
Wow.
it.
What's he doing? Oh, my God.
This is
Nick.
my God.
Whoa, he threw her into the pits of hell.
Lava pit? No, the pits of hell.
Wow, I cannot believe she survived that, Jay. I
tell
mean,
you.
that's a miracle in and of itself, if you want the truth.
You know what though? Jack, after all of that, they're the groper groupies that would say he didn't do anything wrong.
Oh, yeah, no. He threw her into the pits of hell, but he didn't do anything wrong.
I have been getting on my post, forget about your post, which was like 2 million, 3 million views, whatever. Mine was, probably, 50, 60,000.
That's really good.
Yeah, it's good.
It's hard to get that much.
But you know, it's ratioed because his whole the groper groupies. I mean, and I'm talking. There are some smart people that I know who came in there. Well, she was a stalker. I said, well, then why would you open your door for a stalker?
Not only that, but what's funny to me, Jay, is that every single one of these people are like, oh, who cares if she's a female? It doesn't matter. He can beat her if she's a female. I'm thinking, what happened to the days where you can't beat on a female? Now, if it's Nick Fuentes, he can beat the shit out of her.
You know what? I mean, what is it? The whole equal rights, equal lefts thing? Okay. Yeah. If you're getting beaten by a woman, or if a woman is coming after you beating her, first of all, most men can restrain a woman without having to beat her to death.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. You know, if a woman hits me, I'm gonna hit her like a man. If she hits me, I will sock her right in the teeth. But other than that, I'm not gonna touch a woman.
No. I mean, I would say what you just said is reasonable for a lot of people to say, okay, it's also reasonable to say, I'm going to try to restrain her before I have to resort to that. But if I'm getting beaten by a woman or punched in the face, I'm going to do what I have to do to stop her.
Well, like when a woman slaps a man when she's angry, okay? I'm sorry, but if you want equality means I punch you right in the fucking teeth. So if you slap me, I'm not going to do what I would do to a man, which is tackle you and beat the hell out of you. I'll just punch you one time, just a stinger, but don't hit me. That's the thing. That's the key right there. I'm not going to punch you first because you're a female. Don't hit me.
Yeah, I don't.
She did not hit him.
No, she didn't. She didn't do it. She wasn't aggressive towards him in the least. Her, no, not in the least. Well, she had her phone like this and she said hi. Yeah. But no, the whole thing with women hitting first. No, women, you should not be striking men and not expecting men to hit you back. That's a stupid thing to do. You shouldn't do that. That's the bottom line. So nobody should be just hitting anybody for no reason. And if you hit somebody, whether you're a man or a woman, you should expect to get hit back. How about that?
You'd think so, but back in the day, you weren't allowed to do that because they could scream that you were beating them and you would get arrested. Women used to what they used to do was provoke men by punching them, slapping them, and then if they got hit one time, that man spends the night in jail.
Well, listen to this, Jack. I'll be honest with you. When I was trained, when I was trained in the NYPD, and this is going on 30 years ago almost now, they taught primary aggressor when it came to domestic disputes. Primary aggressor. So it wasn't just, the man gets arrested. They said, no.
That's a rare thing, especially back then.
No, they said, you figure out who the primary aggressor is. If it's the primary aggressor is the woman, then you deal with it accordingly. But so it wasn't just automatic even back then. But I know what you're saying that, yes, but now, Jack, everything's on camera, right? So you really can't get, even if you're in a bar, if you're on the street, you really can't, if you're going to do something, people are going to find out pretty much what happened eventually. So if women are going to, as I said, if you are going to play that game, chances are you're going to get found out. So here's the best advice. Don't hit anyone, man or woman, and this goes for both men and women. Don't hit anyone if you don't want to get hit back. That's all.
I mean, that is, the way that it should be, but for some reason it doesn't seem, I mean, at least, up until recently, it didn't used to be that way. That, like I said, they would provoke you and until you went to jail. But that's really the toxic relationships where they would do that all the time. Where, it would be all the time thing that they would call law enforcement. He hit me he hit me, yada, yada, yada. It was an all the time thing.
Yeah. Those couples are made for each other.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That's what they would say. Anyway, they would say, no, don't actually take him to jail. I didn't mean it.
Right. Right. Or you'll see it all the time. Like we'll see the police videos, and I've been involved in situations like this personally, where you will be arresting the man. The woman called you. You now try to place the man under arrest for an assault or whatever he did. And then, no, please don't. And then they end up getting arrested for trying to stop me from placing him under arrest.
Yeah.
You can't make it up. But it happens.
It doesn't make any sense. I don't know, man. It's strange stuff. But anyways, let's I want to show everybody something it's a horrifying video. Okay. What it is it shows it shows San Francisco the way everybody imagines it would be, and it's real. This is a real video. This is not AI. It's not something that, that is fake. It actually shows San Francisco the way people think it is, because it is the way it is. And you'll see it in just a second. It's very So yeah, let me go ahead and play that real quick because I want you to see this, Jay. And again, for some reason, I don't know why it does this once in a while, but for some reason I cannot hear the audio on the video. So I don't know if it's loud, if they're screaming, let me know. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know why the hell it does that once in a while, but it does. It's weird stuff. Okay. Let me pull this up. I want you to see, this is insanity, man. And people, this is real. Again, this is real. And it's going to scare you, because if you've ever been to San Francisco before, it used to be a fun, awesome place, especially in the 60s, the 70s, all the way through. I mean, even Full House made you want to go to San Francisco, but not anymore. Not anymore. Take a look at this. You want to see San Francisco? This is the new San Francisco as it is today.
The zombies. There you go.
By the way, they are taking drugs, which is usually fentanyl, that makes them to where they're literally passed out while they're standing up. This is real.
Youngster, pull your pants up. Pull them up.
This is 100% real.
American city.
Mm-hmm.
What
It's a
supposed to
drug
be?
mecca now for
Fentanyl
crack
and crystal?
fentanyl
So
and
you mix
crystal.
them
That's
both?
what they're taking. They take
Wow, that's
fentanyl,
powerful.
which makes them
Let me
pass
ask you a
out
question. What
while
city you
they're
from?
standing up.
Sacramento and Placerville.
And they look like
Sacramento,
zombies.
Placerville. Right there. What city you from? Washington.
And they come from all
Okay.
around the
I just
world
like to know what
to go
city-
to
like,
San
how many
Francisco
people
for
come
this
to
shit.
San Francisco from different states or cities. What made y'all decide to stay in
My
San
God,
Francisco?
I could feel the tuberculosis through
You
the
said it a
screen.
minute ago.
Oh man, it's horrible, dude. It's horrible. But see what they're saying? There's more money and there's more opportunities. Again, I can't hear what they're saying. I'm just reading the audio, but they are reading the the subtitles. But there's more. It says there's more money and more opportunities. That's for homeless and drug addicted people. That is for homeless and drug. If you're drug addicted, they will give you free needles. They will give you safe places to inject yourself. They will give you safe places to smoke. They will give you safe places to drink, whatever you want to do. They will actually give you money. Jay, this is the God's honest truth. I want everybody to look this up if you want to, if you think I'm lying. They will actually give you money for alcohol. That's the God's honest truth. You can go look it up in San Francisco. They will give you alcohol, free alcohol, if you are a homeless alcoholic, so that way you don't die from withdrawals. They will give you free alcohol. And that's why you see everybody from all over. And this is why you never want your city to start tackling the homeless crisis, tackling the drug crisis. Why? Because then every drug addict, every homeless person around the country will flock to your city, and your city will be San Francisco, will be Philadelphia, will be Chicago. You don't want to live like that. I can promise you that.
Baltimore. This isn't compassion. This is
No,
cruelty.
it's sickness.
It's sick.
Ugh.
It's cruel. These people belong in rehabs. Now, if you're going to spend the money, spend it on that. Getting into a treatment center, trying to get them, off of this stuff as best you can. Not just keep giving. This is amazing that this is an American major city, San Francisco. And as you said, it used to be probably one of the most beautiful places you could go when you used to see it, like you said, back on those TV shows, back on a show I used to watch called Too Close for Comfort way back in the day. I believe it was in San Francisco, and they always showed a Golden Gate Bridge. It's sickening. But Gavin Newsom and Nancy Pelosi, is it Nancy Pelosi's district, Jack? Do we know?
Yeah.
I mean,
She used to be mayor, I think, also.
Yeah. I mean, it's just incredible. This woman has been in Congress for decades. That's her home district, or near her home district, or surrounding her district. And this is what's going on, and nobody talks about it. It's really beyond comprehension that this is going on in America in major cities. It shouldn't go on anywhere. This isn't some backwoods, they always say white trash. No, this isn't there. This is San Francisco. Probably one of the wealthiest, or used to be one of the wealthiest cities in the world.
Not anymore. Yeah, everybody's moved out of there. It's no longer Silicon Valley like it used to be. Everybody's moved out of there. Apparently, I mean, there's a lot going on right now. Apparently, Spirit Airlines is about to shut down for good.
Yeah,
is apparently what's happening.
Yeah, the Greyhound of the skies.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for people that have no money, it's the only way you're going to get across country. But it's going to shut down because there was apparently supposed to be a $500 million government bailout that failed. as the discount carrier ran too low on cash. So Spirit Airlines is going to be shut down soon, if not already. So that's a blow. I mean, don't get me wrong, it sucks. It sucks because you're crammed in there like cattle.
Yeah.
But if you need to get somewhere quickly and you don't have a lot of money, that's really your only option, I would say.
I'm glad it's not being bailed out. I was consistent. I didn't want General Motors back in the great financial crisis, whatever it was. I didn't want them bailed out. I said, this is called capitalism. Let somebody who actually knows how to run the damn company take it over and make it work. I don't want the government.
Companies should not be bailed out by the government.
Absolutely not. I totally agree with you. That's what I said back then, and I don't want them being bailed out now. So I'm glad it failed. Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't run your business properly, you would not be running low on cash if you did what you were supposed to do. If you spent the money wisely, if you hired the right people, you would not be running low on cash because you can't be a business and consistently lose money. So that's, I mean, it's your own fault, especially with as cheap as they did everything. I'm not talking about the flight cost. I'm talking about cramming everybody in there as cattle, not giving them any meals, just one drink of water, probably no bathrooms on the plane if you want the truth. I don't know. But I'm saying that as cheap as they were about everything, they should have been swimming in cash, but they're not. They're low on cash. They probably spent it, on hookers or how it goes.
Well, who knows? They were running it like a government operation because the government is actually the only people that are allowed to run things and lose money and have no consequences. Our money. So I'm glad that our money isn't going to another failure, Spirit Airlines. And like I said, maybe somebody else from the private sector will come in and bail them out and actually run it right and make some money. But that's how it should work. The government shouldn't be bailing out businesses because they suck and they don't know what the hell they're doing. That's just my opinion. And I'm not an economist or anything, but just my opinion from a layman.
No, you're absolutely right. That's not it shouldn't be like that. Get this, man. And I'm just spitting out stuff right now because this is just interesting stuff that I want people to hear. By the way, Spirit Airlines is expected to cease all operations at 3 a.m. Saturday morning. So Spirit Airlines is going to be gone 3 a.m. This coming morning. So you can forget about your ticket if you have a ticket on Spirit Airlines past 3 a.m.
Or you could look at it this way, Jack. You have a chance for one more ride on an airplane or ticket counter before 3 a.m. One last chance.
Just what everybody wants, right?
Yeah. One last chance.
So let me tell you something interesting. You remember how GameStop was, on its last legs, but then everybody pushed it. I'm talking about the people, the grassroots people pushed it to where it made a lot of money for everybody. I actually, believe it or not, got in on that GameStop thing, and we made some money for as high as GameStop went. I got in on that, and I also got in on the movie theater one as well, the AMC or whatever the hell it was. They both went up high. We sold. We were like, pew! But that was a long time ago.
That was 2020, around 2020.
Yeah, it was a long time. That was
during
ago.
COVID when all the retail jumped in and everything went crazy.
But get this, GameStop is now at the position where they are making a bid for eBay as part of an ambitious push to transform itself into a $100 billion powerhouse. They are actually making a bid for eBay, and eBay is a great business, big business.
Yeah, we'll see. Their stock rose, I believe, in after hours 9% after that announcement was made. And let's see if GameStop can actually become a real company and not just like a meme stock that when Roaring Kitty comes back, that it takes off or he says something and it takes off.
Hey, it made a lot of money for a lot of people. I'll tell you that much.
But a lot of people held on for way too long and lost a lot of money too.
Whoever held on, when it skyrockets, when you see something skyrocket like that, you don't want to hold on to it and hope it skyrockets more. Take what you got and be happy with it. People that hold on to it too long, they end up losing everything.
Exactly. No, a lot of people held on way too long. It was that whole thing, stick it to the man. I remember when it was going on, and people, I'm not selling.
That's why we did it, because they were all shorting. They were all trying to short GameStop. And since they were trying to short GameStop and screw GameStop and make it, crash, we all bought as much as we could, put in as much capital as we could to push the price up high. So everybody that's tried to short it lost all their money.
Yeah, and it held on for a little bit, and then what happened? The big, the hedge funds and everybody else, they end up winning. They're always going to win.
Well, they got all the money, They got all the money. We won for a little while. I'll tell you that much. We for a little while, we made a lot of those people lose a lot of money.
Yeah, that's true. It lasted think about a week or so. I remember it, maybe week and a half, 2 weeks.
And usually on shorts, you have to do, you get the margin call. You have to, buy back shorts at the end of the day.
That's why usually it was a short squeeze.
Yeah, at the end of the trading days, usually when you have to give them back the shares that you used. You know, you have to buy back the shares, whatever you got. And that's why I said they lost a lot of money. For people that don't know, when you short a company, you borrow shares and say it's at $50, right? And you think it's going to go down to like $30. So you borrow millions of shares from somebody, some entity, and then it goes down to 30. Right? Or you sell them at 50. When you get them, you sell them at 50. It goes down to 30. You buy them all back, give it back to them. You just made a huge profit because you sold them all at 50, bought them all back at 30. So you got $20 per share profit. That is shorting a company. And we were able to crash a lot of big hedge funds when they tried to do that to GameStop, at least for a little while. I mean, they have all the money, so we can't keep it up forever. But, believe it or not, the grassroots thing worked really well, to, take a little chunk out of them.
Yeah, I remember during that, there was a bunch of times where they would halt the stock, they stopped trading it.
It was too volatile. They kept saying, you're not trading anymore, too volatile. I was like, well, whatever.
Yeah, I remember Stock Mom stayed home, I think, and didn't move for like 2 weeks. She was in front of she was literally in front of her computer for like 2 weeks straight. I don't think she went to sleep. Maybe the market closed. She slept for a couple hours and then got right back up.
Hey, it was a great time, man. It was a great time because we were able to make, like I said, we were able to make the hedge funds lose a lot of money while we were making a lot of money. And then we did the same thing with AME, same thing with the movie theater. So it helped a lot anyway. But that was
we're talking about the GameStop and in 2020. See, she heard a name and came in the room, Jack. I had it.
Oh yeah. But yeah, it was awesome. We were able to do that, and that was a lot of fun. So yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. It was awesome. It was a cool thing.
Probably never happen again. Not to that level.
No, that level was massive because in order to get it to that level, you either have to have billions of dollars or you have to have tons of people do it at the same time.
Right.
And we had tons of people do it at the same time, and that's why it worked.
Everybody was home. Nobody was working.
Everybody, yeah. That's why it worked, because everybody was home.
Everybody. That's kind of why. Listen, that's kind of why the stock market isn't what it is, different than what it was, before that. It's never going to go back to what it used to be because a lot of people, they were home. Said, let's go into the stock market. I'm not working. Let me see if I can make some money in the stock market. And that's how all these people got involved in the stock market. And it's never really been the same since. There's a lot more people interested. There's a lot more people involved every day. But as we just said, retail will never ever be able to overtake the smart money, but it is what it is. But again, that'll never happen again. They'll never let it happen again. Let's put it that way.
No, they'll never let it happen again. Never, ever. All right, Jay, I want to show people the real part. For people that don't know, the Ukraine war is still happening. It is still going on, and just because your government suddenly doesn't give a damn about it, after they gave billions and billions, probably trillions of dollars to it, it's still going on. I want to show you guys what's happening. Now, Ukraine, and Zelensky is a dictator, by the way. He canceled the elections so he could stay in power. And let me tell you, do you know how a dictator stays in power, Jay, besides canceling elections?
Yeah, by just having a war.
In a state of war. Yeah,
I just said having a war.
You stay in a state of war. Why do you think he's not doing a ceasefire? Let me show you. I want to show the world right now what he is doing instead of a ceasefire. Since he doesn't have enough manpower, a lot of people are dying in this war from Ukraine. He does not have enough manpower. So let me show you what's going on here. I want everybody to see this. This is what's going on. Okay, this is a video right here of Zelensky's army recruiters. They are actually kidnapping men, grown men, and conscripting them into the military. They are sending them to the front lines to die. Okay, this is exactly what is happening. You'll hear shots fired because they actually shoot shots at the parents trying to stop them from kidnapping their 18, 19-year-old kids. Take a watch and listen to this. You can see that guy running away so he doesn't have to go. Okay, imagine, I want you guys to imagine this, okay? Imagine the U.S. military has a draft. All right. And eventually we run out. I mean, there's been so many people that have been killed in the military that they are going around. They have military recruiters going around in white vans, kidnapping people off the streets and sending them to the front lines to die. That is exactly what is happening in Ukraine right now. It's been happening for a couple of years, actually. And it is, I mean, I'm just trying to show it to everybody. They are kidnapping their own citizens, forcing them to the front lines to die.
Yeah, they're conscripting them. I mean, I remember when that whole famous scene in the Oval Office with J.D. Vance, President Trump, and Zelensky, when J.D. Vance said, "You're conscripting your citizens." What do you mean? You're not winning. You're not winning right now. You're conscripting people to come into your military because you're running out of bodies.
No, conscripting is it's a thesaurus word made to make it sound less worse than it is. It is kidnapping.
Yeah. How about let's come up with a word? Conscripting.
No, it is kidnapping. They are kidnapping these people and sending them to their death.
And you're right. It's been going on for a couple of years because that was almost a couple of years ago already, believe it or not. But before that, yeah, there were videos also where you see these vans pull up and these people just like working, I think, in like a field, and they just run and grab them and then drag them into the van. I mean, it's insanity. Yeah, you're right. That's kidnapping. They call it, right, conscripting, but they're kidnapping. 100%.
And they're sending them to their death is what they're doing.
Yeah, they're probably just putting them up there as shields almost, for God's sake, just to take some bullets on the front line. It's sick. But I don't know, man. That war, and you're right, Zelensky doesn't want it to end, like you said, because if it ends, then there's going to be an election and he's going to be voted out.
That's why there's no peace talks. That's why he will kidnap and send every single male. He will start kidnapping elderly men and sending them to their death, and then women and sending them to their death if he has to keep this war going. There will be no peace talks.
And Putin's fine with that. Putin doesn't care.
But I can tell you right now, Jay, if this war ends, Zelensky will be hung. He will have to leave the country. He will be killed.
No, I think probably he probably had a window back maybe in the beginning of President Trump's term here where he might have had a chance to give it up and then be sent somewhere just to live out the rest of his days very nicely. But I think that window's closed at this point.
Oh no, he will be killed. If the war ever ends, he will be actually killed. They will kill him.
And like I said, Putin has, as long as Zelensky wants to keep going, I don't think Putin's going to care. He's going to keep going too. That's what I think.
Yeah, and Zelensky wants to keep going, like I said, because they're going to kill him. As long as the war is going, he can have soldiers protecting him. But once the war is over, oh man, they will hang it. They will tar and feather him in the streets. He will be the next. He will be the next Gaddafi, if you want the truth.
He would, for his probably best case scenario was that he'd be the next Maduro. But like I said, I don't even know if he's going to get that at this point.
No, he won't get that kind of treatment. No. Maduro might have been bad to his citizens, but this guy is kidnapping and sending people to their death. He's got the government kidnapping their children. No. This man will get everything that's coming to him at some point. Can't keep the war going forever. At some point, he will get everything that's coming to him. And I would personally like to be the person that lets go of the guillotine, that ties the rope knot, whatever it is.
Well, is this going on in do we know that this, Russia's also lost a ton of people. We know this, both sides.
But they have an immense amount of people.
They just have more people. But have they started conscripting or kidnapping yet? Do we know?
They don't need to. No, they don't need to. They've got, not only do they have so many people, but they have far more superior firepower, such as more drones, more everything, to where they use less people, Yeah.
No, listen, I don't know. Maybe this ends when maybe the people get sick and tired. Maybe stuff like this will make them sick and tired and go in and say, we're done. You're out, or we're going to storm the castles, so to speak. And maybe that's
let me tell you,
I don't know.
He's going to kidnap the wrong person, and eventually a father is going to, go and put a bullet in his head. His son, he's going to be killed. I'm telling you that right. I can promise you, Zelensky will not be alive within the next 10 years. I can promise you that.
Or his body double.
Yeah, I can't believe we saw that. That was real, by the way, for anybody that's watching and didn't see that episode. That was his actual body double wearing the same thing, same facial hair, same hair color, same outfit. It was insane.
Yep, that was crazy.
It was real.
Right, real. And they're standing like 10 feet away from each other.
It was crazy as
hell.
Like
it's like a movie set when you see a stunt double. Like that, it was that blatant.
Yep. That was weird. All right, everybody. So get this. Apparently now the red states have started redrawing their lines, Jay. They started redrawing the lines. You got Alabama starting first. After the whole thing. Actually, you know what? Before we talk about this, Jay, real quick, I want to mention our sponsor real quick. I want to mention maxassociates.etsy.com. They are an excellent sponsor. They have the best USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. I'm going to put their QR code up here in the top right. Guys, we've told you about this before. You definitely want to check them out because no matter what you want, if you want some kind of apparel or mug or flag or whatever it is that shows where you stand or your USA Pride, this is the place to go. Because if you go somewhere else, you can get anything you want somewhere else. You can get it at Max Associates. But if you go somewhere else, you're not going to get the deal that you would get at Max Associates. Jay, tell them about the deal. You can't get it anywhere else.
Well, the deal is this. It's 20% off over anything over $20. Free shipping throughout the entire United States for all of the stuff. It is incredible. Incredible deal. You can't beat that. $20 is a very low threshold to get something like that. Plus 20% off, free shipping. It's unheard of. Look at this stuff. Look at this stuff on the banner. Bags, shirts, phone cover, cell phone covers, mugs, flags. Jack had bought a flag. I bought my wife an awesome shirt that we put a picture up of the other day. It's great stuff. It speaks to who you are. It's patriotic as hell. And listen, it's the 250th anniversary of this country. There is no better time to get on maxassociates.etsy.com and get some stuff right now.
Absolutely. And like we said, if you're thinking about getting anything, any kind of patriotic apparel, you might as well check Max Associates first because you get 20% off and free shipping. I can promise you, you're not going to get that deal anywhere else. Visit maxassociates.etsy.com. You will not regret it. I can promise you that much. Jay, like we said before, they are redrawing the lines right now. It's actually really cool. Okay, you got Alabama has started redrawing their lines thanks to the Supreme Court decision that struck down racial gerrymandering. Okay, and since the Democrats can no longer do that, they are in line to lose 19 House seats. That would be a massive majority for Republicans. All we have to do is redraw the lines, and Alabama has begun.
Absolutely. This is what we're talking about. Republicans play the game and win. Play the game better than them. That's what we're finally starting to do. And I will commend the Governor Landry of Louisiana for bringing this lawsuit, and we won. And it's huge because now you said Alabama. I think there's other states that are going to jump on board. They're going to jump on the bandwagon now because Governor Landry took the lead on it. You got to give him credit for that. And I saw this funny post today, Jack, and it's related to this. Some wacko puts up a picture of the Supreme Court, and he shows Kagan, Sotomayor, and Ketanji Brown Jackson, regular black robe, but then the rest of them are all wearing Klan outfits.
Of course.
Right. But I'm saying,
even
wait a minute.
Black guy?
What's that?
Even the black guy?
Of course, Clarence Thomas is racist against black people, even though he's black. But right, they're all wearing Klan outfits, and I commented. I said, "Wait, what happened? Did I miss something? Did the Democrats already pack the Supreme Court?" Because Jack, who started?
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Who started the Klan, Jack?
The Democrats actually have. If you go back through history, the Democrats have started every race-based policy in American history.
Who started the Klan? I said, this is great. I'm like, you guys already packed the Supreme Court. I'm like, it's just amazing how lost and these people are. But they are now. They're in panic. They're flailing. Hakeem Jeffries is crashing out over this. If all these states do what they're supposed to do, which is now, quite honestly, you're following the law. So follow the law, and Republicans should have 19 to 20 seats. Let's go.
Absolutely. That's all you have to do. I mean, the Republicans are already, they're weak, they're spineless, but this is easy. I mean, I know you guys don't want to do anything, but at least do this for your citizens. I mean, my God.
Like I said, all you're doing is following the law. You're not doing, that's all you're doing. If you don't do it, you're actually not, if you don't do it, Jack, you're breaking the law. So Republican governors, you're actually obligated to do this. Follow the law. Let's go.
Yeah, well, even though they still don't want to do it. So let me tell you that. They still do not want to do it.
I don't care if they want to or not. Do it.
You think they should? Well, let me tell you something, Jay. I want to show you something interesting here, okay?
Yeah.
Remember those 15 stolen drones that we talked about? I mean, those things had like 40 gallons. They could carry, each one of them could carry 40 gallons of like chemical agents from some other country, could put, like Agent Orange or any kind of horrible thing in there and spray them in all the major cities if they wanted. There was 15 of them, Jay. Well, apparently ICE is the one that has recovered these stolen drones. Every single one of them were recovered in New Jersey by ICE and Homeland Security. And, that's pretty amazing. But I don't think people realize the kind of disaster this could have taken a turn if the person, whoever stole them, used them. Now, the funny thing is you don't hear about who stole them. It doesn't say anything about who stole them or how they got them back.
I think they got them back. I was reading a little bit about it, and it was some elaborate scheme of how this was done, like through
it's called Operation Secure Skies is what it was.
Well, they got it back, and once they found out that they were missing, they actually did right away put a big alert out on it because they knew.
Well, yeah, but it still took them over a month to,
Listen, I'll take it. You think under Biden's FBI or ICE this would have been found? I doubt it.
No. But it's amazing that they found them and nothing happened. But see, the thing is, the reason I wanted to highlight that is because I don't think people realize the danger that a 40-gallon drone that can hold 40 gallons of chemical agent can cause.
Oh my God.
That can wipe out an entire city worth of people.
They tell you when they're spraying for West Nile virus not to be around a certain radius, and it's because it's that dangerous. Imagine what these things could have done. Are you kidding me? Like you said, wiped out entire, I don't know, a city how big? New York City, maybe a borough of New York City, maybe a portion of a borough of New York City. Probably. Yeah. Could have caused a lot of problems, made a lot of people sick, and killed a lot of people. I mean, it's horrible. But thank God they found them. And let's make sure this doesn't happen again and find out who did it and arrest them.
That's the thing. They haven't said anything about that. But you know what's interesting, Jay? This morning when I woke up, apparently a Republican candidate was killed.
Yeah,
it's very interesting. His name is Barry Christensen. And what happened was, first of all, there's no cause of death released at the moment. What happened was they found his truck abandoned in a wildlife area. And then he was found a short while later, a little further away. But he had gone missing was the thing. He went missing. He missed a scheduled meeting. His truck was found abandoned. And then his body was found in a remote area. And this is a Republican candidate who, from what I understand, was the leader to win Oklahoma State Senate where he was, and then probably go a lot further from what I understand. But there are no clear answers, no cause release, no indication of what really happened. Nobody knows. And then, even the daughter said some eerie shit. Nobody knows what's going on here, Jay.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you need answers and you can't stop asking questions or else it'll just go away if they wanted to. So
exactly.
Keep asking questions, stay on it. It just happened, right? So we're not going to say, oh my God, what the hell's taking so long? No, we're not saying that. But we're saying, let's get to the bottom of this, please. Could be nothing. Could very well be nothing. Could be he drove out there to clear his head and he had a heart attack. Who knows? We don't. But let's find out what happened. Let's not be, let this just be swept under the rug. And, oh, remember that guy? Yeah, by then, it's too late. It's gone. So whatever evidence you might have had, gone. You're never going to get the truth. So this is one of those things. We know about it. And in this day and age, you're going to know about it. Let's not let it go away because it is. Listen, anytime a politician or somebody running for office that people think might have had a chance to win or might have made an impact and all of a sudden something like this happens, got to ask the questions. We're not saying that it's something nefarious, but you got to find out.
Absolutely. You don't know if it's, something nefarious or not. And it sure seems like it is. I mean, I'm not going to say it is, but it sure seems like it is. Very, very interesting. I want to show you something. You know how insane people are these days?
Yes.
You know how even cops, they don't, I mean, a lot of the cops don't want to do shit, and no offense to you, Jay, but this is the here and the now. A lot of cops don't want to do shit. I want to show you something, Jay. I have a video of a man on drugs. Okay. He's walking the streets at a stoplight in California. Okay. He walks right up to a California Highway Patrol vehicle, attempts to open the door and enter the vehicle. The CPH officers don't arrest him. They just drive away like nothing happened. And then the man was free to enter another vehicle if he wanted to. And I think that has a lot to do with their soft on crime policies. But I want you to see this, because this is not something that you would see every day. What would a police officer do in a normal situation like that? Is it loud?
Yeah, it's lowered a little bit.
All right, let's turn it down. Here you go.
That's good.
Look at this. Look, he tries to enter the look, all they do is move up. That's all they do. What is that? Let's look at that again. Look, he tries to open the passenger side door. Look at this. He's pulling on it. And they just move up, and he's like, I'm going to go get in the next car. What the hell is this, Jay? I mean, what is wrong with law enforcement nowadays? Why are they like this?
Well, I don't want to broad brush and say they. In this case, I think that was wrong. I wouldn't be doing that if I'm in that car.
I gotta say, it's
what
not
the hell's going on with that guy.
I don't mean to broad brush every cop. Obviously, there's never a universal rule or universal something. But I gotta say, the lax attitude with cops these days. You saw it with the Secret Service. You see it with Trump.
Hold on.
It's everywhere.
Okay. I'll separate
You
that.
saw it with the cop that fell asleep in front of the White House. There's a lax attitude among police these days.
Those are different to me. This is because here's what I'll talk about those too. This is, I don't want to do anything because I don't want to even bother with this guy, because if I have to beat this guy up, I don't want to get in trouble or something. Maybe that's what's going through his
So
head.
he's free to go possibly kill somebody else.
Yeah, Jack, I don't agree with it. I think it's ridiculous. If I'm in that car, I don't know if it was a partner, if it was in that car by himself or whatever, but if you aren't by yourself, call for backup and say, I got a guy walking down the street. He just tried to get into my car, and he's trying to get into other cars on the street. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know if he's trying to carjack. I don't know if he's armed. We got to do something with him and stop him and see what the hell's going on with this guy at the very least. And he probably needs to go to the hospital because he's probably crazy. So
yeah, no, he was on drugs. And when I say cops, I mean, obviously, like I said, it's not every cop, and I'm not saying they're bad cops, but they have lax attitude. I've seen so many lately that seem to just, not that they don't want to do their job, but they're just like, I'd rather not, because, and I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why, Jay, because they know in California, they know in Washington, D.C., and they know in New York, the prosecutors are going to dismiss the charges anyway. Yeah. So in a lot of cases, it's not worth the trouble. It's not worth arresting, filling out all the booking, taking them to the jail, having to do all the booking, and then have it dismissed almost immediately. That is a lot of the attitudes towards the prosecutors is actually the problem in a lot of these situations.
They're most of the problem. And it's also whenever a cop actually does something and say it doesn't turn out right or it goes sideways, they're thrown, to the wolves. And their lives are turned upside down. How many times have we seen it? Michael Brown, go down a list. George Floyd, go down a list.
Unless you kill a Republican like Michael Byrd.
Well, Michael Byrd, he's the one guy that we never got any answers on that actually should have got the treatment of
because he killed a Republican. If it would have been a Democrat, or an independent. Yeah.
Exactly. But as far as like the attitude, that's part of the attitude is I'm just going to do whatever I need to just to stay in my job and not have my house taken away from me or be thrown in jail for actually trying to do the right thing. That's a problem. That's a problem. And it's because they're not backed up by their mayors. They're not backed up by the governors. And while Barack Obama or Joe Biden's in office, you're not backed up by the president of the United States. So it's a big problem. What I'd say, there's bad apples in every profession. You're going to have people that are even good apples make mistakes in every profession. And being a police officer is no different. Now, as far as what happened with the Secret Service at that checkpoint. Now, we got a real good look at the video last night. The first good look we really got at it, right? From that expanded view. There's a lot of things wrong there. I mean, the fact that they're taking down the magnetometer while this event is still going on and the president's still in the building was weird to me. What's the rush? Why are we dismantling the magnetometer? First of all, it's taking your eyes off of what you should be looking at, which is what's coming at you. Right.
And why are they doing that? Well, the president is still in there.
Exactly. I don't know. That's a problem. The people standing against the wall on the far end of the video, those are TSA agents. Now, the TSA agents were there probably to help. They're there to screen people's bags that they're probably putting through. And they're doing that because they have the experience with that. They are not armed. But the way they're standing there, they're not paying attention to anything out in front of them. They're all just sitting there very relaxed. Everybody's very nonchalant. Everybody's blasé. I get it. I've been there. But the president of the United States is in the next room. It's kind of one event where you might want to be a little bit more aware than you might usually be at a boring thing where you're just screening bags. This is a different situation. This is a special situation. I remember when I worked POTUS details all the time, you always had that thing in the back of your head. I don't want to be the one to not see something. I don't want to be the one that somebody slipped by. So you always had that.
Nowadays, they don't seem to care about that. You saw the Washington D.C. Park Police, who's responsible for guarding the outer perimeter of the White House. You saw him sleeping while watching anime cartoons.
Ridiculous. That's the thing. There are certain. Listen, we've all been there. Where we're at a post and it's like, but if you're outside the White House, you have to know that people are going to be watching you. And by the way, it's a very important post. It's not some nonsense post that they gave you just to say, you go over there, whatever.
Exactly.
It's not. It's a very important post, especially with this president in the White House. everybody how many people are trying to kill.
How can you fall asleep in your police car in Washington, D.C.? You know how easy it is? Do you know how many cops that people roll up on their car windows and just shoot them in the head? That's happened many times.
Sure has.
And this guy makes it easy. All you have to do is, he's sleeping. I'd be scared.
Just for his own benefit, he shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah,
of course not.
Hell yeah. In D.C., are you kidding me? The crime capital of the world?
I'm sure I would think, Jack, that he is disciplined for what happened there.
He doesn't deserve to be fired, but he needs to have some kind of retraining of staying awake.
And he's probably going to be disciplined. If that happened to me, I'd be disciplined. I'm going to get hit with docking my vacation days, something like that. Okay.
Yeah.
But the whole thing, getting back to the screening point, a lot of the cops or the Secret Service that were there, they had the guys with the magnetometer. You had the canine. We need to know what the canine officer
Even
said.
the dog was lax. He's like, I don't care. I saw the dog. He was laying down licking his butt.
No, but the dog is probably a bomb dog. That dog, but the dog, for some reason, keyed on that guy, keyed on Cole Allen. And the canine officer, the dog was kind of interested, like, hey, who's this guy? What's he doing? And why is he going into that closet? Who is he? That's the other thing. Who is he? Walking around into a closet that
What was he wearing? What if he was wearing like a waiter's outfit or something that made him look like he was part of the hotel staff?
But he wasn't. I mean, he was dressed in like black.
Do we know? Because I know he had a shirt off when they arrested him.
Yeah, no, I saw a photo of him. He took a selfie and it's been published. I posted it.
What was he wearing?
He had like a black shirt, black tie. Looks like black slacks or whatever he had on.
Is that something that they had there? Something that looked like
I don't know if he blended in with the hotel staff, but at the same time, you're 30 feet from the checkpoint where people are going in to see the president of the United States.
But if he looks like he's hotel staff and he's just going into an unsecure bar cart area room, they're not going to think anything of it. I mean, just for the lax attitude anyway, they're not going to think anything of it. If he looks like he's part of the staff.
To me, that's training and preparation for the particular event. See, anything within that area should be treated as very sensitive. Like, hey, why are you here? What are you doing here? Why are you just walking around?
That's what I'm saying, though. If you look like you're part of the staff, those questions are already answered in your own head.
I know, but that's my point. The people in that area or working that event should have been told, you question everybody who's around here. Everybody. I don't care if they look like they work here. I don't care what they look like. I don't care if they look like Paris Hilton, who owns the damn hotel. You ask them, what are you doing here right now? What is your purpose?
How weird is it that, until Reagan, I think Reagan was the last assassination attempt that I can remember. And, or Gerald Ford, maybe. I don't know if Ford was before Reagan or not.
Reagan was after Ford. And it was at the Hilton. It was at that hotel.
Yeah, so Reagan was the last one. But until then, nobody, as far as I can remember, had assassination attempt. Now, Trump's had like 3 or 4.
Yeah. Well, 3 where people were actually trying to shoot him.
Yeah. Well, I could tell you many more, like the sniper's nest at Palm Beach Airport, or the woman that was arrested while she was going across country with a gun to kill him at Washington, D.C., or the kid that killed his parents so he could get enough cash to buy weapons and go kill Trump.
That's the ones that we know about. Besides the 3 big ones that we know about. Those are forget about how many we aren't told about, how many threats that they deem credible that they don't tell us about.
Well, I still question that NYPD officer who was trying to load his gun. That was weird. That ex-NYPD officer that went to the golf event that Trump was at said he was part of the security. Look, he was trying to load his gun. That I don't see any need for that. That was weird.
Well, he's actually not ex. He's on the job. He was just.
He's-
Well, he was. He was
No,
on
I'm saying
leave.
he's an ex now.
No, I don't know that they fired him yet.
I heard they fired him.
I'll take a look at that. But
Yeah,
usually
check it
takes
out.
Usually it takes a while to get fired. I don't know.
It's
that he
been
is
like
yet.
a year now, man. I think it's been like a year now.
Yeah, I know. It takes a while. What I'm saying, and him, he was just on leave, and he decided, oh, I just want to go work the detail at the Ryder Cup.
Is that true though? Because he was loading his gun there, man.
I think there might have been maybe a little something going on.
It
Yeah.
could have been, but man,
It
when
could
you
have
see somebody loading their gun in the middle of a crowded area, cops don't do that. You
No.
load it when you're starting the morning. It's already loaded when it's in your holster. You don't
That's how
take it out and load the motherfucker in front of 50 people.
That's how they spotted him, because he dropped
Yeah,
the
because he
magazine
dropped
on
the
the
clip
ground.
or dropped the mag. Yeah,
like what are you
dropped
doing?
the mag on the ground.
Right, like what are you doing? We don't do that. Like, who are you? Why are you here? And then that's how they found out he wasn't supposed to be there. Now, I don't think that they found or thought or through the investigation found any reason to think he was there to assassinate the president. I think there just might have been something like here going on, and maybe that's why he was on leave. But if that's the case, Jack, I don't know if that weapon was even a service weapon, because usually when you're on leave for something like that, they remove that from you, obviously, or maybe they just missed one that he had in his house. I don't know.
Well, when you're on leave, they usually remove that and your shield, but he had everything.
Yeah,
He had the whole nine.
Yeah, so maybe he was just out sick, but it's a strange thing. I don't know that he was there to assassinate the president. It was just weird. Now,
normally
Like, what are you doing?
I would say, maybe he was just there for like a photo op or something. But when the man's loading his gun, that just to me says strange, because first of all, he's not part of the security and he knows that. So why would you even worry about loading your gun? He pulls out his magazine, fully loaded, probably a 15-round double stack magazine and a Glock 19. Okay. And he loads the gun.
Yeah, it's going to be 15 rounds, single. It's a single. It's
Single
15
stack.
rounds.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a single stack in that one. I have that weapon. It's single. It's 15 rounds. In New
Wait a minute.
York.
What do you mean single? No. It's a 15-round double stack magazine. I have that magazine
No, but-
also. Yeah, it's got the single stack is long. The double stack fits inside the Glock 19. I have a Glock 19 5th generation, and it's a double stack
mine's
15-round
older.
magazine.
Mine's older.
Oh,
Mine's older.
no problem.
Yeah, mine's older. Mine's from
Okay.
talking 30 years ago. But I still have it. Yeah, the whole thing was weird. And I don't know what he was doing. Maybe he was just there for a photo op. Maybe just wanted to fit in. Maybe this is my chance to get close to the president, because I don't know. But
honestly, had he not been caught loading his gun, I wouldn't have thought anything of it.
No, he probably would have slipped through.
Yeah,
which is scary. Hello.
Yeah.
That's another thing. The Secret Service. Hello.
Didn't even check the list. Are you on the list? What? What if somebody dresses up as a Secret Service member, has the badge? You can get fake badges. What if they dress up as a Secret Service member and go in there?
That's my point that I'm making when we're talking about the people around that magnetometer. Oh, they might work. I don't care what they look like. I don't care what they're wearing. If I don't know you, I'm asking you what you're doing here. That's it. That's it. That should be the protocol. If you don't know who that person is, and you don't know that they're supposed to be working this area, you stop them and ask them what is their purpose in this area right now. It's not that difficult. So I get it. I hate Monday morning quarterbacking law enforcement. I hated it when it was done to me. But hey, that's what you sign up for. You're going to get Monday morning quarterback when things go wrong. And there could be plenty of times, and most of the times you didn't do anything wrong. It's just things went sideways because we don't live in a perfect world. But
this was egregious, though.
No,
this was egregious.
No, this to me, like I said, and I'm going to say, this was not good. They weren't paying attention. They weren't looking out front. They were all surprised. And I'm just amazed that nobody got, first of all, that the shooter didn't get hit. The only person that got hit was a Secret Service agent in the vest. It might have been one of the guys' uniform that shot at him.
He's very lucky that he got hit in the vest.
He's very lucky. But not only that, the crossfire situation there was a nightmare. I'm amazed that nobody got hit in the crossfire. I think
there was no ricochet or anything.
Let me tell you, by the grace of God, and then the guy tripped, and that's how they tackled him. I don't know. A lot has to, but
divine intervention for Donald Trump. I gotta say, the turning of the head at the last second, the guy tripping and hitting a Secret Service agent only in the vest, and then being taken out because he tripped. I mean, it's just the divine intervention that is there to save Donald Trump is incredible, I must say.
That just tells me God is on his side and God wants him to do what he's doing. That's all I could say. And I'm not I'm not a holy roller, but you have to believe that there's something there protecting this man. But at the same time, how many times are we going to get lucky here? Or how many times is divine
It's not going to work forever. He's not got a shield. God did not put a shield around him. It is not going to work forever. So somebody's got to stop these things before they start.
Exactly. That's why this has to be tightened up. And I heard Sean Curran, who's the director of Secret Service, he was one of the people at Butler, the guy with the glasses who helped.
Yeah, he's the guy in the photo. Yeah.
Right. I heard him last night. I think it was on Sean Hannity, and he didn't interview him, but it was a clip. And I think he thought everything was not so bad. I don't know if he's just saying that publicly, but maybe he's just saying it publicly, and behind closed doors, they're ripping people to shreds and doing what they got to do to get this stuff in order. But I don't like the messaging there either, though. Hey, be honest. Be like, no, we got to do better. We have to do better, period. You have to do better. You got another chance. Do better. That's all. I'm not asking for anything else. Do better, please.
Yeah, that is really, really strange. I gotta say, it's really strange. But right now, like I said, at least the divine intervention so far has been saving him. It's actually been pretty incredible. I gotta say, Jay, our upcoming week, hopefully we're gonna have even a few more guests. But for right now, we've got some excellent guests. On Wednesday, we have both one of the perpetrators and main orchestrators of the bank robberies, and we have the FBI agent who caught them from Netflix's documentary, How to Rob a Bank. This was something that happened in Seattle in the 90s. And there's a guy named Stephen Myers. He is one of the main people that robbed these banks. And then you got the FBI agent. His name's Sean, and he's the one that caught them. We are having both of them, both the perpetrator and the FBI agent, on the show together on Wednesday. It's going to be a special 2-hour episode, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday. That's going to be a lot of fun. I can promise you that. And any questions you have that night, you can put them on the chat. If you put them in the chat, we'll try to get to as many as we can, because it is going to be make sure you guys watch Netflix How to Rob a Bank documentary before the show on Wednesday, because you're going to want to be able to ask questions and ask intelligent things. So make sure you watch that documentary. We're going to have, like I said, how rare is it to have both the person that committed the crime and the person that caught them on the same show? That doesn't happen, Jay.
Yeah, because even on the show, on the documentary, I watched it, and you guys all should watch it before the show so you're familiar with everything, because it's really interesting. The backstory of everything is interesting. The backstory of the characters is interesting. But even on that show, you don't have them together. They're, you see them, but it's different clips, different settings. They're talking. We're going to have them here, like where they can talk back. It's going to be pretty cool. Absolutely.
It's going to be awesome where I'm going to have them, talk to each other. I'm going to see if we can do maybe a mini debate or something, see what's going on. I don't know, but it's going to be a lot of fun. I can promise you that. Our show is done spontaneously. It is not done with notes or anything like that. So, I don't know what we're going to ask or what we're going to do, but I can promise you one thing. It's going to be extremely fun and interesting, just like every show we have. And then next Friday, a week from today, we have Representative Tim Burchett. He is a ton of fun. He answers questions truthfully, honestly. He's the #1 congressman. I think he's got the #1 Liberty score of 100% or something. I don't know. But I can tell you right now, he is the most truthful, most honest man in Congress. And if you have questions for him, also put them in the chat that day as soon as the show starts, because we're going to be looking at the comments. In fact, I think for both shows, Jay, for Wednesday and Friday, we're going to put the comments on the screen. So that way, every single comment that comes through will be on the screen. So everybody, including the FBI agent and the perpetrator, can do it. And including Tim Burchett, they can all see what everybody's saying. That way, in case there's an interesting thing that they want to respond to, they can.
Yeah, and President Trump, Jack, was given, I think he was talking about the UFOs today. So that we have a lot of questions.
Maybe keep talking and talking. Just release the damn shit. Stop saying, it's going to be a release disclosure. Just release the fucking shit already.
Well, come on. Actually don't. And maybe he can give us some inside information when he comes on.
Well, I don't think it'll be released anytime soon. So we're going to get some inside information from Tim Burchett on Friday. It's going to be a lot of fun. Guys, make sure you check out maxassociates.etsy.com. You will not regret it. It is the #1 place to get USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. You can scan the QR code at the top right, or you can go to maxassociates.etsy.com. Now is the time to show where you are, where you stand in America, because there's a cultural war going on, a cultural and spiritual war going on in America, and it's never been a better time to show where you stand. Also, the 250th anniversary of America. It is 2 months away. 2 months from the 250th anniversary. You are gonna want to get stuff from Max Associates, because you can get this same stuff at other places, not the best stuff, only the generic shit. You can get the generic shit at other places, but you won't get 20% off and you won't get free shipping. So make sure you go to maxassociates.etsy.com. Also, guys, make sure you follow us on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. Secret America TV. That is our screen name for every single one of those. We are live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern. Our next show this coming Monday, 7 p.m. Eastern. Make sure you follow us, and you can follow Jay on TikTok at A-Pinions-Vary with an A. So make sure you guys follow us, and just make sure you guys check it out, and also go to maxassociates.etsy.com. We really appreciate everyone that watched the show today. For Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.
Welcome to Flyover Conservative Podcast with David and Stacey Whited, where we break down current events and examine culture through the lens of conservative Christian values.
You know, Flyover family, it's interesting when you see somebody go through something that you wonder, like, hey, how would I respond in those same, circumstances? When you study the life of, Abraham Lincoln, it's like the biggest challenges, going on in the world, dividing our nation, sort of made him into a new thing and kind of created, the leadership that we all respond to. Watched a few interviews recently with Senator Ben Sasse from Nebraska, who's gone on to be a dean of a university, and he's going through, a cancer process, and his response to it, I'm like, wow,
Inspiring.
I don't know if I could go through what he's gone through and respond in the way that he has. When you see those things, it's very inspirational. We watched a movie about a wrestler last night, a kid that gone through a ton of physical challenges and turned them into an amazing testimony. You think, man, how would I respond, in a situation like that? Sometimes when you see the toughest things in life, it's not that somebody goes through it. It's like, can they take that and then maybe turn it into something new? But today's guest has done that, gone through some very dark circumstances, and has taken that and turned that test into a testimony, doing that in a way to create a breakthrough and a handout to others to get that. That's the most that you could ever expect to go through something. It's like, hey, I went through this, and then now, hey, I'm standing here and I'm reaching back and helping other people, turning something that was a true test into a testimony, helping others. She's author of a book called Ministering to Soul Fragmentation, Dissociative Identity Disorder, and Satanic Ritual Abuse. Gives you an idea of what we're headed into. She has a degree in computer science, and she's been the dean of multiple ministries and leadership academies, including C. Peter Wagner out of Colorado Springs. Currently, Joy Faith International. She's the dean of college ministry, and specifically focusing in the prophetic area there. I know we're a blank slate on this conversation and excited to take it in today with Miss Karen Kotaridis.
That was phonetically breaking down your last name.
I got to get that Greek pronunciation right. That was tricky.
Welcome to the show, Karen.
Good morning.
Really,
I'm
really
really
glad to
honored
have
to
you.
be here. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, so our mutual friend Kim, she actually sent me your testimony several weeks ago. I watched it and I was like, okay, this is something that we all need to be learning more about. And I'm so excited about today's show and for you to share. So, David, in the title of your book was talking about the satanic ritual abuse, which is an acronym of SRA. And I heard you talk about acronyms in your testimony. So I wanted to see if you could kind of break those things down first so that we kind of understand that before we learn more about your story. So there's the acronym of SRA, and then there's an acronym of DID. Can you break those down? What do those actually mean?
Oh, sure. Let's start with DID, which is dissociative identity disorder. And it used to be called MPD, or multiple personality disorder, but they changed the name in 1994 to better reflect the condition. But DID is not a mental illness or a disease. It's really a developmental disorder where your personality gets fragmented and it fails to develop or mature. So you can be, 50-year-old person, but if you fragmented when you're 3-year-old, you're going to have parts of your personality that stay at that 3-year-old personality and don't develop. And so dissociation is really a normal defense mechanism that God designed into us so that when you are a child and you're faced with overwhelming trauma situations that you can't handle, that you will be able to survive it.
That makes sense. I want to comment on that before you continue, because it's interesting. We've done some interviews, maybe with some people that were molested or sexually abused as a child, and now they're an adult. But when they look back on that, they respond like let's say it happened at 5, like a 5-year-old would respond, like the way that they would cry or they feel, or maybe a parent died when they were 14. They respond like a 14-year-old, not necessarily a 30-year-old would respond. So that makes sense. No matter even maybe how horrific it was. What if somebody was bullied when they were a kid? Would they a lot of times respond back at that age? That's just maybe a mechanism that's put into us that on how we respond.
Right. That's a common symptom of DID, is that at times something would get triggered and you'd act at that young age because that part would come up and surface.
Okay.
But it's really what they say is when you're faced with overwhelming trauma as a child, one of three things will happen. Either you'll lose touch with reality and go insane, or you will dissociate, or you will commit suicide. And so really it's a defense mechanism I believe God has built into us to protect the life and the sanity of a child.
Wow.
And so, it's really a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so most of DID happens because of sexual abuse or neglect at those early childhood ages.
Okay.
And so it really preserves the life and sanity of the child. I think I sent a diagram in there that kind of helps to describe what dissociation is. So if you could bring that up, what it is a picture, and you'll see in that picture the core personality and we know our core personality is made up of the mind, will, and emotions of a person, and so that's reflected there. And then when the overwhelming trauma hits the child will fragment, and parts of the personality will break off. And so it may be from one trauma, you could have 3 parts that would break off, or 2 parts, or 1 part. There can be any number of parts break off, depending upon the situation, from any one trauma event.
Can you explain those parts, Karen? Sorry, can you explain the parts, what that means?
They're different personalities. They're alternate personalities. And so how that happens is when the child's faced with the trauma, they'll say, I can't survive this. I can't handle it. So they'll kind of turn their consciousness away, look away, and go hiding. And then they'll push out a new part of them. They'll create a new personality part, push it out and say, here, I can't handle it. You handle it. And then they kind of go unconscious. And then this new personality part is out. They have to experience the trauma, the abuse, the emotions, and they'll have the memory of that trauma event. Now, the main personality won't know they did this and won't remember the event that even precipitated this happening. It's all just an unconscious response. And so now this newly formed personality goes through the abuse. And once the abuse is over, then they switch places. The core personality comes back up, and that small fragmented part goes underground, so to speak, and kind of hides inside the person. And that's the part that usually doesn't mature or grow up since that age, but they'll have the memories of the abuse. Now, since that happened, that child will never be the same, because they'll have these things will be triggered in them. For example, if it was a little girl who was abused by her father, she may now be terrified of that father and not understand why. Or she'll have a lot of fear or anger that starts operating in her personality and not know why.
Wow.
And so that's kind of how the fragmentation or the dissociation works.
Would
and
somebody
like
be able to tell Karen, like, let's say that this, sorry to keep, I'm so curious about this. Sorry to interrupt
I'm glad
you.
you're here.
Yeah. So would somebody be able to tell, let's say that something happened to a little girl. She was abused, like you said, let's say by a father. When that happens, would somebody be able to tell, like she goes to school or a mom or something like that? Would they be able to tell that something different had happened? Or is it so much where it is in secret and this new personality is now over here that, and she comes back to, hey, this is who I really am, that you really couldn't tell that anything had actually happened?
I think if you're paying attention, somebody would be able to tell, why is this child operating differently at this point?
Okay.
Yeah.
It's interesting that things that happen, as a child is this, say you take a soldier that went through a traumatic experience, and come back. Can this fragmentation also happen as an adult, or is it primarily something happens as you develop? Is it a whole different category of trauma response?
That's a great question.
Child versus adult.
Yeah. What the medical community says is that you fragment before the age of 7. If you did not fragment when you were young, you will not fragment later on.
Okay.
But if you did fragment when you were young, you may fragment when you experience trauma situations later on. For example, I ministered to a woman who had a lot of fragmentation when she was young, and then she was in her 50s. She was taken at gunpoint in a hostage situation, and she fragmented again from that because she was just used to handling the trauma that way.
Okay, that was a great question.
Because you see that, like, I use the example a lot. Like, there's a difference between someone being, say, attacked coming out of a store when you're 25 and you're punched in the face and beaten up or something. If you're attacked and beaten up as a child, you don't have the same vocabulary maybe to even process what's happened. And then if it's an authoritative figure, in your life, there's a difference between being physically beaten up or attacked versus if there's a sexual, involvement. Like, every different phase of this, definitely we see it in reality impacts, people differently. If you found out that a family member had been mugged and beaten up versus sexually abused or raped, it's like, it's a different category, of offense. We know the impact on that is so much more traumatic. And then you factor in the age, differences and when these things happen to you and your vocabulary to even process, the event, it's so different.
Right. I think that's why they say it happens before the age of 7, because you're so young, you don't have the mental and emotional capacity to handle that kind of trauma. Whereas if you're older, I think you do have a more, capacity to handle it.
That makes
But
sense.
yeah, I think there are varying degrees.
Yeah. You hear of like you have a child that's, 3, 4, 5 years old and the parents are fighting and go through a divorce. And a lot of times that's processed as like, what did I do? Because you're at that age, you're like, you don't have the context of all these things. So it's such an interesting thing. And we have such a more complicated world than what, we've ever had in the past of exposures and different things and communities. Everything's so much, different today than it's ever been before. So I think we're just kind of uncovering, some of the complexities of our society.
Yeah, I remember I ministered to one woman and she fragmented because when she was young, her mother was gone for 2 weeks and she just felt so rejected that she fragmented from that. So, a lot of, if you feel rejected, if you feel neglected, it's not just, abuse can cause fragmentation.
Okay, so when I interrupted you, I want to go back to that. You were actually talking about, so if something happened, let's say to this little girl and she was abused by a father, then she now has this other personality here that she may not even know exists and may not even recall that the situation happened. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's called a denial stronghold, and that you have to have that to be considered DID. You don't remember it. She doesn't know it. That core part doesn't remember anything. And usually most people don't know that they have these fragmented parts. It's just the way they are.
Wow.
You're not aware of it. But what's really strange about these fragmented parts is that they have a mind, will, and emotions and mindsets totally different from the core. So it is almost like there's another person in that body. And they can think, they can make decisions, they have their own unique united sets, and they're not always totally grounded in reality. They can operate under a lot of deception because the enemy has access to those fragmented parts. Okay. So they can have very strange mindsets.
So when it fragments, then you were giving one, maybe, but they could have multiple. They could have multiple fragmentation. And would that actually happen from the same event, or do the multiple fragmentations come from different events?
No, it can come from one event. You can have 50 parts from one traumatic event, or you might just have one. It just depends on the situation and the person and how they're built.
Okay. And then so when let's say that happens, when let's say the situation happened again, the abuse happened again, then that personality comes forward during that. Is it the same one? Can it fragment again?
I would think there'd be more fragmentation.
Okay.
They can surface, but I think each time the abuse happens that there's more and more fragmentation.
And then if, let's say that something completely different was to happen to a child, maybe it fragmented because of this situation here, but something different happened, would that same personality come forward, or would actually a different fragmentation happen?
I think it's different for you. You can't make just one, case from it. I think it'd be different each time.
Okay. That's so interesting how God created the body to be able to deal with things.
Yeah, it was a survival mechanism.
Yeah.
It's interesting with our bodies. Like, I learned how to play the guitar in my 30s. I was fascinated by how painful it was and how quickly my fingers developed these calluses on the end. It's like, it's like kind of this cause, reaction. It's like, oh, I'm going through this pain and my body just adapted. They weren't on this finger. Like in order to protect me, it developed these calluses in this hand, and I was trying to type. I couldn't feel the ends of my fingers. For a while, it was just a different, different feeling. It's like our bodies naturally, adapt to, sunburn and exposure and weather, temperature. Like we see it in the physical body, but I don't know that we necessarily address those same factors in the same context on the inside. To what's happening. We're constantly have those same kind of adaptations. Throughout our whole life to toxic or painful circumstances.
Right. And I don't think most people who have DID are aware of it. I certainly wasn't aware of it. It's, because that's the way you've always been. You always are that way. They say the statistic is that 1 out of every 9 minutes, a child in the United States is sexually abused. So and any time a child is sexually abused, there's going to be fragmentation. So that is a lot.
That is a lot. 1 every 9 seconds?
9 minutes.
9 minutes in the United States?
9 minutes in the United States.
Wow.
That's the latest statistics I read. Now, the medical community will tell you that DID occurs in 0.1 to 2% of the general population. But personally, I think that number is way too low. Just if you look at every 9 minutes, that's a lot of people. I ministered to DID and SRA for 10 years. And not one of those people, sought help from the medical community. So I think there's a lot of people not going and getting diagnosed.
Sure.
So there's a lot of people who don't know that they have it because they don't know the symptoms. They know something's wrong, maybe, but they don't know why or what it is that's wrong.
Okay. Yeah, I think the mental and emotional health isn't recognized. Somebody has a broken arm. It's like, hey, what's wrong with your arm? You should get this fixed. But you can't. We don't. We don't think we honor on the same degree this whole other component of our personalities and our mental well-being, for sure.
Right. And then if you go to a therapist to be diagnosed as DID, they have to see the switching between the personality parts. And a lot of times the parts won't surface and switch. They hide inside, and so it's not diagnosed. But we as Christians, because we operate under the gifting of the Holy Spirit, the Lord will show you that. Usually when I'm ministering, I'll be operating under that seer anointing, and I will see the little fragmented parts. I'll see them as little people, in a vision, and know how many there are and what's going on. And so, through the Holy Spirit, we're able to make diagnosis of DID, although, technically we don't make diagnosis for the medical community, but we can see it where, somebody who doesn't have that gifting wouldn't be able to see it. So we can pray to bring up those parts and get them connected to the Lord, in a way, even if they're not surfacing.
Man, and by connecting them to the Lord, does that then deny access to the enemy?
Well, if they will cooperate with the Lord, yes, but you have to give them in a place where they have to learn who Jesus is. They have to learn that he's trustworthy, that he's not like people who can hurt you or will lie to you. You have to explain these things to the fragmented parts, and eventually that trust level builds. And then as they trust the Lord, they'll be able to release their, the damaged emotions to them so that they could get healed. So they really have to submit to God, and to trust him before the healing process can begin. And so as a minister, that's what you have to help facilitate during those ministry sessions.
That makes sense. Before we move on to what SRA stands for, is there anything else that we need to know about DID?
I would say I just go through some of the symptoms.
Yeah.
Let me see. I have a list here. Okay, one is having unexplained emotions. For example, if you have a fear of men and you don't understand why, there's a root reason why you are, and that might show you that you have DID, or unexplained anger or hatred or rage that comes up, during certain situations. So if there's unexplained emotions that you have, that may be an indication that you have DID. Or do you have childlike states that you feel act like a child? We talked about that one. Number 3, do you have reoccurring visions or flashbacks that frighten or torment you? A lot of times when you get to become an adult around the age of 30, that dissociative mechanism starts breaking down, and some of the memories and flashbacks sometimes will start coming up. And that is another indication.
Would that be like, I remember you saying this before. So actually, after I watched your testimony, we went and watched Jason Bourne from Bourne Identity. Is that kind of what he was experiencing? Was it, he was looking
exactly
back on it? Okay.
Okay. Yes. Do you hear voices in your head? A lot of times when you hear your fragmented parts speaking, they can talk. You hear them as voices in your head, just like your own thoughts, just like you hear the Lord speak to you in that still, quiet voice. That's how you'll hear your fragmented parts talk. So if you're hearing a lot of voices, you're not necessarily psychotic. There could be a very good reason for it, which is good to know.
Yes, for sure.
One other key one is, do you have any memories of your childhood? I always thought I just had a bad memory, because I couldn't remember anything before like the 6th grade. But if you don't have any memories before the age of 6 or 7, that could be a symptom of DID, because they're all hidden in those fragmented parts.
Wow.
And the last one is, do you have any deep inward pain without any associated memories? For example, I carried a lot of shame and rejection and fear and anger, but I had no idea why. It didn't make sense. So those are just some common symptoms that you can look for. And if you have some of those, you might want to consider that, there is some fragmentation there.
I'd love for you to share your story. Your story, obviously, it's amazing that you're sharing it. And then to see where you are today and what God has done, it is so encouraging. So we would love for you to share, because the things that you were even talking about with DID or SRA, I'm glad you explained that first, because it will help to make your story more understandable.
Okay. I was a victim of satanic ritual abuse. Mine was generational. It came down the bloodline. It started when I was very young. I was tortured in several different ways, and there was a huge amount of sexual abuse, and I had a massive number of parts. And now the Lord, if an SRA asks the Lord, well, how many parts do I have? He will never answer that question. But he says, just keep pushing forward, but it was like the sand on the seashore kind of thing. But I had a lot of emotional problems growing up because I was always threatened, don't tell, don't tell. And I think because of that, I wouldn't speak. And so I was very shy. I was very quiet. I was known as the girl who never spoke. I had a lot of emotional issues, a lot of fear. I was afraid of the dark. Now I understand there was a lot of witches astral projecting around me, which was, causing the fear, but I didn't understand it at the time. I was very lonely. I was afraid of men, and I didn't know why. It was hard for me to make friends. It was hard for me to make emotional attachments with people. I was one of those people, I think you look at the world going by, but you're not part of it. You don't feel like you're participating in it. I was always had a huge amount of pain, and I was always suicidal. I always had this death wish. I just wished I was dead. But when I was a teenager, a girl down in the neighborhood invited me to church, and I did get saved. But I didn't get to know God. There was no growth there because, I just got invited, a couple times. So I certainly wasn't walking with God. I was a very functional SRA, so I graduated high school, went to college, became a software engineer, program manager, got married, had a son, and then a crisis hit our family. And in this crisis, everything I loved and wanted was about to lose. And so, of course, that's when you turn to God.
Yep.
So I turned to God. I found him. You draw near to God, he draws near to you. And so I got very saved and walked really closely with the Lord since that time. But I was in a church counselor office one day for a totally different reason. And she asked me, what do you remember about your childhood? And I said, well, I don't have very good memory. I don't remember anything till about the 6th grade. And she says, well, the Lord wants to restore your memories. Is that all right? And I'm thinking, well, sure. I had no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
It ends up this counselor was DID SRA herself, and the Lord had healed her. Now, she wasn't programmed SRA, but so she understood what she was doing. And it's like the Lord brought the right person at the right time under the right spiritual covering, which is really important. So I sat there for a minute, and then I saw a vision. And I saw myself about 3 years old on a bed in a room at a house down the street from us, and a teenage boy was molesting me. And when that vision came up, it's like everything in me just blew up. And I started hearing all these voices just yelling at me. You could have stopped it. Why didn't you stop it? This is all your fault. Oh. And so all these voices are accusing me, and I'm hearing these other voices that are trying to minimize it. Oh, it's okay. It only happened once. It was only once. And, so I told the counselor, well, I'm just hearing a lot of voices. And so she explained to me about DID and that I'm dealing with personality parts, and I'm just feeling all this pain come up. So, and that was just one memory. So she said, the Lord is telling me to get a journal and he's going to start bringing up these fragmented parts with this pain and memory. And he wants the parts to tell their story, because that's the first step in their healing process, is to be able to say, this is what happened to me. And I'm to journal it and write it down. Well, these fragmented parts, there's a lot of sexual abuse, a lot of perversion, and there was so much shame. And so instead of talking, they would just flash me visions. And I would see pictures of what happened to them, and then they would speak a little, and I'd write this in my journal. So I went through this for 6 months. And when I got home, I told the Lord, look, I don't want this stuff just flooding in. I want it to be like a water faucet. I turn the faucet on, they come up, I'll deal with as much as I can, and then shut it off. And so he did do that for me. So every day I sat down, and he'd bring up more parts. And so the more parts and the more memories I got, the bigger picture I got of understanding. The Lord brought them up chronologically, all the memories at age 3, and then age 4 and age 5, and up through 16, and there was a couple past that. They came after me after that. And so I wrote them all down. They told their stories. And so I got, first, I got memories of, well, it wasn't just that boy, it was his whole family, and then it was this man and this man. And then I had memories of my brother being there and him being hurt. So that was really heartbreaking. And then more memories, and eventually a memory of one of my family members who was abusing me as well. And this person was supposed to love me, protect me. It's just a huge betrayal. and this person's harming me and had given me over to this coven. And so finding that out, but when these memories came up, they also explained why I felt the way I did, why I was always afraid of certain people and always had certain fears. So it put the puzzle pieces of my life together for me. There are such things as false memories and that the enemy just plant in there to try to discredit you. But if they're making the memories are making sense of your life and your issues that you have, then you know that you're dealing with true memories, and and there's real pain with it. So I went through this for about 6 months, and that's all the time I got with the counselor. And so I had a pretty good idea of what the story was, but now I'm just flooded with parts and all this pain, and so I became non-functional, because of the overwhelming trauma that just kept coming up in these parts over and over again. So fortunately, the Lord made it possible for my husband to be able to work from home, and he was able to take care of my children at that time. And so he was just a savior for me, and keeping our family together. And so that
what did
was,
that look like for you, Karen, then? So if you mean non-functional, what does that mean? What did that look like for you?
And what was your age when you first opened this door?
Because you didn't know about any of these things, right, Karen? You just didn't
I
have
did not.
memories.
It was all a total shock to me. I was 35 years old. At that time, non-functional means I couldn't get out of bed.
Okay.
Just the pain, because it was trauma after trauma after trauma. These were all another sexual abuse, another rape, another, electric shock. They were shocking you and causing you to fragment. And this pain was coming up, and the memory it wasn't just the memory, it's the pain of it, of the parts that went through it. And so now you're just flooded with all this pain and trauma, and it's so much to process. You can't process it all, that much without becoming, I think, non-functional.
Right.
So the other problem I had was the spiritual warfare that started coming against me. Because as my memory started surfacing, the spiritual warfare just went off the chart. And remember, I'm a brand new Christian. I don't know anything about demons and authority and, your spiritual weapons. And so the very first book the Lord put into my hand was Woman's Guide to Spiritual Warfare by Queen Shear. And it talked about angels and demons. And I read that book, and I went to sleep that night, and I had the most horrific demonic dream. And I woke up, and there is this demonic presence in my room. And I was already just so fearful and scared, and that just pushed me over the edge. And I'm trying to remember, what do I do? It's like, well, pray for angels. So angels come, and then the presence left. And I thought, oh my God, this stuff is real. And then the Lord's presence just started coming over me. Wow. And I'd never felt the Lord's presence before. And it stayed with me for 3 days. And finally I said, Lord, you got to lift this off. I can't eat. I can't sleep. Your presence is so strong. And my parts were afraid of them. They didn't know Jesus. So they were just as afraid of Jesus as they were as this demonic presence. But I didn't know or understand at the time. The Lord baptized me in the Holy Spirit at the time. And he gave me spiritual gifts where I started seeing and feeling things in the spiritual realm, which made it all that much worse. But I didn't know. So the Lord started teaching me about spiritual warfare. And what I found out years later was that a part of my programming was that if I turned to Jesus, that my parts would try to kill me. And so, my parts didn't understand that they were part of me. I would talk to them and say, well, if you kill me, you're killing yourself. But they had no conception that we were the same person. And so they were just sacrificing and doing rituals and sending demons against me all the time. And so the level of warfare just went off the charts for me. And so not only I got all this trauma and all this pain, but I'm trying to learn how to do spiritual warfare.
Wow.
And so it was a really, really difficult time in my life. But I learned spiritual warfare. Then I started learning everything I could about healing and deliverance so I could get healed. I went through some partial deliverance, some full deliverance, which was really good. But the Lord started teaching me how to work with my parts. So I spent time every day talking to their parts. He taught me that I need to connect them to him, to get them to submit to him and trust him so that he could minister to them and start bringing healing to them. So little by little, I started getting, more healed, more delivered. And, this took years, but I was making good progress. And then finally, I became functional again and really strong, actually, because of, all the building up I'm doing. Finally, the Lord told me, well, I'm going to put you back to work. And he put me in Peter Wagner's ministry, Global Harvest Ministry, as an administrator in the College of Ministry. And I got to take all the classes there, and learn more. And then when the dean left, they moved me in the position of dean there. I began teaching in the college and healing and deliverance and all the things that the Lord had taught me about my parts and fragmentation, how to minister to that. I got to teach that. And then later on, I put that into a book, which I'll talk about later. So I got really strong, and part of my calling was spiritual warfare at a high level. So I got to go to the nations and do some high level spiritual warfare. But because the spiritual warfare against me was still so strong with these parts trying to kill me, the Lord put a warfare team around me. There was 5 people who were specifically called to that occult realm, really mature spiritual warriors, and they would pray for me all the time. And I would teach them about parts and let them practice on me. And so it was, they got to learn, and I got more healed and more deliverance. So it worked out really well for us. But the enemy kept trying to kill me. There were several times that he would just cause me to switch when I'm driving and try to cause car accidents. And there was a couple times it was really strange. I'd be at my desk working, and I think my spirit would start losing coming out of my body, because I would just slump back and I had no control over my body. Couldn't feel anything, couldn't move my hands, my arms, anything. The only thing I could move was my eyes, but my brain was working, and so when that would happen, I'd hear somebody come running up the stairs and into my room, and it was one of these spiritual warfare team people that the Lord had put, to pray for me. She'd come running in, and she'd take one look at me and start praying in tongues. And it'd take about 15 minutes, and it would break off, and my spirit would come fully back in, and I'd be fine. And I mean, that happened several times. So there's just this huge battle over just my life. And then the Lord told me, you need to go into the court of heaven, and deal with this, or the enemy's going to be able to take you out, because I had so many open doors from these parts. And so we did that, and it was really interesting. I've never experienced that before. And he was issuing restraining orders against principalities and powers and demons. And so, I'm still alive. And then, so the Lord was really taking care of me. And again, he brought the right people there at the right time. One of the persons on the team was what I consider the greatest expert in SRA that I know of. And she was able to answer questions about things I was seeing, because the occult realm gets very strange. And so I said, this is what I'm seeing. This is what I'm experiencing. What do I do? What do I pray? And she would know and be able to answer those questions, and things would just stop. So he brought me the right help at the right time to help me. And so that was another period in my journey. And then the Peter Wagner was retiring, and the school was being moved to California, and says, no, I don't want you to go to California. Your inheritance is in Texas. You're going to move to Texas. So I said, okay. So I moved to Texas. And then what happened there is that I searched for the right place. I found it at Joy Faith Ministries International. That was founded by an apostle and senior pastor, Joyce Tilges. And, I look back, the Lord had always kept me under an apostle. And I think that's really important for SRAs, because of the level of spiritual warfare that you're going under. You need that type of covering. Mm-hmm. But she had a specific calling to help SRAs. And so, again, the perfect place at the right time. And she just helped me walk through the next phase. Because what happened is, because I lost my spiritual warfare team that was covering me, the warfare again just went off the charts. Mm-hmm. The enemy's trying to kill me again. And there was one time I was driving down the freeway, 60 miles an hour, and they caused a switching in me. And when I switched back, I'm driving 60 miles an hour down the freeway the wrong way.
Oh,
and
whoa.
So I'm just totally panicked. And then I could hear the Lord saying, I'm protecting you. I'm protecting you. And I'm just shaking, and people are looking at me and pulling over, and I can't pull over because there's a cement barrier here. So I had to drive a little way that way. And And finally, I got turned around and I'm just waiting for the police to come. I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm going to get arrested. I'm going to jail. How am I going to explain this to the police?
Right.
But, God just in his mercy, no police. I made it home and I said, Lord, I'm done. I said, I've been fighting this for over 30 years, every day fighting this battle. Either you just bring me home, I'm going to let the parts kill me, or you take care of the rest of it. You just take care of it for good. And he immediately answered me. And he says, start fasting for as long as you can. And then he showed me my soul, and he showed me that 50% of it had been healed, but the other 50% had programming in it. So he did confirm I had programming, which, I was kind of halfway in denial about. And so during this fast, he began showing me the programming structure in the spirit and what he wanted me to do about it. And meanwhile, I know this huge level of warfare is going on, but he was just taking care of it. I didn't have to address the warfare. I just had to, deal with this programming structure. And so every moment I was awake, I was dealing with this structure. And part way through it, I said, Lord, I can't, this is too long of a fast. I can't do this. I want to quit. Can I just stop now and come back later, after I've rested? He says, no. He says, because there's still open doors and the enemy will just come back and build upon what you just torn down. It has to be done at once. So, I thought about it and I said, okay, I'm going to push through. I'm going to do this. When I made that decision, a special grace came on me because I'd been losing a lot of weight, like a pound a day, and I'd lost over 20 pounds. And I didn't lose a pound after that. It's like just his grace, his miracles, happened. But I kept pushing through. And aside from dealing with the programming structure, there's times he'd wake me up and I'd be in a third heaven healing room. And he would show me the devices that had been implanted. And then he'd show me a picture of them. And then he'd tell me what they were doing. And then he would go in and I could feel his hands literally going inside of me, inside my soul, and pulling this stuff out. And so there was quite a bit of that going on as well. I had a very sophisticated level of programming. It's different for every SRA. Not SRAs would program the same or have the same kind of programming, but mine was very high level, sophisticated programming, which to my mind means that it's governmental programming when you're talking that level of sophistication. But he showed me there's different levels and we had to, go each level at a time. And so when we got to the highest level, of course, that he told me that was tied into the Illuminati and that he would deal with that level. I didn't have to. And I'm thinking, oh, thank God. I'm battling fear even as I'm going through this. And I was exhausted and it was hard. It was difficult. There was traps you had to avoid. And I mean, it was something. So he did that part. So the other unusual thing that happened is I had an open vision partly through it where Jesus came as the judge. And he was the judge, and it was like I was in a courtroom. And he was holding me accountable for all the sin that the parts had committed. And during the deprogramming, he began showing me the abuse they suffered, the traumas, and what they were programmed to do. And the abuse was just horrific. What they can do to you in the spirit realm is just as bad as what they can do to you in the natural. And all the stories you hear about the experimentation and the things in the cages, I'll just tell you they can do that all in the spirit. In the spirit, it's true. It was bad. But there's a lot of sin there because of what those parts were worshiping Satan. I will say that the programming was consistent with the agenda we're fighting today with the deep state. It was that type of stuff. And so I was absolutely terrified. I will tell you, standing before the court, the judge of the universe, knowing there's no court of appeals, whatever happens here, this is it. And that was, I'll tell you, absolutely terrifying. But he told me he has to hold me accountable for that because they were my parts, even though I said, Lord, I didn't do those things. I would never do those things. But he says, yes, but a part of you did. And you have to be held accountable for that. But of course, there's mercy. You repent. And I'm literally got my bed. I'm on the floor repenting for that sin. And so that was hard. going through that. But, he's merciful and he forgives, so I
Wow.
thank
How
God
many
for
days
that.
were you fasting, Karen?
I hate to say this because I don't want to discourage any SRAs. If I had known the number, I wouldn't have done it. I said, I can't do that. It's too hard. But I ended up fasting 40 days. It was a water fast. But like I said, he gave me grace. And I also want to say that the way that the Lord took me through the deprogramming, I don't believe every SRA is necessarily has to go through what I went through. I think, he used the giftings I had, to walk me through, and I used those when I was doing the deprogramming. But some people have different gifts, and so I don't want any SRAs out there to think, well, I can't go through this, or I don't want to go through this. Well, you may not have to. I don't think it's this necessarily the same for every SRA, and I don't think every SRA may have to fast 40 days. So I just don't want to discourage any SRAs out there by thinking that it has to be exactly the same for them.
What's interesting about that is that Jesus did it. It's kind of like Jesus showed us what is possible, for that, which is pretty remarkable to see the 40 days. 40 days, that's interesting that you did that, and that was something that Jesus did. It was almost like he was like, hey, I'm doing this with you. I've done it. I understand.
I know what this is about.
I know what this is about. He wasn't asking you to do something he hadn't done.
Right. Yeah. I remember I had an adult son living there at the time, and he says, Mom, and he goes, every day you were fasting, he says, it was like there was an open heaven over the house. Wow. And I'm thinking, well, I hope you enjoyed it because I'm never doing this again.
That's remarkable.
Your book came April of 2026, Ministering to Soul Fragmentation, Dissociative Identity Disorder, and Satanic Ritual Abuse. It's available now. The link's below wherever people are watching this episode. It's down below. If you're on Spotify or Rumble or wherever, the links are to it below. A question that I would have to ask, and then I'm sure people are wondering, as you went through this and there's these revelations in the natural, was there any confrontation with family members or people involved?
Your husband, where was he during all this?
Yeah, like in the natural. Did you ever have any confrontation with abusers?
Oh, that's a good question.
Good question. Yes. Yes. It took me a long time to get over the fear to be able to do that, and I did confront over the phone. I said, you did this to me, and I was so fear. I was shaking, but I pushed through the fear to do it. And of course, they denied that happened, which is what I expected. But it was a victory for me to be able to do that, even though I was fearful. That was a breakthrough for me. Now, I will tell you the amazing story is that one of the huge miracles is through the process, it took 20 years, but I was able to forgive that person. Wow. And before that person died, I was able to tell that person that I love them. And when they died, I had no ought in my heart against them at all. And I'll tell you, isn't that a miracle?
That's only Jesus.
I hated that person so much that if I had a chance, I would have murdered him. I really would have. Yeah, I mean, there was that much rage and hatred in me. And I still feel nothing but love. And that person ended up getting saved right before.
Wow. Oh my gosh, I'm going to cry.
And at first I was mad. I said, Lord, they didn't repent. They didn't admit they did this. And the Lord said to me, well, they don't have to repent to you, Karen. He repented to me. And I said, okay. I still a little anger I had to get over. But it's like, I'm just so thankful. I think that's one of the biggest miracles of all, that the Lord was able to do that.
That's huge. Okay, so when I heard your testimony the first time, and then I had to ask you when I talked to you on the phone about your husband, because you were talking about your husband. He took a position at home, while you were kind of walking through this process. But there's a beautiful story in this.
There is. He was not saved at the time. And so I started explaining, I'm seeing and feeling weird things and demons and telling him about everything that's going on. And so he got out the Bible and he read the Bible from cover to cover. And he said, Karen, you are the most grounded person I know. And this sounds absolutely crazy, but because I know you that well, I have to believe what you're saying is true. And so he got saved, and then, he learned about healing and deliverance and warfare and began to pray for me. And, without his love, because there's just so much hurt and woundedness, and he just loved me through the whole process. I think that really helped me be able to be healed, because it would have been another traumatic thing if he just turned and walked away.
Sure.
Well, it does say, because your original field of expertise was computer science. That's a world where 2 + 2 is 4. It's not this abstract, woo-woo space. You came
right, and
at
he
this.
is very logical too. So
Yeah, I mean, your mindset was very structured and scientific, and so then to be in a place with a lot of non-tangibles, for him to see that, just the evidence in front of him had to have been compelling.
Yeah, he was my knight in shining armor. He still is. So yeah, that support was another miracle from God, I think.
No doubt about it. So David brought up your book earlier, because one of the things that you and I talked about is, like resources. Let's say that somebody's watching this and you were talking about DID and they're like, wait a second, maybe this is something I've experienced, or I had no idea, or something, maybe a traumatic has come up and they're like, okay, I'm dealing with this and I don't even know where to go with it. So you do have resources to help people. So let's talk first about your book.
Okay, the book is it's really the things that the Lord had taught me as I walked through my journey and how to minister to parts. This book is not beginning healing and deliverance book. You have to already understand healing and deliverance, spiritual warfare, and your authority, and it builds upon that foundation. So it really talks about what is soul fragmentation, DID, and SRA, but it's a very practical book. How do you minister to it? What do you need to know? How do, these fragmented parts, they live in environments in the second heaven. What do those environments look like, and how can Jesus go in and rescue them from those environments, and that you need to connect them to Jesus. So it's very practical, step by step, how to pray up parts if they don't want to come up, if they don't want to come up, how can you still facilitate healing? So there's a lot in there about fragmentation and parts. There's a lot about DID, is the next step up from fragmentation, and you need to know how to minister to the core personality. Then you need to know how to minister to the parts and resolve the conflicts, because there's huge conflicts between the two. And then there's the added complexity of SRA, and what do you need to know and how do you minister to that level. And so I tried to make it very practical, for people who are already trained in healing and deliverance. Here's how you do it. And so that book is available in paperback and digital form for EPUBs on Amazon.com.
That is really good. And we'll put a link to that just so everybody knows, but it is Ministering to Soul Fragmentation. That's how you can kind of start to find it. And then obviously Karen's name. But we'll put that all in the notes below, so you guys can just follow that link directly to Amazon. And then can you talk about joyatfirstlight.org, because here's another way that people can get help.
Yeah, I was really blessed. The Lord connected me to Joy Faith Ministries International, which is the umbrella organization that has several different ministry arms. One of the ministry arms is what I call the hospital of the ministry. It's Joy at First Light Counseling, and they do individual and group and family counseling, as well as healing and deliverance, and that does include DID and SRA. So I think there's a website link there for you, joyatfirstlight.org, that you can go online and make appointments. They will do online counseling, but for deliverance, you have to be there in person. And I do know that all of May is filled up, but they have openings in June at that ministry. Now, right now, I don't have any availability, but because not only do I support the ministry, but the Lord has me working full-time in a secular job, and I'm just waiting for his transition plan. So my time is very limited right now. But there are people available there to get really good ministry for DID, SRA, who are highly trained and called to that area. So that's one resource we have. We also have, if you are interested in learning about healing and deliverance and need a foundational course, that you're interested in learning how to set captives free, our College of Ministry has an upcoming course starting June 25th. It's every Thursday evening. I think there's a PowerPoint for that as well. It's the Thursday evening, 6:30 to 9:30. You can live stream that or attend in person. And we have a School of Healing, which is after that. This is not inner healing, it's physical healing. That is also 8 weeks. You see a picture there of our book, Sanctified Freedom, by our apostle, senior pastor Joyce Tilges, that we use in the foundational class on healing and deliverance. You can get that available on Amazon.com. We are offering a 10% discount for your viewers today. If they want to sign up for these courses, you just put on the coupon code FLYOVER10. And this coupon code is good for 2 weeks. So, if you're going to sign up, do it before May the 14th. But this is for foundational. It's an excellent foundational course on healing and deliverance.
That is
and then,
so good. And how do they sign up for that, Joy? What's the website? Just so maybe just say it so people, in case they're just listening.
Yeah, thank you. It's joyfmi.org, and then hit the college tab.
Okay.
And then the last resource is the more advanced book on DID and SRA that we just talked about.
Very cool.
I just want to say that now after the fast, I was under the impression that I'd be completely healed and delivered, and that's not what happened. What happened is the parts were brought out of the programming structure in the second heaven, but they were still operating and executing the programming. And the Lord told me is the key to breaking the programming is to break the strongholds that are holding them in place. And so we all know how to break strongholds through fasting, through renewing your mind, reading the Word of God, and then getting in His presence. And He says, when you get in my presence, He would just pour His fire, His glory over those parts to help break the strongholds that are there. And that has taken some time. That was difficult because the parts were still trying to kill me. So there was a lot of warfare. I had to learn how to bind up my own parts, fragmented parts, so they would stop doing that. And then I became non-functional again. Because of just the flooding in of these parts. And so it's like I was starting over. Wow. Okay, connected to Jesus, and all these parts that were worshiping Satan, doing these horrific things, had to deal with all those types of parts. But I got more and more healed, stronger and stronger until I became functional again. But I will tell you, the freedom I'm experiencing now is I still have some fragmentation. I still have some fear and some rebellion in the parts, but I'm no longer suicidal. I don't carry those deep pains of fear and grief and pain. I don't respond in fear to the level I used to, or anger. It's very minimal compared to what it used to be. I don't feel rejected anymore. I feel like I'm I'm belonging. I'm able to connect with people. I feel safe for the first time in my life. I'm free from unforgiveness, and the spiritual warfare, because they've stopped attacking me now, is like child's play compared to what I've been to. It's just so greatly reduced. It's just that's the victory, that God has brought me to me, and I would tell you it's well worth the journey. Not only to be free, but just to know the Lord and experience the Lord in the ways that I've experienced them these last 30 years have made it worth it to me. And I know what the Lord did for me, that He will do for the other SREs out there. There is always hope and always victory in Jesus. And your path may be different than mine. How He does it may be different than how He did it for me, but He brought me to the right place at the right time to the right people. And so I just like to pray for those SRAs out there, if I could, for a moment.
Yes.
So Father, I just lift up to you each SRA that's out there, that you would just impart your strength, your faith, your courage, your hope into each one. And Father, I just thank you that you have a path for each one of them to bring them to victory. And Father, I pray that you just set their feet upon that path. Father, I pray you just shine your light. Let's open up the heavens and shine your light and your glory, Father, and your healing power over all their fragmented parts. Father, we just command all the chains of darkness, Father, to fall off. And Father, we call these parts into your total freedom in Jesus' name. Father, I thank you, Lord, that you would lead them and guide them. Father, where they need to go, Lord, you set their feet upon the rock, and that you bring them to complete and total healing and victory. Thank you, Lord.
Amen.
Thank you, Jesus.
Thank you, Jesus. Well, everything that Karen's talked about, all the links, all the resources, they're going to be in the notes below. So no matter where you're watching this, it'll be in the notes below. Karen, I just can't tell you how thankful we are for your time. You are so busy, but we are so thankful for your time. And I know that this is going to be freedom for so many people and hope where maybe there was hopelessness. And so we are so thankful for your time.
Yeah. I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
Everyone is talking about this.
The one thing that's very important part of my portfolio all these years is gold.
As gold hit all-time highs already this year.
And get a free info kit on gold today.
It's called silver. Gold coin.
And though we are thrilled that everyone is talking about investing in precious metals, a lot of these 1-800 numbers will make you feel like just another transaction. That's why it's crucial to work with a person, not a faceless institution, when it comes to your finances. You deserve to be treated like family, not just another number. Dr. Kirk Elliott, who we've known for over 25 years, he doesn't just sell gold and silver. He offers trust, care, and a personal touch that an impersonal institution could never match. So when it comes to securing your financial future, don't just call a company, call a person. Call Dr. Kirk Elliott at 720-605-3900 or visit flyovergold.com to learn more. We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.